Chapter 1. EC Cocoa West Village. Qianhe, are you setting sail today? An elderly woman called out to a young man standing at the entrance of the butcher shop. The youth, tall and strikingly handsome, stood nearly 2 meters tall with a cold demeanor. His dark hair was casually tied back, and his fair skin contrasted sharply with the black robe he wore, adorned with a pattern resembling a ping-pong ball. Brown gloves encased his hands. What was most unforgettable were his eyes' violet orbs, each encircled by intricate black markings, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. A faint smile flickered across the youth's cool visage as he nodded in acknowledgement to the woman. His name was Uchiha Qianhe. To be precise, he did not belong to this world. He originally hailed from a planet known as Blue Star. An orphan by fate, he had inadvertently traversed into the realm of the manga Naruto, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. In that world, after his second life, parents bestowed upon him the name Uchiha Qianhe. They perished on the battlefield. Drawing upon his past lives' memories, he forged a friendship with the early incarnation of Nameki's Minato. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he believed himself equipped with sufficient strength for self-preservation. Subsequently, he feigned death during a mission, choosing to linger outside of Konoha. Thus, he spent his time developing himself in secrecy, utilizing information gleaned from his memories of Blue Star to broker deals with Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's assistance, he successfully fused the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans, awakening his own Rinnegan. However, while immersed in the euphoria of awakening his eyes, he was ambushed by Orochimaru. Overextending the newly birthed ocular power, he unwittingly employed spatial abilities he had yet to master, ultimately losing consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself on a small island. His body reverted to that of a 6-year-old. He quickly assessed his condition post-transmigration. Fortunately, the precious cells of Hashirama and the Rinnegan remained intact, albeit limited in power due to his physical regression and ocular exhaustion. Having traversed realms before, he swiftly adjusted his emotions. After exploring the island for a day, he stumbled upon a village named Cocoa West. In that village, he encountered a woman with winered hair, accompanied by 2 little girls named Belmere. The distant echoes of his past life memories once again resonated within him, revealing that he had arrived in the world of One Piece. Embracing his new reality, he found the villagers to be simple and warm-hearted. Although his peculiar eyes instilled fear, the kind-hearted Lisa, the butcher's wife, took pity on the 6-year-old wanderer and offered him shelter. Thus, he settled in this village, patiently awaiting his Bodhis maturation and the adaptation to his ocular powers, which has now spanned a decade. This year, he turned 16. It is about time. Although the overexertion has delayed the manifestation of my Rinnegan's unique abilities, the peculiarities of the food and environment in the pirate world seem to have enhanced my physical development beyond what I previously experienced. The Senju cells have perfectly integrated with my body indeed. This world is akin to a bountiful treasure trove, mused Uchiha Qianhe. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of power coursing through him, igniting a fervor within his heart. Based on the combat capabilities displayed in his past lives anime, he estimated that without employing any special abilities, his strength had reached that of an ordinary vice admiral within the Navy, though he still had a considerable distance to cover before rivaling an admiral. Nevertheless, he believed that with continued physical development and exposure to the pirate world's power dynamics, surpassing his previous self and ascending to the pinnacle of this realm was inevitable, and that time would not be lengthy. It was time to set sail and explore the world of One Piece. Perhaps here, he would once again break through and become a true sage of 6 paths. In this life, he intended to temporarily join the Navy. Joining the Navy appealed to him as a former inhabitant of Earth, fostering a sense of identification with the military. He harbored reservations about becoming a pirate, as while the Navy, despite its flaws, tended toward the greater good, the majority of pirates, aside from a select few protagonists, were ruthless brigands engaging in plunder and violence. Qianhe questioned whether he was a do-gooder during his time in Naruto. He dealt with threats decisively, yet he maintained his moral compass. Moreover, Joining the Navy would allow him to study this world's power structure and provide him more opportunities to encounter the unique aspects of the pirate world, notably the devil fruits. He had no intention of consuming a devil fruit possessing the Rinnegan. He already commanded 6 forms of chakra transformation, rendering the natural type of little consequence to him. Additionally, the thousands of jutsu he had copied during his time with the Sharingan rendered the superhuman type unnecessary. As for the animal type, it was of little use to him, as he had already attained Sage Mode through the Senju cells. Thus, why burden himself with the disadvantages of being unable to swim? However, he held a curiosity he wished to explore. Could the hungry ghost path of his Rinnegan interact with the abilities of the devil fruits or their wielders? Furthermore, could he harness the powers of the devil fruits to further evolve his Rinnegan? He had a premonition that this might be the catalyst for his breakthrough. Setting aside his thoughts, Qianhe resolved to embark on one last fishing expedition, determined to catch a greater bounty. After all, once he departed, the supply for the kind-hearted Lisa might dwindle. Qianhe set sail in his small boat. Navigating to a bountiful fishing ground, he cast a massive net into the sea and reclined on his boat for a brief respite. The fishing resources in the One Piece world were abundant, and soon he felt his boat begin to sway. With a single hand, he tugged at the fishing net, pulling up a haul teeming with various fish and shrimp, all thrashing desperately. Raising his hand, he unleashed a minor lightning technique, lightning release, new energy fishing net technique, sending a concentrated stream of electricity cascading from his palm, enveloping the net. Instantly, the fish and shrimp succumbed to the effects of the new energy fishing net and calmed down. "Ah, a decent catch," Qianhe remarked with satisfaction, preparing to depart when suddenly, a colossal surge broke the surface of the water. A gigantic eel's head emerged, followed by its massive body, measuring dozens of meters in length, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Qianhe and his catch. "Is that a sea king? Surely it cannot be the only one in these waters," Qianhe observed impassively, contemplating the behemoth before him. In the East Sea, known for its relative weakness among the 4 seas, particularly in such a remote area, sea kings were indeed quite rare. However, despite their imposing appearance, Qianhe regarded the sea king merely as an oversized fish, having witnessed the devastating power of tailed beasts in Naruto. A mere large sea king held no significance in comparison. "Very well, this presents an opportunity to test the power of my eyes, albeit it seems somewhat excessive," Qianhe mused, raising his gaze toward the sea king. The creature, eyeing the diminutive human and the bounty he held, prepared to feast. But upon meeting Qianhe's violet Rinnegan, it instinctively felt an overwhelming dread and attempted to flee, though it was too late. A wave of intangible energy emanated from his Rinnegan, ensnaring the Sea King in an illusion. The creature paused abruptly, its eyes transforming to mirror Qianhe's Rinnegan pattern as its vitality rapidly waned. The Rinnegan's illusion technique, reminiscent of the skill once wielded by Sasuke to subdue multiple tailed beasts with a mere glance, proved to be a dimensional overpowering against the gargantuan Sea King. It was unable to withstand a mental assault, its consciousness obliterated as it flopped lifelessly onto the water's surface before sinking below. "This is far more effective than any conqueror's haki," Qianhe remarked, observing the sinking Sea King. He raised his hand once more, and a swirling vortex of black energy manifested in his palm. Universal pull. A tremendous force radiated from Qianhe's palm, drawing the massive carcass of the Sea King toward him. Positioning the body toward the rear of the boat, Qianhe turned his gaze toward the direction of the departing island, estimating the distance before widening his Rinnegan slightly. Shinra Tensei. Another powerful repulsive force emanated from Qianhe, propelling the Sea King's remains away in an instant, vanishing from sight. It is worth noting that Qianhe's Rinnegan was uniquely his own, unlike Nagato's, which required sacrifices. The fundamental abilities of the 6 paths, such as Shinra Tensei, did not suffer from a tedious cooldown, and their potency increased indefinitely with the growth of his chakra and physical strength. Here, the author establishes that in the world of One Piece, physical endurance is remarkably high. The protagonist, transformed by this world, would undoubtedly possess a body far more powerful than his previous life, facilitating the portrayal of his strength. Watching the Sea King disappear from view, Qianhe clapped his hands in satisfaction. Indeed, this is the essence of military strategy. Before engaging in battle, ensure your supplies are secured. As Chica navigated his small vessel towards the shore, following the direction indicated by the behemoth of the sea, he discovered the lifeless body of the Sea King, glistening with a pallid sheen, had already been washed ashore. A throng of villagers surrounded the carcass, chattering animatedly about the sudden appearance of this magnificent creature. Isn't this a Sea King? How could it possibly end up here? Who knows? Could it be a gift from nature? What utter nonsense! With such a massive size, it wouldn't be washed ashore so far even if it were tossed by the waves. What has happened to Chica? We must set out to find him. It's perilous out here. Indeed, those of us who are young and strong should venture out and ensure he's safe. Amidst the crowd, a girl with pink hair, Burmel, stood silently with 10-year-old Nami and 12-year-old Nochi, arms crossed as they gazed at the Sea King's remains. The lively Nami pointed at the colossal creature and exclaimed to Burmel, "Look, Burmel, what an enormous fish. This is my first time seeing one so big. I wonder how Chica is doing. He must have gone fishing today," Burmel pondered aloud. Meanwhile, the more reserved Nochi expressed his concern for Chica, prompting Burmel to gently pat their heads in silence, her own eyes reflecting a hint of worry. Having once served in the Navy, she deduced that the Sea King's demise was not a mere accident. When did such a formidable creature appear in the East Sea? Is it the Navy's doing? If it's pirates, that would spell trouble. My concerns are irrelevant, but for Nami and Nochi. Burmel clenched her fists. Whoever it is, if they dare to harm them, I will protect them with my life. At that moment, Chica approached the body, and the villagers quickly gathered around. "Chica, you're back. The Sea King has appeared, and Granny Lisa is worried sick." Yes. You shouldn't go out to sea anymore with the Sea King around. Your little boat could easily be capsized." "Chica," the two children cried in unison, emerging from the crowd to tightly embrace his legs Nami and Nochi. "Are you all right, Chica? These two little ones have been fretting over you," Burmel added as she squeezed her way in. Noki's face flushed as he clung to Chica's leg in silence, while Nami, like a lit firecracker, sprang off and shouted that she wasn't worried, but rather concerned about having no one to catch fish for her in the future. Feeling the warmth of the villagers' concern enveloping him, Chica was touched. Such care was a precious rarity after years of wariness in the world of Naruto. Shaking his head, Chica smiled at the crowd, saying, "I'm fine. Thank you all for your concern. As for the danger, there's no need to worry. This Sea King is my quarry." Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers fell silent, staring at him in disbelief. After a moment, Nochi raised his hand and leaped a few times. Chica looked at her in confusion, realizing his behavior might have seemed foolish. Blushing, Nochi stammered, "Chica, have you lost your wits, or are you running a fever?" Nami wore a similar expression, as if to say, "Me too." Just then, the villagers erupted in laughter. "Haha, Chica, even the children think you're acting strangely. You usually seem so aloof. Who knew you had a knack for telling cold jokes?" Another round of laughter ensued, but Burmel remained serious, observing the boy before her. Her instincts told her he was not merely jesting. She knew Chica was no ordinary person. After all, the oppressive aura emanating from his eyes was unmistakable. Only a fool would attribute it to mere peculiarity. The villagers had instinctively avoided his gaze in their daily interactions, or had come to overlook his uniqueness after realizing he was a good person. Chica remained unfazed, saying nothing, merely lifting his hand towards the Sea King's corpse and softly uttering 4 words, "Shinra Tensei." In an instant, the body of the Sea King was propelled several hundred meters away, leaving the onlookers speechless. "Chica, are you a fairy?" "Not all." "Chica, do you plan to eat me?" "Very unlikely." "Chica, could you teach me that technique? Once I master it, I won't have to fear Burmel's scoldings anymore." On their way back, Nami incessantly chattered, clinging to Chica, while Nochi shook his head in exasperation, tugging at Nami, who kept pressing against Chica's leg. "When you're a bit older and more ladylike, like Machiko, I might just consider teaching you," Chica replied, playfully tapping Nami on the head, satisfied with the tactile sensation. Nami pouted, hands on her head, shooting him an indignant glare. You stingy boy. I see you only like Machiko. Woe is me. Don't you treasure me at all? Nami's playful antics caused a blush to rise on the face of the nearby Maki, who, in a fit of annoyance, playfully smacked Nami's little head, casting a shy glance at Qianhe. However, such subtle gestures could hardly escape the keen observation of Qianhe. After all, endowed with the noble genes of the Uchiha clan and possessing a slightly aloof aura, he held an immense allure for these somewhat precocious young girls, his mysterious eyes, imbued with a dangerous yet irresistible charm. Only added to his enigmatic presence this damned lineage and this damned excellence. Though Qianhe maintained an outward composure, internally he reveled in a rather shameless self-admiration. Belle-Mère trailed silently behind them, her gaze fixed intently on Qianhe's back. What was the source of his power? Was it the power of a devil fruit? Yet, she had witnessed Qianhe dive into the sea to catch fish. Weren't those with devil fruit abilities typically unable to swim? A multitude of questions transformed the youth before her into a riddle she yearned to unravel. Upon entering the village and reaching the crossroads where they would part ways, Belle-Mère seemed to have made a decision. She instructed Noki and Nami to return home first, claiming she had matters to attend to. Though puzzled, Nami and Noki obediently made their way home. With the two gone, only Belle-Mère and Qianhe remained at the crossroads. Sensing her desire to inquire about something, Qianhe broke the silence, asking, Belle-Mère, is there something you wish to discuss? Belle-Mère took a deep breath, treading carefully. Qianhe, I hope you won't take offense to my question, but may I ask who exactly you are? It is rather perplexing for someone with your abilities to have spent a decade in such an inconsequential place as the East Sea. Wouldn't you agree? And those eyes of yours, they must possess a significance beyond mere appearance. Of course, if my inquiries make you uncomfortable, feel free to disregard them. I assure you, I mean no harm. Belle-Mère unleashed a torrent of questions, her fingers intertwined anxiously as she awaited Qianhe's response. He regarded her with a deep gaze, then smiled. Having watched the anime, he held a significant admiration for Belle-Mère. Although her strength was not formidable, her unwavering resolve to protect Nami and Noki even in the face of death had deeply moved him. He recognized her as a good person. Thus, he bore no ill will regarding her inquiries. After a moment's contemplation, Qianhe spoke gravely. It's quite all right. You need only know that I am not a villain. As for these eyes, you may consider them a hereditary gift of my family. They are known as the Rinnegan, a sage's eyes. The technique I demonstrated earlier was an application of my abilities. Regarding my lineage, I hail from a line of sages, the Uchiha clan, Senin, Uchiha, Rinnegan, a form of power. Hearing these words sent a tremor through Belle-Mère's spirit, although she had never heard of the Uchiha clan. Qianhe's demeanor suggested it was an exceedingly formidable lineage. Noticing Belle-Mère's stunned silence, Qianhe continued, certain events have transpired that have left me with fragmented memories. However, I do recall that I am the last surviving member of my clan in this world. Have you considered why I have remained on this island for so long? I arrived at the village when I was merely 6 years old. Where else could I have gone then? Ah, I see, Belle-Mère responded, awkwardly scratching her head. What are your plans now? With such abilities, surely you won't remain here for eternity. I intend to join the Navy. Upon returning home, Qianhe first informed Grandma Lisa of his safety, then handed her the 80 million berry he had saved during his years at sea, a sum accrued from dealing with minor pirate crews, given the lack of any significant pirate factions nearby. He had managed to gather only this meager amount over the years. Nevertheless, for a woman in her 70s, it was more than sufficient for her to live comfortably for the remainder of her days. Grandma Lisa gazed in astonishment at the substantial sum, and when Qianhe insisted she accept it, he hurried to clarify, rest assured, all this money is legitimately earned that I plan to join the Navy, and I worry about leaving you alone at home. Please, take this money for your use. Only then did she relax, fully aware of Qianhe's warm-hearted nature. For many years, he had been honest and upright, never once deceiving her. She tucked the money away in a chest behind her, turning to look at the boy she had come to regard as her own grandson after a decade of shared life. Now that he was set to leave, her heart brimmed with reluctance. Yet, she understood that young people needed to venture out into the world, especially someone like Qianhe, who was so extraordinary. She reached out to pat him on the waist, her face radiating a kind smile as she said, Go, dear child. I believe you will carve out a successful path for yourself. Do not worry about me. The villagers are kind, and with their company, I will be safe. Just go forth and pursue your dreams. Qianhe felt a pang of sadness as he stepped forward to embrace her. I promise I won't let you down. Before long, the vast sea will know my name, and I shall return to visit you often. After bidding farewell to Grandma Lisa, Qianhe swiftly packed his belongings and went to visit the Bellemare family. Both Bellemare and Nami were among the closest to him over the past few years. Arriving at their doorstep, Qianhe knocked, and soon the door swung open to reveal Naka's blue-haired head peeking out. Seeing Qianhe, Noki beamed with joy, but upon noticing the small bundle of luggage in his hand, her expression dimmed slightly. Nevertheless, she forced her brightest smile and chirped, "Qianhe, brother." Qianhe affectionately ruffled her hair and explained his purpose for visiting, although she had sensed it already. Hearing the news still caused Naka's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. She put on a brave face, saying, "Then I'll go inform Bellemare and the others that we'll come to see you off. If that's not necessary, I'm leaving right away." "Just let them know," he replied, not intending to go inside. "Absolutely not. You've lived in the village for 10 years. How can you leave without a proper send-off?" Just then, Bellemare emerged alongside Nami, feigning anger as she declared, "Come on, we're all going to see you off together." Noki turned to look at Qianhe with hopeful eyes. What an annoying bond this is. Despite the annoyance in his words, Qianhe couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Humph, such an arrogant man. Nami had already seen through everything with her remarkable insight. Shooting her a glare, Qianhe stepped forward and scooped up the teary-eyed Noki, who began to squirm in embarrassment. "What's the matter?" "I'm about to leave. Can't you let me hold you for a moment?" Qianhe feigned a stern expression. "Of course you can," Noki replied, instantly quieting down, though her tightly clenched fists betrayed her nervousness. "Humph, biased man." Naturally, Nami, the little critic, couldn't miss the opportunity to interject. Ignoring her, Qianhe prepared to depart. "Let us go." Upon reaching the shore, Qianhe addressed everyone. "All right, this is where we part ways. Thank you all. Let us bid farewell here." Here, Bellemare looked around at the barren surroundings, casting a doubtful glance at Qianhe. "Yes, right here." With that, Qianhe's body began to levitate before their incredulous eyes. "Are you truly human?" After a long pause, Bellemare exhaled deeply, asking with a steady gaze, while Nami and Noki nodded in agreement that he refrained from answering, as Qianhe's form had begun to evolve toward that of the Tsutsuki clan, rendering the question of his humanity somewhat moot. After pondering for a moment, Qianhe produced a uniquely shaped kunai from his pocket and handed it to Noki, instructing, "If anything dangerous occurs in the village while I'm gone, hold this and call my name in your heart. Do you understand?" Noki cherished the kunai, nodding earnestly to indicate her comprehension. Qianhe smiled as he patted her head. The kunai was, of course, the flying thunder god kunai from the 4th Hokage, with his immense chakra and the Rinnegan. He could instantly arrive near the kunai as long as he sensed its signal, regardless of distance. He had also left one with Grandma Lisa, but he wanted to take extra precautions, especially with the looming threat of the Fishman pirates in the years to come. Feeling reassured, Qianhe's body began to ascend into the air. "So, farewell, everyone. Noki, Nami, be sure to eat well. I don't want to see you two still as little kids when we meet again." "Indeed, I remember. Qianhe, you must promise to return." Nuat Shigao's face was already brimming with tears as he shouted towards the sky, calling out to Qianhe, "Humph, I won't listen to you. Just go already. No matter how I change, you won't care, right? Biased Qianhe." Nami secretly wiped away a tear, defiantly proclaiming with a stiff neck, "Go for it. Qianhe, I look forward to the day you become a Navy admiral or even a marshal," Bellemare called out to the heavens. Taking one last look at the gathered crowd in the village of Kikishia, Qianhe's gaze was resolute. Then, with a burst of repulsion, he vanished from sight in an instant. "Navy, here I come." In the East Sea. After soaring across the ocean for a day, Qianhe spotted a small island and decided to rest there momentarily. As he descended gently, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed the lush vegetation. He thought to himself that the island should harbor some wildlife. So he set out to find something to eat. After a thorough search, Qianhe managed to hunt a massive tiger and brought it to a clearing, where he ignited a fire with his fire release technique. Ready to indulge in a hearty meal, gazing at the enormous chunk of meat in his hands and recalling the characters from the pirate world, Qianhe quipped, "The animals in this pirate world have one striking feature. They're enormous. The meat is also remarkably nutritious. No wonder the inhabitants here boast such impressive physiques." Once he finished his meal, Qianhe stood up, preparing to take a brief rest. Suddenly, the sound of a cannon blast caught his attention. Are there visitors on the island? Could it be a pirate crew? If it's a pirate crew, I hope they are formidable. That would make my entry into the Navy much smoother, with this thought in mind. Qianhe casually discarded the roasted meat and, harnessing his repulsive force, soared towards the source of the sound on the opposite side of the island. A massive pirate ship lay anchored at the shore, where a group of pirates were merrily carving up the carcass of a savage beast. Haha. How pathetic. Compared to the Grand Line, these animals can be dispatched with a mere ordinary cannonball. Indeed, the Navy had concentrated most of its forces on the Grand Line, leaving the Brandy pirate crew invincible in this locale. Standing at the bow of the ship was Brandy, the captain of the Brandy pirate crew. His name alone spoke volumes of his arrogance. He was a user of the devil fruit, the superhuman type fruit. This fruit had been consumed by CP9's Bruno, indicating that he too was destined for a short-lived fate, ultimately unable to escape the clutches of death. However, with this fruit, he reigned supreme in his hometown, convinced of his invincibility. Before long, he assembled his own crew and set sail for the Grand Line. Yet, in the Grand Line, individuals with abilities like his were as numerous as the stars. It didn't take long for him to realize his insignificance. During a naval battle with fellow crews, he narrowly escaped annihilation. Had it not been for his exceptional ability to flee, he would have perished in the depths of the sea. With a sigh, Brandy composed himself. After all, he had returned from the Grand Line, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Nevertheless, it was an experience worth having, much like those from Blue Star who returned from big cities. Always carrying a sense of superiority, he shouted down to his subordinates. "All right, you lot, carry the prey to the clearing. We shall host a feast tonight. Tomorrow, we will pay a visit to the villages of this sea region. I trust they will welcome us with open arms." The pirates below were even more exhilarated, strenuously lifting the prey as they prepared to venture deeper into the island. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. "Oh dear, what a group of pitiful failures. I hope your captain's bounty isn't too meager." The pirates were instantly enraged, searching frantically for the source of the taunt, vowing to tear the speaker limb from limb. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not discern where the voice originated. "Stop searching, you fools. He's up in the sky." Brandy, having navigated the Grand Line, quickly spotted Qianhe hovering in the air with his arms crossed. Can he fly? Is he a devil fruit user too? Darn it, flying abilities are truly troublesome. Brandy mused, contemplating Qianhe's presence. "Bounty? Are you a bounty hunter?" Brandy called out to Qianhe. "A bounty hunter?" Qianhe shook his head. "You're mistaken. I merely require your heads as a token for my induction into the Navy." "What? You damn brat. Don't think just because you can fly you're invincible. Are you daring enough to come down and play with us?" A brash pirate shouted. "How noisy." Qianhe raised his hand, targeting the most boisterous one. "Why don't you come up here and play instead?" With a resonating hum, the pirate who had spoken found himself helplessly drawn upward by an inexplicable force, soon hovering alongside Qianhe. "Now, I stand before you. What do you wish to do?" The pirate gulped nervously, about to speak, but Qianhe, already growing impatient, interjected. "Never mind, you can go back down. Your appearance is too repulsive." With that, Qianhe dispelled the power he had exerted, and the pirate plummeted from a height of 100 meters with a resounding thud, leaving behind a splatter of flesh on the ground. In an instant, their crew had lost a member without any understanding of how it had transpired, causing the remaining pirates to panic. Damn it, not only can he fly, but he can also make others fly. How do we fight this? We can't even touch him. Why are we so unlucky to encounter such a tough opponent in the East Sea? The pirates were clearly unsettled, with some even attempting to stealthily retreat towards their ship. Bang! A minor captain among the pirates fired a shot into the air, momentarily silencing the agitated crowd. The pirates turned their gazes towards him. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. We've faced countless abilities in the Grand Line. Let us not forget our captain is also a devil fruit user. Flying is not unbeatable." Observing the morale beginning to crumble before the fight even commenced, a senior pirate quickly interjected to stabilize the crew. Upon hearing his words, the pirates' spirits lifted slightly, offering self-reassuring remarks. "Indeed, our captain emerged from the Grand Line, the renowned Brandy, with a bounty of 100 million berries. He will surely find a way to deal with this flying brat." "That's right. You damn flying brat. You better not run. Our captain will soon show you the terror of pirates." "Wait, where's our captain?" The pirates froze, swiftly turning to look towards the ship, only to find that Brandy, who had been standing at the bow, had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the captain has fled? The pirates thought despairingly. Meanwhile, Qianhe remained suspended in midair, Biding his time, he had observed the pirate captain. Brandy, open a door in thin air and jump through it when the crew began to stir. Suddenly, Qianhe turned his gaze towards an empty space and spoke. Come out now, if you intend to ambush me. I suggest you abandon that notion. However, there was no response. As if Qianhe were merely talking to himself. It seems you wish for me to unearth you. Qianhe concentrated his gaze on a specific point. His focus sharpening, utilizing a spatial ability akin to that demonstrated by Kaguya in the anime Naruto. He could traverse dimensions with remarkable ease. However, the portal could not be opened instantly, rendering it somewhat inadequate in combat against formidable foes. Its strength lay in its functionality. Moreover, at this moment, the ability employed to deal with a space-type user is undoubtedly the most effective. Before one's eyes, a black hole materialized in the space that Qianhe was observing. And Brand appeared within it. At that moment, Brand's complexion was ashen. Ever since he acquired the fruit, he had managed to escape countless times from seemingly insurmountable foes, relying solely on the exceedingly overpowered nature of his fruit's ability. Just moments ago, within the realm of the space, he had perceived Qianhe's voice and felt his gaze piercing through the fabric of space, igniting a flicker of unease within him. Nevertheless, bolstered by his confidence in his fruit's capabilities, he temporarily suppressed his disquiet and steadied himself, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. When Qianhe would lower his guard, to his astonishment, Qianhe had opened his space, exposing him entirely in that instant. He felt akin to a young maiden, unceremoniously dragged from her chamber, laid bare for all to see. Now he was truly done for. Witnessing his once proud ability rendered insignificant before Qianhe, thoughts of retreat began to creep into Brand's mind. He realized that escape was an impossibility given Qianhe's formidable prowess. Could you let me go? I will offer you all my treasures. They are undoubtedly worth more than my bounty. At this juncture, he cast aside any concern for his pride, solely wishing to preserve his life. Qianhe tilted his head. However, if I kill you, all of this will belong to me. No, it is different. If I perish, you shall never locate them. Brand hastily interjected. His treasures were, of course, stored within his space. Should he die, that realm would cease to exist. Even if the next wielder were to open it, it would not be the same space, representing his last resort for survival. Yet, the next scene plunged him into despair, as Qianhe employed the earlier maneuver once more, extracting countless chests from a black hole, filled with the wealth Brand had amassed over the years. Damn it, I will fight you to the bitter end. With his last card now lost, Brand unleashed a fierce strike. Armament, a layer of black substance enveloped his right hand as he struck violently at Qianhe's face. Crack! Brand stared in disbelief as his full-force attack was effortlessly grasped within Qianhe's palm. So this is armament. It seems you have learned a thing or two during your time in the Grand Line. Qianhe acknowledged, eyeing Brand's obsidian fist with a hint of approval. However, he quickly shook his head. Alas, it is far too weak. Without granting Brand another moment to speak, Qianhe transformed his hand into a claw and seized Brand by the throat. As the reincarnation eye's hungry ghost path activated, Brand's eyes widened in horror as he felt his life force rapidly draining away. He attempted to struggle, but his body had evidently become unresponsive. At that moment, despair enveloped him entirely. Suddenly, Qianhe halted the absorption of the hungry ghost path, having realized that it was not yielding the anticipated results. Indeed, in Qianhe's conception, the reincarnation eye's hungry ghost path was capable of absorbing chakra in the Naruto universe, which essentially translates to energy. In the world of One Piece, this equates to haki in the energy within one's body. Yet, Qianhe was not satisfied with this understanding. He suspected that the powers of a devil fruit also required physical stamina. Why, then, had he not perceived this unique essence during the absorption? Could it be that the source of a devil fruit's power lies beyond the physical body? But what else could it be? Aside from the corporeal form, Eureka, a flash of inspiration struck Qianhe. Could it be the soul? Indeed, aside from the body, what remains but the soul? Acting on this realization, he employed the human path ability within the reincarnation eye. Hoisting the now defenseless Brand and placing one hand atop Brand's head, as if seizing something intangible, Brand, with only his eyes able to move, stared in terror as a humanoid purple spirit was extracted from his head by Qianhe, causing his body to tremble instinctively as anticipated. Through the reincarnation eye, Qianhe discerned a pulsating mass of black energy situated at the heart of Brand's soul. Activating the hungry ghost path's ability, The struggling mass attempted to flee, but was rendered powerless against the overwhelming suction. Being drawn into Qianhe's body. Upon absorption, Qianhe felt a peculiar energy surging within him, rapidly flowing towards his eyes, ultimately forming a black tomoe upon the pattern of his right eye. Noticing the anomaly, Qianhe conjured a small water screen in the air using water release, through which he glimpsed the newly formed tomoe in his right eye. That not the tomoe of Sasuke's Rinnegan? Though it was merely a single tomoe, Qianhe was elated, astonished that absorbing the power of a devil fruit could lead to the evolution of his Rinnegan with such ease. Referencing Sasuke's eye. A single Rinnegan could accommodate 6 tomoe. Hence, with a pair of Rinnegan, he could potentially host 12 tomoe, equating to the absorption of 12 devil fruits. Qianhe was genuinely jubilant, as discovering the method for Rinnegan evolution brought him a step closer to the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. With a casual wave of his hand, a door materialized before him in the space. Satisfied with this newfound portal, Qianhe mused on how unexpectedly smooth the proceedings had been. With this, he could replicate and even enhance Blackbeard's techniques. This skirmish had yielded significant rewards, no longer dwelling on it. He turned his gaze back to Brand. With the extraction of the soul, Brand's eyes glazed over, his life extinguished. He was irrevocably dead, disposing of Brand's lifeless form as if it were refuse. He followed in the footsteps of the earlier minions. Thud, a fresh heap of human-shaped charred remains lay upon the ground. As for why it had not been reduced to mere pulp, one must consider that he was a pirate captain returning from the Grand Line. Surely, his body possessed some resilience. The transformation from Brand's assault to the charred remains transpired within a mere 5 minutes, and the pirates had yet to comprehend the fate of their captain before witnessing this grim spectacle. Gradually, a tremor of panic rippled through the ranks of pirates. Run, run, a demon. He is a demon. Why can he wield the captain's powers? Forget that. If you seek vengeance, go ahead. I'm getting out of here. The pirates succumbed to utter chaos, scattering like headless flies. TSK. How grotesque, Qianhe remarked, observing the disarray below, feeling his mood soured by the sight, pondering which ability to employ to cleanse the area. This will do. An idea sparked within him as he pressed his hands together. Fingers pointed skyward. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from Qianhe's lips, swiftly transforming into a conflagration that enveloped the entire pirate crew, consuming them as they fled in terror. It's fire. It's fire. Help me. It's so hot. Am I dreaming? Can someone wake me up, please? I'll be your most loyal servant. No, your most devoted dog. Spare my life. I beg you. It's over. It's over. Who would have thought our brand pirates would escape the Grand Line only to meet their demise in this feeble East Blue? Ha ha ha. The desperate pleas for mercy, anguished cries, and maniacal laughter echoed intermittently amidst the inferno. Qianhe furrowed his brow, realizing that he had been too lenient earlier. Thus, he intensified his efforts, and soon, silence enveloped the air. As the flames subsided, only heaps of charred remnants remained on the ground. These must be collected. They are all merits, Qianhe thought, deeming it necessary to tidy up the scene. With a single hand, he gathered the charred remains, compressing them into a black sphere, while thoughtfully isolating Brand's identifiable remains, satisfied with his handiwork. He opened his M-space and deposited these trophies inside. With a swift motion, he tore down the flag of the Brand pirates and ignited their ship in flames. Now, everything was in place. He pondered whether this would capture the attention of the headquarters. Regardless, he thought, it was time to move on. Qianhe resolved to leave the small island where he had barely rested for a day. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of Marshal Marine Ford, Sengoku was massaging his temples as he scrutinized the military deployment map on his desk, his brow furrowed in concern. Following the last words of the pirate king Roger before his death, a deluge of pirates had begun to flood into the Grand Line, stretching the Navy's forces thin, while the elite combat power was secured by the 3 admirals of the Logia type. These individuals were clearly problematic. The laid-back Kizaru, who clocked in for his monthly paycheck yet spent most of his time in idleness, the lethargic Akiji, and the relatively diligent Akainu. However, Akainu's overly aggressive actions were not to Sengoku's liking, as he did not appreciate that brand of absolute justice. Moreover, the pirates, specifically the 4 emperors of the New World, loomed ominously, each possessing the capability to annihilate an entire nation, not to mention the formidable pirates under their command. The Navy was in dire need of fresh blood, particularly individuals with remarkable talent. Sengoku sighed, pondering the rarity of such talents. Knock, knock. knocked out a soldier from headquarters entered, saluted, and presented a din mushi with a serious expression. Report, Marshal. Colonel Rod from the East Blue Navy 155th Division has sent an urgent message, claiming he has significant information to relay to headquarters. East Blue? Could it be that the brand pirates have begun causing trouble? Sengoku's mood soured further. Those wretched sea scum. Nodding for the soldier to leave, he connected with Rod's din mushi. Moshi. This is Navy headquarters. I am Marshal Sengoku. Colonel Rod, what vital information do you have to report? Rod's din mushi immediately adopted an excited expression as he spoke. Marshal Sengoku. This is Rod. Our recruitment office has received a new recruit with extraordinary talent. His name is Uchiha Qianhe. Extraordinary talent? Sengoku's interest peaked. In these trying times, such news was akin to a lifeline. However, recalling that it was from the East Blue, skepticism crept in. After all, it was the weakest sea, making it improbable for someone with exceptional talent to emerge. He suspected that Rod, having spent too long in the East Blue, had become overly enthusiastic about a newcomer who merely possessed some strength. With this thought, Sengoku's momentarily elevated spirits fell once more. Understood. Can you describe what exactly constitutes this extraordinary talent? This Uchiha Qianhe possesses numerous abilities. Firstly, his physical fitness is remarkable, and he appears to have the capacity to manipulate gravitational repulsion. He can fly. He can effortlessly lift the entire Navy base building into the sky and gently lower it back down. Nanny? Upon hearing this, Sengoku lost his composure as the highest-ranking officer of the Navy and one of the strongest individuals in the world. He was certainly discerning. Flight and the ability to control gravitational forces. Either ability was immensely powerful. Could it be a Paramecia-type devil fruit? Moreover, the fact that this Uchiha Qianhe could easily elevate an entire Navy building indicated that he had mastered his abilities. Had they truly discovered a gem? Sengoku found it hard to believe that moment. Rod's voice came through again. The brand pirates have been annihilated by him alone. Their captain has been reduced to cinders, and the other pirates have been turned into a charred mass. He claims to possess the ability to control flames. And, Rod paused. He is only 16 years old. Silence ensued. Marshal Sengoku. Seeing that Sengoku was unresponsive, Rod cautiously inquired, fearing that the marshal thought he was exaggerating. I'm here. Sengoku snapped back to attention, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted into the din mushi. Colonel Rod, you have done exceedingly well. Headquarters will immediately dispatch a warship to retrieve him. During this time, you must ensure he feels our Navy's sincerity. Understood, Marshal Sengoku. After disconnecting the din mushi, Sengoku let out a long sigh, preparing to arrange for a warship to head to the East Blue. Bang! The door was thrown open violently. Sengoku, I want to go back to the East Blue to see my grandson. Entering was the legendary Vice Admiral Carp, who, while picking his nose, strode over to Sengoku's desk and bellowed. Sengoku, feeling a headache coming on at the sight of his friend, thought about how Carp never took anything seriously, often leading Akiji astray, and had a penchant for raiding his sunbae, just as he was about to scold this troublesome fellow. An idea struck Sengoku. He could use this opportunity to send Carp to retrieve him. Though Carp was often frivolous, his reputation was formidable. Sending him would undoubtedly demonstrate the Navy's sincerity. Sengoku felt a wave of wisdom wash over him, a warm smile spreading across his face. Very well, I grant your request. Oh, it's been ages since I've seen my grandson. This time, Carp began to argue. As was customary, he would firmly refuse, only to be worn down by Sengoku's persistence and threats until he finally acquiesced. But this time, things were progressing unusually smoothly. Sengoku's unexpected behavior left Carp momentarily dumbfounded. Sengoku also recognized his actions were somewhat out of character and awkwardly cleared his throat before stating seriously, You may take leave, but you must also assist me in bringing someone back. He is at the East Blue Navy 155th Division. Bring someone? Who? A new recruit. He goes by the name Uchiha Qianhe. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an EYET, the East Blue Navy 155th base. In Colonel Rod's office, Qianhe sat on the sofa, quietly reading a newspaper. Rod remained at his desk, anxiously eyeing a din mushi. Today marked the arrival of Vice Admiral Carp at their base. Rod held a deep respect for the legendary Vice Admiral, considering that he had once cornered Pirate King Roger, which was indeed impressive. Furthermore, Carp's strength was indisputable. However, Rod was not yet familiar with Carp's temperament and feared inadvertently offending the impending deity. Noticing Rod's anxious expression, Qianhe found it amusing, since being summoned to the office that morning. Rod had maintained the same tense posture, fearful of missing the Den Mushi's call. "You need not be so on edge. I know a bit about Vice Admiral Karp. He is quite affable. Just act as you normally would," Qianhe assured Rod, who responded with a frown, thinking, "So this newbie knows more about Navy leaders than I, who have been in service for decades." Yet he dared not show any dissatisfaction, as Qianhe was not someone he could provoke. Seeing that Rod remained unresponsive, Qianhe, feeling disinterested, decided to step outside for some fresh air. Suddenly, the Den Mushi rang. After a morning of silence, it finally responded. Rod sprang into action like a camel discovering water in the desert, snatching up the Den Mushi and excitedly exclaiming, "Moshi Moshi, this is Navy 155th Division, Colonel Rod. Yes, this is HQ-3 battleship, about to dock at your base. Please come out to receive us." "Understood." Rod saluted, quickly rising to take Qianhe with him as they hurried to the docking point of the warship. Upon arriving, they found a line of base Navy personnel standing at attention, eagerly awaiting the ship's arrival. Under the collective gaze, several personnel from headquarters disembarked in formation, followed by a robust figure donning a dog mask. That figure was, of course, Karp. He glanced at the assembled ranks and, unfazed by the attention, bellowed, "Where is Colonel Rod?" "Here, Vice Admiral Karp." "I am here." Rod sprinted over to Karp, who sized him up before nodding and inquiring, "Is Uchiha Qianhe present?" "I won't be staying long since I've been delayed in my hometown. We'll head back to headquarters directly. I'm here." Before Rod could respond, Qianhe stepped forward from the crowd, standing out with his tall frame and unusually striking eyes. "Is this the promising talent Sengoku mentioned?" Karp pondered, noting how youthful Qianhe appeared. He waved him over, saying, "Good, come here. We should board the ship and return to Navy headquarters." Qianhe nodded in acknowledgement, and the surrounding Navy personnel automatically parted to grant him passage. He stepped forward, approaching Karp, observing the young lad closely once more, especially his striking purple eyes. Karp sensed the extraordinary nature of Uchiha Qianhe, quite intriguing. "I must thoroughly assess this young one's capabilities upon returning to headquarters." Resolute, Karp waved to the Navy officers below and turned back toward the warship, leading Qianhe with him. Standing at the bow of Karp's vessel, Qianhe waved his hand towards the subordinate Navy officers below, expressing his gratitude for their care over the past few days. The officers, including Rod, were somewhat moved. It was indeed rare for such a gifted individual to remember ordinary folks as he prepared to soar to greater heights. "Go for it, Qianhe. I look forward to hearing your name again here," Rod exclaimed with excitement, prompting Qianhe to give him a thumbs up in response. Observing this interaction, Karp's regard for Qianhe increased yet again. He believed that the ability to connect with others and respect them was sometimes a more precious quality than mere strength. Karp's decision to take Kobe as his pupil was largely influenced by this trait. Of course, Qianhe held little interest in Kobe. In a good mood, Karp waved his hand, issuing the command to set sail, and the warship turned its bow toward the Grand Line. Upon reaching the first half of the Grand Line, the Marineford warship docked, and Karp, along with Qianhe and a contingent of Navy soldiers, disembarked. After waving his hand to disperse the soldiers, Karp turned to Qianhe and said, "Follow me. I will take you to meet Sengoku. You are someone he specifically wishes to see." Qianhe acknowledged with a nod and followed Karp toward the marshal's office. On the way, Qianhe reflected on how unexpectedly significant his performance at the East Blue Navy branch had been. This level of treatment truly surpassed his expectations. Arriving at Sengoku's office door, Karp did not bother to knock, but instead swung the door open with a loud bang, exclaiming, "Sengoku, I brought you the person you wanted. Do you have any senbei? I'm starving." Qianhe regarded Karp's eccentric behavior with bemusement, thinking that he was indeed reminiscent of characters from comics back on Blue Star. Quite the simpleton. However, Qianhe did not harbor any dislike. In fact, such individuals were often the easiest to get along with, lacking any malicious intent. After all, those he had encountered among the higher-ups in Konoha during his time in the Naruto world were all shrewd and cunning. The constant intrigue and backstabbing had been exhausting, especially since, as a Uchiha, he was not exactly favored by the elite. One misstep could lead to dire consequences, but with someone like Karp, as long as you treated him sincerely, he would not shortchange you. This was true not only for Karp, but for many high-ranking officers in the Navy. Regardless of how skewed their sense of justice might be, they still leaned towards what was right. Making Qianhe prefer the Navy over pirates. In the office chair, a vein throbbed on Sengoku's forehead, He had intended to make a wise and dignified impression upon meeting Qianhe, but that plan was now thoroughly ruined. Struggling to regain his composure, Sengoku somewhat irritably directed Carp to sit aside. However, Carp was unfazed. He picked his nose, flicked a shiny black booger, and it landed on the face of Sengoku's little lamb, instantly creating a rather conspicuous beauty mark on its otherwise pristine visage. Carp, seeing his little pet suffer such indignity, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. Just as he was about to explode, a calm female voice interjected. "All right, you two. How old are you? Settle down. Don't let this young man, Qianhe, witness your antics." Peeking around, Qianhe noticed an elderly lady with graying hair seated on a sofa, accompanied by a tall, elegant woman. The latter had her long black hair casually pinned up, with captivating peach blossom eyes that glimmered a reddish hue, a delicate nose, and a perfectly placed beauty mark enhancing her allure. Quite beautiful, Qianhe silently rated in his mind, realizing that these two must be Vice Admiral Tsuru and her adoptive sister. The future candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit. Both were heavyweight figures in the Navy. As Qianhe observed them, Tsuru and Peach Rabbit noticed him as well. Just one glance, and they were both captivated by Qianhe's eyes. Eyes that bore swirling black patterns like a vortex, occasionally flashing with a violet light. In unison, they unleashed their observation haki, sensing a formidable energy fluctuation emanating from him, accompanied by a pressure akin to Conqueror's haki. A formidable newcomer. They both internally assessed Qianhe. Notably, Peach Rabbit lingered her gaze on Qianhe's face for a moment before subtly nodding and shifting her attention away. Qianhe was aware of their scrutiny, but paid it no mind. He stepped out from behind Carp and approached Sengoku's desk, reporting his presence with a military demeanor, a reflection of the training he had received on Blue Star. "Very good. Very good." Sengoku expressed his satisfaction. "What is a model Navy officer? This is it, a person of great talent, formidable strength, polite, respectful of superiors, and knows how to combat pirates. In contrast, what was that earlier fellow who only knew how to pick his nose?" Sengoku declared he did not recognize such a disgrace. "Thus, new recruit Qianhe, considering your inherent abilities, I am prepared to make an exception and enroll you in the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp, where you will undergo the most rigorous and elite education the Navy has to offer." At this juncture, Sengoku paused, gazing intently at Qianhe, and asked, each word deliberate, "So, are you ready, Uchiha Qianhe?" At this moment, Qianhe felt quite pleased. His arrival here had indeed been motivated by a desire to engage with the power dynamics of the pirate world. And the elite training camp of the Navy headquarters was undoubtedly well suited for achieving that goal. Moreover, becoming an officer would be an enriching experience. "Yes, I am ready, Marshal Sengoku." Without hesitation, Qianhe affirmed. "Excellent. Now, I will arrange for someone to familiarize you with the headquarters environment." "I'll take care of it, Marshal Sengoku. I have nothing pressing to attend to." To Sengoku's surprise, Peach Rabbit suddenly volunteered for the task. Sengoku cast a surprised glance at her. Truthfully, Peach Rabbit held a significant position within the headquarters as Tsuru's sister. Allowing her to fetch Qianhe, under the pretext of giving Carp leave, was already somewhat beyond the norm. Sengoku had initially planned to assign a mid-level officer familiar with the surroundings instead. Tsuru exchanged a knowing glance with her adoptive sister, thinking to herself that the old girl could no longer resist. Meanwhile, Carp continued nonchalantly picking his nose, indifferent to the office dynamics. Ignoring the gazes around her, Peach Rabbit confidently stated, "I find this young man, Qianhe, quite intriguing and would like to get to know him better. Surely, we will have opportunities to work together in the future. Since you've taken the initiative, go ahead. It's not a significant matter." Sengoku approved. Peach Rabbit elegantly approached Qianhe, one hand on her hip, and with a teasing smile, she introduced herself. "Then, let us go. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Jiuan, and I look forward to working with you." "Qianhe? Peach Rabbit? More like a fairy. Let us just call her Pink Fox." Qianhe internally rolled his eyes, though he maintained a courteous smile on his face. "Then I'll bother you, Sister Jiuan." In the Navy headquarters living area. As they strolled side by side along the street, Qianhe curiously surveyed his surroundings. The streets were lined with various shops, mostly selling daily necessities, reminiscent of the commercial streets of Blue Star, albeit with a touch more modernity, and characterized by blue and white signage due to its naval base context. When you have some free time, you can wander around here, perhaps buy some fruits for yourself. That way, you'll grow taller," Peach Rabbit casually remarked. Qianhe felt somewhat speechless. At 16 years of age, he already stood nearly 6 feet tall, yet in her eyes, he still seemed lacking. However, seeing that Peach Rabbit appeared to be over 2 meters tall, he was somewhat relieved. It was simply a matter of local standards. Noticing Qianhe's silence, Peach Rabbit assumed he felt self-conscious about his height and quickly added, "Actually, you don't need to be too tall. Your height is already sufficient. After all, you're only 16. I'm not concerned about that, Sister Jiun. There's a man over there who has been staring at you," Qianhe pointed out, having noticed a lecherous man in a brown leisure outfit lingering outside a tavern. His gaze fixated on the two of them since earlier as Shizuan turned her head. She immediately spotted the uncle that Chika had mentioned. There was no denying it. The so-called uncle was indeed quite conspicuous, though not in the strikingly handsome way that Chika was. Rather, his visibility stemmed from an appearance that was comically unattractive. The man had his hands shoved in his pockets, a crooked grin plastered across his face, and a cigarette dangling from his lips. His large visage was adorned with two squinty eyes that, under the circumstances, would barely open wider, reminiscent of the character Zhu Beiji from the Blue Planet. "Oh, I know that man. His name is Kaki, and he's rather insufferable. You might want to steer clear of him in the future." "Kaki?" Chika pondered. "Is that the same T-Pig who will be vying alongside Shizuan to become a candidate for the general?" At that moment, Kaki noticed Shizuan glancing his way and immediately approached with his lewd gait. "Miss Shizuan, it has been an entire month since I last beheld your beauty. Please accept my 88th confession of love," Kaki proclaimed as he stood before Shizuan and Chika, pulling out a bouquet of flowers from seemingly nowhere and delivering his declaration with a visage full of deep affection. However, Shizuan didn't even spare him a glance, instead reaching for Chika's hand, intent on departing. Hey, Miss Shizuan, don't leave just yet. You haven't rejected me this time." Kaki hurriedly followed, eager to receive Shizuan's 88th rejection. "I've grown tired of refusing you." "You should just give up," Shizuan retorted, her face contorted in disdain. "Why? Am I not handsome enough or not exceptional enough?" Kaki exclaimed incredulously, voicing the doubts that lingered in his heart. Chika silently observed from the sidelines, contemplating what kind of confidence led him to pose such a question given his appearance and behavior. Noticing that Shizuan was disinterested in responding, Kaki lowered his head in dejection and then finally registered Chika, who had been an onlooker. Who is this young man? As Kaki finally acknowledged the bystander, Chika ceased his observational antics and stepped forward to introduce himself. "Hello, I am a new recruit who has just joined the Navy. My name is Uchiha Qianhe. Hello, I'm Kaki," he replied, offering a brief introduction of his own. Kaki thought to himself, where did this newcomer come from, and why is Shizuan personally accompanying him? He is quite handsome. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him. Could it be, has Shizuan taken a liking to him? Recalling the sight of the two walking side by side down the street moments ago, Kaki shivered, becoming momentarily frozen. Chika, noticing Kaki's sudden shock as though he had been struck by lightning, approached to inquire, only for Kaki to abruptly look up, startling Chika in turn. Kaki scrutinized Chika's face with an intense seriousness, causing Chika to wonder if Kaki was contemplating a romantic challenge after failing his confession. After a prolonged examination, Kaki scanned between Shizuan and Chika, took a deep breath, and with an air of someone who had seen through it all, declared, "All right, I understand. Wishing you happiness, Shizuan." He then turned on his heel and walked away with a hint of nonchalance. Where did that water come from? Is it raining? Chika mused, puzzled by the puddle left behind by Kaki's departure. Don't mind him. He has come to terms with it, Shizuan replied, clearly unfazed by Kaki's antics though. Chika shrugged, turning to follow Shizuan as they departed. Upon reaching a residential area, Shizuan pointed to a small building and informed Chika, "This will be your temporary residence for the next few days. Once you graduate, you will be assigned permanent housing." She then gestured to a nearby villa with a garden, adding, "That's where my sister Kuru and I live. Feel free to come find me. I'll be at headquarters for the next few days." Chika nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing that Chika had no objections regarding his accommodation, Shizuan offered a few final words of advice before taking her leave. Chika then entered his small building, preparing himself for the upcoming training camp. He spent 3 days in the building, during which he shared a dinner with Shizuan. Coincidentally, they ran into Kaki at the restaurant. Upon seeing his goddess in the company of another man, whom he perceived as being overly intimate, as he believed, Kaki abandoned his meal, bursting into tears as he stormed out. Naturally, Chika had grown accustomed to such displays. Shizuyuan said nothing, rendering him even less concerned. On the fourth morning, shortly after Chika had finished breakfast, Shizuyuan arrived to inform him that the enrollment date had arrived, instructing him to follow her immediately to the training camp for registration. Upon their arrival at the training camp, Chika noticed a considerable number of new recruits gathered, with a machine resembling a power testing device from the Blue Planet standing in the center of an open area. The officer responsible for the testing had yet to arrive, and the recruits clustered in small groups, discussing the upcoming evaluations. Each face bore a hint of anxiety, as they were acutely aware of the significance of this opportunity at the naval headquarters. None wished to falter at the first hurdle of the power test. However, the test was impartial. It did not consider one's connections, and achieving the passing mark would grant them entry into the training camp at the same time. It was also ruthless, as many present were not newcomers to this process. Regardless of how hard they trained, they simply could not meet the standards. For them, that threshold loomed like an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, Shizuyuan was explaining the testing procedure to Chika. When your turn comes, strike the soft pad of that machine with all your might. A score of 300 or above on the display indicates that you've passed. Chika expressed his confidence in achieving that score, only for Shizuyuan to shake her head in disapproval. Fixing her earnest gaze upon him, she emphasized, the chief instructor of the training camp is the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, and many of the current admirals and numerous headquarters vice admirals were once his students. Admiral Sengoku has specifically recommended you to him. Therefore, you must give it your all. Do not let him down. Chika felt a surge of emotion at her words. Since arriving at the headquarters, Sengoku had extended considerable support to him, and he was not the type to be ungrateful. Therefore, he resolved to give his utmost effort this time. Don't worry, Shizuyuan. Just wait and see. Chika replied confidently, offering his assurance. Shizuyuan said nothing further, bending slightly to adjust Chika's attire, which made him feel a tad bashful as he waved his hands, insisting it wasn't necessary. Shizuyuan chuckled behind her hand. Oh, so you can feel shy? You mustn't appear disheveled when you shine. There are so many people watching. Chika rolled his eyes and, seizing the moment, pinched Shizuyuan's hand resting on his clothing. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he utilized a swift technique and vanished from sight. Naughty little brother, if you have the audacity to touch me, don't you dare run away. Shizuyuan shouted in playful reproach, shaking her fist at the air. If you embarrass yourself later, I'll hold you accountable. Emerging from Shizuyuan's presence, Chika found himself among the crowd awaiting the test, ready for the evaluation to commence. Shortly thereafter, the testing officer arrived at the venue, briefly outlining the precautions before announcing the start of the assessment. Calling recruits forward one by one. The first recruit to test appeared somewhat anxious, managing a power score of 280. Fortunately, he was granted a second chance after adjusting his mindset. He achieved a score of 318 on his second attempt. Successfully passing, this initial success served as a morale booster for the remaining recruits, as others followed suit with successful scores. Among them, a male named Binzi and a female named Ain caught Chika's attention. Both exhibited commendable abilities, scoring 410 and 520, respectively, remarkably impressive compared to the majority who barely met the passing criteria. However, their prowess alone was insufficient for Chika to remember their names. What truly piqued his interest was that their names evoked memories of a film from the One Piece series, Z. This film primarily depicted Zephyr's reckless actions after leaving the Navy, with Binzi and Ain closely accompanying him. Additionally, they were among the last group of students trained by Zephyr, indicating that the incident which led to his disillusionment with the Navy, the massacre by Whitebeard II, would transpire during this cohort's training at sea. As for Whitebeard II, Chika harbored no fear. He was confident that once his training was complete, preventing such an event would be a mere formality. Nevertheless, it was wise to remain mentally prepared. Gradually, the surrounding recruits completed their assessments. Leaving Chika as the last participant, the testing officer cast a glance at Chika, who stood alone in the testing zone. It is well known that individuals presenting on stage typically attract the audience's attention most readily at both the beginning and the end of their presentations, which often leads to increased nervousness. However, the examiner observed Uchiha Qianhe's composed demeanor, devoid of any trace of anxiety, and silently nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed the individual designated for close observation by the warring state's commander. The decision to position Uchiha Qianhe as the final presenter was a strategic move by the commander, aimed at nurturing a promising talent like Qianhe amidst the current naval manpower shortages. This arrangement was intended to draw greater attention to him, thereby facilitating the accumulation of a more substantial reputation, which would be advantageous for his future assignments and help avoid unnecessary procedural delays. It must be noted that the present extraordinary circumstances have rendered the commander somewhat impatient. Uchiha Qianhe. The examiner announced the last name on the list with a commanding voice. Present. In an instant. Qianhe utilized the body flicker technique, appearing before the testing apparatus. This display left all present in the testing arena utterly astonished. His speed had already made him the center of attention, and the examiner's eyes widened in astonishment. This speed? Was that the shave? Or had he learned it? The examiner marveled at how Qianhe's recent movement mirrored the techniques from the Navy's 6 powers, particularly the shave. May I begin? Ignoring the surrounding reactions. Qianhe inquired of the examiner. Yes, if you are ready, please proceed, Uchiha Qianhe. Receiving the signal to commence, Qianhe closed his eyes. The value of his physical prowess was intrinsically linked to his corporeal strength, and to maximize this, he intended to employ the Sage Mode he had learned in the world of Naruto. Qianhe's Sage Mode was derived from the Dragon Cave. During his time outside of Konoha, he had been under the tutelage of Orochimaru, who guided him to the Dragon Cave where he mastered its Sage Mode. Moreover, he had transcended the conventional limits of that mode, beginning an evolution toward a dragon-like form. In Sage Mode, Qianhe's physical capabilities and sensory perception were significantly enhanced, and the potency of his ninjutsu, including the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, would escalate manifold. Upon reopening his eyes, a faint lavender hue adorned Qianhe's gaze, accentuating the depth of his purple Rinnegan, transforming his overall aura dramatically. As if he had become one with his surroundings, natural energy surged violently toward Qianhe's right hand as he assumed a poised stance, murmuring, "Sage art, dragon fist." There was no grand display, merely an ordinary-looking punch directed at the testing apparatus. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, filling the arena with dust and debris as the testing device was propelled from a cloud of smoke. With a thud, the device landed, and the examiner rushed forward to inspect it. The device, constructed from sea prism stone, was now riddled with numerous cracks, though fortunately, the display screen remained intact thanks to Qianhe's focused protection. Gazing at the numbers on the screen, the examiner stood frozen in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he stammered out the figures displayed. .77200. Uchiha Qianhe's score is 7,200. The latter part of his announcement was nearly a shout, causing the entire testing arena to erupt in chaos. 7,200? What kind of number is that? Even some high-ranking officers may not achieve that. Is the testing device malfunctioning? How is this possible? Absurd. Did you not see the damage done to the device? It is made of sea prism stone. The remaining trainees in the arena engaged in fervent discussions regarding Qianhe's recent performance. In a rush, Shizuka, hearing the commotion, assumed an emergency had arisen and swiftly employed the shave to enter the venue. She found the examiner, who appeared somewhat dazed, and inquired about the situation. Upon realizing it was Vice Admiral Shizuka, the examiner hastily recounted the recent events. Shizuka, upon hearing the news, wore a look of disbelief as she turned her astonished gaze toward Qianhe, who stood at the center of the arena. This moment, Qianhe had reverted from Sage Mode. Noticing Shizuka's arrival, he approached her with a smile, saying, "Sister Shizuka, I hope I have met your expectations. My score should be quite satisfactory." "Is that what you call satisfactory? Spare me the modesty," Shizuka internally scoffed. Her perception of her newly acquainted younger brother shifted dramatically. He was indeed a master of understatement. Shizuka cast a keen glance at Qianhe, cognizant that his remarkable performance would surely stir quite a reaction among those at headquarters. Indeed, Qianhe's achievement swiftly reached the ears of the upper echelons. Sengoku, in his office, was engaged in a lively banter with his old comrade Garp when he received news from the training camp. Stunned, he remained seated, oblivious to a playful jab from Garp. Garp, puzzled by Sengoku's sudden stupor, looked on in confusion. Suddenly, Sengoku turned to Garp, causing him to leap from the couch in fright, thinking Sengoku was about to retaliate for the previous jest. Instead, Sengoku slowly articulated, "Uchiha Qianhe scored 7,200 on the physical prowess test. Nanny?" Even the typically carefree Garp found it hard to contain himself at such a score. Suppressing his usual jovial demeanor, Garp regarded Sengoku with seriousness, stating, "Sengoku, you have truly unearthed a monster for the Navy." Sengoku nodded in agreement, pondering how Zifa would react upon hearing this news. In the chief instructor's office, Zifa had also learned of Uchiha Qianhe's results. Upon reviewing the figures on his desk, he looked up at the soldier delivering the report, wearing an expression that suggested he was being mocked. The soldier gulped, reiterating his sincerity. Only then did Zifa begrudgingly accept the information. I understand. You may leave now. He waved his hand dismissively, allowing the soldier to exit. Zifa rubbed his temples, reflecting on the details presented. A 16-year-old new recruit, Uchiha Qianhe, who had not consumed any devil fruit, boasting a physical prowess value of 7,200. This combination of information left Zifa somewhat dazed. Is this the promising recruit Sengoku mentioned? You call this promising? This is nothing short of monstrous. Zifa suspected Sengoku was attempting to play a prank on him. Since the loss of his wife and child to pirates, he had contemplated retiring from the Navy due to the overall decline in the quality of new recruits over the years. However, upon learning of Qianhe's exceptional abilities, Sengoku had fervently dissuaded him from this course of action, reminding Zifa that the Navy had indeed faced challenges in recent years. What a mischievous fellow. Zifa mentally chastised Sengoku. Truth be told, Sengoku had been innocent in this matter. He merely wished for Zifa to be aware of such a talent, to ensure Qianhe received proper guidance in the training camp, so as not to squander his potential. Afraid that his words might be perceived as favoritism, he had chosen to phrase his observations cautiously. Little did he anticipate Qianhe's extraordinary aptitude. It was a pleasant surprise that, after the graduation of Akainu and his cohorts, a newcomer of such remarkable talent had emerged. It seemed the Navy's future still held promise. Gazing at Qianhe's photograph on the file, Zifa resolved to devote special attention to this Uchiha Qianhe during training. Determined not to let his talent go to waste, particularly concerning his character, he vowed there must not be a second Pausalino. With this thought, Zifa rose and made his way to the training camp, eager to observe the prodigious newcomer known as Uchiha Qianhe. Meanwhile, Qianhe, having secured the top entrance score, had entered the elite training camp, blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a purple-haired elder. As he walked along, a group of new recruits began to murmur, "Look, there's Uchiha Qianhe, the monster with a physical prowess value of 7,200. What unique eyes he has. Could he belong to some extraordinary race? So handsome. Stop swooning. Look at the beauty beside him, and then consider your own appearance. Do you really think he would take notice of you? Get lost." A cacophony of comments reached Qianhe's ears, causing him to shake his head in resignation. Whether in the worlds of Naruto or One Piece, the presence of atmosphere creators and infatuated admirers was ever constant. What's the matter? You're surrounded by admirers, yet you look so aloof, feeling a bit smug. Are we, you proud and brooding man? The speaker was Shizuka, who had accompanied Qianhe, ostensibly to ensure he reached his final destination, though her true intention was to prevent any overly zealous admirers from getting too close. All right, enough with the teasing. This spotlight was thrust upon me thanks to you, and now I can't even hope to maintain a low profile. Gold will always shine. Talent cannot be concealed. Stop complaining, she replied. As they conversed, the two arrived at the training camp dormitory. Zoan halted his steps and said, "This is where I shall leave you. I must take my leave now, for we will not see each other for some time. Try not to miss me too much, little brother Qianhe." All right. It's not as if we one team meet again. Once I am out, let us enjoy a hearty meal together. Suddenly, Zoan's expression shifted, and he said with a fierce tone, "Have you forgotten something?" Qianhe replied, perplexed. "You were quite forceful during the test, weren't you?" Qianhe replied, feeling a bit awkward, recalling how he had gotten carried away in the moment. With a chuckle, Zoan covered her mouth and laughed at Qianhe's embarrassed demeanor. "Oh dear, look at you, all scared. I wouldn't do anything to you." With that, she cheekily pinched Qianhe's face. Caught off guard, Qianhe quickly sidestepped, causing Zoan to erupt in laughter once more. "You dodged quite swiftly. I thought you wouldn't mind such antics," she remarked, her laughter subsiding as she composed herself, adjusting Qianhe's clothing just as she had during the test. This time, Qianhe remained silent, understanding that Zoan wished to face their impending separation with a cheerful disposition. "Once you graduate from the training camp, if you manage to become a brigadier general, I shall grant you one condition. What do you say?" Zoan suddenly proposed. Qianhe gazed silently at Zoan, their unspoken understanding palpable. "Haha, that is nearly impossible, isn't it, Qianhe?" Zoan mused, almost to herself, halting her adjustments. Stepping forward, Qianhe embraced Zoan and whispered in her ear, "Is it really that simple?" There is hardly any challenge in that. Zoan's face flushed, and she hurriedly pushed Qianhe away, exclaiming, "Stop boasting," before fleeing. Watching her retreating figure, Qianhe's lips curled into a smile. I shall await your return, Sister Zoan. After Zoan departed, Qianhe turned and headed to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found his 3 roommates already gathered, making him the last to arrive. Among them was a familiar face, Binzi. While the other 2 had not appeared in the original narrative, the trio was taken aback at the sight of Qianhe. Realizing that their roommate was none other than the top scorer of the entrance examination, they greeted him enthusiastically. Qianhe reciprocated their greetings, and they proceeded with self-introductions. The first to speak was a chubby fellow with short yellow hair. Hello everyone, my name is Bridge, hailing from the West Sea. I am a user of the devil fruit, the grapefruit. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Isn't that a character from a game? Qianhe thought, recalling a character from a game in Blue Star. After Bridge finished, a rugged youth with a scruffy beard introduced himself with a swagger. I'm Griefus, also from the West Sea, and I specialize in heavy firearms. With that, he flopped back onto his bed nonchalantly. Goodness, have I stumbled into some game world? Qianhe felt a bit disoriented at that moment. Then it was Binzi's turn. He spoke somewhat awkwardly. I'm Binzi, from the North Sea, a user of the abundant fruit. I look forward to your guidance. Finally, a character that fits the vibe. Qianhe thought with some relief before introducing himself. I am Uchiha Qianhe, from the East Sea. I possess a variety of abilities, with a particular fondness for manipulating repulsion and gravity that I have not consumed a devil fruit. Controlling repulsion and gravity without a devil fruit. The 3 of them simultaneously pondered this question. Yet recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets, they refrained from inquiring further. Once the self-introductions concluded, the 4 returned to their beds to rest, for the next day would bring the opening ceremony and their first training session. On the following day, the 4 of them made their way to the training grounds, joining the other recruits in formation as they awaited the arrival of their instructor. 5 minutes later, a purple-haired figure named Zephyr appeared before them. He walked onto the platform with a serious demeanor, scanning the gathered trainees, lingering for a moment at Qianhe's position. Those unique eyes. He must be Uchiha Qianhe, he deduced, having identified his key teaching target. Greetings, I am Zephyr, the chief instructor of the elite training camp. I trust you have heard my name to some extent, so I shall forego further introductions. I believe those who have arrived here are all elites among elites. At this, the trainees involuntarily lifted their heads, pride evident in their expressions. However, Zephyr then shifted his tone. But do not assume that your presence here guarantees an easy graduation. I must inform you in advance that this place does not accommodate those who wish to loaf about. Next, you will undergo the most rigorous and demanding training. Those who cannot endure shall be dismissed from the camp. Do you understand? Understood. The gathered elites were not intimidated by his words. Excellent. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Now, we shall commence training. Today's focus is on the 6 styles. In an instant, Zephyr, who had been standing on the platform, appeared before the students. Most of the unprepared trainees were startled, while only Qianhe and a few others remained unfazed. What I just demonstrated is a technique that enhances your speed. Master it, and you will be better equipped to approach your enemies or evade attacks. With that, Zephyr effortlessly stepped into the air, explaining, this is Jeppo. Once you have mastered Zoro, you may attempt to tread upon the air, granting you flight-like capabilities. The duration of your flight will depend on your physical stamina. Then, raising one leg, he unleashed a swift, azure cut that struck a distant boulder, cleaving it in 2 and leaving a smooth surface in its wake. This is Rokushiki, which requires formidable leg strength to deliver a tangible slash through speed. Having landed back on the ground, Zephyr extended a stout finger and suddenly thrust it towards Qianhe's face with astounding speed. Rendering his movements nearly imperceptible, Qianhe remained unfazed, staring at the finger before looking up at Zephyr. Impressive, you remain quite composed, Zephyr remarked, nodding in approval before continuing. This is Rinnegan. As the name suggests, its power is akin to that of a bullet. The key is to concentrate your strength, using your fingers to strike swiftly and accurately. The trainees were left in awe, as for many of them, this was their first encounter with such techniques, which seemed exclusive to devil fruit users. Zephyr then adopted a defensive stance, slightly bending his legs. Next, I shall introduce you to one of the defensive techniques of the 6 styles, Tekai. Here it comes. The only illusion technique in the 6 styles, which creates an overwhelming illusion of I, can withstand this. Its power rivals the strongest illusion, Bunshin no Jutsu. Qianhe mused with a hint of mischief. Little did he know. Zephyr glanced at him and called him forward. Qianhe complied, silently questioning whether he had unconsciously revealed something of interest to Zephyr. Now, Tekai has a straightforward effect. It hardens your body. The downside is that using it will make you sluggish. So once employed, evasion becomes impossible. Uchiha Qianhe, please attack me and demonstrate the effectiveness of Tekai for everyone. Zephyr selected Qianhe as a sparring partner due to his high combat prowess, believing that Qianhe's attack would effectively showcase Tekai's defensive capabilities, while also allowing him to assess Qianhe's strength firsthand. Without further ado, Qianhe instantly entered Sage mode and unleashed a Sage art, Dragon Fist, striking Zephyr squarely in the chest with a resounding thud. Zephyr's body quivered slightly before he composed himself, adjusting his suit and commenting, "Nice force. I must say, even the upperclassmen do not possess your level of strength." As he spoke, Zephyr's heart was tumultuous. Goodness, this young man. That punch already possesses the strength of a middle-ranking officer, and he hasn't even learned Haki or undergone basic training. With a deep gaze fixed upon Chika, Zephyr urged him to continue his assault. As he prepared to unveil the final technique of the 6 styles, paper drawing, Chika assumed a fighting stance and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Zephyr, whose body swayed like paper in the wind, effortlessly evading Chika's strike. This was the essence of paper drawing. Achieving an extreme state of relaxation allows one to evade most physical attacks. Zephyr explained as he dodged that Chika's punch was not the Dragon Fist. For in Sage mode, the Dragon Fist resembles Naruto's frog hand technique. Even if the fist did not make direct contact, the surrounding Sage energy could inflict damage, akin to the use of Haki in the pirate world. To complement Zephyr, Chika refrained from employing such a flamboyant display. Realizing that his probing punch had yielded no results, Chika swiftly created distance and raised his right hand, revealing a black vortex in his palm. The power of the Rinnegan's Deva Path. Universal pull. Chika thought to himself, having demonstrated the effect of paper drawing, "It's time to get serious, Teacher Zephyr. You intend to release all your strength, don't you? I will simply use gravity to pull you over and see how you respond." Without warning, Chika unleashed universal pull, causing Zephyr, in his paper drawing state, to be drawn towards him like a piece of paper. Nanny? This was the first time Zephyr had witnessed Chika's use of the Devapath's ability, and in his fully relaxed state, he fell prey to Chika's maneuver. Just as he was about to be captured, he disregarded the demonstration of paper drawing and swiftly transitioned into Iron Body. However, the moment Chika noticed Zephyr's abrupt freeze mid-movement, he understood that Zephyr had switched states, promptly canceling Universal Pull and retaliating with Heavenly Severing. Thus, Zephyr maintained his Iron Body form while being pushed back, crashing through the training camp's wall and disappearing amidst the dust. The surrounding trainees stared in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, questioning their identities and surroundings. Is Chika Uchiha truly one of us? A mere trainee? Is this the ability to control attraction and repulsion that Chika spoke of? It's simply magnificent. Among the crowd, one of Chika's roommates, the plump blonde named Bridge, shouted excitedly. Even the rugged-faced Griefus could not contain himself. Wiping the sweat from his brow, ignoring Bridge's blatant admiration of Chika, Benz contemplated his own devil fruit abilities, wondering if he had consumed a fake fruit. That power displayed by Chika, could he truly be a devil fruit user? Zephyr had returned to the arena, unscathed apart from a few specks of dust on his clothing. Truly, he was a Marine Admiral. One must understand that a regular pirate would be gravely injured, if not killed, by the simultaneous assault of Universal Pull and Heavenly Severing. Although Chika had only exerted less than half of his power, Zephyr's state made it clear that there remained a certain gap between them. After all, the admirals represent the pinnacle of combat prowess in the pirate world. Chika realized he had much ground to cover and needed to enhance his physical strength swiftly, and no matter the ability. Physical strength is always the foundation. Exiting Sage mode, Chika briefly explained that his abilities stemmed from his racial heritage, as the Uchiha clan is undeniably a lineage of sages, in terms of bloodline. He was second to none. A racial heritage, you say? There exists such a race upon the seas. Do your kin share your abilities? Zephyr inquired eagerly. Not anymore. Certain events transpired, and I am now the last of the Uchiha bloodline. What a pity, Zephyr expressed with a hint of disappointment. However, upon further reflection, he considered the implications of such a race proliferating. What cost would be incurred to win them over? Moreover, not everyone would share Chika's inclination to join the Marines. If some individuals like Chika chose the path of piracy, the situation could become even more perilous. At least now, the Marines had a promising prospect in Chika, and Zephyr believed that with his talent, he would undoubtedly be a genius among his kin. Otherwise, the world would have long been dominated by the Uchiha. Sengoku, you have executed this matter splendidly. Zephyr silently commended Sengoku, growing increasingly satisfied with Chika, and resolved not to further torment these new recruits for the day. All right, I have demonstrated the 6 styles, and today I want you to reflect on it. Tomorrow, we will engage in physical training. Without a strong physique to support the 6 styles, they are merely ornamental. With that, he dismissed the group and retreated to contemplate the surprises Chika had presented him, initially expecting a grueling first day of training. The trainees were astonished to find that they had survived the day. With a mix of reverence and awe, they cast glances at Chika before cheering and departing to their dorms in small groups. Surrounded by his 3 roommates, Chika exited the training grounds. On the way back, Bridge was particularly animated, exclaiming how Chika had lived up to his reputation by putting teacher Zephyr in a tight spot. Chika corrected him, stating that Zephyr had been entirely unprepared, and even had he been struck, it would not have been a significant issue. After all, he was a former Marine admiral. Griefus chimed in, acknowledging Chika's prowess but expressing greater admiration for someone's audacity. Likening it to a fortress wall, Bridge recognized Griefus's jibe and quipped back, noting that even the walls were overgrown with grass. This was a dig at Griefus's scruffy beard. Bridge always found it amusing that Griefus, in his early 20s, sported a full beard alongside that haughty expression, making him look quite ridiculous. The two seemed to have an innate rivalry, constantly bickering since their acquaintance, a dynamic that Chika and Benz had grown accustomed to. As for Benz, he was like a mute gourd, speaking little and preferring silent exchanges. He silently cast a look of admiration towards Chika, who acknowledged it, thinking to himself how remarkable his roommates were. The days ahead would not be dull. The next day, everyone awoke early once more, only to discover that Zephyr was already awaiting them at the training ground. Not bad. I wasn't kept waiting long, Zephyr remarked, arms crossed, observing the trainees like a flock of docile sheep. Today, I won't say much. We'll jump straight into training. Form a line and run 50 laps around the field. This applies to both genders. The crowd gasped. The main training camp's track was essentially a vast plaza, with each lap exceeding a kilometer. However, since Zephyr had issued the command, no one dared to voice complaints, and they all began to run diligently. Chika was the first to dash ahead, understanding the importance of physical fitness. Most battles in Naruto revolved around physical combat. Even when everyone later utilized giant mechs, the conclusion often came down to close-quarters brawling. After 10, 20 laps, though the physical constitution of humans in the pirate world was exceptional, they were still human, and gradually some began to fall behind, creating a gap in the ranks by the 30th lap. Several trainees had succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing along the route, prompting a swarm of medical personnel to rush in and carry them off on stretchers. Huff huff, Ain gritted her teeth, as the sole female trainee still persevering on the field. She faced a considerable disadvantage in terms of stamina compared to most of her peers. Enduring until the 30th lap was already a remarkable feat, even drawing Zephyr's attention. That girl, Ain, if nothing else. Her unwavering determination suggests she will become an excellent Marine in the future, Zephyr mused, instructing the medical staff nearby to keep an eye on her, ready to assist her should she falter. I can't give up. I still have less than half the distance to cover. I must persevere. Ain was a fiercely competitive girl who refused to accept that being female entitled her to run fewer laps than others. At last, her stamina reached its limit, and she stumbled. Just as she was about to fall, a hand steadied her as she turned her head to express her gratitude. She was taken aback to find that the person supporting her was none other than Chika Uchiha, who was just 2 laps away from completing his 50. Witnessing a girl struggling yet still pressing on filled him with admiration. No one disrespects those who strive. Seeing her on the verge of collapse, he promptly rushed over to assist her. Are you all right? Don't push yourself too hard. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. If you've reached your limit, you should rest. Overexerting yourself could lead to greater harm. Chika's concerned words brought warmth to Ain's heart. Thank you, I understand. You must be Chika Uchiha, right? You're incredible. After running for so long, you don't appear fatigued at all. Haha, not really. I'm utterly exhausted, yet I must uphold the reputation of being the top scorer in the entrance exam. Even if it means pushing through. I've longed to faint just to visit the infirmary and see the beautiful nurse. Qianhe deliberately covered his mouth, resembling a mischievous little thief caught in the act. A chuckle escaped Ain's lips, and the weight of fatigue lessened somewhat. She recognized that Qianhe was using humor to console her, and rather than finding it bothersome, She found it delightful. Thank you, Qianhe, Ain expressed sincerely. Before relinquishing her stubbornness and heading off to rest, Qianhe waved his hand dismissively and continued his laps, determined to complete the two he had yet to finish. Out on the sidelines, Ain sat on the ground, staring blankly at Qianhe as he sprinted across the playground, when suddenly, a tap on her shoulder jolted her. It was her roommate coming to find her. Stop staring, Ain. He's quite the catch, and you might miss your chance. Her roommate teased with a grin. Ain felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she playfully swatted at her friend, then stood up, ready to follow her roommate away, just before they left. She glanced back at Qianhe on the track. He seemed to sense her gaze, waving at her while continuing his run. Hurriedly, she turned her head away and followed her roommate. As they made their way back, reflections on the day's events caused a smile to unconsciously grace Ain's lips. Uchiha Qianhe, truly a remarkable person, she murmured. Her roommate, noticing Ain's murmurs but unable to catch her words, asked, Ain, are you feeling unwell? Was it from overexerting yourself during practice? Ain waved her hand dismissively, assuring her friend she was fine, then playfully grinned and quickened her pace, pulling her roommate along. The days flew by, and before long, Qianhe had been at the training camp for 2 months. During this time, the name Uchiha Qianhe had spread throughout the camp. Regardless of the training, he completed every task with ease and shattered numerous records. His initial spar with Zafa particularly amplified his reputation within the camp. Not only did fellow students in his year take notice, but even upperclassmen were aware of this exceptionally talented junior. One day, in the training camp cafeteria, a table of upperclassmen engaged in lively discussion about Uchiha Qianhe. Did you hear that Uchiha Qianhe has broken yet another record, mastering the shave technique from the 6 styles in less than a day? What, my heavens! I barely managed to learn it after a whole year. You're behind the times. I've heard he even improved upon the shave, making it faster and covering greater distances. Such a despondent display of talent. At this rate, even we upperclassmen may not stand a chance against him. Upon hearing this, one person grew displeased. That's easy for you to say. He's just a newcomer who's been here for less than half a year. How formidable can he truly be? You must be convincing yourself. After saying this, the individual disregarded the disapproving expressions around him and turned to flatter a white-haired youth. And speaking of talent, who can compare to Smoker? He's the only user of a Logia-type devil fruit in the entire camp. Smoker sat quietly, focused on his meal, ignoring the sycophant. Noticing he wasn't acknowledged, the flatterer fell silent, and the table descended into an awkward quiet. Look, here comes Uchiha Qianhe, someone exclaimed, drawing all eyes in the cafeteria toward the entrance. Leading a group, Qianhe entered the cafeteria, flanked by his 3 roommates, sharing laughter as they prepared to grab their meals. Unbeknownst to him, he had just become the center of debate at another table, while he listened to Bridge excitedly recount Qianhe's stellar performance on the training field. That I tell you, Qianhe's shave speed was phenomenal. Even teacher Zafa couldn't stop praising him. From now on, Qianhe, you're the person I admire the most. On the other side, Grief is scoffed at Bridge's behavior. That's Qianhe's talent. Why do I feel like it was you using shave just now? Of course I'm thrilled about Qianhe's prowess. He is my recognized leader. Bridge retorted. I'm telling you, Qianhe's skills are already sufficient for graduation. It's a waste of time for him to be here with fools like you. What did you say? This remark was not from Griefus, but from the braggart who had earlier praised Smoker. His name was Barton, an equally audacious fan of Smoker. A mere newcomer. So arrogant. I heard that Qianhe hails from the East Blue. Right? People from small places just lack worldly experience. Such words were a bit excessive, and Smoker, dining nearby, frowned at the comment. What did you say? Just because you've served a year or 2 in the military makes you special. How could a genius like Qianhe be compared to someone as worthless as you? Bridge, naturally unwilling to be outdone, shot back. I think you need a reality check. Newcomers should know their place. And what about that Uchiha Qianhe? Does he not know how to manage his dog? He should apologize to his seniors quickly. At this moment, a table in the corner of the cafeteria caught Ain's attention. Hey, Ain, isn't that Uchiha Qianhe? The one who helped you last time? It seems he's in trouble. Yes, that upperclassman is too arrogant. So what if they're upperclassmen? They all started as freshmen. I know Uchiha Qianhe, among this year's cohort. He is the most talented, but he is kind-hearted and easy to talk to. I think they're just jealous. Ain's roommates chattered, some warning her, others defending Qianhe. Ain remained silent, her gaze fixed anxiously on Qianhe. Resolving to intervene should a conflict arise, even if he was outmatched by the upperclassmen, she wished to offer her support, if only to repay the kindness he had shown her on the playground. Barton grew increasingly boastful, his nostrils flaring as he pointed at Qianhe, drawing the attention of the entire cafeteria. Upon finishing his taunt, he suddenly realized the oppressive silence surrounding him. His companions stared at him in disbelief. Sensing something amiss, he quickly turned and found Uchiha Qianhe standing directly in front of him. "When did you arrive?" Both he and Smoker at the table simultaneously pondered. "You were quite the loudmouth just now," Qianhe remarked, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the spacious cafeteria. "You bastard! How dare you hit an upperclassman?" Barton exclaimed incredulously, clutching his face. His companions, feeling uncomfortable at the situation, could not remain passive. Seeing this, Qianhe's roommates rushed over, fearlessly standing their ground. Several classmates, including Ain and other girls, gathered. Having witnessed the earlier incident where upperclassmen disrespected Qianhe, Qianhe enjoyed a solid reputation among his peers and was known for his amiable nature. Many students had received his assistance during training, and now witnessing him cornered stirred a sense of solidarity among them. "Oh, what's this? Do all upperclassmen make people feel disgusted like you do?" "Disgusting things deserve to be struck," Qianhe declared, scanning the assembled upperclassmen with an indifferent gaze. "Bastard! I'll kill you." Barton, infuriated by the slap, leapt up and launched a swift kick that a light blue blade of air sliced through the air, cutting through tables and chairs as it sped toward Qianhe, causing onlookers' faces to pale. "This is bad. It's the raging wind kick. Damn it, we're all students. Using such a move is excessive. This could end badly." The lethality of the raging wind kick could leave one dead or severely injured. As the attack approached, Qianhe remained unfazed, lifting his left hand to guard his chest. A sound that could make one's teeth ache resounded. As the gale foot of Chica was firmly grasped in the hand of Qianhe, unable to advance even an inch. Within mere moments, that gale foot dissipated within Qianhe's grip. How could this be? Barton's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Before he could regain his composure, Qianhe executed a swift arc with one leg. Buzz. A deeper and broader azure blade of air erupted forth, manifesting Qianhe's gale foot. It was over. Such a manifestation of gale foot was something Barton knew he could not withstand, and he despairingly shut his eyes. After a moment, sensing that he seemed to be unharmed, he hastily opened his eyes, only to discover that Qianhe's gale foot was obstructed by a figure with white hair. The white-haired figure was Smoker, who, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, finally resolved to intervene and put an end to this farce. However, blocking the gale foot was no easy feat for Smoker. Unlike Barton's inferior gale foot, Qianhe's version did not dissipate after just a couple of seconds. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the center of the vast cafeteria, where the sweat-drenched Smoker, hands braced against the deep blue blade of air, gradually retreated. Smoker, struggling to maintain his stance, quickly turned to the still-dazed Barton and shouted, "Get out of the way." Upon hearing this, Barton snapped back to reality and hastily rolled away from the scene. With a splat, Smoker's body was cleaved in two, as Qianhe's attack pierced through him, striking the wall at the far end of the cafeteria. And after leaving a new entrance, it finally vanished. Such power was indeed formidable. Witnessing the destruction wrought by the Galefoot, Smoker felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. As a user of the smoke fruit, he had not truly been severed. He had entered an elemental state to evade the attack. Elementalization of the natural type. It bears a striking resemblance to the water transformation technique of the ghostly lantern water moon. Qianhe mused, observing Smoker's body, which was still emitting wisps of white smoke. Gradually, the white smoke coalesced, and Smoker restored his complete form. Fixing his gaze upon Qianhe, he spoke, "Let us conclude this matter. This time, it is my fault, and I shall bear the consequences. As fellow students, let us cease this commotion." Qianhe released a series of light chuckles, casting a derisive glance at Smoker. You truly overestimate yourself. If you intended to stop this, where were you just now? Now you choose to play the Good Samaritan. Do you believe you are worthy? Smoker's expression darkened. He realized that today's affair was going to be quite troublesome. Must it be this way? Smoker's demeanor grew solemn. He had no desire for battle, as the reason behind this conflict was both disgraceful and somewhat ludicrous. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret for not having intervened sooner to halt Barton's foolish actions, which had provoked Chica Uchiha to think one could end matters without even an apology. What gives you such confidence? Your so-called natural type smoke fruit. It was clear that Qianhe had no intention of letting this go. Today he was determined to engage in combat with Smoker, the strongest upperclassman, thereby averting numerous troubles in the future. Smoker, too, harbored his own pride. Being repeatedly mocked by Qianhe in front of a crowd had ignited his ire. Very well, Let us engage in battle then. Chika Uchiha. Smoker could no longer restrain himself and issued a challenge to Qianhe. Had you said this sooner, we could have avoided all this fuss. Qianhe stretched his body and beckoned with his finger at Smoker, indicating that he may begin. You insolent fool. White smoke cannon. Smoker unleashed his full fury, his lower body transforming into a dense cloud of white smoke as he charged towards Qianhe. White punch as he advanced. Smoker converted his arms into smoke, elongating his fist rapidly, which surged towards Qianhe, propelled by a powerful airflow. Qianhe's body swayed slightly, effortlessly evading Smoker's assault. This is not over yet. Smoker remained unfazed. His previously empty fists, now billowing white smoke, swiftly turned back mid-air, aiming directly at Qianhe's back. Qianhe, watch out behind you, a voice cried out, as Ein, witnessing the bizarre trajectory of Smoker's attack, hurriedly warned. Ein's companion tugged at her sleeve, silently imploring her not to involve herself in this clash between titans. Yet, Qianhe stood unmoving, his Rinnegan slightly widening. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Before Smoker's fists could make contact with Qianhe's body, they were shattered into a cloud of smoke by a sudden shockwave. After a moment, the wisps of smoke gradually reformed around Smoker's wrist, solidifying once more into the shape of his fist. A Paramecia-type devil fruit user, Smoker pondered, realizing that Chika Uchiha was becoming increasingly troublesome. That shockwave had clearly countered his smoke fruit abilities. You suspect as much, do you? Qianhe responded dismissively, as a black vortex materialized in his palm, launching the universal pull towards Smoker. Smoker's body jolted, abruptly drawn towards Qianhe. Damn it, what is this? Unlike the fate that befell those previously ensnared by Chika's pull, this time, Smoker was not seized by the throat. As Qianhe reached out to grasp him, he transformed into smoke once more, separating his head from his body in a display of elemental agility. Anticipating Smoker's elementalization, Qianhe remained composed, forming seals with one hand. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust erupted from his mouth, sending cafeteria furniture toppling and causing some onlookers to lose their footing. Smoker, directly in the path of the attack, was scattered into countless wisps of white smoke, drifting aimlessly. After a considerable interval, the smoke converged to form a humanoid figure, revealing Smoker's pale face, which glared at Qianhe with intensity. Another wind attack. This is not the same force as the previous shockwave. Have you consumed more than one devil fruit? Smoker questioned, his mind racing with uncertainty as he struggled to reconstitute his form from the lingering effects of the great breakthrough. You may interpret that as ninjutsu, Qianhe replied, choosing not to capitalize on the opportunity to strike as he observed Smoker's reconstruction. Ninjutsu? Are you a ninja from Wano? Wano? Huh. What kind of rubbish is that? To even claim to be a ninja? Qianhe scoffed derisively, his expression shifting to one of menace. I have had my fill of this. Now, I shall pose you a question. What? Can a natural type bleed? Upon hearing this, Smoker instinctively retreated frantically, yet Qianhe was swifter. Without warning, Qianhe appeared behind Smoker, reaching for him. Futile. Without haki, no matter how strong your attacks are, they are in vain. Smoker observed that Qianhe was not employing any particularly special maneuver, and he relaxed slightly, taunting, is that so? As Qianhe's hand made contact with Smoker's shoulder, a transparent circular shield enveloped them both. Rinnegan. Hungry Ghost Path. Sealing technique. Smoker was horrified to discover that he could no longer utilize the abilities of the smoke fruit. It felt akin to severed limbs, devoid of neural connection. Release me. The surreal situation sent Smoker into a panic, his shots echoing as he attempted to quell the fear swelling within him. The sealing technique, as another application of the Hungry Ghost Path, differed from merely absorbing an opponent's energy or chakra. It could absorb their techniques and impose a sealing effect, with one hand restraining Smoker against the ground. Qianhe conjured a black rod in his other hand and thrust it violently into Smoker's right shoulder. With a sickening squelch, the rod pierced through, blood gushing forth, igniting a desperate frenzy within Smoker as he sought to activate the smoke fruit's powers. Yet, despair washed over him. Though Qianhe had dispelled the cursed shield, he found himself incapable of wielding his abilities. In truth, much of his body had already been elementalized. However, the shoulder area was unlike his own, showing no signs of response. When he attempted to pull it out with his other hand, a wave of weakness surged forth upon merely touching the black rod, let alone extracting it from his shoulder. The black rod, a creation of the Rinnegan wielder using yin-yang release within their palm, possesses the ability to seal or disrupt the flow of energy within the opponent's body. A Rinnegan holder can even manipulate corpses with it. Akin to Nagato creating formidable six-paths puppets, let's be honest, struggling like this will only exacerbate your wounds, Qianhe kindly warned, observing the pitiful state of Smoker lying on the ground. What on earth happened? Everyone, cease this at once. A commanding voice cut through the commotion. It was Zephyr arriving at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastated cafeteria, the sight of Qianhe standing and Smoker sprawled on the floor gave Zephyr a headache. Someone explain what transpired here. Aine, shaking off her roommate's grasp, stepped forward and spoke loudly. Instructor Zephyr, it was the upperclassman who instigated this. And it was that Barton who struck first, prompting Qianhe to retaliate. Zephyr nodded, casting a glance at the fallen Smoker. And what is the situation with him? Teacher, I'm fine. I merely engaged in a normal spar with Qianhe, and I sincerely apologize for the destruction cost. Smoker replied, gritting through the pain as he spoke each word carefully. Qianhe looked at Smoker in surprise, his perception of him shifting significantly. Retrieving the black rod, Qianhe helped Smoker to his feet and addressed Zephyr. Yes, Instructor Zephyr, it was my fault for not controlling my strength properly. Zephyr exhaled slightly, feeling relieved. Truth be told, both were his most promising students, and he was reluctant to discipline either. You will personally escort Smoker to the infirmary. Furthermore, the damages incurred will be your responsibility to address afterward. Understood. Both Qianhe and Smoker promptly replied. Barton, you instigated this trouble, and I sentence you to run 100 laps around the playground. Do not return until you have completed it. Barton, who had been hiding in the crowd, looked despondent and dared not protest as he dragged his exhausted body to begin his punishment. After casting a glare at Qianhe and Smoker, Zephyr dispersed the gathering crowd and, with a flourish of his sleeve, departed. Once the two had left, the cafeteria erupted in conversation. That Uchiha Qianhe is simply a monster. Smoker appears like a child in his presence. What is his ability? Manifesting both wind and shockwaves. Did you notice his eyes? They are so eerie. Merely looking at them makes me feel utterly powerless. Regardless of the circumstances, Uchiha Qianhe undoubtedly emerged as the undeniable frontrunner of the training camp. Aine stood with her group of roommates, somewhat dazed. While they had anticipated Qianhe's victory, they never imagined it would come so effortlessly. He is entirely from another realm than us, one roommate remarked, glancing at the silent Aine, who sighed quietly. It is admirable when someone one admires excels, yet when they surpass all boundaries, it becomes a different matter altogether. Biting her lip, Aine chose not to call out to her roommates and turned to leave the cafeteria alone. Meanwhile, Qianhe supported Smoker, who kept his head down throughout their walk, revealing no expression. What I said and did earlier was indeed excessive. However, your last few words made me realize that you are not so bad. Qianhe attempted to break the awkward silence. No, you are not at fault. The blame lies with me that I failed to intervene in time to stop Barton, and I had no grounds to prevent you from teaching him a lesson. Moreover, it is my own inadequacy that led to my being bested in such a manner, and I bear no resentment. Smoker finally lifted his head, looking ahead. Qianhe found Smoker increasingly intriguing and extended a hand toward him. Smoker regarded him with curiosity, and Qianhe smiled, saying, Let's be friends and get to know one another. I am Uchiha Qianhe, and I hope for your guidance in the future. Taken aback for a moment, Smoker quickly grasped Qianhe's outstretched hand. I am Smoker. I am unworthy of your guidance. Next time we meet, just try to go easy on me. With that, the two exchanged smiles, and their previous animosities faded away. Sometimes, the ways in which men forge friendships are both peculiar and simple. After ensuring Smoker reached the infirmary, Qianhe returned to the dormitory, where the other three roommates eagerly surrounded him, their excitement palpable. Even drawing in the typically aloof Grelfoss and the stoic Bins. Qianhe, you were incredibly impressive today, truly worthy of my admiration. Indeed, I am thoroughly impressed by you. From now on, you shall be my leader. Me too. Qianhe chuckled at his overly enthusiastic roommates, feeling a sense of nostalgia as their antics reminded him of his dormitory days back on Blue Star. Just as the four were engrossed in conversation, an officer knocked and entered. After assessing the quartet for a moment, his gaze settled upon Qianhe. There was no escaping the striking impression made by his signature purple Rinnegan. The officer politely inquired, Are you Qianhe? Instructor Zephyr has requested your presence in his office. Instructor Zephyr is looking for me. All right, I shall head over now. Qianhe followed the officer out, leaving the remaining three roommates feeling anxious. Qianhe won't be in trouble, will he? Bridge voiced first. This incident had some of my involvement as well. I must follow to see it is possible. The destruction from Qianhe's battle with Smoker was indeed significant. And Instructor Zephyr may be preparing to hold them accountable, Grelfoss chimed in. not engaging in a rebuttal with Bridge this time. That won't happen. If Instructor Zephyr intended to punish Qianhe, he would have done so in the cafeteria. Calling him now must imply something else of importance. We should avoid complicating matters further. When Ben spoke, Bridge and Grelfoss stared at him in shock, taken aback by the typically reticent individual expressing a sound argument. Ben felt a bit bashful under their gaze and stood to tidy Qianhe's bed. Bridge and Grelfoss exchanged looks, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. After a pause, Bridge exclaimed, "Benz, why did you take over my chores? Get out of the way. There are proper methods to making a bed." What a character. Grelfoss again expressed his disdain for Bridge before producing a box of cigars from nowhere and strolling to the bathroom to indulge. Having finished making the bed, Bridge sensed Grelfoss had likely slipped away to smoke again, and he felt a twinge of desire for a smoke himself. Since arriving here, he had discovered that borrowing from Grelfoss was even more enjoyable. Secretly activating his hook fruit ability, Bridge transformed his left hand into a yellow hook, which then detached, connected by a sturdy iron chain. His hook fruit, belonging to the Paramecia-type, allowed him to convert any part of his body into a hook and extend it indefinitely with the chain. Any object he touched would leave an invisible mark, enabling him to track it and capture the target with absolute certainty upon activating his ability again. He had already taken advantage of Grelfoss's cigar box. Bridge sniffed the air, grinning as the hook from his left hand slowly extended along the wall and into the bathroom. After a short while, Grelfoss, satisfied, lifted his trousers with one hand while reaching for the cigar box on the floor with the other, only to feel the cold ground instead. Infuriated, he yelled, "Where's my entire box of cigars?" Meanwhile, Qianhe had arrived at Zephyr's office door and knocked. "Come in." Zephyr's tone was composed, devoid of any anger. Qianhe strode in, saluted, and promptly plopped down onto a sofa, waiting casually for Zephyr to speak. After 2 months of focused attention from Zephyr, Qianhe had become quite familiar with him. Despite his seemingly disrespectful demeanor, Qianhe held a deep regard for Zephyr, who equally cherished this devoted disciple. Zephyr shot him a bemused glance, finding it amusing how Qianhe appeared unaffected by the earlier brawl in the cafeteria. Setting aside his current task, Zephyr rubbed his temples and looked up at Qianhe, casually inquiring, "What insights did you gain from your battle with Smoker today?" If the other trainees were to witness Zifa in this posture, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Who would have imagined that the typically stern and austere Zifa could exhibit such a relaxed demeanor? Moreover, Uchiha Qianhe was engaging in a brawl in broad daylight. Not only was he involved in a one-sided beating, but the lack of severe punishment raises questions. Was Zifa inquiring about his grip strength? It can only be said that those favored by fortune often act without fear. Qianhe, reflecting thoughtfully, remarked that his greatest impression was how cumbersome it was to manipulate the elemental nature of the natural system. Zifa nodded, a faint smile gracing his features. This was precisely why he had summoned Qianhe. That he intended to provide Qianhe with special, focused instruction. The curriculum at the Navy training camp was methodical and progressive. Although 2 months had elapsed, many trainees still struggled to master even one technique of the 6 forms. Typically, transitioning to the teaching of Haki would not occur until the end of the 2nd academic year. Zifa frequently took the time to assess Qianhe's progress with the 6 forms, knowing that Qianhe had already mastered them with remarkable proficiency, surpassing even some graduate officers who had years of experience. To allow him to follow the standard pace of ordinary trainees would be a gross misallocation of Qianhe's time, and indeed, a waste of the Navy's resources. Thus, Zifa deemed his decision to offer specialized training as entirely justified. A choice rooted in righteousness. Very well. Do you know what the most effective method is for dealing with the natural system? Zifa posed, setting the stage. Yes, it is the armament Haki, as Smoker mentioned during combat. Qianhe promptly replied, providing the correct answer. Excellent. The reason I summoned you today is to teach you the methods of cultivating Haki. Realizing that Qianhe was already aware of armament Haki, Zifa wasted no time in getting to the crux of the matter. Follow me to the barren area behind, Zifa instructed, rising to lead Qianhe away. Upon reaching a vast expanse of wasteland behind the training camp, Zifa found a relatively open spot and dramatically flung off his justice coat. With a whoosh, the coat billowed in the wind, landing atop a protruding boulder. How ostentatious! Qianhe discreetly scoffed, yet he felt a pang of envy. Whether it was the 4th Hokage donning the ceremonial robe in Naruto, or a Marine Admiral flaunting his justice coat in One Piece. The only fitting words to describe them would be, strikingly flamboyant. Once I graduate, I will certainly acquire one to flaunt as well. Admittedly, Qianhe felt a twinge of jealousy, though he would never concede it. Oblivious to Qianhe's disdain, Zifa tugged at his collar and extended a fist toward Qianhe. Observe closely. Haki is divided into 3 types. The one I will demonstrate now is armament haki. With that, Zifa cloaked his fist in a layer of deep black and struck the ground with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed, and the ground fissured, splintering outwards from Zifa like a ripple, extending all the way to the distant coastline. Qianhe, astonished by the devastation wrought by Zifa, could not help but exclaim in awe. This power felt more than twice as potent as Tsunade's monstrous strength. This is armament haki, an innate power possessed by every individual, usable for both attack and defense, and most importantly, capable of striking the tangible forms of natural system users. With his fist now retracted, Zifa elucidated the essence and functions of armament haki. He then instructed Qianhe to attack him, intending to showcase observation haki next. With that, Qianhe charged forward, employing various martial arts attacks. Yet Zifa deftly evaded, Qianhe's strikes all landing wide of the mark. Zifa was even able to predict Qianhe's movements and counter with simple strikes. This is observation haki, which allows one to sense the enemy's position and anticipate their actions. When honed to perfection, one can even foresee the future. Indicating for Qianhe to pause, Zifa proceeded to discuss the final type of haki, Conqueror's haki. The last type is Conqueror's haki, which I cannot teach you. This type of haki is unique and can only be possessed by individuals with the inherent qualities of a king. Speaking of Conqueror's haki, Zifa expressed a hint of regret. To this day, he had yet to awaken it, seemingly destined never to do so. Qianhe mused that Zifa's lack of Conqueror's haki might be related to his unwavering commitment to non-lethality. Such mercy felt far too lenient. A stark contrast to the essence of conquering. As for whether he himself would awaken Conqueror's haki in the future, Qianhe was not overly concerned. Firstly, he did not believe he could be rendered unconscious by Conqueror's haki. If that were the case, he would simply find a way to tidy up and return to the East Blue to plant orange trees. Even if Conqueror's haki could later be entwined to enhance attacks, possibly becoming the answer to his aspirations, his Rinnegan was an anomaly that existed outside conventional paradigms. Though his Rinnegan had yet to be fully developed, he already possessed a variety of powerful offensive techniques, rendering the concept of entangling it with Conqueror's haki unnecessary. Once his Rinnegan underwent a complete evolution, culminating in the 6 paths mode, a single truth-seeking orb would suffice to address all manner of complexities. After demonstrating the 2 types of haki, Zifa imparted the specific cultivation methods to Qianhe, advising him not to rush and risk injury before elegantly donning his coat and departing. Zifa-sensei, your coat is quite dirty on the back. Qianhe called out to the distance where Zifa had walked. Zifa stumbled slightly, glancing back to shoot Qianhe an incredulous glare before brushing off his coat and vanishing in an instant. Ha ha ha. You're quite the show-off for your age. You think I can't flaunt my coat too? Qianhe chuckled heartily, feeling a surge of joy. After laughing, he reflected on the guidance and favor Zifa had shown him over the past months. His heart swelling with gratitude. Watching the direction in which Zifa had departed, he narrowed his eyes and vowed, rest assured, Zifa-sensei, certain matters will no longer manifest in this world. Recollecting the principles of haki that Zifa had imparted, Qianhe endeavored to harness the latent power within him. Having trained for 2.5 years in the Dragoness Cave, he was exceedingly familiar with sensing both his own and the natural world's energies. Gradually, a layer of black enveloped his hands up to his wrists. Observing his darkened hands, Qianhe distinctly felt a surge of strength. Even in his current state, he could unleash the might of Sage Mode without having fully entered it. Yet, Qianhe was not satisfied. He had yet to experiment with the fusion of chakra and natural energy. What transformations might occur if I entered Sage Mode and combined natural energy with chakra to enhance armament haki? Contemplating this, Qianhe activated his Sage Mode, the purple markings around his eyes becoming pronounced. He attempted to channel the Sage Chakra into his hands enveloped in armament haki, but with the infusion, he experienced excruciating pain. As if his hands were about to rupture, beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Qianhe struggled to maintain his focus and cease the infusion of Sage Chakra. He realized he had been too eager for results. After all, every endeavor must be approached step by step. Strengthening both hands simultaneously was still a daunting challenge for a novice in armament haki like him. Taking a moment to recover, he waited until the pain subsided slightly before resuming the infusion of Sage Chakra. This time concentrating solely on his frequently utilized right hand. Though the process remained painfully intense, focusing on just one hand allowed him greater precision and efficacy. Gradually, the pitch-black armament haki that enveloped his right hand began to coalesce towards the center of his hand. With his Rinnegan shining brightly, Qianhe shouted, "Armament haki, elevate," and the next moment, the armament haki surrounding his entire right hand crystallized, ultimately forming a circular black emblem resembling a dark sun on the back of his hand. Gazing at the circular emblem, Qianhe murmured, "The elevated armament haki is stored here. It serves as another heart providing me with strength. I shall call it Dominion Heart." With a mere thought, the circular emblem on the back of his hand radiated 5 thick black lines towards the tips of his 5 fingers. These 5 black lines resembled veins, continuously channeling a destructive force throughout Qianhe's entire right hand. Ha! Qianhe clenched his fist and struck out at the air. At the moment of impact, the circular emblem on the back of his hand pulsed as if it were a beating heart, expanding and contracting, while the 5 black lines surged forth. A shockwave in the shape of a fist erupted, hurtling toward a small hill in the distance. Boom! With a resounding crash, the small hill, towering several meters high, was instantly leveled to the ground, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Qianhe was quite satisfied with the power of his recent blow. However, upon noticing the significant reduction in the size of his haki on his arm, he felt a twinge of regret. He pondered to himself that the consumption of haki was rather severe, and with the newly acquired Busashoka haki, he was still not capable of utilizing it for a simple punch. Reflecting on the form of his attack, Qianhe recalled Kagaya's technique, the 80 Gods Airstrike. Although there remained a disparity in power, he shamelessly decided to name his version the Divine Airstrike. Akin to a youthful rendition of the 80 Gods Airstrike, naturally, it was only a matter of time before it evolved into a flagship version, with the preliminary success of his Busashoka haki's enhancement. Qianhe exited his sage mode, and the patterns on his hands vanished. The moment he returned to his normal state, a wave of fatigue washed over him, shaking his head to dispel the weariness. Qianhe activated his Tendo ability and began to float gently towards the dormitory. "Qianhe, you're back." Upon entering his dorm room, Qianhe was greeted by the sight of Burihi, whose face was marred with bruises. Curiously, he inquired, "Burihi, what happened to your face? Did an upperclassman rough you up?" "Ah, I was just messing around with Girofosu and accidentally bumped into a table. Alas, just my misfortune." Girofosu, cigar in mouth, strolled over with a grin. Placing an arm around Burihi's shoulders, leaning closer, he teased, "You really need to be more careful. How about a cigar to ease the pain?" Burihi forced a smile that resembled a grimace, swiftly waving his hands. No, I can't get used to cigars, and I won't start now. Come on, don't be shy. I'll light one for you. We're practically family." "No, really, Fosu, I can't." Not giving me face? Light it up." "All right, fine, just one." "What are you craning your neck for? Are you not going to light it for me?" "What I mean is, you should light it for me." These two clowns, Qianhe thought, shaking his head helplessly as he approached his bed, noticing that his bedding had already been neatly arranged. "Ah, what thoughtful roommates. If this were Blue Star, I would surely bestow upon them the title of good son." Feeling gratified, Qianhe plopped down onto his bed, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he drifted into slumber. "Qianhe, this is the bento I prepared for you." On his way from the dormitory to the training ground, Qianhe found himself ambushed. With a smile, he accepted the bento from a female student, who, upon seeing him take it, dashed away, covering her face in embarrassment. After she departed, Qianhe opened his spatial door, placing the bento inside. Gazing at the plethora of bentos and gifts occupying a significant portion of the space, he rubbed his temples. Estimating how much Burihi and the others could possibly consume, just as he was about to close the spatial door, another female student approached, this time a familiar face, Ein, who he had met on the playground. Ein cast a glance at the open spatial door, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes, concealing the bento behind her. She jested, "You certainly are popular, Qianhe. It seems I have arrived too late." Upon recognizing Ein, Qianhe's smile faded, and he feigned a look of innocence as he replied, "I didn't intend for this to happen. Ever since my skirmish with Smoker, I've seemingly become a celebrity." With that, he extended his hand towards Ein. She looked at him quizzically, unsure of his intentions. "Your bento looks delightful. I haven't tea eaten yet. How about sharing it with me?" Ein's previous expressions and actions had not escaped Qianhe's notice. He admired her tenacity and naturally wished to spare her any discomfort. Ein appeared flustered. But, you have so many bentos. I don't know those people, so I'm hesitant to eat their food." "I do feel more at ease with yours." Seeing Ein hesitating, Qianhe swiftly snatched the bento from her grasp and dashed away, a voice echoing back, "I'll take it," as he vanished from view. Ein smiled brightly, resembling a blooming white orchid. After the day's training concluded, Zephyr did not immediately announce dismissal but instead gathered all the students to impart an important message. "Your training for the first year is nearing its conclusion. Next month, we will conduct the year-end assessment, which will be a practical examination. The top 3 students will receive rewards such as devil fruits or fine swords. The students erupted in excitement at this announcement. While everyone was mentally prepared for the year-end assessment, the focus shifted to the rewards. The prospect of receiving a devil fruit or a fine sword was astonishing. What is a devil fruit? One might wonder, consuming one is arguably the swiftest means of enhancing one's power in this world. Moreover, for an ordinary soldier, ingesting a potent devil fruit could catapult them to greatness. As for the fine sword, it represented an even more enticing reward for students specializing in swordsmanship. What swordsman wouldn't dream of wielding an exceptional blade? With eager expressions, everyone silently vowed to secure either second or third place. As for first place, that was undoubtedly reserved for Uchiha Qianhe, a belief shared by all, including Zephyr. Anticipating their reactions, Zephyr had foreseen the commotion. While prior years had offered rewards, none had been as extravagant as this. Even within the Navy, treasures of the caliber of devil fruits and fine swords were not commonplace. After much contemplation, he could only deduce one possibility. Sengoku was determined to reward Uchiha Qianhe in some fashion. Over the past few months, Qianhe's remarkable performances had evidently made Sengoku restless, especially given the connections with Gion and Tsuru. Sengoku had fully committed to nurturing Qianhe as a potential future admiral. However, this approach was commendable. For talent, one should prioritize and provide as much assistance as possible throughout their growth. Waiting until one has matured to offer support would merely be embellishing the outcome. Zephyr, without a doubt, was a traditional and upright Navy officer, yet this did not imply rigidity. Following the tragic loss of his wife and child, Zephyr's perspectives gradually evolved. It is noteworthy that when Qianhe joined the Navy, he had single-handedly detained all the pirates from the Brando pirates, a stark contradiction to his philosophy of not killing. Previously, he might have harbored biases against Qianhe. However, now, he felt no emotional turmoil and even quietly supported Qianhe's actions, willingly imparting his knowledge. Zephyr believed that Qianhe could one day ascend to the rank of admiral, if not higher. Having stepped back from the front lines, he watched Qianhe grow, experiencing a long-lost sense of fulfillment. Presently, Zephyr regarded Qianhe as a form of hope. At this moment, Qianhe was equally exhilarated. While he had no immediate need for a fine sword, a devil fruit would significantly enhance his abilities, since absorbing the door fruit. He had yet to encounter a new ability to assimilate. The upcoming devil fruit as a reward was likely to be exceptional, potentially unlocking the second tomoe of his Rinnegan, with each tomoe activated. The power of the Rinnegan would increase. Qianhe sensed that upon attaining 3 tomoe, his Rinnegan might unlock exclusive skills akin to those of Madara's Limbo or Sasuke's Heavenly Hand power, following his ambush by Orochimaru, which had drained his Rinnegan's power just as it had awakened. Not being able to cultivate personalized skills remained a lingering regret for Qianhe. He was determined to seize this opportunity for the devil fruit. In the days that followed, Qianhe assisted his roommates with their training during the day, while in the afternoons, he ventured alone to the desolate hills behind the school to hone his haki. After delivering 12 consecutive divine air strikes, Qianhe lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The divine air strike was currently his most potent single-target martial technique, with less than a week until the assessment. He had already reached the capability of executing 12 strikes. That is it. No student from this cohort could possibly withstand a single blow from this technique, and given that the divine air strike is infused with haki, even a Logia user would struggle to endure it. Reclining on the ground, Qianhe reflected on his training achievements thus far and felt sufficiently prepared for the upcoming assessment that he rose, brushed off his pants, and decided to return to the dormitory early. Just as he stood up, he noticed Burihi rushing towards him, shouting, "Qianhe, a beautiful female officer is looking for you." Qianhe paused, inquiring, "A beautiful officer? Indeed. She said her name is Gion." Well, it turns out that it has been nearly a year since Gion last saw Chika. Chika had thought that the sister from Gion would only come to see him upon his graduation. However, now that she is here, Chika cannot allow her to wait indefinitely. He swiftly grabs Bridge, and before Bridge can gather his wits, he finds himself airborne, emitting a shriek. "Chika, you must hold on tightly. I haven't mastered the moonwalk yet." They land smoothly, and as Chika lays the exhausted Bridge aside, his eyes immediately land on Gion, who stands at the entrance of the dormitory area. Gion also spots the descending Chika, a flicker of joy flashing in her eyes. Though her expression feigns anger as she strides toward him in her high heels, the sound of her footsteps echoing. Coming to a halt before Chika, Gion pinches his ear and leans in close, feigning fury. "Chika, you truly are a busy person. Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for you? Unfazed and unhurried. Chika replies, Sister Qianhe, I received your message about coming to see me and rushed over like the wind. You are unjustly accusing me. Qianhe glances at Bridge, who is sprawled on the ground, rolling his eyes, and finally can no longer sustain her facade. Softening her demeanor, she releases Chika's ear and gazes earnestly into his face. Whispering, it's been a long time. Chika. Chika smiles faintly, opening his arms. It has indeed been a while, Sister Qianhe. However, upon recalling their last parting and the embrace they shared, Qianhe's cheeks flush, and she rolls her eyes at Chika. Crossing her arms and standing still, Chika, maintaining his posture, appears somewhat comical, hastily dropping his arms and rubbing his nose to mask this slight awkwardness. Qianhe playfully pokes his forehead, laughing as she says, Is one hug not enough? Don't forget what I told you. Once you graduate and achieve your goals, I shall grant you one wish. Chika assures her he has not forgotten and is constantly striving toward that goal. Observing Chika's determined expression, Qianhe covers her mouth in a soft laugh and pinches his cheek, then shifts to serious matters. Sister Crane mentioned that you were about to undergo a year-end assessment. The rewards for the top 3 are quite enticing. How confident are you? Chika shrugs indifferently. I am determined to succeed. Qianhe, noticing his bravado, increases the pressure of her pinch, teasingly. Oh, quite confident, are we? I shall be present at the event. To ensure you do not embarrass yourself, Chika, unfazed, continues, I have already decided what reward I want. A devil fruit. A devil fruit? What do you intend to do with that? Do you not already possess an array of peculiar abilities? Consuming one of those will render you unable to swim, Qianhe states, emphasizing the drawbacks of the fruit. Fear not, Sister Qianhe, I am well aware. Moreover, I do not intend to consume it. My eyes still bear some flaws. The power of a devil fruit could not only rectify them, but also allow for further evolution. Upon hearing this, Qianhe's expression shifts to one of disbelief. She muses that Chika's eyes are already extraordinarily powerful, with abilities that elicit envy from many, and now he suggests they can evolve further. Observing Chika's eyes, she notes an additional tomoe in his right eye.is. The pattern in your right eye related to this evolution you speak of. Was it caused by a devil fruit? Chika nods, unperturbed by the revelation, as Qianhe is someone he trusts. Qianhe processes the information. After all, the notion of evolving one's eyes using the power of a devil fruit is quite extraordinary. Does this imply that Chika could wield the power of more than one devil fruit? The fact that he confides in her fills her with joy. Not dwelling on unnecessary thoughts, Qianhe states. So, you truly need a devil fruit, correct? Indeed, and the capabilities of the devil fruit must be of significant merit. Chika has never subscribed to the notion that any devil fruit is without its flaws. He believes it is merely the user who lacks skill. He argues, for instance, can a common Zoan or mythical Zoan fruit truly compare? Take the string fruit in the hands of Doflamingo. It appears formidable. But that is solely due to the strength of its wielder. A mere ordinary person consuming the string fruit would likely end up operating a sewing machine instead, had Doflamingo consumed a slightly more powerful fruit. Even a weapon fruit or a snow fruit, he would not have fallen from grace so swiftly, merely becoming a newsreader in prison. Qianhe nods slightly. She has not consumed a devil fruit, primarily due to her focus on swordsmanship and the absence of a suitable fruit. However, now that Chika needs one, she is determined to assist him. All right, I understand. Sister Crane has a few that are documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. You can select a few after your graduation. Chika is genuinely taken aback. Select a few? Is this even a reasonable thing to say? It seems Qianhe is quite affluent. What does that make him? A gigolo. He never imagined he would find himself in such a position. But it is undeniably enticing. Upon returning, Qianhe has yet to greet Crane, having rushed to find Chika immediately after disembarking. Upon entering his dormitory, Chika is met with 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him. Welcome back, Chika. Who was that beautiful officer just now? Can you share the story with us? Yeah, it truly broadened our horizons. Those female soldiers can't even compare. Chika casually explains Qianhe's identity, and the trio erupts into a frenzy. What? A vice admiral? Good heavens, she looks so young. Wow. Chika actually knows such a stunning officer. No wonder you are who you are. Chika, what is your relationship with her? Should we refer to her as sister-in-law next time we meet? Chika, here, have a cigar. I have a friend who wants to know if she has any sisters. Chika gazes at the sycophantic Griefus, suddenly struck by a humorous thought. He nods solemnly, declaring, well, she does have an older sister, who is not only a high-ranking official, but also single nanny. Griefus nearly drools, scurrying to retrieve a large box of cigars from under his bed, leaving Bridge wide-eyed. Handing the box of cigars to Chica. Griefus rubs his hands together, leaning closer. Chica, I think. No, my friend has been single for many years and is eager to find a soulmate. Do you think you could introduce them? Rest assured, if this works out, I will provide you with an entire box of treasured cigars. Chica pats his shoulder, assuring him, fear not, I shall handle it. Chica, Griefus is so moved by Chica's words that he is on the verge of declaring him his father. Bridge, witnessing the scene, approaches. Griefus, I actually have a younger sister. Perhaps, get lost. Look in the mirror before you speak. Griefus retorts, scrutinizing Bridge's stocky stature and his hands resembling large basins, filled with disdain. Ugh, what kind of aesthetic is that? Bridge is disheartened, retreating to his bed in silence. As he realizes he cannot compete, Benz, however, remains indifferent, currently twisting his body in front of a pot of cacti, creating a rather awkward scene. The cactus expands with each of his movements, its spines growing sharper, showcasing Benz's ability derived from the flourishing fruit, which allows him to manipulate nearby plants and accelerate their growth. Yet, this ability seems to require physical movement. The faster he twists, the stronger the manifestation of his power. Chica wonders if every previous user of the flourishing fruit had to activate it in such a manner. However, he finds it amusing to imagine a socially anxious person consuming the flourishing fruit, who, under the scrutiny of many, would likely never activate their ability, even if they were to be struck down. Benz, now drenched in sweat from his exertions, ceases his twisting and sits down to rest. Chica approaches him, inquiring, Benz, do you feel confident this time? I have noticed you have been the most diligent lately. If you secure a place, what reward do you desire? Benz ponders for a moment and replies, to be honest, I have little confidence, especially with Chica around. There are only 2 actual spots. However, if by some stroke of luck I obtain one, I would like a good quality swift blade. A swift blade? Chica recalls the scene from the movie where Benz wielded a knife with a green hilt on his back. Could it be that he acquired it during an assessment? Perhaps Benzi will indeed achieve commendable results this time. Qianhe patted Benzi on the shoulder, encouraging him, have confidence in yourself. I believe you will secure a respectable rank this time. Benzi, taken aback by the unexpected faith his senior showed in him, rose with gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks to Qianhe. Qianhe urged him to relax, noting that among the 3 roommates, Benzi was the most earnest, though fortunately, the others treated him well and did not take advantage of his sincerity. Even Glyphus, who appeared most like a bully, only occasionally reprimanded Bridge, and that was typically instigated by Bridge himself. After reassuring Benzi, Qianhe turned to the other 2, saying, you 2 should also put in the effort during this period. Who knows, we might end up serving on the same ship after graduation. Bridge and Glyphus exchanged puzzled glances, as the 2 had been focused on their own pursuits in the training camp, one indulging in cigars and the other covertly partaking in the same. Their commitment to improving their skills paled in comparison to the dedication shown by Qianhe and Benzi. Qianhe suspected that, aside from himself, Benzi might be the most capable among them. The sea was becoming increasingly perilous, with the number of pirates on the rise and the Navy's casualties growing each year. If we can serve on the same ship after graduation, we can look out for one another. I certainly do not wish to see any of our names on a casualty list in the future. The weight of these words silenced Bridge and Glyphus, and even Benzi contemplated the gravity of Qianhe's statement. After a lengthy pause, it was Bridge, typically the least serious, who spoke first. I understand now. Qianhe, thank you. From now on, I will work hard and cut down on cigars. Glyphus shot Bridge a glare, internally questioning where Bridge had acquired his cigars, as they were all his. With a hint of threat in his eyes, Glyphus added, rest assured, Qianhe, though I know it will be challenging to keep up with your prowess, I possess considerable skill in firearms. Being a gunner on your ship would suffice for me. Glyphus had long accepted that Qianhe would undoubtedly rise to a rank above that of Rear Admiral and that commanding his own ship was a foregone conclusion. Benzi remained silent, but nodded firmly in agreement. Qianhe felt a sense of satisfaction at their responses. If they could not absorb this advice, they would have no one to blame but themselves when the sea inevitably claimed them. He was confident that he would eventually command his own warship, and thus, the first crew members should be those he could trust, possessing their own strengths. His current roommates were excellent candidates in both sentiment and capability. Extending a hand, Qianhe looked at them and declared, very well, let us strive together from this moment forth. We must not fall behind. The 3 of them promptly placed their hands atop one another, exclaiming, let us work hard together. We must not be left behind by Qianhe. Surprised, Qianhe glanced at the trio, who chuckled and said, After all, Qianhe, you are simply too formidable, as long as we can keep pace with you. That will be sufficient to thrive in the training camp. Qianhe laughed at their words, and soon the laughter of the four echoed throughout the dormitory. The evening had grown late, and some dorms were preparing for rest when someone shouted, "Mater, is it mating season in the middle of the night? Can't a person get some sleep?" The year-end assessments were approaching, with the assessment venue set in the central square of Marineford. The future battleground of the Paramount War. On the morning of the assessment day, the venue buzzed with voices, while high-ranking officials from the headquarters occupied the platform, including Sengoku, Garp, Suru, and several rear admirals. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru also arrived at the assessment site. Akainu sat in his seat, coldly observing the raucous crowd below, appearing somewhat out of place amidst the lively atmosphere. Ordinarily, given his status and demeanor, he would never participate in such a year-end assessment for new recruits. Since becoming an admiral, he had increasingly embodied the hawkish leader of the Navy, fixated on executing his own brand of justice, boasting the highest attendance record among admirals and earning the title of a model naval officer. Yet even he, despite his exceptional capabilities, felt somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer number of pirates, understanding that he could not eradicate them all single-handedly. This cohort of recruits might be the last group personally trained by the esteemed Zephyr. Though Akainu fundamentally disagreed with Zephyr's principle of sparing lives, he held a profound respect for his teaching abilities. Therefore, he sought to scout a few promising talents to join his ranks, particularly a new recruit named Uchiha Qianhe, a name he had heard mentioned multiple times by both subordinates and higher-ups. Casting a glance at Akiji and Kizaru beside him, he slowly remarked, "I didn't expect you two to be here as well. Is a mere new recruit assessment of such interest to you?" Akiji, lounging with his legs crossed and idly trimming his nails, replied languidly, "After sitting in the office for too long, one must come out and enjoy the festivities." The only one not lounging was Akiji, who rested his chin on his hand and casually remarked, "Since both of you are here, I suppose my presence is not an issue." Akainu snorted dismissively. Falling into silence, while the temperature around him began to rise, Akiji sat quietly to Akainu's right, seemingly unfazed by the increasing heat. From a distance, the area surrounding the two appeared a striking contrast of red and blue. Sengoku, seated between them, noticed their discord and furrowed his brow, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair until they fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. With a slight sigh, Sengoku understood that the root of Akainu and Akiji's mutual disdain stemmed from the previous incident involving the buster call on O'Hara. While it was a matter of duty for Akiji, he was not particularly invested in it. The issue arose when Akainu ordered the bombardment of a vessel laden with civilians. Akiji had witnessed the ship sink and, true to his character, could not remain indifferent on their way back. The tension between them escalated, nearly resulting in a physical confrontation, a situation he had to intervene and to temporarily quell. Subsequently, Akainu's actions garnered favor from the world government, playing a crucial role in his ascension to admiral. Later, Akiji also rose to the rank of admiral, and their differing ideologies of justice fostered a rift between them that, if left unresolved, could lead to future conflicts. However, mending such a divide was no easy task, and the thought of it left Sengoku with a headache. Meanwhile, the underlying tensions did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd below. Among those present were not only the recruits participating in the assessment, but also numerous officers and soldiers from the headquarters, all eagerly discussing the event. "Have you heard? The rewards for this assessment include large swords, and even a devil fruit." "Indeed, a devil fruit is a treasure of the sea, worth over 100 million berries. I could never afford one in my lifetime as a Navy officer." Who would disagree? The fact that this assessment offers a devil fruit is astonishing. I might as well join the training camp for some fun. Come on, only geniuses can enter the training camp, and those in the elite training camp are the cream of the crop. Do you think you can just waltz in? Enough with the nonsense. Do you even know who the favorites to win this time are? Uchiha Qianhe, of course. That name has become so familiar it feels like an old friend. Not necessarily, as many senior students who have already seen real combat have returned to participate due to the enticing rewards. No matter how impressive Uchiha Qianhe is, he has still a sheltered flower, lacking practical experience. Senior students are participating too. Doesn't that seem unfair to the first-year recruits? Who knows? The headquarters approved it. Perhaps due to the overall improvement in this cohort's skill level. Well, whoever wins the rewards has nothing to do with us, but it would be nice to observe these geniuses and broaden our horizons. Indeed, the battles will surely be thrilling. The groupings were announced, and the assessment was about to commence. Everyone focused on the competition. Qianhe donned his favorite black robe adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. As the assessment permitted participants to wear whatever they found most comfortable. He had already received information about his first opponent, and after glancing at the details, he casually tossed the paper into a nearby trash bin. Bridge, witnessing this, approached with curiosity and asked, "Qianhe, who is your opponent?" Qianhe shrugged and replied, "I don't know him. I only know his name is Curries." Upon witnessing Qianhe's nonchalant demeanor, Bridge immediately began to flatter, exclaiming, "Truly, Qianhe is a formidable leader, completely unperturbed by his adversaries." Meanwhile, Griefus seized the opportunity to chime in, retorting, "Indeed, just moments ago, a certain someone scrutinized that tattered watch no less than 10 times, likely even memorizing the color of the undergarments our opponent is wearing today." Bridge, incensed, felt steam rising from his forehead as he glared menacingly at Griefus, declaring, "You know nothing. This is what I call prudence. Do you understand the meaning of caution? Pray you are not placed in my group. This time, I shall ensure you comprehend why the flowers bloom so vibrantly." Ever since being inundated with a bowl of motivational soup from Qianhe in the dormitory, Bridge had been fervently training. Currently experiencing a novice's inflated confidence, refusing to acknowledge anyone's superiority save for Qianhe's, Griefus raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile creeping onto his rugged visage as he disdainfully remarked, "Very well. I shall await your triumph. But let me make this clear. Should you fail, you will owe me a year's supply of cigars, and when you light one up, you must say, 'Boss, allow me to light this for you.'" Bridge, equally defiant, insisted that Griefus would be obliged to do the same should he lose, and that the cigars would be provided by Griefus himself. A loud gunshot interrupted their playful banter, signaling the commencement of the year-end assessment. The host appeared in the center of the arena, and Qianhe was astonished to discover that it was the long-unseen Jiaqing. Jiaqing, having finally shed his perpetually drab-brown attire, now donned a sleek black suit. However, due to his physique and appearance, he resembled a large black pig. With a self-assured pose, Jiaqing grandiosely recited the competition rules, glancing at the elevated platform where Guion stood. Yet, the audience was less than accommodating, impatiently urging him to announce the start of the competition, seemingly disregarding his rank of lieutenant general. Jiaqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily declared the contest open before hurriedly exiting the stage. The rules of the competition were straightforward. Given the limited number of trainees in the camp, participants were divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, with 2 individuals per group facing off. The arena was partitioned into 4 distinct areas, ultimately leading to 4 victors who would then draw lots for subsequent matchups. The winners from each group would face off in the finals, while the 2 losers would compete for 3rd place. Qianhe and Bridge, along with 2 others, were conveniently placed in separate groups, thus avoiding the awkward scenario of eliminating their own from the outset. Qianhe, assigned to Group A, was the first to take the stage as the competition commenced, summoned by the staff following Jiaqing's announcement. Calmly, Qianhe ascended the platform, standing resolutely at the center, his Rinnegan shimmering under the sunlight. He glanced towards the elevated platform, offering a reassuring gesture. The naval officers above turned their attention to Guion, recognizing that Qianhe had been looking at her. Unfazed by the surrounding reactions, Guion's eyes sparkled as Qianhe appeared on stage. Her body instinctively leaning forward, her companion, Tsuru, cast a sidelong glance at her, thinking to herself that her younger sister seemed genuinely invested. Just days prior, she had approached Tsuru, requesting to procure several devil fruits for the Uchiha Qianhe. Good heavens, preparing devil fruits, was she treating them as if they were mere cabbages? Nonetheless, as it was her sister's choice, Tsuru felt compelled to comply, treating it as a form of dowry. Yet, she resolved to observe Uchiha Qianhe closely, evaluating both his strength and character. Returning his gaze to his opponent, Qianhe noted the grim expression on Curries' face. As a fellow trainee, Curries was acutely aware of Qianhe's prowess. The horrific scene involving Smoker in the cafeteria is still vivid in his memory. How had he drawn such a monstrous opponent? Curries lamented inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, Qianhe remained blissfully unaware of Curries' tumultuous thoughts, standing patiently as he awaited the signal to commence the match. At last, the gunshot rang out, signaling the start of the competition. In that instant, Qianhe remained motionless, merely lifting his gaze and unleashing a subtle yet powerful Shinra Tensei. In the blink of an eye, Curries found himself embedded in the wall beneath the spectator stance. The entire match, from start to finish, transpired in a mere second. While competitors in other areas had yet to make their first move, the audience, initially bewildered, soon found themselves searching for Curries' whereabouts as the match concluded almost instantaneously. Guion, witnessing Qianhe's swift and decisive victory, felt a surge of delight, being the first to applaud. Her enthusiasm contagious as applause resonated throughout the arena. Though devoid of intense combat, the sheer impact of Qianhe's overwhelming strength left an indelible impression, making evident that his reputation was truly well-deserved. Qianhe, not in haste to vacate the stage, utilized his universal pull to extract Kuri's from the wall, allowing him to land gracefully on the ground. Kuri's, having sustained no significant injuries, merely felt disoriented from the force, but soon regained his composure. Observing that Qianhe had taken the time to assist him, he felt a modicum of dignity restored, and any lingering resentment dissipated as he cast a grateful glance at Qianhe before departing. Tsuru, witnessing Qianhe's considerate action, nodded slightly in approval. Regardless of the disparity in strength, respect for one's comrades was something she valued, particularly as someone who leaned towards a more pacifistic ideology. Others, however, focused intently on Qianhe's strength. Sengoku, a smile gracing his face as he stroked his sparse beard, mused that the more dazzling Qianhe's performance, the more it validated his own foresight and decisions. Kizaru paused his grooming, commenting in his peculiar manner. Kawaii, how terrifying. Regarding the newcomer Uchiha Qianhe, he had heard that Qianhe possessed multiple abilities without having consumed a devil fruit, deeming him quite the anomaly. Gion shot a glare at Kizaru, mentally chastising him for being the real monster, the lecherous, fruit-eating yellow monkey. Akainu adjusted his hat, showing little interest in Qianhe's methods of attack. To him, all techniques were merely manifestations of strength. Having already formed a preliminary understanding of Qianhe's capabilities, he recognized that while Kuri's had fallen in a single strike, it did not imply weakness. Kuri's was a product of the elite training camp, and Akainu was aware that even the least skilled among them possessed considerable strength. At the very least at the level of a captain. Thus, Kuri's swift defeat by Qianhe spoke volumes. Uchiha Qianhe likely possessed the combat prowess of a rear admiral, and he was still under 18. Akainu resolved to recruit Uchiha Qianhe, aiming to instill within him his own sense of justice, for he could not allow such potential to fall into the hands of Kizaru, whose indecisiveness could not quell evil. Meanwhile, Kizaru maintained his seated posture, discreetly glancing at Akainu, fully aware of Akainu's interest in recruiting Uchiha Qianhe. Prior to the O'Hara incident, he would have been disinclined to intervene. However, following that event, he found himself in staunch disagreement with Akainu's interpretation of justice. Thus, should Akainu attempt to recruit Qianhe, Kizaru would not remain passive. A talent like Qianhe falling into Akainu's grasp could lead to the emergence of a second Akainu. As the naval officers harbored their respective thoughts, a hushed silence enveloped them as they continued to observe the remainder of the competition. Meanwhile, Bridge's battle commenced. His opponent was Ein, and his situation was far from favorable. Ein possessed the ability of the repel fruit, capable of launching attacks through the generation of purple flames that could revert any being or object touched back to a state from several years prior, rendering it an extraordinarily overpowered Paramecia-type devil fruit. This ability naturally countered Bridge's close combat fighting style. Fortunately, Ein had yet to reach the level of mastery seen in later film adaptations, meaning she could not yet project her purple flames at a distance. Even if struck, the most she could do was revert someone back 5 years. As the battle began, Bridge inadvertently fell victim to her attack, his body regressing to a 17-year-old state. While the impact was not severe, he dared not launch any reckless assaults, retreating to a corner of the ring in search of an opportunity to strike. Ein stood opposite him, cradling 2 orbs of purple flame in her hands. Remaining vigilant against Bridge's potential offensive, she had sustained a minor touch from Bridge during their earlier exchange, and any lapse in her guard could leave her vulnerable to his attacks. This stalemate was particularly disadvantageous for Ein as the battle dragged on. Regardless of her physical prowess or martial skills, she falls short compared to Bridge, relying solely on her devil fruit ability to seize the opportunity for a decisive blow. Bridge has already endured a setback. Should he suffer another, he would revert to his 12-year-old self. No matter how formidable his physical capabilities, at that tender age, he would struggle to make any significant impact. Bridge, feeling increasingly impatient, once again activated the hook fruit's powers, transforming his right hand into a swift, curved hook aimed at Ein. Ein, unwilling to confront it head-on, hastily utilized the shave technique to evade. Bridge, well-versed in the 6 styles, particularly excels in the finger pistol technique, which complements the hook's trajectory. Should he make contact with Ein using his backward fruit ability, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries, perhaps even losing his combat capabilities. As Ein reappeared on the opposite side of the arena, Bridge's assault followed closely. This time, he resolved to gamble everything, even if it meant enduring another setback, to conclude the battle. Repeated use of the shave technique was taxing on her stamina, and as she narrowly avoided the hook once more, Ain stumbled, nearly collapsing. Gasping for breath, she faced the incoming hook and seemed to have made a pivotal decision. She did not retreat this time, but thrust her shoulder forward with determination. With a sickening thud, blood spurted forth as the curved hook pierced her shoulder, securing her in place. Ain pressed her other hand against the hook, letting out a pained groan before bowing her head, seemingly on the verge of unconsciousness. Bridge, taken aback by Ain's audacity as a woman to withstand his attack with such resolve, realized that in the heat of battle, hesitation was not an option. On the battlefield, no one would show mercy simply because the opponent was female. To him, Ain appeared incapacitated, unlikely to muster the strength to activate her devil fruit ability. Thus, he exerted force with his right hand, pulling her closer with the hook. He was confident that once she was within reach, he could deliver a finishing blow. However, events did not unfold as he anticipated. Despite the hook's initial pull, Ain, nearly unconscious, suddenly lifted her head. The hand resting on the hook ignited with a purple flame as she activated her backward fruit ability. In an instant, the violet flame spread along Bridge's body from the hook. "Whoa," Bridge exclaimed, realizing too late that he needed to nullify his ability. It was already too late. His entire body was engulfed in a purple glow. And after a few awkward cries, he transformed into a chubby, blonde child. Bridge stared at Ain with eyes even smaller than before. Although he had reverted to his 12-year-old form, he did not concede defeat, as Ain's condition was equally compromised. Yet, the next moment filled him with despair. Ain, recognizing his thoughts, managed a faint smile despite her pale visage. Trembling, she raised her uninjured arm, summoning a small, pale purple flame that appeared significantly diminished in size. She pressed it against her body. Within mere seconds, the gaping wound in her shoulder vanished, though her overall appearance remained largely unchanged. While Ain could not extend the duration of her reversion, she could shorten it, restoring herself to an uninjured state, a testament to the remarkable capabilities of her time-related devil fruit. Witnessing Ain's swift recovery while he stood at her waist height, Bridge bitterly chuckled, realizing he had lost. The crucial factor was his underestimation of Ain's willpower due to her gender and his incomplete analysis of her devil fruit ability. Ultimately, he accepted his defeat without grievance. In truth, he was not as fixated on the competition's rewards as others. Having already consumed a devil fruit and not being a swordsman, he yearned primarily to confront Grafus, to teach him a lesson and rightfully claim a year's worth of cigar privileges while watching him squirm under the embarrassment of calling him brother while lighting his cigarette. Alas, that would remain an unfulfilled wish. Shaking his head, Bridge raised his hand in surrender. Upon seeing his concession, Ain released her devil fruit ability, and Bridge returned to his original form. Back in the lounge, Ain slumped into a chair, utterly exhausted from the ordeal. A fellow competitor, just returning from her match, noticed Ain's condition and rushed to her side. Upon closer inspection, she found Ain pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, a bloody hole in her shoulder from which blood continued to flow. The strain had forced Ain's devil fruit ability to deactivate. The concerned friend quickly summoned medical personnel, turning to Ain with heartfelt compassion, questioning whether it was necessary to exert herself so fiercely for a mere match. Ain mustered her last ounce of strength, her mind drifting to a tall figure, murmuring in a daze, "If I cannot endure this much, how can I ever reach him?" Meanwhile, Chika sat idly in the spectators' area, his eyes half closed as if asleep. He had no further matches to contend with, not due to elimination, but because the assessment rules had changed. Given Chika's overwhelming superiority in strength compared to his peers, the higher-ups decided to segregate him from the competition, ensuring he would no longer participate. The unfortunate Curries, who had faced Chika in the first round, would now have the opportunity to compete again. Chika's evaluation would shift from peer matches to an assessment conducted by a vice admiral dispatched from headquarters. Prior to this decision, the headquarters had consulted Chika, recognizing the inherent unfairness of the arrangement. Nevertheless, they resolved that regardless of Chika's performance against the vice admiral, he would undoubtedly be awarded a devil fruit. Chika had no objections to this arrangement. It simplified matters and spared him the awkwardness of eliminating acquaintances. On the third day of the competition, the final 4 participants emerging from groups A, B, C, and D were Ain, Smoker, Binz, and Grafus. Ultimately, Grafus was eliminated, with Smoker, Binz, and Ain finishing first, second, and third, respectively. Smoker opted not for a devil fruit or a large sword, but instead requested a sword embedded with sea prism stone. The Navy headquarters acquiesced to his request, recognizing Smoker as a natural type user and the first-place winner, despite Chika's absence from the final match. Binz chose a large sword with a green handle, named Greenvine. Curiously, Ein, as a user of a devil fruit, opted for a devil fruit herself. However, as she placed third, she was limited to selecting an unknown fruit not listed in the catalog. Cradling the devil fruit, Ein quietly returned to the spectator area, where her friend immediately inquired about her choice. Ein pursed her lips, recalling a conversation with Chika prior to the assessments. "What reward do you hope for in this evaluation?" he had asked. "Honestly, I can't think of anyone besides you who could claim first place." "A devil fruit, which holds special significance for me." "Special significance? Sure, it's a secret. All I can say is it greatly aids in enhancing my strength. Are you planning to eat it?" "No. If I do, I would become a sitting duck." "Who do you mean?" Sorry about that. Forget it. It's your secret. But I know something now." "What do you know?" A secret." Returning to the present, I smiled at her friend. "Honestly, there's nothing else I desire. Perhaps the devil fruit could even be bartered for money later." Her friend pondered this and agreed, dropping the subject. "All right, you little money grubber. Let's watch the next match. It's going to be a highlight. Chika against the Vice Admiral from headquarters." TSK, this is unprecedented. Chika is truly a monster. On a completely different level from us. Upon hearing her friend label Chika a monster, Ein shot her a reproachful glance. The friend quickly realized that Ein was practically an admirer of Chika, and she had just been caught in the act. Offering a sheepish smile, she exclaimed, "Oh, let's just watch the match. It's about to begin." Ein wasn't genuinely upset. She tucked the devil fruit away and quietly awaited the upcoming duel. At that moment, the arena had been restored, and Kaki, draped in a coat of justice, appeared on stage, this time dressed in his most comfortable brown attire instead of the black suit, holding a microphone. Kaki cleared his throat and announced to the audience, "Next up is the battle between Chika and the Vice Admiral from headquarters." Given Chika's considerable disparity in strength compared to other participants, this arrangement has been made with his consent. The news had already reached all present, resulting in no particularly notable reaction. Observing the tranquil atmosphere, Kaji continued, stating that in this contest, regardless of the outcome, Chika would be rewarded with a devil fruit, and if he were to emerge victorious. Here, Kaji deliberately paused, attempting to pique the audience's interest. However, the spectators were unimpressed. Soon, an array of banana peels and eggshells appeared around Kaji, prompting him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Without further delay, he hastily declared that should Chika triumph, he would attain the rank of at least a rear admiral upon graduation. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, for even the top student of the elite training camp had only ever been awarded the rank of colonel. The chasm between colonel and rear admiral was immense, as the latter was already halfway into the upper echelons of the Navy headquarters. Could it be true that Uchiha Chika, at a mere 17 years of age, could achieve such a rank? Yet, on second thought, the prerequisite was defeating a vice admiral, which seemed even more outrageous. The rewards from the Navy headquarters were indeed substantial, akin to entering the ranks of high command. Although the portrayal of such feats in anime might seem lackluster, the strength was undeniably present. Perhaps the higher-ups were merely spinning a grand tale for the sake of spectacle, many in attendance thought. Not only the audience, but the numerous high-ranking Navy officials on the platform shared this sentiment, except for Zifa and Sengoku. Hearing this news, Tsuru looked at Sengoku with surprise, asking, "Sengoku, what is the purpose of this action? Is it merely for show?" Other Navy officials turned their gaze towards Garp, as this was a question they too wished to pose. Sengoku shook his head, his gaze fixed on the crowd below, stating, "I have received confirmation from Zifa that Uchiha Chika currently possesses at least Vice Admiral level combat prowess." Nanny. Sengoku's words detonated like a bomb, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned, and they turned to Zifa, who nodded solemnly. The pace of such growth was indeed astonishing. Zifa, known for his seriousness, would not joke about such matters. So, at 17, Chika already possessed the strength of a vice admiral? Sitting beside Tsuru, Shiryan sat with her legs crossed, her hands resting on her thighs, her peach blossom eyes fixed on Chika in the viewing area, her expression delicate. Chika, seemingly sensing her gaze, looked up towards the platform. Locking eyes with Shiryan, he smiled slightly, forming a few words with his lips, causing a blush to rise on Shion's face. With her strength, she clearly understood Chika's meaning. "Do not forget our agreement." Shiryan. Of course, Shiryan would not forget. She remembered it better than anyone. She responded with her own lip movements, conveying, "I certainly haven't forgotten, but are you not a bit overconfident? Do you truly believe you have secured victory over that vice admiral?" Chika offered no excessive explanation, merely reiterating with his lips, "Trust me." Receiving Chika's reply, Shiryan ceased her communication, as she had obtained the answer she sought most. Although uncertain of Chika's specific capabilities, his presence always granted her a sense of security. A feeling that left her entranced. She murmured softly, "You truly intend to achieve this, Chika?" The silent exchange of glances between Chika and Shiryan did not escape Kaji's notice, observing the emotions flickering in Xian's eyes. Kaji quickly seized the microphone and announced loudly, "Now, I declare the assessment to commence." Interrupted, Chika withdrew his gaze that in the next moment, he appeared on the stage. The sudden disruption left Shiryan feeling somewhat unfulfilled. She licked her reddened lips and shot a fierce glare at Kaji, blaming him for the disturbance. Feeling the piercing gaze of Shiryan behind him, Chibuta jolted but dared not glance back, focusing all his attention on Chika before him. Noticing Kaji's reluctance to leave the stage, Chika inquired, "May I ask where my opponent is?" Kaji smirked. Then with a swift motion, he yanked at his collar, flinging a justice coat into the audience. However, his force was excessive, causing the coat to fly into the stands, inciting a commotion among the spectators, followed by a chorus of jeers. "What's the point of that? What's so special about a tattered coat?" "Exactly. It nearly hit me. If you don't want it, just donate it to someone in need. It's merely a suggestion. What's with this guy suddenly stripping? Who knows, perhaps he is just overzealous." Kaji, undeterred by the audience's reaction, fixed his gaze intently on Chika's Sharingan, declaring, "I am the Rear Admiral sent by the headquarters to assess you, Uchiha Chika. Allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Kaji." Upon hearing this, both the high-ranking officials and the onlookers could hardly contain their reactions. Those familiar with Kaji understood that, despite his often unreliable demeanor, he was among the top tier of strength among the admirals. His prowess was widely acknowledged, particularly by Shiryan, who gazed at her sister Tsuru with a look of discontent, feeling that Tsuru was intentionally placing obstacles in Chika's path. Why must you complicate matters for him? Can't you allow my budding feelings to progress smoothly? Tsuru felt unjustly accused. She too believed the difficulty level was indeed high. After all, was Mihawk of the Shichibukai truly comparable to Moria? Yet, the arrangement had nothing to do with her. The high-ranking officials on the platform shared varying degrees of concern regarding the challenge's intensity, while only Zifa and Sengoku remained unperturbed, their arms crossed as they sat in tranquil contemplation. Showing no signs of responding to the crowd's sentiments, the architect of this arrangement had become abundantly clear. Below the platform, upon learning that his opponent was Kaji, Chika felt a long-lost thrill. Since arriving in the world of pirates, he had yet to unleash his full power, and he himself was unsure of the extent of his current abilities. Thus, when the high-ranking officials approached him to inquire whether he would consider an alternative assessment method, he had readily agreed. Ordinary Navy Rear Admirals hardly captured Chika's interest. From the anime's portrayal, the only Vice Admirals worth his attention were those such as Smoker, Fire Fist Ace, and Gecko Moria.as for Garp. He did not even count among the Vice Admiral ranks. Initially, Chika had thought that his opponents would be limited to those previously mentioned, but the Navy headquarters had surprised him yet again. Who was Kaji? He was a character who emerged in the later arcs of the One Piece saga, already recognized as a candidate for Admiral, his strength second only to that of an Admiral. Such power was certainly worthy of Chika's excitement. It seemed this would be a most intriguing battle. Chika brushed his hair from his forehead, his Sharingan fully revealed, and as his fighting spirit surged, the ripples in his eyes began to move, akin to a stone cast into water, creating circles that expanded towards the edges. Noticing the unusual activity in Chika's eyes, Kaji's expression became grave. As a fellow high-ranking Navy officer, he was aware of the peculiarity of Chika's eyes. The array of abilities associated with them was enough to send shivers down one's spine, so he would not underestimate Chika simply because he was still a trainee. Chika raised one hand, forming a seal, and inquired, "May we begin?" Kaji nodded, and after a few seconds of silence, the battle erupted. Instantly, Kaji's right arm was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black haki, and he executed a shave, launching a punch towards Chika's abdomen. Chika, in turn, unleashed his Shinra Tensei. However, this time, the technique did not send his opponent flying as it typically would, but merely slowed Kaji's movements. It must be noted that for an elite rear admiral like Kaji, Chika's current ocular prowess was insufficient to launch him away instantaneously, though it was still effective. Seizing the moment Kaji's motion faltered, Chika vanished from his original position. Noticing his attack had missed, Kaji remained unflustered and retaliated with a backward strike. A sharp sound echoed as Kaji's fist met Chika's palm, who had appeared behind him, blocking the blow. Kaji's lips curled into a smirk as he felt Chika's hand tremble slightly in his grasp. Chika's expression shifted, and he quickly released his hold, activating his Tensei ability to soar into the air. Suspended in midair, Chika examined his hand that had just grasped Kaji's fist. noticing it was slightly reddened and swollen. Even his entire arm ached faintly. Despite possessing Hashirama cells, he found himself unable to recover quickly. Shaking his numbed arm slightly, Chika looked down at Kaji and asked, "This effect, it is not ordinary haki, is it?" With a sly smile, he chose not to respond, instead gracefully advancing towards Chika with a lightness in his step. Boom, boom. Terrifying sound waves echoed from above, and within moments, the clouds above the testing ground were shattered, revealing a clear blue sky. The spectators surrounding the arena were left in awe, their minds collectively pondering a single thought. Is this Uchiha Chika truly just a student? The atmosphere felt distinctly different. The aerial clash continued for nearly 10 minutes, culminating in Chika's figure appearing on the ground at this moment. Chika appeared somewhat disheveled, with both sleeves gone and his collar torn open, revealing a hint of his chest. However, the exposed skin showed no signs of serious injury. Qianhe followed closely behind, facing Chika. Compared to Chika, his condition seemed considerably better, though his clothing bore slight wrinkles from the current comparison of their appearances. It seemed that Qianhe had the upper hand in their recent skirmish, yet Qianhe did not share this sentiment. He knew that Chika had not exerted his full strength, just as he himself had held back. Their earlier battle, though appearing fierce, was merely a warm-up. The two stood on opposite sides of the ring, each adjusting their stance, enveloped in an oddly serene atmosphere. The audience beside the arena held their breath, afraid to miss any thrilling moment. After a brief stalemate, Chika made the first move, having entered Sage mode, his speed multiplying several times over. Caught off guard, Qianhe was struck and sent flying, barely managing to halt himself at the edge of the arena. Chika offered no respite, immediately following up with another attack. This time, Qianhe was prepared. He sidestepped in an apparent evasion, yet in the next moment, he was once again sent hurtling away, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. Qianhe wiped the corner of his mouth, filled with confusion. He had clearly dodged the earlier attack, so how had he still been hit? Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he raised his gaze to Chika and inquired. "Advanced haki, you can use it too." Advanced haki, known from the world of pirates and the Wano arc, allows one to strike an opponent without direct contact. There are even more powerful forms of haki, such as the destructive internal variety, mastered only by the strongest on the seas. While Qianhe voiced his question, he was already convinced that Chika's earlier attack had indeed utilized advanced haki. Not only he, but the high-ranking officials in the stands shared his belief. Those seated here were elite forces of the Navy, well acquainted with advanced haki. But could such a skill be mastered by a mere naval trainee? Kazara cast a sidelong glance at Zifa, sarcastically remarking, "Since when did advanced haki become part of the training camp curriculum? These new recruits are truly something else, aren't they, Zifa-sensei?" Zifa remained momentarily silent, aware that Kizaru was subtly mocking his preferential treatment of Chika. It was true, and there was little to say on the matter. However, concerning Chika's previous attack, Zifa knew it was not advanced haki, as he had yet to teach him that technique. After a moment's contemplation, Zifa spoke slowly. That was not advanced haki. Chika's attack was his own technique, which he refers to as Sage mode. Entering that mode allows him to harness natural energy and envelop it around his strikes, resembling advanced haki to some degree. Sengoku chimed in, adding, "Indeed, there is a distinction. Uchiha Chika did not utilize haki at all. His arms remained unchanged." Kizaru, confronted by the rebuttals of both individuals, chose to remain silent. After all, stirring trouble was not his style, especially when one of them was responsible for his paycheck. Meanwhile, Chika did not take the time to explain himself to Qianhe. Seizing the moment while Qianhe was momentarily disoriented from the previous blow, he raised his hand and unleashed his maximum power. Universal pull. A tremendous gravitational force surged forth. The stone slabs of the arena cracked under the pressure, and even the spectators behind Qianhe felt themselves being drawn toward him. All while Chika controlled the attack's range. Recently wounded, Qianhe found himself helplessly pulled forward. "Damn it, don't get too cocky, rookie." After taking consecutive hits, Qianhe's anger flared, and he enveloped his right hand in haki once more. However, this time, the hue of his haki was noticeably different, taking on a reddish tint, true advanced haki. With a fierce swing of his arm in midair, he unleashed a far more powerful wave of energy directed at Chika. Chika sensed the danger of this strike and retaliated with a divine push, but its effect was minimal. Without hesitation, he quickly conjured a black rod of yin and yang to shield himself. Crack! The black rod shattered under the force, and this time, it was Chika who was sent flying. Forcing himself to maintain control over his powers, he steadied himself after being propelled several meters away. Qianhe had managed to turn the tide, feeling a sense of relief, yet he remained undeterred. He brought his arms close to his waist, gathering strength before launching them towards Chika simultaneously. Impact of the boar. A transparent shockwave resembling a wild boar erupted onto the stage, even letting out a resounding roar before charging directly at Chika. Just as Chika regained his footing, he was about to be struck. The tension escalated in the stands. Guillaume anxiously dug her nails into her thigh, while Aim below bit her lip, fully aware of the considerable power behind Kaikei's attack. Anyone caught in its path would surely suffer. Boom! The center of the arena was engulfed in smoke, shattered stones flying everywhere, as Navy officers surrounding the arena sprang into action to shield the spectators from harm. Chika! A cry rang out, but most paid it little mind. Instead, Guillaume turned her attention toward the source of the voice. Ain, seated among the audience, emitted the shout upon seeing Chika vanish into the cloud of smoke, her emotions spiraling out of control. Noticing a naval trainee, particularly a strikingly beautiful female one, Guillaume couldn't help but smirk, thinking that Chika indeed had more than one admirer. However, Chika remained blissfully unaware of the situation as she quickly set aside her scattered thoughts. Focusing intently on the center of the arena, after a long moment, the smoke began to dissipate. Chika's figure came into view, head bowed, right hand directed towards the source of the earlier shockwave, smoke still rising from it. Yet, the most captivating sight was a black circular pattern that had emerged on his hand, 5 thick black lines connecting to each fingertip. The circle pulsed rhythmically, akin to a dark heart. Slowly lifting his head, Chika softly declared, Haki Ascension. Haki Ascension? What is that? Kaikei pondered, realizing this was not something the instructors had taught. Lowering his arms and relaxing slightly, Chika's gaze grew increasingly dangerous, a terrifying aura emanating from his right hand. Kaikei could not afford to be careless. Tensing his body in preparation for the impending attack, sensing the explosive power within his right hand was primed, Chika swiftly unleashed 12 strikes, 12 divine air blasts. 12 fist-shaped shockwaves coalesced into a massive wall of air, nearly impossible to evade, their speed distorting the very fabric of space through which they passed. Aware that evasion was futile, Kaikei rooted himself in place. His expression resolute as he shouted, Iron block. Hearing Kaikei call out the name of his technique, Chika promptly retrieved a new set of clothing from his dimensional space and changed into it. As the sound of a thud echoed, the referee appeared beside Kaikei, who had already rolled his eyes, confirming his loss of consciousness. Turning, he raised his hand and proclaimed, Kaikei has lost consciousness. I declare the victor of this match to be. At this point, the referee swallowed hard, steadying his nerves before shouting with all his might, Uchiha Chika. The referee's voice reverberated throughout the arena, and after a brief moment of silence, the audience erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Well done. Truly spectacular. It is battles like this that are truly exhilarating. This Uchiha Chika has actually defeated a rear admiral. Could that admiral have been a fraud? Nonsense. I know that admiral. He is among the top tier even among those rear admirals. Regardless of the circumstances, we have witnessed the birth of a legend. Chika, I shall bear your children. In stark contrast to the audience below, the naval high-ranking officials on the stage appeared remarkably composed. Though this demeanor was merely superficial, Akainu abruptly struck the armrest of his chair and asserted in an unequivocal tone, I want this Uchiha Chiha. However, Akiji remained unfazed, resting his chin on his hand. And coolly inquired, reason? Akainu's right arm transformed into magma, with droplets sizzling upon contact with the ground, emitting billowing black smoke as he icily retorted, simply because I am an admiral of the Navy. Akiji scoffed derisively, similarly elementalizing his arm, radiating an icy chill, showing no inclination to indulge Akainu. He locked eyes with Akainu and stated, then I am also an admiral of the Navy. Do you expect me to simply acquiesce to your demands? It seems you are intentionally provoking me. How could I possibly oppose you? After all, you could order the slaughter of an entire ship of innocents without a second thought, could you not? Akainu shot back. Navi, sacrifices are unavoidable for the sake of justice, to which Akiji countered, absurd. What kind of justice is indiscriminate slaughter? Their heated exchange escalated, threatening to spiral out of control. Kizaru, standing closest, showed no intention of intervening. In fact, he began to photonize, seemingly preparing to vacate the scene should a confrontation ensue. Sengoku, however, would not allow such a disgraceful spectacle to unfold before the cadets. What would it say about the Navy's honor? His expression darkened as he quietly admonished, enough. Are you intent on bringing shame upon the Navy? As his words echoed, a formidable aura laced with black lightning erupted from Sengoku, utilizing his Conqueror's Haki to quell the tension swiftly. As the supreme commander of the Navy, Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki was undeniably potent, causing both Akainu and Akiji to pale and fall silent once more. Observing their compliance, Sengoku retracted his haki and coolly declared, "The path that Uchiha Qianhe chooses after graduation is to determine. No one may interfere." Akainu attempted to voice further objections, but the ever-silent Tsuru cast him a cold glance, compelling him to swallow his words. Regardless of his obstinacy, he could not rival the authority of Sengoku and Tsuru combined. Ultimately, the Navy remained predominantly under the influence of pacifist ideals, and he would have to endure this setback. Clenching his fists in frustration, thinking, if only I were the fleet admiral, the near-explosive conflict between the two admirals did not disrupt Gion, who focused solely on Uchiha at the center of the arena. She yearned to rush down and embrace him tightly. Unbothered by any conditions, she had already decided that this younger brother, who was over a decade her junior yet consistently brought her joy and a sense of security, was irreplaceable. Yet, age had never been a barrier. Strictly speaking, Uchiha was not merely 17. In the audience, unclasped her hands tightly over her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. For her, Uchiha's ultimate triumph and the miracle he wrought for the Navy elicited a greater thrill than any achievement of her own. At this moment, her heart brimmed with joy for the boy she admired. Standing in the arena, Uchiha sensed the fervent gazes directed at him from opposite ends. He knew well who their owners were. Moments ago, amidst the smoke, he had heard Ain's voice. Anyone would grasp the girl's sentiment. However, he was already involved with Gion, even if not officially. Yet was that not a foregone conclusion? Uchiha held a profound admiration for Ain, the resilient girl who bravely spoke out in the cafeteria, leaving an indelible impression on his heart. What a pity. Uchiha sighed softly, raising a thumb in the direction of the platform. Gion flashed a charming smile, her red lips parting as she mouthed, "The match is over. I'll be waiting at the dormitory entrance." She must have been misnamed. She is truly a pink fox at heart, Uchiha mentally exclaimed, though he was eager to claim his reward and return to the dormitory. After all, the true reward awaited him. That it must be said that the assessment from a certain orange-haired lowly was astute, fair, and incisive. Below, Ain witnessed this exchange and felt her heart clench painfully, as if she had lost something of utmost importance. Her complexion turned pale as her roommate hurriedly asked, "Ain, what's wrong? Is it an old injury from that battle? Shall I help you back to rest?" Ain forced a smile, waving her hand dismissively, weakly assuring her friend that she was fine and they need not worry. She then fell silent, staring blankly at Chia's back on stage, tears streaming down her cheeks, and no matter how hard she tried, the chasm between her and Uchiha remained insurmountable. In her eyes, only someone as powerful and influential as Rear Admiral Gion was worthy of Uchiha. After Sengoku delivered a concluding speech, the year-end evaluation came to a successful close. Following the event, Uchiha was escorted to Sengoku's office by the judges. The other high-ranking officials had been dismissed, particularly Akainu and Akiji. Who could predict how those two would react upon seeing Uchiha in person? Setting aside those troublesome figures, Sengoku found himself increasingly fond of Uchiha, who had brought him so many surprises in less than a year. He had heard rumors that Gion harbored special feelings for this young man. Thus, should he act swiftly, perhaps he could facilitate their connection. After all, who could measure up to someone Sengoku had taken an interest in? Such thoughts remained unspoken, of course, not due to Tsuru. Absolutely not. Noticing Sengoku's prolonged silence, Uchiha cleared his throat twice, subtly prompting him. Sengoku, snapping back to reality, coughed twice as well, alleviating the awkwardness. Indeed, a couple of coughs served effectively to diffuse tension. Sengoku regained his customary solemn demeanor and retrieved 3 exquisite boxes from a cabinet, sliding them toward Uchiha. These boxes contained the rewards prepared by the Navy headquarters for Uchiha, 3 powerful devil fruits from which he could choose. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Uchiha regarded the 3 boxes before him, realizing they must be the devil fruits designated as rewards for this evaluation. Sengoku wasted no time, directly introducing the contents of the boxes. These 3 boxes contain the rewards for your first-place finish in the evaluation, 3 devil fruits for you to choose from. Having received confirmation, Uchiha nodded, anticipating the information about the 3 fruits. According to previous reports, the fruits awarded for first place were all documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia to prevent any worthless fruits from ruining a person's future. Noticing Chia's composed reaction, Sengoku assumed he was concerned about the quality of the fruits and continued, "Rest assured, these abilities are all recorded in the encyclopedia, and I have also made a slight selection to ensure you won't be disappointed." Surprised by Sengoku's remark, Uchiha glanced at him. The Fleet Admiral had taken the liberty of making a selection. He seemed genuinely intent on providing ample opportunity. Regardless, Uchiha felt indebted to Sengoku. who had already extended considerable assistance to him. Along with Zephyr, although their help stemmed largely from Chia's talent and strength, the fact remained that they had helped him. It is said that a gentleman is judged by his actions, not his intentions. Thus, he too must offer some form of reciprocation. He wondered about Corazon's current situation. Uchiha was well aware of Sengoku's deep feelings for Corazon. Upon receiving news of Corazon's demise in the anime, Sengoku had openly wept, showcasing his profound sorrow. If given the chance, he would intervene to safeguard Corazon's life. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, Uchiha's thoughts wandered as the fleet admiral continued to elaborate on the devil fruits. The fruit on the far right is a Paramecia-type scythe fruit, which grants the ability to produce air slashes akin to razor-sharp scythes, with commendable offensive power. The middle one is a Zoan-type cat fruit. Ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form, which will enhance your physical capabilities more evenly, though it may influence your temperament. As Sengoku approached the final fruit, he glanced at Uchiha, noticing his lack of reaction to the first two. He mused, I knew this young man had high standards. These two fruits are already prized abilities outside, yet he seems unfazed. Yet no matter how lofty his expectations, Sengoku was confident that the last fruit would elicit a reaction. This one was a rare mythical Zoan, known as the cat fruit, model. Sure. Upon hearing the name, Chiha's expression finally shifted, not merely due to the fruit's rarity, but more so because of its name. Was this not akin to the tailed beast from his previous life? Qianhe felt a bit disordered, but upon reflection, it was indeed true that such beings existed in Japanese mythology. They must represent two distinct entities. Sengoku noticed Qianhe's expression had finally shifted and thought to himself, this little one must be awed by my prowess. Does he not comprehend the worth of a fleet admiral? This fruit was obtained through my own efforts. It seems you possess some discernment after all. I shall claim this fruit. Qianhe, having resolved his uncertainties, made his decision. Upon seeing Qianhe select the fruit, Sengoku, satisfied, stroked his small patch of beard and pushed the box containing the fruit towards Qianhe, casually inquiring whether he intended to consume it immediately or prepare first. Now, Qianhe was not inclined to dawdle. As the box was presented before him, he felt a surge of heat in his eyes and an uncontrollable yearning arose within him. Since absorbing the Mendo fruit, the allure of the devil fruit had only intensified for him. Sengoku observed Qianhe's eagerness and thought, youth does tend to be impatient. However, I can understand it. Consuming a mythical beast-type devil fruit could secure one's place upon the seas, provided one is not too frail. Yet, the devil fruit was notoriously difficult to consume. Sengoku himself had tasted it and could not forget the flavor. It was said to be more repugnant than excrement. Though he had never actually tasted excrement, he could confidently assert that such a claim was no exaggeration. Thus, when he heard that Qianhe planned to eat the fruit right away, Sengoku fixated his gaze upon him, eager to witness the expression of someone who had just consumed something so foul. However, the ensuing events were destined to disappoint Sengoku. Qianhe opened the box to reveal a black fruit resembling an apple, then struck it with his hand, activating the abilities of the hungry ghost path. In an instant, the fruit devolved into a mundane red apple. For Qianhe, a whole devil fruit was merely a special energy vessel, and with the use of the hungry ghost path, he could extract its powers without the need for the human path's cooperation. Efficient and effortless. After completing the absorption, Qianhe clapped his hands and pushed the box back to Sengoku, indicating that he was finished. Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he glanced at the large red apple on the table, then looked up at Qianhe and asked, "Is it over?" "Yes," came the response. Just like that? Where was the face of someone who had just consumed excrement? Moreover, what kind of method was this that Qianhe employed? It was so vastly different from his own experience. Sengoku was on the verge of losing his composure. Meanwhile, Qianhe touched his right eye. That moment, an additional tomoe appeared in his Rinnegan. The sensation felt peculiar. As if this new tomoe possessed an independent will. He attempted to activate the fruit's abilities, and the next moment, black flames ignited around his exposed hands. However, there was no sensation of burning. Rather, it bore a chilling quality. And the skin enveloped in flames sprouted black fur, while his nails sharpened. This was a partial beastification, a combat state that Qianhe favored most. In this form, his attack power, recovery ability, and physical prowess would see significant enhancement, particularly his speed. Yet, despite utilizing his powers, the newly formed tomoe in his right eye continued to pulse restlessly as if striving to break free, an unsettling sensation that he could not rectify, prompting him to close his right eye temporarily. Sengoku, witnessing this action, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Qianhe's method of absorbing the devil fruit had resulted in complications, particularly concerning his eye, something that was absolutely unacceptable. For Qianhe's eyes were far more precious to the Navy than any mythical beast-type devil fruit. He quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss with your eye? Should I call for a doctor?" Qianhe waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. Nonetheless, Sengoku remained unconvinced and pressed further. "Is it possible that your method of absorption has encountered an issue? Can you explain this method?" To be honest, he had not intended to pry into Qianhe's affairs. Everyone had their own secrets, especially regarding their strengths. However, his concern for Qianhe prompted this inquiry, as aside from Corazon, Uchiha Qianhe was currently the junior he cared about most. In response to Sengoku's probing, Qianhe pondered briefly and settled on a concise explanation, covering his right eye as he addressed Sengoku. "I am fine, Admiral Sengoku. Thank you for your concern. You may understand this method of absorption as my eye consuming the devil fruit." Qianhe was unafraid of revealing this secret, knowing that the world government would not subject him to any experimental trials. He was well protected by Sengoku, Zephyr, and others within the Navy, and his own strength was sufficient for self-defense. With the Flying Thunder God technique, the Mindo fruit, and the Yomi no Shida at his disposal, he felt confident that few could impede his escape should he choose to leave. However, upon receiving such a response, Sengoku's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. He thought, "Can the eye also consume the devil fruit? Does that imply that ears, noses, and such can also partake? So, it seems only the mouth is at a disadvantage, permitting but a single consumption." Knowing Sengoku would react this way, Qianhe added, "Only my Rinnegan can do so." At this juncture, Sengoku had no choice but to accept this bizarre premise. However, he couldn't help but internally lament the absurdity of Qianhe's lineage. Rumor had it that he was the last of his kind. Could it be that heaven itself could no longer bear to watch? Very well, Admiral Sengoku, my right eye feels somewhat unusual. I shall retreat to rest for a while. Farewell. The strangeness in his right eye intensified, and Qianhe was eager to leave, seeking a secluded spot for further investigation. If it becomes unbearable, you must visit the infirmary, understood? Yes, understood. With that, Qianhe vanished, leaving behind a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique in the wilderness of the back mountain. His proficiency with the technique was not as refined as the fourth's, and he could not leave marks on objects at will. However, it proved quite useful for fixed-point teleportation. In the desolate training camp of the back mountain. Whoosh! Qianhe materialized beside the kunai. As soon as he arrived, a sultry voice echoed in his mind, "Master, let me out." Startled, Qianhe found this sensation exceedingly strange and attempted to communicate with the voice in his mind. "Who are you? How did you end up inside my body?" The sultry voice responded once more, "According to that human's explanation, I am you. You created me." Nanny? Qianhe was utterly befuddled. Was there such a phenomenon in a beast-type fruit? Yet the pressing issue at hand was to release this entity. Having a voice constantly resonating in his mind was far too peculiar. "How do I set you free? I do not know. I am trapped within your eye, and there are three-headed dogs and chameleons nearby. Isn't this the summoning beast of the animal path?" Qianhe had yet to utilize the animal path's abilities since awakening his Rinnegan, and he had nearly forgotten about it. Primarily, he had no pressing need for it, as the size advantage of animals was not particularly significant in the world of pirates, and the chameleon's invisibility could easily be countered by observation haki. Furthermore, he had no desire to find himself within the chameleon's maw, since you had manifested within his animal path that made things simpler. Qianhe promptly bit his finger and slapped the ground, summoning technique. Boom! A large cloud of smoke erupted, and with a piercing cry, you instantly emerged, a colossal creature entirely black with flickering black flames upon its back, standing before Qianhe. Upon seeing him, you immediately bowed its head, affectionately rubbing its enormous head against Qianhe. Yu's fur was smooth and soft, carrying a refreshing aura. The contact sent a shiver down Qianhe's spine. Extending a hand to stroke Yu's head, Qianhe noted the creature's expression of pure enjoyment. Observing the immense Yu before him, he confirmed that this being was entirely distinct from the tailed beasts in Naruto. After a moment's contemplation, Qianhe posed two questions that piqued his interest. "Do you possess any special abilities? And if you emerge from my eye, can I still utilize your powers?" You respectfully replied, "The black flames I generate possess an extremely low temperature, capable of freezing targets. Additionally, I can manipulate corpses with my black flames. Any corpse engulfed by my flames can exert 50% of its original strength. Moreover, rest assured, Master, even when I am outside, you can still wield my full abilities, including beastification." Upon hearing Yu's response, Qianhe nodded in satisfaction. Not to mention the aggressive nature of the black flames, the ability to manipulate corpses is exceedingly practical, certainly surpassing the effectiveness of the Edo Tensei in the absence of White Zetsu's body. Although I possess the capability to control corpses using black rods, the results pale in comparison to those produced by the black flames. Not to mention that I can also summon a formidable spirit beast to assist me in battle. In conclusion, regarding the assessment reward I received, Chica readily bestowed a 5-star rating. In high spirits, Chica found himself increasingly captivated by the presence of you before him. However, time was of the essence, and he prepared to return to his dormitory. But he couldn't very well take such a large form back with him, could he? Sensing Chica's thoughts, Yu's sultry voice echoed in his mind, "Master, I can alter my size. May I sleep beside you tonight? That space in your eyes seems rather uncomfortable. Is that acceptable, Master?" As she spoke, Yu adorned a pitiful expression, even exhibiting a hint of allure. How could anyone bear to refuse such a sight? Without hesitation, Chica acquiesced. Delighted by her master's consent, Yu let out a cheerful mew, her form gradually shrinking until she transformed into a creature of ordinary size, leaping onto Chica's shoulder and affectionately licking his cheek. As Chica's hand glided along Yu's head towards her tail, she fluffed up slightly yet did not resist. Interestingly, despite being entirely black, a blush was evident on her face. Chica found the sensation utterly delightful, akin to extending his hand out of a car window on a highway, grasping at something intangible. Unbeknownst to him, as such thoughts crossed his mind, Yu's face reddened further, and she cast a surreptitious glance at Chica. Having resolved the issue with his Rinnegan, Chica readied himself to return to the dormitory. Before departing, he decided to name Yu Mortis. Yu expressed great fondness for this name, wrapping her tiny paws around Chica's neck. The two figures, one human and one creature, appeared harmoniously beautiful against the backdrop of the setting sun. Chica did not leave behind a kunai for the flying thunder god technique near the dormitory. Usually, after training, he relished the quiet solitude of walking back alone, but today he was not alone. Today, a small black companion perched upon his shoulder as they strolled leisurely along the path, enveloped in tranquility. However, this serene exterior belied the lively chatter in Chica's mind, where Mortis's sultry voice incessantly prattled. "Master, may I remain by your side always?" "Of course," he replied. "Hee, I adore you, Master. By the way, I'm actually a girl." "I am aware of that. Not in the way you might think, though. Just wait and see." I've noticed. Can you hear my inner thoughts? I can catch snippets of them, particularly if they pertain to me." "Oh, that's quite agreeable." As Chica engaged in this delightful exchange with Mortis, a spherical figure appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching him. Mortis instantly became alert, her newly formed self cautious of any creatures aside from Chica. "Master, someone is coming. I see them. Don't worry, it's fine." Chica extended a hand to soothe Mortis, signaling that the approaching figure was an ally. As the figure drew nearer, Chica recognized them immediately. It was Bridge. Upon spotting Chica, Bridge's face lit up with joy, and he waved excitedly, shouting, "Boss, that beautiful officer has returned. She's waiting for you at the dormitory." "Ah, I nearly forgot about Qianhe," Chica exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and, much like last time, hoisted Bridge into the air. Experiencing flight once more, Bridge had resigned himself to his fate, no longer struggling. There's a saying, after all, sometimes, life is akin to a ride. If you cannot resist, you might as well enjoy it. As they landed, a figure leaped into Chica's arms, tightly clutching his waist. The one who had thrown herself into his embrace was none other than Qianhe, the enchanting officer Bridge had mentioned, despite having waited all day for Chica. Even being stood up in the afternoon, she displayed no displeasure. Hearing from the Sengoku that Chica's eyes were in trouble, and knowing how vital they were to him, she hurried over, even bringing along a strong ally to locate him. Upon seeing Chica safe and sound, her worries dissipated entirely. Chica gazed at Qianhe, his expression softening, and without hesitation, he embraced her tightly in return. Qianhe straightened up, but since Chica was still shorter, her upright posture caused his face to bury into her soft bosom. Feeling Chica's warm breath against her chest, Qianhe's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, prompting Bridge to hastily retreat from the scene. Yet, amidst this moment, everyone seemed to forget the little black creature, who was enjoying the pampering in Chica's mind. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Master, are you going to mate with that human?" Chica sputtered, nearly choking, which startled Qianhe, who feared Chica's eyes were still malfunctioning. Ignoring the dampness on her clothing from where Chica had spluttered, she quickly cupped his face with her hands, scrutinizing his Rinnegan closely. Aside from the added tomoe, it seems fine. I'm all right, just choked a bit. Cough. Qianhe's grip was firm, causing Chica's lips to pucker, prompting him to pat her hands gently, reassuring her not to worry. As he freed his face from her grasp, this moment, Guion noticed Mortis perched on Chica's shoulder as the evening had grown darker, and due to Mortis's deep coloring, she had failed to notice the small black creature until now. "When did you get this adorable little one?" she exclaimed, clapping her hands in surprise, and attempted to reach out to cuddle Mortis. However, Mortis vanished in an instant, reappearing on Chica's other shoulder, casting a challenging glance at Guion. Guion was momentarily taken aback. The speed Mortis exhibited far surpassed that of Bridge's swift movements. This was no ordinary creature. Ignoring the provocation, Guion turned her curious gaze back to Chica. He had nothing to hide from her. Guion was the person he felt closest to in the Navy. After all, he briefly explained Mortis's birth and her identity. After a considerable time, Guion finally processed everything she had just learned. Were it not for Chica being the one to share this information, a man who defied conventional understanding, she would have swiftly sent the messenger to meet their maker. Taking a deep breath, Guion spoke slowly. "So, you're saying this little black creature is the embodiment of that mythical beast fruit, you?" "Indeed, I named her Mortis." "Mortis? That is quite a lovely name. So, she is a little female?" "Ah, yes." Chica regarded Guion with bemusement. Did it truly matter whether Mortis was male or female? Guion, however, did not share this sentiment. The human-like expressions and actions exhibited by Mortis had stirred an unexpected sense of rivalry within her as a woman, one that was not of a combative nature. Yet, she couldn't very well engage in a contest with a creature, could she? Shaking her head to dispel the thought, Guion pointed a teasing finger at Chica's chest, saying, "All right, Chica darling, do you remember what I promised you?" "Of course, here it comes, the ultimate reward," Chica exclaimed excitedly, tightening his embrace around Guion's arm instinctively. "You're squeezing too hard." Guion chuckled, both amused and exasperated, gently tapping Chica's arm. Realizing he had been overly eager, Chica quickly loosened his grip. This eagerness was understandable. After all, he had lived 3 lives, and this was still his first experience as an orphan on Blue Star. Even basic sustenance had been a concern. And in the world of Naruto, he faced life-threatening dangers daily, leaving no room to contemplate such matters. Guion certainly did not hold it against him, continuing, "Just remember that you've already fulfilled your part of the agreement. So whatever conditions you have, feel free to state them." Upon saying this, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Chica's eyes. Chica, in turn, released her from his embrace, gently grasping her chin to turn her face toward him. He then stated earnestly, "My condition is that I want you to be mine. Is that acceptable?" Guion gazed at him in a daze, and without a doubt, these were the very conditions she longed to hear. In truth, when she proposed that goal to Uchiha at the entrance of the dormitory, it was merely to ascertain his feelings. After all, she had already begun to develop feelings for him at that time. Yet, uncertain of Uchiha's emotions, she impulsively suggested a target that she deemed somewhat overly ambitious. To her astonishment, Uchiha accomplished this goal within a mere year, and now he was articulating the very conditions she yearned to hear. In that moment, Guion was enveloped in sheer happiness. Shyness was not in her nature. Having stated his conditions, Uchiha was suddenly assailed by a pair of crimson lips. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he reciprocated with the most fervent response. The only witness to this moment was the little Meredith perched on someone's shoulder, her tiny paws raised in front as if the slight gap between them signified her mischievousness. The following day, Uchiha appeared at the training grounds, invigorated and refreshed. Beside him, Bridge whispered to Grey Fuss, "Looks like our leader's finally blooming like an iron tree. Just look at his splendid mood today." Grey Fuss cast a sidelong glance at Bridge. Saying nothing, he dared not comment on Uchiha's situation, well aware that Uchiha had promised to introduce him to that beautiful officer's sister. Good heavens, considering Miss Guion's appearance, how could her sister possibly be any less stunning? The mere thought exhilarated him, prompting him to distance himself from Bridge at such a time. When Bridge noticed Grey Fuss's reluctance to engage, he sulkily closed his mouth and turned to Binzi, his eyes urging, Ask me what happened last night." Yet, as expected, Binzi remained silent. "Very well, you all are impressive, maintaining your lofty detachment, uninterested in gossip. I shall savor it all alone in my heart." Zephyr, as usual, made his appearance on the platform, surveying the crowd below before speaking. "Today, I have 2 announcements to make. The first is to congratulate Uchiha for achieving first place in the year-end assessment." Upon hearing this, thunderous applause erupted from below, many students blushing as if they themselves had claimed first place. It is worth noting that the participants included not only their current cohort, but also many upperclassmen, and yet the first place winner remained one of their own. A source of great pride indeed. At least they would not hear the classic remark, You are the worst group I have ever trained. Once the applause subsided, Zephyr continued. The second announcement is that student Uchiha will be temporarily leaving our training camp. As decided by the headquarters. In light of Uchiha's capabilities, he will be assigned to a different post for the coming year. After delivering this final piece of news, Zephyr gazed upon Uchiha in the crowd. His eyes filled with pride, reluctance, but most of all, a sense of comfort. Uchiha was his most satisfactory student, and now this student had matured ahead of schedule, ready to soar into the vast ocean. As a teacher, all he could offer was encouragement and support. Uchiha's roommates were equally filled with reluctance. Bridge directly embraced Uchiha, weeping and wailing, "Don't go, big brother Uchiha." This display caused Meredith, perched on Uchiha's shoulder, to grimace disdainfully, using her tiny paw to push against his plump face, wishing to keep his tears from staining Uchiha's clothes. Greyfuss, no longer concerned about the environment, silently lit a cigar, while Benzi kept his gaze fixed on Uchiha, his eyes conveying his reluctance. Uchiha, somewhat exasperated, pushed Bridge away and shrugged, saying, "What's wrong with you all? We'll see each other soon enough. Perhaps within a year, you'll find yourselves aboard my ship. Do you believe it?" The other three paused in surprise, with Bridge being the quickest to respond. Of course, with Big Brother Chia's strength, securing some merit should be a piece of cake, right? Wouldn't that mean a meteoric rise in rank? Well, perhaps meteoric was not quite the right term, but the sentiment was clear. The trio's spirits quickly stabilized, and Chia patted their shoulders. Suddenly, he glanced towards a certain direction. Bridge inquired, "What's wrong?" Chia shook his head, indicating it was nothing. Meanwhile, Ayn quietly withdrew her gaze and lowered her head to observe her toes. Due to her physical development, however, only two towering peaks came into view. "Will we meet again, Uchiha?" After announcing the two matters, Zephyr declared a day of rest to celebrate the commendable performance of the training camp's participants. The students erupted in cheers, the atmosphere of parting momentarily dissipating. Following this, Uchiha was once again summoned to Zephyr's office. This time, Zephyr's demeanor was far from his usual stern visage. Upon entering, Uchiha found Zephyr smiling at him, exuding a hint of warmth. "Teacher Zephyr, may I ask what the matter is?" "It's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to see you once more, as you may be quite busy in the near future." Observing Zephyr's expression, Uchiha felt a pang of loneliness within him, which did not sit well. Those damn pirates. The more he interacted with Zephyr, the more his disdain for pirates grew. After all, this was a man once known for his refusal to kill. How could such scoundrels bring themselves to commit such acts? Overwhelmed by emotion, Uchiha suddenly addressed Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, what is your current stance on pirates?" Taken aback by the question, Zephyr fell silent for a long while. He did not respond directly but instead countered, "What is your view on kindness?" Uchiha pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. "Kindness must possess a certain sharpness. Boundless softness of heart only allows others to take advantage. Unprincipled mercy merely permits the unscrupulous to act as they please. Must kindness possess a sharpness? How eloquent!" Zephyr remarked with a self-deprecating shake of his head. He found himself in complete agreement with Uchiha's words, recognizing that this statement also subtly challenged his previous notions of justice. But what of it? Could a non-lethal justice bring back his wife and child? Could it genuinely compel those pirates to repent? Uchiha's words served not only as a reflection for him, but also as a wake-up call for the pacifists within the Navy. Many within their ranks had grown excessively lenient in their interpretation of justice. Although Akainu's brand of justice often veered towards the extreme, one could not deny that the current seas required a figure like him within the Navy. The fact that Uchiha could articulate such thoughts indicated he had begun to develop his own sense of justice. It could not be said that one was right and the other wrong. At the very least, Zephyr recognized Uchiha's potential. He was now convinced that Uchiha's future would not merely be limited to the rank of admiral, but he was destined to become the fleet admiral. Or even higher. How he wished to witness that day. For that, he must ensure he lived on. Ever since stepping down from the position of admiral, Zephyr felt a renewed vigor coursing through him. He was determined to expend every last ounce of energy to elevate Uchiha to the pinnacle that awaited him. With that thought, he rose and placed a hand on Uchiha's shoulder, saying, "Fear not. Uchiha, your teacher will always be your most steadfast supporter at headquarters." At the Navy headquarters, within the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku presented Uchiha with a commission, stating, "Uchiha, this is your appointment letter from headquarters. Although you have yet to graduate, the headquarters has decided to make an exception and grant you the rank of colonel, assigning you to temporarily guard the Sabaody archipelago." He handed Uchiha a document along with a set of colonel's uniform. Awaiting Uchiha's response, glancing over the document, Uchiha looked up at Sengoku and said, "Understood. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, shall I depart now?" "Yes, it has already been delayed for some time." Your assignment to Sabaody is not only the headquarters directive but also reflects the will of the world government. You must exercise caution. Uchiha raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had drawn the attention of the world government. He inquired, "The world government? What directives do they have?" Sengoku shook his head, indicating there were no explicit instructions. However, he speculated, your potential demonstrated within the Navy is indeed remarkable. The world government likely believes your future position in the Navy will be significant and wishes to assess you. You must understand. The celestial dragons frequently visit to purchase slaves, and your attitude towards them is of great importance to the world government. It was undeniable that after so many years in the Navy, Sengoku had engaged with the world government on numerous occasions, allowing him to glean some insight into their thoughts. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his underlying disdain for certain individuals. As Fleet Admiral, he could not afford to reveal such feelings. Uchiha nodded thoughtfully, and Sengoku continued to emphasize, if you encounter celestial dragons, be sure not to provoke them. That if you truly wish to avoid interaction, make a conscious effort to steer clear of them. They typically show little interest in the Navy. Sengoku feared that Uchiha, being a young man, might be incited by the celestial dragon's actions and make unwise decisions that could jeopardize his future. Thus, he incessantly conveyed these matters to Qianhe. In truth, Qianhe's psychological age is far from juvenile. He comprehends everything that Zhanghua articulates. Consequently, he assures Zhanghua that during his tenure at Sabaody, he will not cause any disturbances, with Qianhe's promise in hand. Zhanghua finally feels at ease, gesturing for Qianhe to take his leave. Upon exiting Zhanghua's office, Qianhe unexpectedly encounters the long-absent Carp. The moment Carp spots Qianhe, he drapes his arm over Qianhe's shoulder and boisterously exclaims, "Isn't this Qianhe? Come, come, I shall treat you to some senbei at Zhanghua's." Qianhe chuckles and waves his hand, indicating that he has just come from there and will refrain from encroaching on Zhanghua senbei. Observing this, Carp does not press the matter further. Noticing the documents in Qianhe's hand, he inquires, "Is that an appointment letter? Did you graduate early? Where will you be stationed?" Qianhe replies, "I did not graduate early. It is more akin to an internship, as I will be stationed at Sabaody." "Sabaody? What on earth are you being sent to that wretched place for? The celestial dragons frequent that area, and they are certainly not good company." Carp exclaims loudly, for he perceives that although it is not far from the headquarters, it is rife with unspeakable occurrences. He harbors a strong aversion towards the celestial dragons. "Carp, what outrageous nonsense are you spouting? Get in here, now." Zhanghua, having overheard Carp's audacious remarks, hastily intervenes, fearing that his words might reach the ears of the world government. Carp rolls his eyes, making a comical face towards the office, then earnestly advises Qianhe, "In any case, be cautious during your assignment there, and avoid interactions with the celestial dragons as much as possible." Despite Carp's typically carefree demeanor, he is not a complete fool. For him, one must know when to be coarse and when to be meticulous in dealing with matters. Qianhe accepts Carp's good intentions, bids farewell, and departs. Upon exiting the building, Qianhe employs the power of the heavens and soars towards the port. Along the way, the ever-compliant Modis, who has been resting quietly on Qianhe's shoulder, suddenly inquires, "Master, what are the celestial dragons? Why must you be cautious around them? Are they formidable?" Qianhe disdainfully shakes his head and responds, "They are merely a bunch of trash. Sooner or later, I will carry several bags of rice onto the Red Earth continent." "Carry several bags of rice? What do you mean, Master? Are you delivering food to them?" "Not at all. It implies their demise. I see, Master. When the time comes, I shall assist you in carrying even more bags of rice." "I believe in you." Qianhe smiles warmly, scratching Modis under the chin, eliciting a contented expression from her as she squints her eyes. "You do have quite the faith in me. Of course, Master is the most formidable." As Qianhe reaches the port, he begins searching for the military vessel that will take him to his destination, following the instructions in the appointment letter. After a brief search, he finally locates the ship. But the large character emblazoned on its sail causes him to chuckle in amusement. The sail prominently displays the character Crane, unmistakably identifying the ship as that of Vice Admiral Crane, known as the Chief of the Naval Staff. As Qianhe approaches the ship to board, he notices Guion waving at him from the deck. Since their intense verbal sparring that night, this marks their first encounter, and recalling that evening, Qianhe cannot help but press his lips together, prompting Modis to roll her eyes. Today, Guion dons the Navy's Justice cloak, appearing particularly gallant. "I am a colonel. Where is my cloak?" Qianhe muses, feeling somewhat vexed. He decides against boarding in a conventional manner, instead soaring directly onto the ship. Landing on the deck, Qianhe surveys his surroundings, only to discover that he is surrounded by female soldiers who were equally curious about the naval officer that has descended from the sky. Who is that? Quite handsome. Look at his uniform. He seems to be a colonel. He looks so young. I wonder what brings him here. Could it be that he has someone special waiting for him? I don't know. But isn't Vice Admiral Crane strictly prohibiting male officers from boarding the ship unless on official business? Upon seeing Qianhe, Guillaume's face lights up with a radiant smile. She strides over to him in her high heels. And despite being surrounded by her subordinates, she suppresses the urge to embrace him and says, "Well, did you expect this? I am the one delivering you to your new assignment. I truly did not expect this. But I quite like it. Hee. By the way, is Vice Admiral Crane not here? Sister is not. She remains at the headquarters. The ship is entirely under my command now. Haha. Then I look forward to your guidance." Guillaume, that depends on your performance. Qianhe. On this splendid day, aboard Crane's ship, Qianhe reclines on the deck, resting his head on Guillaume's lap, sipping juice from the glass she holds, thoroughly content. The nearby female sailors maintain their watch. Having long since transitioned from shock to indifference regarding such occurrences, Guillaume gently nudges the drowsy Qianhe, asking, "So, what are your plans for Sabaody?" Qianhe stretches lazily and replies, "I have no specific plans. I may just laze about for a year. My primary goal is to build my credentials with the world government." The world government? How did you attract their attention? From what Commander Zhanhua indicated, they intend to assess me. Isn't that precisely where the celestial dragons like to frequent? They've simply sent me there for a period of service. Do you know what the name celestial dragon signifies? Indeed, it signifies a bunch of trash. Enough about them. I have grown weary of hearing about them. Rest assured, if they do not provoke me, I shall not bother with them. Seeing this, Guillaume refrains from further conversation, hoping that Qianhe understands the gravity of the situation. Due to the proximity between the naval headquarters and the Sabaody archipelago, the ship swiftly reaches its destination. As soon as he disembarks, Qianhe is greeted by a row of sailors awaiting his arrival, led by the highest-ranking officer here, Rear Admiral Ambuster. Ambuster is not merely here to welcome Qianhe, as he is, after all, only a colonel. With a swish, Guillaume appears behind Qianhe, and Ambuster promptly leads the naval officers forward to greet them. It seems that Qianhe's rank is still insufficient. Qianhe chuckles to himself. Unfazed, while Guillaume waves to Ambuster, signaling that she has delivered Qianhe and is ready to depart. She then offers Qianhe a gentle smile, saying, "I can only bring you this far. I must take my leave now." Qianhe nods in agreement, smiling. "Thank you for your hard work, Guillaume. What are we being polite about between us?" She feigns annoyance, pinching Qianhe's cheek. Guillaume's intention is to create a favorable atmosphere for Qianhe, ensuring he feels more at ease here. Ambuster observes their interaction, wiping the sweat from his brow, contemplating that this Uchiha Qianhe is not to be underestimated, especially at such a young age. He should proceed with caution. After Guillaume offers Qianhe some final advice, she departs, not lingering as their relationship has evolved significantly, and her usual duties are in close proximity, allowing her to visit any time. Once Guillaume leaves, Ambuster approaches Qianhe without any pretense, warmly stating, "You must be Colonel Uchiha Qianhe dispatched from headquarters. I am Rear Admiral Ambuster, the commanding officer here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Qianhe responds with a smile, "I have no pressing matters at the moment, but I look forward to serving under you in the time to come. Please take care of me." Qianhe's demeanor puts Ambuster at ease, realizing that this Uchiha Qianhe is quite approachable. It must be said that having a strong background indeed opens doors everywhere. Even though Ambuster held a higher rank than Qianhe, he dared not show the slightest hint of negligence. After exchanging pleasantries, Ambuster escorted Qianhe to Area 66 of the Sabaody archipelago, the location where the Navy was stationed. Upon entering an office, Ambuster was taken aback to find two women already seated inside, of whom he had no prior knowledge. One of the women had short, golden curls and was dressed in an elegant orange gown, sitting gracefully with her hands folded and a smile directed toward them. The other woman appeared younger, with long golden hair and a cool demeanor, wearing glasses and clad in a fitted black blazer paired with a short skirt. She sported fishnet stockings and black high-heeled shoes. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Ambuster asked, unable to appreciate the beauty before him, adopting a defensive stance as he fixed his gaze on the two women. Qianhe, however, remained composed from their appearances. He had already surmised their identities. The woman in white was Stussy from CP0, while the other was Khalifa, soon to be of CP9. Observing Ambuster's tense posture, Stussy stood up and handed him a document, then covered her mouth with a light chuckle. "Oh dear, Major Ambuster, there's no need to be so tense. We mean no harm. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are members of the world government. My name is Stussy. And this lovely lady beside me is Khalifa. Members of the world government. Buster's pupils constricted upon glancing at the document in his hand. These were individuals he couldn't afford to offend. What exactly was Qianhe's identity that such powerful figures emerged without hesitation upon his arrival? Regardless of who they were beyond the reach of a mere major like him, and he could only endure silently. Regaining his composure, Buster respectfully returned the document to Stussy and inquired, "Ah, Miss Stussy, what brings you personally to this place?" Stussy resumed her seat, elegantly crossing her legs. She picked up a cup of hot tea, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Observing this, Meredith quietly remarked to Qianhe, "Master, this old woman certainly knows how to put on airs. I wish I could give her a claw." Qianhe calmed her with a thought, considering that this woman likely held significant influence and was possibly here for him. He decided to see what her intentions were. After sipping her tea, Stussy set the cup down and shifted her focus from Buster to Qianhe, maintaining her smile as she spoke. "I am here to meet our Navy's new star." Colonel Uchiha Qianhe. Was indeed him. Well then, as long as these important figures did not involve him, Buster took the hint and discreetly exited the office, closing the door gently behind him. Once Buster had left, Qianhe addressed Stussy. "Might I inquire what business you have with me, Miss Stussy?" Stussy shook her head with a smile, pointing to Khalifa beside her. "While I too wish to meet this generation's naval star, the focus of my visit is not myself. My task is to introduce her to you. This is Khalifa, who will serve as your secretary during your time in Sabaody." Upon hearing her name, Khalifa promptly stood and approached Qianhe, bowing at a 90-degree angle. From Qianhe's perspective, he could see a pronounced cleavage. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance, Colonel Qianhe." Qianhe remained silent, instead turning his gaze to Stussy. Aware that this display was somewhat excessive given Qianhe's rank, Stussy had a ready explanation, stating that the arrangement for Khalifa to be his secretary was a government decision, primarily to assist with his daily needs and work affairs. After all, he had just emerged from the training camp and lacked experience, especially in such a unique locale, and this was a gesture of goodwill from the government. Ah, how flattering. Qianhe mused internally, recognizing the underlying motive was likely to monitor him, gauging whether he possessed the potential to become a loyal dog. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that he had no valid reason to refuse. With that thought, Qianhe gently lifted Khalifa from her bowing position, extending his hand to her. Khalifa looked at him with some confusion, but Qianhe smiled and said, "I will rely on your care in the days to come." Secretary Khalifa. Stussy nodded in satisfaction at Qianhe's demeanor, thinking to herself that he was quite perceptive, which raised her opinion of him subtly. With her primary task accomplished, Stussy prepared to depart, handing Qianhe a card and casting him a flirtatious glance, saying, "If you wish to unwind on Pleasure Street, feel free to seek me out." Before she exited, once Stussy had left, only Qianhe and Khalifa remained in the office, true to her training as an intelligence operative. Khalifa quickly transitioned into her role as secretary, bringing Qianhe a cup of hot tea and standing respectfully beside him, inquiring if he had any instructions, experiencing the novelty of having a secretary. Qianhe found it intriguing. Although she was essentially a spy, the experience was nonetheless fulfilling. After some consideration, Qianhe instructed Khalifa to compile information on the various incidents occurring in Sabaody, as he needed to familiarize himself with the current situation. He couldn't afford to merely idle away a year here. Upon receiving her task, Khalifa quietly set about gathering the necessary materials. Before long, she returned with a stack of documents towering to half her height. Placing them on Qianhe's desk, one could not deny her efficiency. Qianhe thought to himself that were she not affiliated with the world government, he would have undoubtedly employed her as his true secretary. Dismissing his scattered thoughts, Qianhe began to review the information Khalifa had organized, gleaning many useful insights. For instance, areas 1 to 29 of the Sabaody archipelago were primarily known for illicit activities such as human trafficking and other unlawful dealings, with the celestial dragons frequently visiting to purchase slaves. After perusing the documents, Qianhe closed the folder and addressed Khalifa. "Prepare yourself. We are heading to Area 16." Khalifa promptly summoned a squad of Marines to stand by, then fetched a white suit for Qianhe to wear as they made their way toward Area 16. Upon stepping into the area, Qianhe keenly sensed the malevolent gazes directed at him from various onlookers. It was evident that this region had earned its reputation as a lawless zone for good reason, as the Navy's presence here wielded limited intimidation. As Qianhe strolled through the streets, it became apparent that he could faintly hear cries and screams. likely those of enslaved individuals or pirates engaged in violent disputes. Qianhe had no intention of intervening in the slave trade. Such activities had persisted under the noses of the world government and the navy for so long that it was clear there were powerful figures backing them. Neither the celestial dragons nor other government officials would tolerate any disruption to this trade. For now, Qianhe understood he could only focus on fulfilling his duties as a marine, biding his time until he possessed the strength and status to address such matters. Meanwhile, within a building along the street, a group of pirates had been observing Qianhe and his party for some time. In the center of the room sat a small, scrawny man known as Captain Jerry, the leader of the Blood Rat Pirates, with a bounty of 120 million berries, pouring a barrel of beer the same size as himself down his throat. A subordinate approached him from the window and reported respectfully, "Captain Jerry, the Marines have made no moves. They seem to be just walking around." Hearing the report, Jerry paused from drinking, wiping his mouth as he queried in a high-pitched voice, "Who leads them?" "And Buster, I don't recognize him. He appears to be a fresh face, but there's a strikingly beautiful woman accompanying them." A beautiful woman. The mention of this immediately jolted Jerry's alcohol-fogged brain into clarity. A beautiful woman here signified what? It meant a walking fortune. In recent years, the availability of goods has dwindled significantly, and their quality has left much to be desired. That moment, upon hearing the presence of an enchanting woman, he immediately darted to the window, shoving aside a lackey to observe. Through the glass, his gaze fell upon Khalifa, who stood behind Qianhe. Her exquisite figure, paired with her strikingly cold beauty, earned her the label of perfection in his eyes. Casting a glance at Qianhe, who was merely a young colonel, he smirked disdainfully, thinking him a privileged heir relying on family connections. What a pity that his luck had brought him here, of all places. "The weapons of your marine squad and the woman behind you shall be mine," he mused. "Just be more careful in your next life." With that, he summoned his gang of lackeys and charged out of the building. Positioning themselves in front of Qianhe's group, with a swaggering gesture, he pointed at Qianhe and declared, "You, boy, do not belong in a place like this. Hand over the woman behind you and your weapons, and I might just let you leave alive. Otherwise, do not blame Blood Rat Jerry for being ungracious." "Blood Rat Jerry?" Qianhe furrowed his brow, surprised to encounter such a notorious figure during a routine inspection. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and dutifully briefed Qianhe on Jerry's background. Blood Rat Jerry, with a bounty of 120 million, possessed the Zoan-type devil fruit, the mouse fruit, which granted him the form of a giant rat. He was notorious for his penchant for abduction and the torment of women, with a recent obsession for slave trading. After absorbing this information, Qianhe crossed his arms, concluding that Jerry was indeed a despicable scoundrel. With this in mind, he resolved not to grant him the opportunity to enter the depths of the sea prison. As he prepared to engage, Khalifa's gaze sharpened, sensing the impending confrontation. She had been keenly observing Qianhe's capabilities, but the outcome would surely disappoint her. Just as Qianhe was about to make his move, he was halted by the gentle intervention of Medes, perched on his shoulder. "Meow, master, allow me to handle this rat." Are you confident? His bounty is not insignificant. "Rest assured, master, I will take care of it. After all, he is but a rat," Medes replied. Reflecting on this, Qianhe realized that since Medes' inception, she had yet to take action. This would be an excellent opportunity to gauge her strength. Thus, while Khalifa awaited Qianhe's strike, she instead witnessed the black creature leap from his shoulder to confront Jerry and his crew. What was the meaning of this? Khalifa, along with a marine, was bewildered, as were the pirates across from them. What purpose did releasing a pet serve? Jerry, however, felt a shiver run down his spine. Upon seeing the black creature, his body instinctively reacted with fear. Shaking his head, he wondered why he felt such dread towards a mere pet, even as a user of the mouse fruit. Medes landed gracefully, tilted her head back, and let out a resounding meow. Instantly, she was enveloped in a swirling mass of black flames, which grew larger until it reached the size of a small house. As the flames dissipated, the spectators gasped, for the pet they once knew had vanished, replaced by a pitch-black demon, flickering with dark fire. Medes licked her lips, her large eyes fixed menacingly on Jerry. In Qianhe's mind, her voice echoed, "Master, I'm ready to go." Jerry's unease intensified, particularly as Medes assumed a battle stance. What in the world was happening? The members of the surrounding pirate crew were rooted in place, paralyzed by the chilling aura emanating from Medes, reminiscent of hell itself. If this continued, there would be no need for a fight. Surrender would be their only option. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Jerry activated his devil fruit ability, partially transforming into his beast form. His physique swelled several times, his once skinny frame now resembling that of a normal-sized man. covered in gray fur, with oversized incisors gleaming ominously. Yet, upon witnessing this transformation, Metis grew even more exhilarated. She lunged at Jerry, her claws, wreathed in black flames, slashing through the air with tremendous force. Jerry, in turn, hardened his claws to defend against the impending blow. The sound of grinding teeth filled the air as Jerry was sent careening away by Metis' strike, crashing through several buildings and disappearing into a cloud of dust. Califa, standing beside Qianhe, adjusted her glasses, warily observing the display of Metis' might. From the power and speed of that attack, it was clear that Metis' combat capabilities exceeded her own, honed through years of specialized training. Where had Uchiha Qianhe acquired such a creature? She found Qianhe increasingly enigmatic. Returning to the fray, an explosion erupted as Jerry emerged from the rubble, looking utterly disheveled. His once proud shirt had been torn to shreds during his transformation, leaving him clad only in tattered pants that barely concealed him. The most unfortunate aspect was the deep claw marks that marred his chest, yet strangely, no blood flowed from the wounds. A layer of ice had encased the injuries instead. These icy remnants did not serve to staunch his bleeding. Jerry understood all too well that the chilling sensation coursing from his wounds was sapping his vitality, slowing his blood flow, and clouding his consciousness. Slapping his own face, he attempted to regain focus. Casting a grave gaze towards Metis, who was leisurely licking her claws not far away, he knew that if this battle dragged on, he would surely perish here, especially with that youthful marine yet to reveal his strength. If the pet was this formidable, how powerful must its master be? He dared not contemplate further. His only recourse was to unleash his most potent technique to swiftly end this confrontation and find an escape route. With that thought, Jerry frantically summoned his devil fruit powers, his form expanding further as his eyes turned a fiery red, his nose protruded, and his ears elongated, transforming entirely into a massive gray rat with enormous fangs. Letting out a sharp squeak, he coated his fangs in a layer of dark haki, preparing his strongest attack. Blood rat, black fangs. He charged at Metis, aiming for her neck with an explosive leap. His speed so blinding that it left the onlookers momentarily dazed, save for Qianhe, who observed with keen awareness. Qianhe noted the remarkable enhancement in physical prowess that complete beast transformation granted Jerry. Such rapidity required his utmost focus to comprehend. Yet, even in the face of Jerry's newfound might, Metis remained unperturbed, disdainfully meowing twice, causing the fur along her neck to transform into a denser mass of black flames that surged outward. As Jerry's fangs grazed the flames, they were instantly frozen, the icy grip spreading through his body. Panic seized him as he realized the encroaching frost was threatening to envelop his face. In a moment of desperation, he halted his advance, redirecting his momentum towards the ground. With a resounding crack, Jerry's prized fangs shattered upon impact, leaving him to faceplant into the earth. Had it not been for the formidable physical prowess acquired through complete bestial transformation, the tremendous impact would have been sufficient to render him unconscious in an instant. However, even in a state of relative awareness, the loss of his front teeth and the injuries he sustained had already caused him to lose control over the powers granted by the devil fruit. Forcing him to revert from his fully bestial form, he lay pitifully on the ground, gasping for breath. Witnessing their leader in such a miserable state, the lackeys of the blood rat pirates dropped their weapons and fled. One must say, a pirate is indeed a pirate. Loyalty is a rare commodity among most of them. The character of a captain is invariably reflected in their crew, and Qianhe would not permit these scoundrels to escape so easily. A glimmer of purple light flashed in his Rinnegan, and he raised his hand to unleash a splendid combination of universal pull and heavenly severance. The fleeing pirates of the blood rat pirates were suddenly jolted, and one by one, blood gushed from their orifices as they crumpled to the ground like ragged cotton. This method proved highly effective for dispatching such cannon fodder, as the opposing forces of heavenly severance and universal pull were utilized to invisibly crush the pirates' internal organs, leaving them no chance to scream. Qianhe's strike transpired in the blink of an eye, swift enough that Califa, standing nearby, had not yet comprehended the scene before her. All the pirates had already met their demise. Contemplating that this ability might only represent the tip of Qianhe's capabilities, a cold sweat broke out on Califa's forehead as she furtively glanced at Qianhe's purple eyes, pondering, is this truly his power? What a terrifying man. It is utterly unimaginable that he is merely 17 years old. The naval soldiers behind her, who had merely been bystanders throughout the ordeal, were now flushed with astonishment. None had anticipated that this seemingly overly youthful Colonel Qianhe, dispatched from headquarters, possessed such formidable strength. Only such a commanding officer could earn their respect. Crouched on the ground, Jerry observed his subordinate's annihilation with a smile more grotesque than tears, muttering in a deranged manner. Short-sighted indeed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, his voice was cut short as Mortis appeared above him without warning. In his half-beast form, Jerry was scarcely larger than Mortis's claws, let alone in his human state. Mortis raised a paw and struck down fiercely, erasing the bounty of 120 million berries for blood rat Jerry from this world, leaving only a pool of blood. Disdainfully eyeing the remnants of flesh on her paw pads, Mortis summoned black flames to encase the filth in ice, then exhaled gently, causing the impurities to shatter into icy fragments and scatter with the wind. With a satisfied meow, Mortis shrank back to her small black form, leaping onto Qianhe's shoulder, prompting Khalifa and several naval soldiers to instinctively distance themselves from him. Observing the seemingly content Mortis nuzzling against Qianhe's cheek, they found it challenging to reconcile this adorable creature with the colossal beast that had just dispatched blood rat Jerry with a single swipe. Gently pinching Mortis's little rear, eliciting a flustered series of meows, Qianhe turned to the assembled naval soldiers and commanded, "The battle is concluded. Stop dawdling and commence the cleanup of the battlefield." Only then did the soldiers snap out of their stupor, rushing to count the corpses and gather the spoils, determined to ensure that their young commander remained satisfied. Once the battlefield was tidied up, Qianhe ordered the troops to regroup and depart, but on the way back, Khalifa wore an expression of hesitation, as if she wished to speak but held back her words, until they returned to the previous office. After assisting Qianhe in hanging his suit on a rack, Khalifa slowly approached him from behind and instinctively began to knead his shoulders. As Qianhe closed his eyes to relish Khalifa's massage, he mused on why wealthy bosses and Blue Star favored hiring secretaries, particularly attractive young women. Such a lifestyle was undeniably decadent. Opening his eyes slightly, he caught Khalifa staring at him, and upon noticing him awake, she quickly averted her gaze. Amused, he spoke. "If you have something to inquire about, do so quickly. This opportunity will not last." Khalifa hesitated briefly before asking, "I have heard that you, Sir Qianhe, triumphed over a rear admiral in the year-end assessment and received a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit. May I ask, have you not consumed this fruit?" Indeed, the world government's information network was remarkably astute. However, it was also understandable, as mythical beast-type devil fruits were quite rare, especially for someone labeled as a new recruit. Qianhe pondered for a moment, then fabricated a response, saying, "I have not consumed it. I fed that fruit to my pet. Behold, the one on my shoulder." As you can see, he gestured towards Mortis perched on his right shoulder, adding, "By the way, her name is Mortis." Khalifa, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized Mortis once more, nodding silently, realizing this explained the creature's peculiar combat abilities. It must indeed be the result of that mythical beast-type devil fruit. However, she wondered how Qianhe could be so generous, offering such a valuable fruit to his pet when it would likely attract fierce competition on the open seas. How fortunate it would be if she could possess such a devil fruit herself. Khalifa cast an envious glance at Mortis. Noticing the envy in Khalifa's eyes, Qianhe recalled that she likely had not yet consumed a devil fruit at this point in time, and casually remarked, "You haven't consumed a devil fruit yet, have you? As my secretary, should I acquire any surplus devil fruits in the future, I shall naturally reward you with one." Qianhe emphasized the word "I," and Khalifa understood the implication. They both shared an unspoken agreement regarding her covert surveillance of him on behalf of the world government. However, she did not take his words to heart. A single devil fruit would not suffice to sway her loyalty from the world government. Qianhe was aware that tempting Khalifa with just one devil fruit was somewhat far-fetched. He merely intended to test the waters. Noticing her lack of resistance, he concluded that if the price was right, negotiations could indeed be possible. Such a capable secretary was not someone he wished to part with easily. Gently stroking his Rinnegan on the right side, Qianhe thought, "I need just one more devil fruit to unlock the third tomoe of my right eye. I have a feeling that the third tomoe will bring about a qualitative change. Time is of the essence." With this in mind, he raised his gaze to Khalifa, who was still massaging him, and inquired, "Do you know of any reliable channels to obtain a devil fruit, preferably one with confirmed abilities?" Khalifa paused, suddenly realizing that Qianhe's devil fruit had been fed to someone else. Thus, he had not yet consumed a devil fruit himself. He was likely seeking a suitable one for himself to consume. Despite her thoughts, she quickly provided her suggestion. "As for devil fruits, there are occasional auctions held in Area 1 of Sabaody Archipelago, where they sometimes auction them off. However, most of the time, the auctions are for slaves. An auction." Qianhe recalled that when Luffy and his crew first arrived at Sabaody, they had participated in an auction, causing a ruckus and even striking a celestial dragon, which had drawn the attention of Kizaru, who was on duty at the time. It seemed that this was indeed the auction in question, and the celestial dragons appeared to have a penchant for such events. Though these individuals were hardly virtuous, they tended to covet the finest treasures. This auction was certainly worth attending. Nodding in agreement, Qianhe acknowledged Calipha's suggestion, snapping his fingers and saying, "Very well. Arrange it. We shall go to Area 1 tomorrow and try our luck." Understood. Calipha inclined her body slightly, ceasing her massage, preparing to step away to organize the relevant information about the auction and plan for the following day's itinerary. However, just as she emerged from behind the chair and passed by Qianhe's side, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard, she found herself sitting directly on Qianhe's lap, momentarily stunned and unable to resist. After regaining her composure, she glared at Qianhe with indignation, exclaiming, "Let go of me. This is sexual harassment, Colonel Qianhe." Qianhe regarded her with a bemused smile, tightening his grip around her waist, which made Calipha somewhat uncomfortable, causing her to squirm in his embrace. Ignoring her resistance, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly, "You are truly an invaluable secretary. I cannot imagine being without you." The unusual sensation against her ear sent a jolt through Calipha, who had not anticipated Qianhe's unorthodox approach. She had heard rumors of his peculiar relationship with Rear Admiral Guillaume. Did he not fear her reporting him? Suddenly recalling Guillaume, she challenged, "Are you not afraid I might inform Rear Admiral Guillaume about this?" Upon hearing the name Guillaume, Chica momentarily froze, then chuckled and shook her head, maintaining her current posture without budging. She leaned closer to Carifa's ear and whispered, "Why should I be afraid? Guillaume is one of my own. What is there that cannot be said? And you? If I were to consume you, the world government might actually be quite pleased. Wouldn't they? After all, wouldn't that place the leverage firmly in your hands? You, what are you saying? Such thoughts are perilous." Carifa was in complete disarray, fully aware that Chica's assertions were far from erroneous. If sacrificing her own body could yield a hold over someone as immensely promising as Chica, a potential top-tier force within the Navy, the world government would have long since packaged her up and delivered her to Uchiha Qianhe. The reason they had not acted thusly was that among the Navy's historical elite, very few had an appetite for such matters, each one colder than the last. Indeed, the world government had never even considered such an approach. Let alone the world government. The Uchiha clan rarely produced individuals like Chica. After all, the essence of Chica's soul ultimately originated from Blue Star. Finding herself unable to extricate herself from Chica's embrace, Carifa's long legs, ensconced in fishnet stockings, tensed as she contemplated employing the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the Gale Foot as a high-ranking operative of the world government. Carifa was intimately familiar with the 6 styles, confident that while her Gale Foot might not injure Chica, it would at least allow her to escape his clutches. However, as she made her move, she was detected by the creature perched on Chica's shoulder. Medes emitted a sharp cry, leaping from Chica's shoulder, her upper body slightly bent forward, eyes shimmering with a dark flame, exuding an aura of extreme danger as she focused intently on Carifa. Gulp. Carifa swallowed hard, completely abandoning her previous intentions, and obediently slumped back onto Chica's thigh. She had no doubt that should she dare to unleash her Galefoot, Uchiha Chica's pet would instantaneously freeze her into a lifeless ice sculpture, leaving her fate no different from that of Jerry. Seeing that Carifa had settled down, Chica decided against teasing her further, releasing his arm to allow her to rise. A little playful banter with his charming secretary was sufficient. Anything beyond that would lose its charm. Rising swiftly, Carifa adjusted her disheveled attire, aimed a glare at Chica, but wilted under Medes's threatening gaze. She muttered, "I'm off to work," and fled as if in retreat, leaving behind a smirking Chica in the office chair. Now escaping from Chica's office, Carifa leaned against a wall in a nearby room, her right hand, clad in a black leather glove, pressed against her chest, where her heart raced unrelentingly. Taking a deep breath, she slightly calmed her emotions. Then, she reached into the cleft of her bosom and miraculously produced a din-din mushy, dialing a number. After a brief wait, the din-din mushy responded, its face morphing into a feminine visage as it spoke. "This is Stussy. What do you have to report, Carifa?" Indeed, Carifa was contacting her direct superior, Stussy from CP0. Each incident that transpired today was of utmost importance. As a competent spy, she could not allow personal sentiments to interfere with her duties. Today's surveillance target, Uchiha Qianhe, had ventured into the lawless area of Zone 16 and obliterated the Blood Rat pirates. Oh, were there any survivors? Not a single one. All the pirates were crushed internally by his bizarre abilities, and their captain, Jerry, was reduced to mere mush by his pet. Seems Uchiha Qianhe's methods lean towards the hawkish side. This is indeed favorable, and regarding that pet, elaborate further. According to Uchiha Qianhe himself, the Phantom Beast-type devil fruit he had received as a reward for his assessment had already been fed to his pet, which possessed formidable combat power and could wield ice attribute black flames. The notorious blood rat Jerry with a bounty of 120 million, appeared as nothing more than a toy in its presence. A phantom beast-type devil fruit, you say? That level of combat capability is understandable. Well done. Your intelligence is quite valuable. Do you have anything else to add? Karifa hesitated, her lips pursed, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. It seems that Uchiha Qianhe has taken quite an interest in me. What do you mean? He wishes for me to become one of his, including a relationship of a romantic nature. Ha. I hadn't anticipated our Navy's rising star harbored such inclinations. Nevertheless, this is good news. Do not yield easily. Continue your observations. Uchiha Qianhe is bound to become a premier force within the Navy. If we can secure him in this manner, it would be a monumental achievement for both you and me. Do you understand? Understood. After hanging up the den mushi, Karifa let out a soft sigh. Just as she had suspected, sacrificing herself to garner Uchiha Qianhe's favor was an exceedingly lucrative transaction in the eyes of the higher-ups. But did that mean she would become merely a pawn? While Uchiha Qianhe was undeniably handsome and powerful, instilling a sense of security, still, never mind. At this point, all she could do was take it step by step. The machinations of these high-ranking figures were beyond the influence of a fledgling spy like her. For now, her only task was to promptly arrange Chica's schedule in preparation for tomorrow's auction. The following morning, Chica set off for Zone 1, accompanied solely by Medes and Karifa, eschewing his Navy uniform for his favored black cloak, thus ensuring a notably discreet outing. Nonetheless, even in this understated guise, Chica's entrance into the auction drew considerable attention. News of his annihilation of the blood-rat pirates had spread throughout the Sabaody archipelago in record time, and many prominent figures had committed his likeness to memory. Hence, upon his arrival, he was swiftly recognized. That person is the newly appointed Navy Colonel, Uchiha Qianhe, quite youthful, indeed. I have learned from friends at headquarters that Uchiha Qianhe was the top of his class in this year's Navy Elite Training Camp. Having even defeated a rear admiral in the year-end assessments, his prowess was so exceptional that he was dispatched here ahead of schedule. Yesterday, he wiped out the blood-rat pirates, being young and brimming with vigor. It seems some pirates in Sabaody are in for a rough time. Fear not. Some influential figures won't allow him to wreak too much havoc, if you catch my drift, settling into a favorable position. Chica once again praised Karifa for her professional capabilities, a position she had undoubtedly procured in advance. Ever since her arrival, Chica felt himself slipping into a state of lethargy. Karifa maintained a stoic expression, adjusting her glasses as she took a seat beside Chica. However, no sooner had she sat down than Chica pulled her closer, her entire form pressed against him. This time, Karifa offered only a token resistance before yielding. Turning her head to glare at Chica, he chuckled lightly, giving her shoulder a few playful pats, saying, "The auction is about to commence. Behave yourself. You're the one who is misbehaving." Karifa, resigned, adjusted her posture and turned her gaze towards the stage below. After an opening performance, a mermaid girl, submerged in a tank, was introduced. Her appearance could only be described as average, but her rarity made her highly coveted among nobles with peculiar tastes, as her fishtail was a significant asset. As the host announced the commencement of bidding, a flurry of eager bids ensued, and before long, the mermaid's price soared past the 100 million mark, leaving Chica astounded. These people are truly wealthy. Karifa glanced at Chica and remarked, "Aren't you interested? After all, she's a mermaid. Such auctions are rare even here." Smack. Chica delivered a playful slap to a certain part of Karifa's body, causing her to gasp. Her cheeks flushing as she turned to him, lowering her voice, "Colonel Chica, that is sexual harassment. A minor punishment for you. What do you take me for? What do you think?" In Khalifa's mind, Chica's name had become irrevocably associated with the lecherous old man. Looking up at the stage, after several rounds of slave auctions, at last, a fruit of a deep violet hue adorned with peculiar patterns was presented by the auction staff on an exquisite tray. It was indeed a devil fruit. Finally, it had arrived. Upon the appearance of the devil fruit, Chica retracted his arm from around Khalifa, leaning slightly forward, his Rinnegan eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the fruit on the stage. Judging by its appearance, it appeared to be a Paramecia-type devil fruit, and the fluctuations in his Rinnegan indicated that it was quite an exceptional specimen. Sure enough, the announcer's subsequent words confirmed Chica's intuition. The next item up for auction was a treasure of the sea. A devil fruit Paramecia-type gravity fruit. Hearing the name of this fruit, Chica could not help but smile. It was indeed the gravity fruit. As his opponents grew stronger, his fundamental abilities had begun to falter. If he were to absorb this fruit, his powers would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. With a subtle gesture towards the devil fruit, Chica murmured, "This devil fruit shall be claimed by Uchiha Qianhe." Compared to the slaves, the reaction elicited by the devil fruit was markedly subdued. Perhaps it was Chika's good fortune, as the attendees at the auction displayed little interest in this particular fruit. However, there was still bidding, albeit at prices lower than those for the slaves. After several rounds of bidding, Chika successfully acquired it for 280 million berries, an unexpected boon, considering the typical market value of a devil fruit, which averages around 100 million berries. The final price for the gravity fruit was quite substantial, especially for Chika, as the sum nearly depleted his funds. He chuckled ruefully, acknowledging his financial plight. Ultimately, wealth was but a transient concern, and the enhancement of his strength was far more substantial. Soon, a servant respectfully approached Chika with the gravity fruit in hand. In this auction, there was no need for concern over disruptions. From the information Chika possessed, it was likely that the auction was backed by Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Accepting the fruit, Chika carelessly tossed it into his dimensional space, fully aware that he would not employ the abilities of the hungry ghost path here, as such actions might attract the attention of Khalifa, the little spy. The secret of the Rinnegan must remain known only to himself and those he trusted. Should outsiders learn of it, Chika would have no choice but to silence them. This included even Khalifa, his currently useful secretary. As expected, upon witnessing Chika's actions, Khalifa immediately inquired, "Aren't you going to eat it?" "I already possess the power of gravity. I'll merely set this one aside for collection," he replied. With that, Khalifa ceased her inquiries, wary of providing Chika with any leverage against her, for she currently lacked the means to resist him. After acquiring the devil fruit, Chika's interest waned for the subsequent auction items. He leaned back in his chair, appearing on the verge of slumber. Observing his posture, Khalifa thoughtfully asked if he wished to leave early. After a moment's reflection, Chika agreed. Remaining any longer would be a waste of time, and he prepared to heed Khalifa's suggestion. Just as he was about to rise, another slave was presented for auction. In stark contrast to the previous rare specimens, this one appeared utterly unremarkable, an old man with graying hair. The only aspect that drew attention was the old man's expression. Unlike the despair seen on the faces of other auction slaves, he wore a perpetual smile, as though indifferent to his plight, leading observers to mistakenly believe he was merely a tourist. Upon seeing the old man brought forth, the audience lost interest. When the host announced the starting bid of 10 million berries and the bidding commenced, there was a momentary silence with no offers forthcoming. Just as the atmosphere threatened to grow stale, a youthful voice rang out, 15 million berries. The host, visibly relieved, quickly repeated the offer thrice, and upon receiving no further bids, hastily confirmed the transaction. The unfortunate soul who purchased the seemingly useless old man was none other than Chika. Observing his decision to buy such an inconspicuous figure, Khalifa curiously asked, "What do you intend to do with him?" "He's merely an ordinary human. Even if you wish to employ him for cleaning, his age suggests he may be unable to manage such tasks." Chika merely smiled in silence, while others might not recognize the old man. Chika, having seen the anime, was well aware that this seemingly harmless figure was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Gold. Roger. Spending 15 million for the privilege of having Rayleigh in his presence was, in his estimation, a worthy investment. With a dismissive wave, Chika offered no further explanation and took Khalifa's hand, leading her out of the venue. At the back door of the auction house, a servant awaited, leading Rayleigh, now adorned with a collar, to Chika for him to claim. Upon Chika's arrival, the servant handed Rayleigh over with a slight bow before departing. Rayleigh regarded the young man who had purchased him with curiosity. Frequently, he sold himself at auctions for a bit of cash, only to utilize his conqueror's haki to incapacitate those who bought him and make his escape. Previously, his buyers had been bored nobles. Yet this time, he found himself in the hands of a young man. Due to his recent transactions with the auction house, Rayleigh was unaware that a young marine colonel had recently arrived at Sabaody Archipelago and had decimated the Blood Rat pirates. Chika, meanwhile, was assessing the former first mate of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. Compared to his first appearance at Sabaody, Rayleigh now appeared noticeably younger, though traces of age remained. Chika understood the immense power contained within this body, a relic from the previous era's mightiest. Without further ado, Chika clarified Rayleigh's identity. "How long do you intend to keep up the charade?" Silver's Rayleigh. At this revelation, both Khalifa and Rayleigh's pupils dilated in shock. Rayleigh had not anticipated that this young man would recognize him. Since the death of Captain Roger, he had maintained a low profile, and the years had altered his appearance significantly, allowing him to fade from public consciousness. Khalifa was equally astounded. The old man before her was the infamous Rayleigh. What a figure of such caliber! As someone born into the world government, she had certainly perused records detailing his prowess. and those documents conveyed a level of strength that was beyond her imagination. The fact that Chika had so effortlessly unveiled Rayleigh's identity left her feeling a mix of frustration and concern. Since you have recognized him, do remain discreet, she admonished. At the very least, you should have notified me. Do you really think Uchiha Chika can confront Silver's Rayleigh with the two of us and a single other? Chika was well aware that with his current capabilities, combined with those of Mordis, it would be impossible to best Rayleigh. He had dismissed Caliph's combat prowess entirely. Nevertheless, he also understood that Rayleigh had adopted a rather laid-back demeanor. He was unlikely to cause a significant ruckus. In an encounter, Chika expected that he would at most suffer defeat, and should he wish to retreat, he would likely face little resistance, if any, to his life. Indeed, Chika was eager to spar with Rayleigh to gauge his own capabilities, for the Uchiha clan was known for its combative spirit. Moreover, Rayleigh was unlike any opponent Chika had faced thus far. He was a contrast of monumental proportions, far beyond anything he had previously encountered. Engaging Rayleigh would allow Chika to truly understand his current limits, an opportunity that was rare and invaluable. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, young man, knowing my identity, why do you dare to name me? What is your objective? Objective. I am a Marine, and you are a pirate. When a Marine encounters a pirate, is it not customary to engage in battle rather than sit and share tea? Rayleigh paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young man was indeed a Marine. However, he mused, today's youth seemed rather oblivious to the dangers they invited upon themselves. Shaking his head, Rayleigh thought it might be time to stretch his old bones and impart a lesson to this brash young man. Chika followed closely behind Rayleigh until they reached an expansive clearing. Rayleigh halted, turning to face Chika, and said, "Here shall suffice. Before we commence our bout, I would like to inquire how the Marines discovered my whereabouts." In Rayleigh's perspective, the mere fact that such a young naval officer is aware of his existence indicates that his reputation has spread extensively within the Navy headquarters. However, despite his efforts to conceal himself, he could not fathom how his identity had been exposed. Naturally, Rayleigh could never imagine that Qianhe was a time traveler, and moreover, a traveler who was well versed in the world of One Piece. Qianhe, of course, could not disclose that he had read the script. Instead, he retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Do not underestimate the Navy, even in the face of mere pirates." This remark sent a chill down Caliph's spine. As she thought to herself, "My little ancestor, please do not glorify the Navy. Intelligence work is the domain of the world government. If they are unaware of Rayleigh's whereabouts, how could the Navy possibly know?" Furthermore, she worriedly considered that provoking Rayleigh might lead to dire consequences for both of them. Rayleigh smiled faintly, unperturbed. Having lived for so long, he had encountered a myriad of situations and could hardly be agitated by Qianhe's seemingly innocuous comment. "It seems I have underestimated the Navy," he mused. "Since you wish to engage me in battle, let us see if you can endure this challenge. Only then shall you be worthy of a confrontation with me." With that, Rayleigh's eyes widened as he unleashed a wave of invisible pressure, his conqueror's haki emanating from him. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, there was no doubt about the intensity of Rayleigh's haki. Califa was immediately overwhelmed by this force, her vision going wide as she felt herself weaken and begin to collapse. Qianhe quickly caught her, gently lifting her eyelid with his fingers. The moment his Rinnegan flashed, Califa jolted awake. Dazed, Califa turned and surveyed her surroundings, only to realize she had unknowingly found herself in Qianhe's embrace. Instinctively, she wriggled free from him. Surprisingly, Qianhe did not stop her, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. However, the events of the previous moments flooded back to her. She had been incapacitated by Rayleigh's unseen attack, and it was Qianhe who had held her up and roused her from her stupor. Blushing slightly, Califa shyly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I apologize for the trouble." This caught Qianhe off guard. He had not expected his aloof little secretary to show such vulnerability. Nevertheless, he found a sense of satisfaction in her humility. Yet, Qianhe maintained his composure, merely waving his hand dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble at all. "That was Rayleigh's conqueror's haki. The upcoming fight is beyond your capacity to interfere. Stay back." Califa was not the type to be oblivious to reality. She understood that her strength would be of no aid in such a confrontation and could potentially hinder Qianhe. Upon hearing his words, she swiftly used shave to find a relatively safe corner. Crouching down and keeping her eyes fixed on Qianhe and Rayleigh, on the other hand, did not obstruct this development. He regarded Califa, who had fainted under the impact of his haki, as inconsequential. His interest lay solely in the young naval officer before him. It was worth noting that the intensity of his haki had been sufficient to incapacitate many of the base's rear admirals. Even those of the rank of captain would be affected. Yet here was this young officer, seemingly unaffected, as if merely enjoying a gentle breeze. Once Qianhe ensured Calipho was in a safe position, he turned to Rayleigh with a smile. That was your conqueror's haki. Wasn't it? Truly impressive. Rayleigh. I nearly lost consciousness myself. Rayleigh chuckled softly in response. You are mistaken. I could see you were handling it quite well. However, with a serious expression, Qianhe's gaze turned steely, the purple light in his Rinnegan flickering. In his right eye, two black tomoe began to rotate along their respective patterns. Now, how about this? Another wave of pressure erupted from Qianhe, revealing his own conqueror's haki, awakened after being confronted by Rayleigh. Rayleigh remained unfazed, crossing his arms and casually absorbing the impact of Qianhe's haki, commenting, not bad. It seems you possess the qualities of a king, which are rare in the Navy. Qianhe smirked, not expecting his newly awakened haki to sway a seasoned veteran like Rayleigh. He merely felt the need to release this pent-up energy. As the fluctuations in his Rinnegan intensified, suddenly, Qianhe's aura surged exponentially, exploding outward in a circular wave of blade-like shockwaves, surrounding trees, towering hundreds of meters high. Were cleaved in half as if they were mere tofu. Rayleigh, taken aback by this overwhelming force, found himself dodging the incoming shockwaves with his observation haki, pondering, is this also Conqueror's haki? It possesses tangible destructive power. How is this possible? Wasn't it just recently awakened? Yet, the intensity of the earlier display was indubitable. Qianhe's sudden surge in power and the resulting shockwaves were not purely a manifestation of Conqueror's haki. They were an extension of his Rinnegan's capabilities. This technique, known as Rinnegan pressure, amplifies his haki strength, generating shockwaves with actual destructive capabilities. The display of power continued for a full 5 minutes, leaving all present momentarily stunned. Everywhere one looked, the once lush landscape had been transformed into a desolate scene, with the remnants of colossal trees severed and the ground marred by an intricate network of fissures. Mortis, who had been quietly perched on Qianhe's shoulder, gazed up at her master in awe, thinking to herself, truly, he is the one who created me. He is a god in my eyes. Meanwhile, Calipho stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before her. How could such destruction occur when Qianhe had not even lifted a finger? Was this truly the power of a mere naval colonel? Rayleigh too had abandoned his previously relaxed demeanor, slowly drawing his sword from beneath his cloak and gazing intently at Qianhe. Young man, your strength has earned my respect. State your name. Qianhe brushed back the hair that fell over his forehead and replied, Uchiha Qianhe. As he uttered his name, a purple hue appeared at the corners of his eyes, and the back of his hands manifested haki. Since his battle with Qianhe, Qianhe had mastered the ability to elevate both hands into the advanced state of haki simultaneously. Undoubtedly, Qianhe had now entered his most formidable combat state. After all, his opponent was the legendary Rayleigh. A moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. Confirming that he was in peak condition, Qianhe initiated his attack with the 12 divine air strikes, unleashing 12 haki-infused shockwaves that sealed Rayleigh's movements, rendering him unable to evade. Yet, Rayleigh remained unshaken. Faced with an attack that had once obliterated Qianhe, he exhibited no sign of distress. With a single hand, he wielded his sword with apparent ease, effortlessly cleaving through the air wall created by Qianhe's strikes, allowing them to pass harmlessly on either side. Although it appeared that Rayleigh had effortlessly neutralized Qianhe's assault, he alone understood the true potency behind that move. Steadying his trembling sword, Rayleigh mused, you have compressed your haki and infused it with additional power. Haven to you. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. It was clear that Rayleigh, a renowned figure on the seas, could discern the exceptional nature of Qianhe's divine airstrikes with just a glance. Noticing that Qianhe had fallen silent, Rayleigh ceased his banter, vanishing in an instant. His speed was so remarkable that even Qianhe, with his Rinnegan, struggled to keep track. Yet, with the heightened danger perception of Sage Mode and the foresight of his observation haki, Qianhe instinctively evaded. With a burst of repulsive force and instant movement, he propelled himself 100 meters away. Boom! In the next moment, the ground where Qianhe had stood cracked open, revealing a seemingly endless chasm, its dark depths obscured from view. Rayleigh maintained his sword-swinging posture, casting a slight smile in Qianhe's direction. From a distance, Qianhe gazed nervously at the fissure, realizing how perilous it would have been had he been struck by that seemingly simple blow. For a warrior of Rayleigh's caliber, his techniques had reached a level of simplicity that belied their destructive potential, especially for swordsmen. Those who had witnessed the anime knew the sheer strength behind Mihawk's seemingly casual strikes. Just as one might recall Kaido's thunderous rumbling 8 trigrams, which, in reality, was merely a wide swing of a spiked club. However, it was just a single strike from the spiked club that nearly knocked the Pirate King Luffy senseless. It seems that in close combat, I am still no match for Rayleigh, Qianhe pondered. realizing that his haki was still in its early stages of development. Attempting to exploit my weaknesses to counter his strengths is evidently a foolish endeavor. With this thought in mind, Qianhe clasped his hands together with a decisive clap, leaving Rayleigh momentarily stunned. Just as Rayleigh was left questioning this sudden and peculiar gesture, he felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble violently. In the distance, Qianhe fixed his gaze on Rayleigh and shouted, "Would release, open up the crotch." The advent of the forest realm. Not only is Qianhe the bearer of the Rinnegan, but he also possesses cells from Hashirama. Although he cannot yet utilize techniques like the Wooden Man technique or the True Thousand Hands, he is still capable of executing something as formidable as the advent of the forest realm with ease. With a series of cracking sounds, the ground beneath Rayleigh fractured, and an endless array of colossal trees erupted from the fissures, seemingly possessed as they charged towards Rayleigh. The absurdity of the scene rendered Rayleigh momentarily speechless, as he found himself ensnared by the encroaching vines. Moreover, at the moment of contact, Rayleigh discovered that his stamina was inexplicably draining away, siphoned by the vines. Seizing the opportunity while Rayleigh was momentarily restrained, Qianhe formed a series of seals, positioning his palms toward Rayleigh, with his index fingers and thumbs aligned. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from Qianhe's mouth, transforming into a raging inferno that engulfed the entire forest upon contact with the air. The flames intensified as they cascaded over the trees, becoming even more fearsome. What the hell? Qianhe's relentless barrage of bizarre techniques compelled even the usually composed Rayleigh to curse. Before he was consumed by the sea of flames, it was not just Rayleigh. In the distance, Califa watched with her glasses reflecting the continuously burning forest, her pupils dilated in shock. Each of Qianhe's maneuvers struck her as utterly illogical, and the rapid shift in the battle's atmosphere left her utterly bewildered, with only one thought echoing in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? Is that Uchiha Qianhe even human? Buzz! A surge of energy erupted from the inferno, extinguishing the flames that had been raging moments before. Following this, several terrifying slashes cleaved through the dense forest, carving a wide path. Rayleigh's figure appeared at the end of the passage, his earlier composure now replaced by a fierce determination. The upper half of his clothing had been reduced to tatters, hanging in shreds from his body, while a single pair of shorts remained relatively intact, likely due to his conscious effort to preserve his dignity. After all, who doesn't have a bit of pride? Exhaling a plume of black smoke, Rayleigh glared coldly at Qianhe, the earlier camaraderie now replaced with animosity. It seems you harbor many secrets. What exactly are you? Navy? Qianhe shrugged and replied, actually, I'm a ninja. A ninja? Are you from Wano? Do you know Kazuki Oden? Once again, the mention of ninja led most here to associate it with Wano, but the question remained. Could those individuals even be called ninjas? Just donning a few ostentatious garments and declaring oneself a ninja hardly qualifies. Disdainfully, Qianhe scoffed. Don't compare me to those clowns from Wano, you fool. And what of Oden? He was nothing but trash, the worst of the worst. What did you say? Kazuki Oden had once been a comrade of Rayleigh's, and hearing his companion insulted ignited a fury within him. Transitioning from one-handed to two-handed swordsmanship, Rayleigh unleashed his true power, his speed multiplying several times over as he instantly appeared above Qianhe, bringing his sword down with ferocity aimed at Qianhe's head. Qianhe recognized that Rayleigh was genuinely enraged this time. However, this also aligned with his objective, as he required Rayleigh's strength to test his newfound powers. He silently called out, Mortis. Understood, Master. As Qianhe's spiritual beast, Mortis intuitively grasped her master's intent without further instruction. She tilted her head upward and unleashed a torrent of black flames that enveloped Rayleigh, effectively sealing him in ice. The black flame's icy grip would not confine Rayleigh for long, but for Qianhe, it sufficed. A door materialized in the air beside him, and he thrust a hand through, grasping the gravity fruit he had acquired from the auction. None could see what his hand was doing, but the ability of the hungry ghost path activated. The power of the devil fruit absorbed into his being. As the new power coursed through him, Qianhe's ocular prowess escalated dramatically, a potent wave compelling him to shield his right eye instinctively. With a resounding crack, the ice binding Rayleigh shattered, and he rolled to a stop not far from Qianhe, his expression grave as he regarded him. His instincts warned him that during the brief moment of his confinement, Qianhe had undergone a perilous transformation. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Qianhe, still covering his eye, erupted into laughter. Rayleigh, perplexed, felt an unsettling chill creep over him, instinctively tightening his grip on his sword. After a fit of laughter, Qianhe slowly lowered his hand from his eye, revealing a new black tomoe in his Rinnegan. A cold voice escaped his lips. The Real show has only just begun. King of the underworld, Rayleigh. Observing Qianhe's bizarre demeanor, Rayleigh hesitated. fully aware that Qianhe's seemingly endless array of techniques had left an indelible impression on him. Meanwhile, Qianhe seized the moment to assimilate the powers of the gravity fruit he had newly acquired. He noted that the most pronounced effect of absorbing the gravity fruit was the significant enhancement of his ocular powers, particularly the abilities of the heavenly path, with his current capabilities. He felt confident that a single use of universal pull or almighty push against an opponent of Kakashi's caliber would result in a swift and devastating blow. Even if their internal organs were shielded by haki, looking skyward, Qianhe sensed that his Rinnegan's power could now pierce the atmosphere and reach into the cosmos, indicating that he could unleash a skill of unparalleled destructive force. Without keeping Rayleigh waiting long, Qianhe raised his hand again, activating universal pull once more. This time, the power of universal pull was so immense that even Rayleigh struggled to withstand it. He abruptly plunged his sword into the ground, leveraging the soil's resistance to prevent himself from being drawn in. However, the massive trees and debris behind him had no such protection, rapidly converging toward the source of gravity. Throughout this ordeal, Rayleigh's back was relentlessly battered by various hard objects, forcing him to envelop himself in a layer of haki. After all, he was not as young as he once was, and enduring such a barrage of attacks for an extended period was beyond his physical capacity. Countless fragments of trees and stones gathered before Qianhe's palm, ultimately compressing into a colossal sphere. With a fierce glare, Qianhe unleashed Almighty Push, propelling the massive sphere toward Rayleigh with tremendous force. Seeing this, Rayleigh dared not underestimate the attack. He withdrew his sword from the ground and swung it horizontally, aiming to cleave the approaching sphere in two. In Rayleigh's perspective, cutting through a sphere composed of rotten wood and debris would be a trivial task. But was it truly so? Upon striking the sphere, his sword left a deep gash, yet the sphere remained intact, hurtling toward him with relentless momentum. Damn it. The incredible density of the object must stem from its extreme compression. Understanding the reason, he realized the colossal sphere was about to make contact. Rayleigh's expression darkened as an energy swirled around his arm and enveloped his sword, causing it to flicker with ominous red and black lightning. Exuding an aura of sheer terror, Underworld, sever the void, a slash imbued with black lightning erupted, exponentially enhancing its power as it collided with Qianhe's attack. This time, upon contact, the sphere shattered into countless fragments. However, the momentum of Rayleigh's strike did not diminish. It surged toward Qianhe. Such power must be infused with Conqueror's haki. I, Uchiha Qianhe, acknowledge you. Among the foes I have encountered, I shall deem you formidable. Qianhe had initially intended to label him the strongest, but reflecting on the long road ahead, he chose to reserve such declarations for the future. Regardless, your resolve is commendable. If you can, take this blow and show me your mettle. Rayleigh believed that even if Chica had somehow enhanced his strength, he would not be able to withstand the slashing strike imbued with the Conqueror's haki that Rayleigh had unleashed. His gaze had already shifted towards the distant Caliphate, contemplating whether to eliminate her as well. At this moment, traces of the ferocity from his pirate days still lingered within Rayleigh, provoked repeatedly by Chica. The desire to kill had begun to take root in him. Caliphate felt a chill in her heart. She was acutely aware of Rayleigh's murderous intent. Locked in his gaze, she felt as though her heart might cease to beat. Yet, inexplicably, she harbored a deep-seated confidence in Chica, a belief that she would come to no harm that day. Though she could not fathom the source of this assurance, each time Chica's eyes flashed in her mind, a profound sense of security enveloped her. Forcing her stiffened body to move, Caliphate retreated several hundred meters. Recognizing that the only thing she could do now was to avoid becoming a burden to Chica. If Rayleigh sought to hinder them, she hoped to at least delay him long enough to buy Chica a few precious seconds. As long as Chica was alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. If he were to fail, she too would be unable to escape the clutches of death. On Chica's side, facing the incoming strike, he extended his arms in a straight line, a terrifying power brewing in his eyes. Just as the strike was about to connect, an overwhelming repulsive force erupted from him. Super Shinra Tensei. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The dreadful repulsion surged forth like tidal waves, consuming every object within a radius of thousands of meters, leaving desolation in its wake. After what felt like an eternity, the attack ceased, and a pile of rubble exploded as Rayleigh emerged from within, only to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, despite hastily reinforcing his body with armament haki. The earlier Super Shinra Tensei had inflicted significant internal injuries upon him. However, he cared little for his wounds at that moment. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: to kill Chica. This young naval prodigy, if allowed to mature, would become a monster far more terrifying than the current three admirals. The Conqueror's haki surged violently towards the sword in Rayleigh's hand, which emitted a low hum as its blade trembled incessantly, interwoven with increasingly dense black lightning. Rayleigh resolved to strike Chika down with one decisive blow. However, Chika would not afford him the opportunity to gather his strength. He glanced skyward and, with a few swift movements, located the disheveled Khalifa a kilometer away, pulling her into his embrace. This time, Khalifa naturally leaned against Chika's chest. Feeling the warmth of his rapid heartbeat as she softly inquired, "Did you win?" Chika shook his head with a smile, replying, "You think too highly of me. I am not yet his match, but I will eventually take him down myself. A dead king is far more valuable than a living one. I believe in you, but will he simply let us go?" Chika turned his head slightly, speaking with a meaningful tone. "He will. After all, I have left him one. No, two heavyweight gifts." Khalifa tilted her head in a somewhat bewildered manner, unable to comprehend, yet she obediently rested her head against Chika once more, falling silent. Chika glanced at the ground beneath him. Activating the Yomishira, and a black hole appeared, into which he and Khalifa plunged. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, upon seeing Chika prepare to depart, instinctively sought to launch an attack, knowing that the power behind it was sufficient. However, just as he was about to act, an extremely dangerous signal from his observation haki alerted him. He abruptly looked up, and the sight that met his eyes left him frozen in place. Above, a colossal meteorite, measuring 200 meters in diameter, had broken through the clouds and was plummeting towards the earth. This cataclysmic phenomenon was not just visible to Rayleigh. Others in distant regions also witnessed it. "Look, what is that? Oh my, it's a meteorite. How could there be a meteorite here? This is terrifying." Compared to ordinary people, some hidden powerhouses sensed that the situation was far from simple. Meteorites had never appeared in Sabaody. Thus, the very occurrence of such a phenomenon was inherently suspicious. As expected, the next moment confirmed their suspicions. Just as the meteorite was about to strike the ground, a terrifying slash cleaved it in two. The slash had been intended for Chika, executed by none other than Rayleigh himself. Once again, he unleashed a strike infused with Conqueror's haki, and though the aging Rayleigh found himself breathing heavily, he dared not relent. For the warnings from his observation haki had not ceased. Indeed, a deafening roar erupted as a meteorite, twice the size of the previous one, descended towards the same spot. With a wry smile, Rayleigh braced himself, unleashing his Conqueror's haki once more. This time, due to the larger size of the meteorite, he was compelled to strike twice. As the two slashes were executed, the second meteorite shattered upon impact, crashing to the ground with a thunderous cacophony. Rayleigh, propped up by his sword, sank to the ground, gazing at the spot where Chika had vanished, murmuring, "Captain Roger, it seems I have left behind an incredible naval monster for the next generation," on Sabaody Archipelago. In Zone 16, at the naval base, a black hole suddenly appeared in Chika's office, from which emerged a man and a woman, Chika and Khalifa. As they stepped out of the black hole, Chika stumbled, startling Khalifa, who quickly rushed to support him. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Chika's complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet he smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice, and with you here to tend to me, I feel much better already." Khalifa gently patted Chika, playfully scolding, "Even in this state, you still have the energy to joke. Go rest now." After saying this, she helped him to his seat, turned, and fetched him a cup of hot tea. Blowing gently on the tea to cool it, she found it had cooled slightly and carefully brought it to Chika's lips, encouraging him to drink. Chika complied, taking a few sips, prompting a wave of tenderness to wash over Khalifa. She moved to the back of his chair and began to massage him, seeking to help him relax his muscles. With his eyes closed, Chika reveled in the soothing sensation of Khalifa's delicate hands. After a while, he suddenly spoke. "All right, you still have work to do, don't you? News of my battle with Rayleigh will spread soon. If your work lags, it won't be good for you." Pausing her movements, Khalifa slowly replied, "I should prioritize taking care of you first. After all, you saved my life this time, didn't you?" Chika grasped Khalifa's hand, turning to her with a serious expression. "I'm fine now. Go attend to your duties. Besides, letting the government know about my current strength may not be a bad thing for me. But be obedient." "Fine." Khalifa ceased her insistence, preparing to return to her work. As she reached the door, she glanced back at Chika, who offered her a reassuring smile. She quickly turned away, closing the door behind her as she left. Once Khalifa departed, Chika closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the three tomoe in his right Rinnegan suddenly expanded and then shrank back to their original form. Instantly, Chika's pale complexion transformed into a healthy flush, his spirit invigorated, showing no trace of the earlier weakness. The cause of this transformation was the ocular technique of his right eye during the kaleidoscope phase, known as Ishibashi Hime. Ishibashi Hime, the daughter of the deity Yamatsunakami in Japanese mythology, symbolizes longevity and vitality. This ocular technique, named after her, instantaneously purges all negative states from the body, restoring it to peak condition, with the caveat of being usable only once a day. Point 1 should not underestimate this limitation. Consider if Aokiji possessed such a technique, would he not be able to use it 10 times during his 10-day battle with Akainu? The battle need not even last for 10 days and nights. For after all, Akainu's stamina is not infinite. He would surely be defeated by Aokiji midway through, rendering such abilities nothing short of a cheat. As the adage goes. The ocular techniques produced by the kaleidoscope are largely tied to the intense mental aspirations of the user at the moment of awakening. The reason Chika could awaken such ocular prowess is that he felt an overwhelming lack of security in the world of Naruto. Indeed, as a member of the Uchiha clan of Konoha, he faced exclusion from the higher echelons of the village, was scrutinized by that old fox Danzo, and later faced the annihilation of his clan at the hands of a certain devoted son, leaving him unable to escape the specter of death. Well-versed in the storyline, Chika was perpetually anxious for his own life. Finally, during a minor skirmish, all his comrades, with whom he had shared daily life, fell in battle, and the intense psychological shock compelled him to unlock the kaleidoscope, granting him the ocular technique known as Ishibi Chbai. It could be said that the activation of the third tomoe served as a foundation. Upon returning to his office and feeling his body's fatigue, he found the key to reawakening this ocular technique, which was aptly utilized to restore the immense energy expended in his confrontation with Rayleigh. It is worth noting that in this battle, aside from several ordinary Shinra Tensei and universal pull techniques, Chika also employed the more energy-draining Super Shinra Tensei and 2 heavenly impact techniques, resulting in a considerable drain. After all, his physical age here is still under 18. As for why he did not utilize it immediately upon returning, well, it was certainly not because he wished to relish Califa's services for a moment longer. Not at all. Meanwhile, back in her room, Califa retrieved a din mushi once more, preparing to report to Stussy. Shortly, the din mushi was answered, indicating that Califa's calls were given top priority by Stussy. This is Stussy. Califa, do you have any intel regarding Uchiha Chika? Indeed, just moments ago, Uchiha Chika engaged in battle with the Pirate King Rayleigh. Nanny. The Pirate King Rayleigh, the right-hand man of Gold. Roger? Yes. Incredible. Such a figure was hidden there. Truly, darkness lurks beneath the light. What was the outcome? Is Uchiha Chika still alive? Stussy, no stranger to the terror that is Rayleigh, possessed a more visceral understanding than Califa. She had even witnessed Rayleigh's prowess in action during a previous mission. The apocalyptic imagery of ships being obliterated and seas parting with a mere wave of his hand still haunted her. Now, the thought that Uchiha Chika had crossed blades with him did not bode well in her eyes. Ah, youth is often marked by impetuosity. I suspect this Uchiha Chika has met his end. With this notion, Stussy shook her head in regret, lamenting the untimely demise of such a talented individual at Sabaody. Califa, sensing an uncharacteristic discomfort in Stussy's tone, stiffly replied, Uchiha Chika is unharmed, merely suffering from severe fatigue, and is resting in his office. Moreover, Rayleigh did not gain much advantage in this confrontation. He even sustained injuries. Oblivious to Califa's suddenly disrespectful tone, Stussy was momentarily stunned by the news she had just received. After a long pause, she slowly spoke into the din mushi. Califa, do you stand by your previous statement? I am willing to take full responsibility. Well, you have been performing admirably of late. I shall report this to the higher-ups. If there is nothing else, we shall conclude this report for now. Understood. Califa hung up the din mushi and sat in silence for a moment. In truth, her report had been lacking in diligence. She had not mentioned Chika acquiring a gravity fruit or the peculiar techniques he had displayed during the battle. She felt it prudent not to divulge such information to the world government just yet, considering it a small repayment for Chika's life-saving intervention. As for other matters, those were known only to her. On the other side, after hanging up, Stussy made an effort to calm the tumultuous emotion swirling within her. After a while, having regained her composure, she retrieved another din mushi from a hidden cabinet. After a few firm pats on her chest to ensure her emotions were in check, Stussy dialed the number. The din mushi connected, and an aged yet authoritative voice resonated. What news do you have? Stussy immediately replied with respect. Esteemed elders, Stussy has crucial intelligence to report regarding Uchiha Chika and the Pirate King Rayleigh. Red Earth Continent, Holy Land Mariewa. Understood. You may leave. Understood. The bald, birthmark-adorned elder hung up the din mushi and turned to address the other 4 elders. Did you all hear that? It seems our previous assessment of Uchiha Chika was rather underestimated. The only elder not clad in a suit, clutching a katana, nodded slowly. Indeed, we are all aware of Rayleigh's formidable strength, For Uchiha Qianhe to injure him and withdraw unscathed speaks volumes of his prowess. The elder in a deep red suit, with golden hair, crossed his arms and lowered his gaze. I have heard that this Uchiha Qianhe's methods lean towards the hawkish side of the Navy. The elder with long white hair lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. Thus far, all the pirate crews he has eliminated left no survivors. They could not even preserve a complete corpse. The final elder, wearing a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, pondered briefly before summarizing. The current Navy is predominantly led by the dovish faction under Sengoku. Their attitudes towards pirates and even the world government do not align with our interests. If we could see more individuals of Akainu's caliber emerge, it would be favorable news for us. Indeed, I propose we promote his battle against Rayleigh. It would serve to bolster his reputation, according to Stussy. It seems this Uchiha Qianhe has a penchant for collecting devil fruits. What could his intentions be? That is of little concern. We can offer him a commendable fruit as a reward for this encounter. Furthermore, is it not true that he harbors a keen interest in that newcomer, Khalifa? Khalifa is practically under surveillance. I suspect Uchiha Qianhe realized this from the outset, yet he has remained silent, allowing Khalifa to continue her activities, indicating he is quite perceptive. Let us proceed this way. Khalifa has outlived her usefulness, so let Stussy inform him that from now on, the authority over Khalifa's disposition is entrusted to him. This is a most advantageous arrangement. I concur. Agreed. Thus concluded the elder's conversation, sealing Khalifa's fate as if she were mere cargo. Moreover, news of Chica's clash with Rayleigh spread across the seas at the elder's behest. As the news broke, the entire ocean erupted in commotion. Aboard the Moby Dick, old man, the pirate king Rayleigh has resurfaced and clashed with a rookie from the Navy. A pineapple-headed minor crew member, looking like a mere lackey, rushed to Whitebeard, brandishing a newspaper with fervor. Whitebeard, in the midst of gulping down his drink, raised an eyebrow, snatched the paper from the pineapple-headed crew member, and scanned it briefly. The headline read, "Shocking. Navy rookie Uchiha Qianhe battles pirate king Rayleigh," resulting in Rayleigh's injury and retreat. Accompanied by a photograph of Qianhe, Whitebeard crumpled the paper in his hand and bellowed with laughter. "Ha. So Rayleigh is still alive? Quite splendid. As for Rayleigh's retreat, just the Navy tooting their own horn. He is but a child," the pineapple-headed crew member, now worried, replied. But even if the Navy exaggerates, this rookie Uchiha Qianhe's strength cannot be underestimated. The fact that he is still alive is undeniable. Taking another hearty swig, Whitebeard wiped his mouth and boisterously declared, "And so what? He is merely a Navy brat. I am Whitebeard, after all." The remaining three emperors shared sentiments similar to Whitebeard's. Big Mom exclaimed, "Mama, how dull. Bring me some cake." Kaido scoffed, "Rayleigh, just an old man. As for that Navy brat, should he cross my path, he will learn the true terror of this sea." Shanks added, "Rayleigh, my first mate, it has been too long. I look forward to seeing you again. I have found new hope in the East Blue." In a certain underground world, the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo held a newspaper in both hands, gazing at the photograph of Uchiha Qianhe with an unsettling grin, emitting a series of bizarre chuckles. Ha. The Navy truly enjoys embellishing their own image. However, Uchiha Qianhe is someone to keep a close eye on from now on. Wouldn't you agree? Corazon, Doflamingo turned to his side, addressing Corazon, who was cloaked in a black feathered coat, head bowed and cigarette dangling from his lips, offering no response, only silence. Yet, within Corazon's mind, turmoil brewed. He pondered when the Navy had produced such a newcomer. Contemplating the need to reach out to Admiral Sengoku at Navy headquarters. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku stared incredulously at the documents in his hands, repeatedly confirming that he was not mistaken. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open with a resounding bang, and the boisterous Carp barged in, clutching a newspaper, followed closely by Crane and Akiji. Carp rushed to Sengoku's desk, slamming the newspaper down, his spittle flying as he exclaimed, "Look, that kid Uchiha actually encountered the Dark King Rayleigh and even managed to injure him? Who penned this nonsense?" Sengoku paid him no heed, simply handing over the documents he held. Carp quickly scanned the file, his expression mirroring Sengoku's disbelief, muttering, "It's true. He really did injure Rayleigh." Crane, arms crossed behind him, observed Carp's sudden quietude and addressed Sengoku. "Sengoku, with Chia's strength reaching such heights, what is your take on this matter?" Akiji, standing beside Crane, also regarded Sengoku, feeling equally astonished. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku articulated his perspective. "This news was intentionally released by the Gorosei, indicating their desire for us to promote it vigorously within the Navy. They seem to hold high hopes for Uchiha." Crane nodded, adding, "Uchiha has eradicated pirate crews on 2 occasions, employing methods that can only be described as ruthless. which likely aligns with their preferences. Moreover, Uchiha is humble and courteous, a stark contrast to most commanders. At this point, Crane cast a sidelong glance at Carp and Aokiji. Carp, oblivious to Crane's gaze, was as undeterred as Aokiji, his former subordinate, who mirrored the indifference. Carp's massive fist collided with excitement as he exclaimed, "That kid's certainly impressive. I've always sensed he was extraordinary. The next time we meet, I must thoroughly assess his abilities." Sengoku disregarded Carp's sudden enthusiasm, instructing Crane, "Delegate this matter to the Public Relations Department. They should emphasize it internally within the Navy, as it is also the world government's directive." Crane nodded, leading Carp and Aokiji away. Once they departed, Sengoku sank back into silence, his gaze fixated on the photograph of Uchiha left behind by Carp. Uchiha smiled brightly in the picture, his Rinnegan particularly striking as he faced the camera. A black vortex swirling in his palm, the method of capture a mystery. Sengoku murmured to the photograph, "To expose yourself to the world so swiftly, is it a boon or a bane for you?" Uchiha, in the Navy training camp, Zephyr also received news of Uchiha, initially astonished, but as his emotions stabilized, a profound sense of pride welled within him. Yes, he felt a deep pride for Uchiha, reflecting on their shared moments in the training camp. Zephyr couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "I never imagined you would rise to such heights. Keep pushing forward. The vast seas belong to you." Uchiha, in the girls' dormitory, a roommate excitedly thrust a newspaper into Aine's hands, exclaiming, "Aine, look, that Uchiha Qianhe has made headlines." Upon hearing this, Aine, who had been downcast, widened her eyes in alarm, misinterpreting her roommate's words as a sign of danger for Uchiha, snatching the newspaper from her friend's hands. She trembled as she read the contents, anxiety dissipating as she finally sighed in relief. Uchiha is safe. Her roommate, puzzled by Aine's reaction, persisted, but that Uchiha injured Rayleigh, the Dark King, the right hand of the Pirate King. Aine remained stoic, merely nodding to acknowledge. Seeing this, her roommate's enthusiasm waned as she returned to her bed to rest. Once alone, Aine sighed softly, quietly picking up the newspaper again, her eyes reflecting Uchiha's image. As she gazed, she unconsciously raised a hand to caress the photograph, murmuring, "Are we destined to remain in separate worlds? Will you not slow down? It's so difficult to catch up with you." On a naval vessel, Guion also tenderly caressed the photograph of Uchiha. She pressed it firmly against her chest, contemplating, "The battles must be perilous. I'm so sorry I cannot be by your side." In East Blue, in the village of Coco West, the slightly taller Nami rushed home, newspaper in hand, calling out to Nojiko, who was tending to an orange tree. "Nojiko, there's news about Brother Uchiha." Startled by the news, Nojiko inadvertently snipped off an unripe orange. Under normal circumstances, she would have lamented the loss, but today, her concern lay elsewhere. Quickly brushing her hands on her apron, Nojiko eagerly took the newspaper from Nami. Reading each word with intent, Nami clasped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Uchiha is amazing. He made that Dark King Rayleigh flee. The news has reached us here." Seeing Nami's enthusiasm and her expression, Nojiko couldn't help but chuckle. This Nami, who had always challenged Uchiha, now openly expressed her admiration in his absence. Gently ruffling Nami's hair, Nojiko smiled, and Nami, squinting in joy, suggested, "Let us share this news with Belmir." "She doesn't know yet." Nojiko nodded, taking Nami's hand as they prepared to seek out Belmir. Once outside, the two girls joyfully sprinted along the country path, when suddenly, bang! Ouch! Nami cried, clutching her head as she sat on the ground. Opening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in shadow. "Huh? Why has it gotten dark?" Tearfully, she looked up, only to be struck speechless by the sight before her. Towering nearly 3 meters, a humanoid creature with a shark-like face loomed over her. Resembling a wall, flanked by similar fish-faced beings, a pungent fishy odor assaulting her senses, Nojiko, who had caught up, was equally startled, but, mustering her courage as an elder sister, rushed to Nami's side, helping her to her feet. Standing tall, Nami gazed at the creature blocking her path, trembling as she stuttered, "Who are you?" The creature lowered its head, coldly regarding Nami and Nojiko, sending shivers down their spines. After a tense moment, the creature grinned, revealing rows of sharp, serrated teeth, and declared in a chilling tone, "Human, I am a noble fisherman. Gather the villagers at once to welcome the esteemed Arlong pirate crew, or I shall slay every last one of you." Upon hearing Arlong's words, Nojiko's pupils dilated as she grasped the petrified Nami's hand, turning to flee back toward the village. Arlong, the captain of the Arlong pirate crew, watched the two girls scurry away, a sinister smile on his face, waving his hand. "Come, my comrades, let us enter the village and teach those lowly humans a lesson about the might of fishmen." Yes. A throng of fishmen followed in the wake of Nami and Nojiko, marching resolutely toward the village. Belmir, it's bad. A gang of monsters has invaded the village. Wah. Nojiko found Belmir at the village chief's home, alongside the village as constable, Kinjutsu. Upon seeing Belmir, Nojiko could no longer hold back her tears. After all, she was still a 13-year-old girl, and without any adults nearby, she felt she couldn't cry, for what would become of Nami if she did? Thus, when she laid eyes upon Belmir, she could no longer contain herself. Cradling Nojiko in her arms, she gently patted her back. Belmir turned to Nami and inquired, Nami, what precisely is the situation? What did Nojiko mean by monsters? Nami, who had been standing in a daze, regained her composure and tremulously replied, they're all so tall and have faces resembling fish. And they claim to belong to the Arlong pirates. Fish faces, Arlong pirates. A heaviness settled in Belmir's heart as she realized the origins of these intruders. They were a crew composed entirely of fishmen. She had some understanding of fishmen. They naturally possessed a physicality far superior to that of humans. It was said that their arm strength was generally tenfold that of an average human. The most troublesome aspect was that most fishmen harbored an intense hatred for humans. This was a predicament. Belmir's complexion grew increasingly grave. After a moment of silence, she turned to Nojiko and instructed, Nojiko, you must take Nami and find a concealed place to hide. Do not come out for any reason. Nojiko, bewildered, nodded her head, only to suddenly remember something and shook her head vigorously, clutching Belmir's garment tightly. But what about you, Belmir? Why won't you hide with us? Belmir endeavored to present a facade of ease, speaking in an exceedingly gentle tone. I will come to find you shortly. I must first inform the other villagers. Nojiko was clearly unconvinced, her instincts warning her that something dreadful was about to unfold. As Nojiko refused to leave, Belmir grew anxious and shouted, be obedient. Quickly take Nami and leave. Do not disappoint me. It was the first time Belmir had raised her voice so fiercely at Nojiko. One must understand that Nojiko had always been compliant and understanding, never once provoking Belmir's ire. This time, however, her concern was palpable. Nojiko understood that Belmir was worried for their safety, and remaining with her would only impede Belmir's efforts. Wiping away her tears, Nojiko silently took Nami's hand and ran fervently towards their home. Behind them, Belmir watched the retreating figures of Nojiko and Nami, her face softening into a loving smile as she murmured, Nojiko, Nami, my beloved daughters, you must survive. Where are you going? Nojiko, we're going home. Home. But hadn't Belmir instructed them to hide first? Their home was too conspicuous, was it not? Nojiko did not continue to respond to Nami's questions, instead falling silent as she quickened her pace. At last, the two arrived at their abode. Nojiko dashed into her bedroom, retrieving the kunai that Chihiro had once entrusted to her from beneath her pillow. Nami looked at Nojiko in disbelief, exclaiming, even at such a time, you're still thinking about that kunai Chihiro gave you? Nojiko shook her head, the words Chihiro had spoken to her echoing in her mind. If any danger befalls the village while I am away, hold on to this and call my name in your heart. Clutching the kunai tightly to her chest, though uncertain of its efficacy, it was the only glimmer of hope that Chihiro represented to Nojiko in that moment. Nami, growing anxious, tugged at Nojiko's clothing and shouted, stop wasting time. We need to find a place to hide and not let Belmir down. Hearing Nami's call, Nojiko finally snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. The two turned to leave the house that no longer offered them any sense of security. However, at that moment, the sound of gunfire rang out, freezing them in their tracks. After a while, Nami, trembling, said, that was gunfire. It came from the village chief's house. Belmir is still there. With a swift motion, Nojiko grasped Nami's hand tightly, and they sprinted towards the village chief's residence. At the village chief's house, nearly all the villagers had gathered, their faces filled with terror as they beheld a group of fishmen grinning malevolently like demons. Arlong, armed with a gun, pointed it at the villagers before him. Standing atop Belmir's head, laughing maniacally, surrounding him lay the bodies of several villagers. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful race. In the presence of the noble fishmen, you are but a swarm of ants. With that he bent down, pressing the gun's muzzle against Belmir's bloodied forehead, coldly stating, you wretched human woman dare to lead these people in flight, and even have the audacity to resist the noble fishmen. What? Are we not welcome here? Belmir spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing violently yet unyieldingly declaring, what noble fishmen? You are merely a band of wretched pirates. The Navy will inevitably apprehend you all and confine you to the depths of the sea prison. At the mention of the sea prison, Arlong's expression darkened considerably. He had just been released from there. Belmir's words dredged up terrifying memories of his time in incarceration. The tortures inflicted upon him physically were ghastly. But the psychological torment was even worse. He had constantly felt as if his life was at stake, treated as though he were not a living being. Indeed, the experiences in the sea prison had haunted him as an enduring nightmare. How dare this woman reopen his wounds and mention the Navy? With this thought, Arlong pressed down harder with his foot, causing Belmere to emit a harrowing scream. Yet she quickly regained her composure, biting her lip with such force that blood began to seep from it. Seeing that this human woman was so resilient only served to infuriate Arlong further. To him, her resistance was a blatant affront to the fishmen race. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Didn't this woman just mention the Navy? It seemed her hope was anchored in them. How amusing. A sinister smile crept across Arlong's shark-like visage as he bent lower. Looking down upon Belmere, he taunted, "Human woman, it appears you have great faith in the Navy." Belmere, with great difficulty, opened her eyes and glared defiantly at Arlong, asserting, "Justice shall prevail, and that will be the end for you pirates." Ha 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 ha. At this, Arlong guffawed, even shedding tears of laughter. After a moment, he scanned the villagers before him, sensing that Belmere's words had somewhat emboldened them. "Hey." With a dismissive scoff, Arlong raised his voice deliberately. "How ludicrous. Do you not realize that my presence here is tacitly approved by your Navy? Surely you have heard of that rat of a captain. What do you mean?" Belmere's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to grasp the harsh reality. "Ha ha ha. How tragic. The very Navy you placed your hopes upon is the culprit selling you out. How repugnant. Humans, are you not a race that revels in betrayal?" Tears streamed down Belmere's cheeks as the shattering of her faith plunged her into despair. Her once taut body slackened, and the fighting spirit within her dissipated. Observing Belmere's utter hopelessness brought Arlong a rush of satisfaction. "Tiger, do you see? I have avenged you. I will ensure these humans taste the bitterness of betrayal." To him, nothing was more gratifying than the psychological destruction of humans. Since this woman had surrendered, Arlong saw no reason to prolong the encounter. He applied pressure to the trigger, intending to torment this detestable human woman once more. Belmere sensed the approach of death. She was unafraid of it. Her only concern now was for Nojiko and Nami. Closing her eyes, she silently prayed, "Nojiko, Nami, I may be at my end. I am so sorry for not being able to watch you grow. I have not been a worthy mother. Yet, I hope you will live on. I love you." However, the subsequent cries of two innocent voices extinguished any flicker of hope within Belmere. "No. Release Belmere. That voice, is it Nokigao and Nami in high heels?" Belmere fervently prayed in her heart, wishing that she had already perished, that the voice she had just heard was but a figment of her imagination. Yet, reality is often merciless. Today was destined to be Belmere's most despairing day. "Oh, aren't those the two little brats from before?" She nearly forgot about them. Who would have thought they would come knocking at her door now? Arlong halted his actions, his fingers twisting the gun in the trigger frame. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he regarded Nokigao and Nami rushing towards him. Just as he was about to speak, Belmere suddenly erupted with a tremendous force, breaking free from below his feet and charging towards Nokigao and Nami. Slap, slap, two crisp sounds of slapping echoed, leaving a bright red handprint on each of their faces. Blood and tears mingled on Belmere's face, rendering her somewhat terrifying as she screamed at Nokigao and Nami. Why are you so disobedient? Why did you come back?" Nokigao, clutching Sen's kunai tightly, covered her slapped face without uttering a word, while Nami shouted loudly, "Because you are our mother." Belmere froze, standing still in disbelief. "Oh, who would have thought these two little brats were your daughters? How amusing." Ha ha ha. Arlong did not mind Belmere's sudden outburst, for he had conceived something far more entertaining. He slowly approached the trio, seizing Nami by the neck and lifting her into the air. "Let go of me. Belmere, help me. I feel awful." Nami frantically beat against Arlong's arm, yet her feeble strength was nothing more than a tickle to him. Ignoring Nami, Arlong cast a wicked smile at Belmere and said, "Do you want me to spare her? If so, kneel here and shout that the Navy is trash, that humanity is the lowest of the low, then kill yourself in front of me. How does that sound? Trading your life for the lives of these two little brats and that group of humans should be quite a bargain, right? No need to thank me. I am just that merciful." "No. Belmere, don't agree to him." Upon hearing such cruel words, Nami immediately ceased her struggles, urgently pleading with Belmere not to comply. Belmere gazed at Nami, suspended in Arlong's grip, then turned her attention to Nokigao and the villagers. A flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Slowly, she rose and walked towards Arlong. "No. Belmere, I beg you, don't. Someone help us." "Wah!" Nami screamed desperately, while Arlong watched with excitement as Belmere approached step by step. Nokigao, who had remained silent, fixed her gaze on Belmere's back, The kunai she held suddenly plunged deep into her thigh. Just as Belmare reached for her gun to kneel, Nokigao could no longer hold back. She yanked the kunai from her leg, blood gushing forth, yet she paid it no mind. Clenching her eyes shut, she summoned all her strength and cried out to the heavens, "Sin, where are you?" With a whoosh. As her voice faded, a robust blue arm soared into the air, accompanied by Arlong's ear-piercing scream. Nokigao trembled and opened her eyes, only to behold a black robe billowing in the wind. A gentle voice resonated, "Long time no see, Nokigao, Nami. You've both grown quite a bit." Tears uncontrollably streamed from Nokigao's eyes as she desperately lunged into the figure's embrace, feeling that long-lost warmth. She felt as if she had momentarily lost all her strength. Nokigao buried her head into Sen's chest, whispering softly, "Long time no see. Sen, Sen." Upon seeing Sen appear, Nami rushed over and squeezed into his embrace. Sen held both girls close, patiently waiting for their emotions to settle. After a brief moment of weeping, Nami raised her tear-streaked face and uttered her first words. "Sen's, why do you always call Nokigao first?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sen's forehead as he thought to himself, "How can you notice such a detail at a time like this?" It seems Nami harbors quite a resentment over this matter. Nokigao also lifted her head from Sen's embrace, gazing at him dreamily. Noticing Nokigao's gaze, Sen offered her a reassuring smile, before gently placing both girls back on the ground. He then turned to face the group of fishmen behind him. His Rinnegan eyes radiating an icy chill. Arlong, pale-faced, clutched his shoulder where his right arm had been severed, and as Sen turned, he fixed a fierce stare upon him, demanding, "Who are you to dare lay hands on me?" Sen ignored him, merely turning to the shoulder-mounted Modis. "Modis, do you like eating fish?" "Meow meow, master. These fish look too disgusting. I can't eat them." Nodding as if speaking to himself, Sen remarked, "What a pity." Witnessing the human before him sever his own arm, Arlong began to lose his grip on sanity. He opened his mouth wide, extracting the serrated teeth with his remaining arm. Remarkably, as he removed the teeth, new ones began to grow in their place. Clutching the teeth in hand, Arlong charged at Sen, the serrated teeth aimed at him as he shouted, "Die, human." Iron tooth technique. Boring. To Sen's eyes, Arlong's speed was no faster than that of a snail. Armament hockey enveloped his right hand, transforming it into a pitch-black mass that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Sen raised his hand and struck at Arlong's weapon-wielding arm with ferocious force. In an instant, the sound of bones cracking and flesh exploding filled the air as Arlong, who had been charging, fell to the ground in a heap. With both arms lost and the second one shattered by such brutal force, Arlong writhed on the ground in agony. Swish, Sen appeared beside him, a dark rod materializing in his hand, which he thrust into Arlong's shoulder. Arlong let out a series of anguished cries, and before he could catch his breath, Sen conjured another dark rod and plunged it into Arlong's other shoulder. Two rods pierced through Arlong's scapula, anchoring him to the ground, an eerie energy pulsating from the rods, battering against Arlong's psyche. Images of Sen's Rinnegan flooded his mind, intensifying his fear. Puffed, puffed. Two more sounds of flesh being penetrated echoed as dark rods sprouted from Arlong's legs. Clapping his hands, Sen gazed at Arlong, who lay like a deceased dog. Feigning surprise. He approached Arlong, crouched down, and grasped his head, lifting it to align his dazed eyes with Sen's Rinnegan. A devilish whisper escaped Sen's lips. "What's wrong? Is this all the noble fishman race can do? Did I make you faint?" With that, a flicker of purple light flashed through Sen's Rinnegan, causing Arlong's eyes to widen in terror as if he had seen something horrifying. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Sen's Rinnegan, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Sen, somewhat annoyed, covered his ears and then delivered a powerful punch to Arlong's mouth. The force of the punch was tremendous. As Sen withdrew his fist, a spray of white fragments erupted from Arlong's mouth, his shattered teeth. However, Arlong's racial talent was remarkable, as even with his teeth pulverized, he pressed on. Before long, a new row of teeth emerged in his mouth. Qianhe raised an eyebrow, feeling as though these teeth were somewhat opposing him. But a dark flame ignited in his hand, and in the midst of Arlong's terrified gaze, he pressed his flaming hand against Arlong's mouth. Upon contact with the dark flames, Arlong's gaping maw was sealed by a layer of solid ice, rendering him unable to open it despite his desperate efforts. Satisfied, Qianhe withdrew his hand and continued to scrutinize Arlong's visage. After a moment, he found Arlong's long nose to be particularly unsightly. Thus, Qianhe enveloped his hand once more in a menacing aura, grasping Arlong's nose firmly. Gradually, he applied pressure, turning it slowly in a counterclockwise direction, akin to twisting a motorcycle throttle. The excruciating pain caused Arlong's veins to bulge, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. He longed to scream, but could not open his mouth, resorting instead to convulsing violently to convey his suffering. Meanwhile, the fishmen, who had been frozen in shock, finally regained their senses. It must be said that these fishmen displayed a semblance of camaraderie. A few bravely seized their weapons and began to approach Qianhe step by step. With his back turned to them, Qianhe remained focused on twisting the throttle, while Nami and Nojiko, watching anxiously from the side, believed Qianhe was oblivious to the impending danger. They urgently shouted, "Qianhe, behind you, danger!" Upon hearing their concern, Qianhe did not wish to disregard their warning. He slowly turned his head, casting a dispassionate glance at the approaching fishmen. The moment his gaze swept over them, the armed fishmen froze as if time itself had paused, their weapons clattering to the ground before they all collapsed one by one. The remaining fishmen hurried forward to check on their comrades, only to be met with the horrifying sight of their fallen companions. Now mere cold corpses. One fisherman sank to the ground, staring blankly at the lifeless bodies, muttering frantically to himself, "A devil! He is not human. He is a devil," and no longer concerning himself with the fishmen underlings. Qianhe resumed his twisting motion. At that moment, Alung felt an unprecedented loathing for his own nose, resenting its formidable structure. The agony persisted, and all present silently bore witness to this brutal spectacle, none daring to intervene. Alung's previous actions had incited the wrath of everyone present. Their collective sentiment was one of vindication. With a resounding crack, Alung's nose was finally twisted off by Qianhe. Alung writhed on the ground, his eyes rolling back in agony. Qianhe, meanwhile, placed a foot on his head, casually toying with Alung's severed nose. Nami, witnessing this, rushed over to Qianhe, clinging to his leg and imploring, "Qianhe, may I have that?" Qianhe glanced down at Nami, bemused, and asked, "What do you want with that? It's rather filthy." Nami bit her lip, glancing at the bloodied Belmir, as if making a momentous decision. She turned her gaze to the barely conscious Alung and declared through gritted teeth, "I want to use it as a weapon. I will slay every pirate. I despise them." Qianhe furrowed his brow, pondering whether Nami had succumbed to darkness. However, he reasoned that harboring hatred for pirates was not inherently wrong. As a naval officer, he could not afford to be lenient towards such sentiments, especially considering Kobe. If Kobe ever dared to confront him again, Qianhe resolved to crush him without hesitation, disregarding any notion of Shank's influence. He gently patted Nami's head and said, "This thing is too bloody and unsightly. How about I have someone craft a dagger for you instead?" Nami nodded vigorously, embracing Qianhe without uttering another word. Having reassured Nami, Qianhe kicked Alung a few times, discovering he still had a flicker of life left. After a moment's contemplation, Qianhe beckoned the remaining fishmen underlings to approach. The fishmen, bewildered, pointed at themselves in confusion, unsure of whom Qianhe was summoning. Growing impatient, Qianhe shot them an irritable glance, prompting them to scramble over. With a loud thud, Qianhe tossed a gun onto the ground and stated, "Whoever shoots your captain with this gun will be spared." The fishmen exchanged terrified glances, none daring to move. Without wasting any more time, Qianhe announced, "I will count to 3.1.2. Bang." Before he could finish the second number, a slightly shorter fishman snatched the gun and, without hesitation, fired a shot at the prostrate Alung. Alung trembled violently upon being shot. Astonishingly still alive, the resilience of fishmen was remarkable. The shooter turned to Qianhe with hopeful eyes after firing, and Qianhe nodded, signaling that he could leave. The fishman, as if liberated from a curse, bowed thrice in gratitude before bolting away, vowing never to set foot in a human settlement again. Seeing this, the other fishmen frantically scrambled for the fallen gun. And as chaos erupted, they began to fight among themselves. Before long, the ground was littered with the bodies of fishmen. Qianhe observed the scene with keen interest, kicking Alung again and mockingly exclaiming, "Look at how noble your fishmen kin are. They truly spare no mercy on their own." Alung remained silent, consumed by despair that eclipsed even Belmir's earlier plight. His beliefs had crumbled entirely, and he sought only death. Qianhe clapped his hands, silencing the previously chaotic fishmen. "Enough, the one who resembles an octopus. Yes, you, come here." Qianhe was addressing the octopus named Xiaoba, who had stood by, watching his kin slaughter one another with a sorrowful expression. Upon hearing his name, Xiaoba trembled and cautiously approached Qianhe. Using his gravity manipulation, Qianhe pulled the gun from another fishman's grasp and handed it to Xiaoba, instructing, "You, fire the final shot." Xiaoba shakily grasped the gun, feeling as if it were the heaviest object he had ever held. Noticing Xiaoba's hesitation, Qianhe raised his hand and unleashed a powerful attack, obliterating the remaining fishmen into a disarray of limbs. Witnessing the horrific scene, Xiaoba completely broke down. He aimed the gun at Ulong and fired repeatedly. Finally silencing him, tears still glistening on Ulong's face, Qianhe nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Xiaoba to leave. Xiaoba, dazed, turned to depart when Qianhe suddenly called out to him. By the way, when you return to Fishman Island, inform Jinbei that Ulong and these fishmen were killed by me. If he wishes to discuss matters, he can come find me. I am Uchiha Qianhe, currently a colonel in the Navy. Remember that? Xiaoba nodded. And Qianhe waved him off, allowing the mentally shattered octopus to leave. Thus, the once mighty dragon pirate crew was nearly annihilated, and the villagers of Cocoa Village instinctively shook their heads, confirming they were not dreaming. Qianhe turned to the villagers, offering a benevolent smile, which caused the remaining villagers to instinctively step back in fear. Though Qianhe had lived here for a decade, they could not reconcile the image of the boy who once fished with the figure who had just slaughtered fishmen like mere animals. However, Nojiko and Nami were unfazed. They each supported Belmere as they approached Qianhe, cheerfully calling, "Qianhe, brother." Belmere gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar boy with a complicated expression. Less than a year had passed since their last farewell by the sea, and this boy had grown into such a formidable figure. In truth, she was already aware of Qianhe's battle against the Dark King Rayleigh, and thus understood that the power he had just displayed was likely only the tip of the iceberg. What a terrifying talent! Why is the gap between people so vast? Belmere thought to herself, shaking her head with a bitter smile. Beside her, Nojiko asked with concern, "Belmere, what's wrong?" Belmere turned her head to gaze at the concerned Nojiko, smiling to reassure him that she was fine. Meanwhile, Nami, witnessing Belmere's grievous injuries, felt a flicker of hatred in her eyes. She looked at Chika and declared, "Chika, I want to join the Navy. I want to kill pirates." Indeed, Nami had completely aligned herself with the Navy now. Chika, feeling somewhat helpless, regarded the resolute orange-haired little girl, pondering that if he were to take her to join the Navy at such a tender age, he would likely be scorned by other naval officers. Despite her weakened state, Belmere summoned the strength to pinch Nami's small ear, exclaiming, "How old are you? What business do you have joining the Navy? Have you forgotten what that Arlong just said?" Nami shook her head vigorously, her determination unwavering. "But Chika is also in the Navy. He saved us this time. And isn't he a high-ranking officer now? Joining the military is surely just a matter of his word." Hearing Nami's words, Chika chuckled softly. Although he held the rank of a major in the headquarters, it hardly qualified him as a high-ranking official. Nevertheless, he took note of what Belmere had just said and pinched Nami's cheek, asking, "We'll discuss your enlistment when you're older, but first, tell me what that Arlong said." Upon mentioning this, Nami's expression darkened with even more hatred as she embellished the tale of Captain Mouse's misdeeds for Chika. Beside her, Nojiko nodded tearfully, knowing that with Chika around, she would not be wrong. Chika's demeanor turned grave as he silently stood up and cast his gaze in a certain direction, then inquired, "Understood. Rest assured. I will handle this. How is Granny Lisa?" Belmere replied weakly, "Granny Lisa is safe. As soon as I received word from the Arlong pirates, I hid her and some of the village elders in a secret chamber." Nodding in acknowledgement, Chika sighed with relief and bowed to Belmere in gratitude. Belmere struggled to rise, attempting to dissuade Chika, saying, "No, it was you who saved us all. My actions were insignificant." Upon hearing this, the previously fearful villagers approached, exclaiming, "Indeed, Chika, you are the hero of our village. We apologize for being frightened earlier and not expressing our gratitude. Thank goodness for you, Chika." Chika remained silent, observing the earnest villagers before him, and his anger intensified. His body gradually levitated, eyes closed in concentration, before he shot off in a particular direction. Below, Nami anxiously tugged at Belmere's clothing, asking, "Belmere, why did Chika leave so suddenly? Where is he going?" Belmere fixed her gaze upon the direction in which Chika had vanished, her voice laced with animosity. "He is going to deal with the disgraceful Navy." At the base of the Navy's 16th Division in the East Blue, Captain Mouse's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at a small chest of treasure on his desk. Drool soaking the documents beneath it. He pushed aside the damp papers and tightly clutched the treasure-filled chest to his chest, carefully counting the gold and jewels within, murmuring to himself, "Pirates are indeed generous. It would take me years in the Navy to accumulate such wealth. Is it pleasing to the eye?" A voice suddenly pierced the air in the office, startling Captain Mouse and causing him to drop the chest, spilling its contents all over the floor. Chika stood at the doorway, arms crossed, flanked by a contingent of armed Navy soldiers. However, those soldiers appeared visibly distressed, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Moments ago, when Chika had descended from the sky. The surrounding Navy personnel rushed to surround him. Yet, Chika merely emitted a hint of Conqueror's haki, causing them to collapse one by one, unconscious and still yet to awaken. The remaining soldiers dared not approach. They understood they were no match for the figure before them. Nevertheless, their military rank compelled them to follow Chika into Captain Mouse's office. At that moment, Captain Mouse lay on the floor, frantically attempting to gather the scattered treasure. But the more he rushed, the more unruly the gold became, slipping away from his grasp. The soldiers behind Chika observed their superior's humiliating predicament, their heads bowed in shame. Truth be told, they were all aware of Captain Mouse's notorious reputation and held him in contempt. Yet, the hierarchy of rank had its weight, and he was their commanding officer. Realizing that using his arms was ineffective, Captain Mouse began picking up the gold pieces one by one. As he continued, his hand brushed against a pair of shoes. Confused, he looked up, only to meet Chika's piercing eyes. Seemingly confronted by something terrifying, Captain Mouse collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at Chika, stammering, "Who are you?" Chika regarded this disgraceful naval officer with disdain. Replying coolly, "I am Chika Uchiha, a colonel from the naval headquarters. You are Navy." Upon hearing that Chika was also Navy, Captain Mouse immediately relaxed. In his mind, since Chika was a fellow officer, there should be no issues. With this thought, he casually stood up, brushing off his backside, bringing his palms together in a sycophantic gesture, and approached with a smile, asking, Colonel Chika from headquarters, what brings you here?" It is essential to note that although officers in the Navy headquarters and those in divisions might share the same rank, their status and power were worlds apart. Given Chika's youth, Captain Mouse presumed he could flatter him into complacency, potentially advancing his own career. However, what awaited him was Chika's resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout the small office, causing Captain Mouse to spin around 10 times before finally coming to a halt, clutching his now swollen face in disbelief. "What are you doing?" "I'm Navy." Hearing this man still dare to claim himself as Navy elicited a laugh of incredulity from Chika. He retrieved a serrated nose from his pocket, still stained with fresh blood, and waved it before Captain Mouse. Upon seeing the gruesome object, Captain Mouse's pupils constricted. He recognized it as Arlong's nose. At this juncture, even a cunning individual like him grasped Chika's intentions, falling into a silence filled with dread. Holding Arlong's severed nose, Chika glared at him, stating, "Navy, that word coming from your lips makes me feel nauseous. Tell me, did you ever think of your duty as a Navy officer while accepting bribes from pirates?" At this, the soldiers behind Chika widened their eyes in shock. They were aware of Captain Mouse's dubious conduct. But accepting bribes from pirates was a matter of principle, shaking the very foundation of their beliefs in justice. One soldier, voice trembling, asked, "Captain Mouse, is what Colonel Chika said true?" Even now, this righteous soldier harbored a flicker of hope. And out of respect, he refrained from addressing Chika by rank. Captain Mouse, now disregarding the situation, blustered at the gathered Navy soldiers. "Of course it isn't true. I am the highest-ranking officer here. I suspect this man isn't even Navy. Quickly, apprehend him." Upon hearing the commands of their superior, the soldiers found themselves in a moral quandary, for their allegiance was more inclined towards Qianhe, given the dismal reputation of Colonel Mouse. Qianhe, disregarding the soldiers behind him, had no desire to prolong this encounter with the naval disgrace. In a swift motion, he appeared before Colonel Mouse, seizing him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as one might a chick. Standing at just over 1.8 meters, Colonel Mouse appeared diminutive before the towering figure of Qianhe, who measured over 2 meters. Suspended in the air, the colonel flailed his legs helplessly, shouting incessantly, "Let me go! Let me go! Even if you are from headquarters. You have no authority over me." "Oh, I have no authority?" Qianhe scoffed at the pathetic figure in his grasp, his other hand producing a den mushi from his pocket, dialing a number in front of all present. A few moments later, the den mushi was answered, and the voice that emanated left all present, save for Qianhe, in stunned silence. "I am Admiral Sengoku." This Qianhe, you've stirred quite a commotion with Rayleigh. What do you need from me at this time?" As Sengoku's voice resonated, Qianhe was about to respond when Carp interjected, "Qianhe, well done. You actually managed to injure the Pirate King Rayleigh. Truly, you are one of my own." Ha. However, the laughter abruptly ceased as Sengoku reclaimed the den mushi, casting a disdainful glance at Carp. "One of yours? It was my discerning eye that recognized his potential and afforded you this opportunity. Where were you when it mattered? Why didn't you notice sooner?" After dismissing Carp, Sengoku fell silent, awaiting Qianhe's reply. Qianhe was typically composed and deliberate. This sudden call must pertain to something significant. Yet, the words that followed from Qianhe caused Sengoku's expression to shift dramatically. Mirrored by Carp's darkening demeanor. Admiral Sengoku, I am profoundly disappointed in the Navy. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Were such words spoken by anyone else, he would have immediately rebuked them. After all, how could a naval officer express disappointment in the Navy? What was their intent? However, when such sentiments emanated from Qianhe, who was increasingly viewed as Sengoku's potential successor, and even favored by the Gorosei, it signified a dire situation. The implications of Qianhe's discontent were grave. Losing him would be an incalculable loss for the Navy. With urgency, Sengoku inquired, "What has transpired, Qianhe?" "Do not panic. Where are you currently?" "I am at the 16th Naval Base in the East Blue." "East Blue? Were you not in Sabaody? How did you find yourself there?" It was known that traveling by naval vessel from Sabaody to the East Blue required several days. From the moment Sengoku received news of Qianhe's battle with Rayleigh, little time had elapsed. How could Qianhe have reached the East Blue so quickly? Without elaborating on how he arrived there, Qianhe spoke in a frigid tone. "How I came to be here is inconsequential. What matters is that I have witnessed the corruption within the Navy. This Colonel Mouse has accepted bribes from the dragon pirates and has allowed them to raid my village." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku was consumed by fury, his body emanating a golden light, while Carp clenched his fists, dark tendrils swirling around him. Struggling to contain his emotions, Sengoku spoke with restrained intensity. "I understand. Where is that Colonel Mouse? I have questions for him." Before Qianhe could respond, Colonel Mouse, grasped by the throat, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and shouted at the Den Mushi, "Admiral Sengoku, I am here. Save me. This Uchiha Qianhe attacked me without any evidence. Is this how the Navy operates? I am a naval officer too." Sengoku's brow furrowed. He had never doubted Qianhe's words. Yet, as the highest-ranking officer of the Navy, he could not let personal feelings dictate his judgment. For instance, when Akainu ordered the bombardment of civilian vessels, Sengoku, while equally incensed as Akiji, acknowledged that from the Navy's perspective, Akainu's actions could be justified. With a sigh, Sengoku found himself in a difficult position. Carp, however, disregarded such complexities, slamming his hand down on the table with such force that it splintered into fragments. Sengoku stared at the wreckage, momentarily dazed. Before turning a furious gaze upon Carp, now genuinely enraged, retrieved the Den Mushi from the debris and shouted, "Qianhe, do not heed this scoundrel's words. You have every right to deal with this disgrace as you see fit. Whatever consequences arise, they shall fall upon me. Damn it." Sengoku regarded Carp's impassioned outburst with a complex expression, opening his mouth to speak, only to ultimately restrain himself. He tacitly approved of Carp's actions. Yet he knew that the repercussions could not simply rest on Carp's shoulders. This matter would be shouldered by him, Admiral Sengoku. What was one base colonel, after all? Even if he had connections, executing him without evidence would carry little consequence. Such considerations were irrelevant now. This time, Sengoku chose to unconditionally trust Qianhe, to support him, for he too had once been a fervent young naval officer. Listening to the voice emanating from the Den Mushi, Qianhe's previously dark mood lightened considerably. These two endearing old men had placed such faith in him. He would not let them down. "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp, I shall ensure he reveals everything." With that, Qianhe slowly turned to face Colonel Mouse, his Rinnegan locking onto him, speaking coldly, "Before these eyes, you possess no secrets." With Qianhe's Rinnegan fixed upon him, Colonel Mouse began to thrash desperately, shouting that this was against regulations, calling for the nearby naval soldiers to rescue him. Yet, no one responded. The only reply came from Qianhe's frigid voice. "Hell's judgment." Colonel Mouse, eyes wide with terror, glanced behind Qianhe, where a swirling purple portal materialized, revealing a terrifying visage. A monstrous face appeared, possessing eyes identical to Qianhe's, eerily swiveling before locking onto Colonel Mouse. The sight caused the colonel to wet himself in sheer fright. The surrounding naval soldiers stared in confusion at the quivering Colonel Mouse, for nothing appeared amiss, yet he was utterly paralyzed by fear. The manifestation of Hell's judgment was visible only to the wielder of the Rinnegan and the target of the technique. Others remained oblivious. Qianhe, expressionless, addressed Colonel Mouse. "What you see is the king of Hell. Should you dare utter falsehoods, he shall claim your tongue, and you shall cease to exist. Do you understand?" Colonel Mouse trembled, nodding vigorously, though a sliver of hope still lingered in his heart. Qianhe, undeterred by the pathetic display, pressed on. "I ask you, Have you accepted bribes from the dragon pirates and allowed them to pillage villages? Colonel Mouse remained silent, merely shaking his head. Yet, the king of hell was not so accommodating. A long, purple tongue emerged uncontrollably from the colonel's mouth, only to be seized by a tentacle-like appendage from the grotesque face, slowly drawing it toward its maw. Eyes widening, Colonel Mouse sensed that once his tongue was devoured by that terrifying visage, his life would surely end, and even his soul would find no rest. I'll tell you, it was all my doing. The treasure from Along is right there. Everything Uchiha Qianhe said is true. I am a disgrace to the Navy. I deserve to die. Please, spare me. I do not wish to have my tongue devoured. Upon hearing Colonel Mouse's confession, both the soldiers present and Sengoku and Carp on the other end of the Din Mushi breathed a collective sigh of relief. No one wished for Qianhe's future to be compromised by this incident. With a desperate hopefulness, Colonel Mouse turned to Qianhe, ingratiatingly saying, "Lord Qianhe, I have revealed all. Will you not let me go?" A faint smile graced Qianhe's lips as he replied, "Very well." Colonel Mouse's face was suddenly illuminated with ecstasy. However, before he could savor his joy, Yin Wang behind Qianhe exerted a sudden force. With a crack, Colonel Mouse's tongue severed in the depths of his despairing gaze. With each crunch, Yin Wang voraciously chewed, each bite gnawing at his very soul, rendering him incapable of voicing his agony. Finally, with a gulp, Yin Wang swallowed Colonel Mouse's tongue, while the colonel himself had already rolled his eyes back. Drooling grotesquely, utterly lifeless, releasing his grip, Colonel Mouse's corpse fell to the ground like refuse, as Qianhe coldly regarded the lifeless form, stating indifferently, "You may let go, but first, you must die." With that, Qianhe turned and departed the sinful office, leaving behind the awestruck gazes of the Navy personnel. After eliminating the naval scum, Qianhe returned to Cocoa West Village, intending to bid farewell. His visit had been rather abrupt, bordering on dereliction of duty. Thus he could not linger in the East Sea. During their farewell, Nami's eyes were red from crying, while Nojiko kept her head bowed, softly sobbing. Reluctantly, Qianhe promised Nami that she could join the Navy once she turned 18, which seemed to ease her distress somewhat. Regarding Nojiko, Qianhe found her to be even more perplexing. Despite her quiet demeanor, she was far more mature than Nami, making it all the more challenging to console her. Sighing, Qianhe approached Nojiko, lifting her into his arms just as he had during their previous parting, prompting Nami to pout in response. It must be said that individuals in the pirate world mature quite rapidly. In just a year, Nojiko had grown to a height of 160 centimeters, albeit still dwarfed by Qianhe's towering stature of over 2 meters. After weeping in Qianhe's embrace until his clothing was dampened with tears, Nojiko finally lifted her head, a bashful smile adorning her face. Qianhe gently pinched her nose, speaking softly, "All right, no more tears. If you wish to join the Navy, you too can enlist once you turn 18. Surprised, Nojiko pointed to herself hesitantly. "Huh? Can I? I'm so weak." Qianhe waved his hand, interrupting her. "You are not weak. Were you not brave in the face of Arlong? Besides, rest assured, I will be there for you." Nojiko responded brightly, a smile finally gracing her features. Having comforted the two young girls, Qianhe gently set Nojiko down and waved to the villagers, led by Belmare, who had come to see him off, saying with a smile, "So, farewell, everyone." With that, Qianhe's figure vanished before their eyes. They gazed at the spot where he had disappeared. Both Nami and Nojiko silently resolved to join the Navy when they grew up. Vowing to eliminate the possibility of future farewells, the Navy base office in Area 66 of the Sabati archipelago, Qianhe's form suddenly appeared, startling Khalifa, who had just entered to deliver documents, causing her to drop them everywhere. Casting a reproachful glance at Qianhe, Khalifa bent down to pick them up, unintentionally revealing an alluring curve. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qianhe recalled that when he received the Flying Thunder God signal, Khalifa had been seated on his lap, feeding him oranges. His sudden disappearance must have sent her tumbling. With this thought, Qianhe raised his hand and activated a low-power universal attraction, drawing the scattered documents onto the desk, where they neatly aligned under his precise control. Upon seeing the documents restored to the desk, Khalifa stood up, adjusted her black skirt, and gracefully approached Qianhe from behind, instinctively beginning to massage him. Qianhe squeezed her hand, signaling her not to bother, and as he turned to face this diligent little secretary, he felt a pang of gratitude. His sudden absence likely meant she had been managing his work, which must have been quite taxing. You've had a tough time, haven't you? Aren't you going to ask me where I went? Khalifa tilted her head and replied, "What you did isn't important. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Ever since she learned from Stussy that she had been given to Qianhe by the Gorosei, Califa had relaxed. Although she felt as if she had been treated like a mere commodity, she didn't resent the arrangement, as belonging to Qianhe made it all worthwhile. Undeniably, Califa's words struck a chord with Qianhe. Moving him deeply, he pulled her into his embrace, slowly lowering his head. Sensing his intentions, Califa naturally closed her eyes, anticipating what was to come. Suddenly, the door was thrust open violently, and two men in black suits, wearing dark sunglasses, entered, carrying a box. They approached Qianhe's desk and dropped the box heavily before him, declaring arrogantly, "You must be Uchiha Qianhe. This is a devil fruit bestowed upon you by the Gorosei. An animal-type mythical Zoan, the human fruit, Azura form." After speaking, the blonde-haired man in black glanced at Califa in Qianhe's arms, a smirk crossing his face, which made Califa feel extremely uncomfortable. The other man, sporting a buzz cut, was more subdued. After handing the fruit to Qianhe, he turned to leave with his companion. Throughout their entrance, Qianhe had maintained an impassive expression, regarding the two as if they were mere corpses. Just as they were about to exit the office, Qianhe, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "What fine dogs you are. Have you lost track of your worth after serving as dogs for so long? What did you say?" Upon hearing such a deeply insulting remark, the blond man immediately turned around, ready to teach this insolent Navy officer a lesson. In his eyes, Qianhe was merely a figurehead, a pawn the Navy had thrust forward for show. And as a guard for the higher-ups, he found it intolerable that Qianhe would dare insult him. However, the moment he turned, he was met with a rapidly enlarging palm. Boom! The blond man was slammed against the wall by Qianhe's hand, his entire being pressed into the structure. Meanwhile, the buzz-cut man stood frozen, still processing what had just transpired, as Qianhe's speed was simply too swift. Hearing the commotion, several Navy soldiers rushed in, guns drawn, for in their minds, Qianhe had become an idol after his battle with the Dark King Rayleigh. Now, others at the base regarded their commander with envious eyes. It was only with such a powerful leader that they would willingly serve. Basking in a sense of security, ignoring the surrounding soldiers, Qianhe slowly withdrew his hand. At this moment, the blond man, who had been so brazen moments ago, now appeared dismal. His face was a ghastly sight, with the area around his nose entirely caved in, and his sunglasses shattered, leaving shards embedded in his eyes. Even if he were fortunate enough to survive this encounter, he would be left blind. Seeing his companion's fate, the buzz-cut man turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably at this moment. The man he had come to view as a devil, Qianhe, slowly turned his gaze toward him. Under Qianhe's watchful eyes, the buzz-cut man immediately ceased trembling, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. Qianhe approached the kneeling man, looking down upon him. The buzz-cut man, terrified, began to bow his head repeatedly, pleading, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disrespected you. Please, spare my life." Seeing this man so abjectly humble, Qianhe lost interest in punishing him, merely squatting down to pat his shoulder, signaling him to raise his head. The black-clad man, confused, lifted his gaze, his face a mask of desperation, fearing that Qianhe was about to strike. "I ask you, are you and that fellow the Gorosei's guards? And no, we aren't worthy of being those esteemed individuals' guards. We belong to the royal palace of Lilia. That fruit was given to you as a reward at the behest of the Gorosei. And what was that display just now?" The man in the crew cut, clad in black, stood in stunned silence for a moment. Realizing that Qianhe was referring to their earlier brazen demeanor, that he stammered, "Lord Lilia Palace believes this fruit is somewhat inappropriate for you. Let us be mindful of our attitude." Upon hearing this, Qianhe understood the underlying implication. The celestial dragon known as Lilia Palace was displeased that her prized possession had been bestowed as a reward upon a mere Navy colonel, and she wished for these two lackeys to cast a slight upon him. A cold smirk graced Qianhe's lips as he rose to his feet, signaling the surrounding Navy soldiers to withdraw. He then passed by the kneeling black-clad figure and returned to his office. Though Qianhe had departed, the kneeling man dared not move, fearful of providing Qianhe with an excuse to act against him. It was not until Qianhe's voice echoed from the office, "You may leave now. Remember to convey a message to your master. Thank her for the devil fruit. I am quite satisfied that I shall pay her a visit tomorrow evening to express my gratitude in person." Yes, I shall remember, Lord Qianhe. Be gone." Upon hearing these words, the crew-cut man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hoisting his barely conscious companion and hastily scurrying away from the Navy base. After the black-clad figures departed, Qianhe stood in the center of his office, arms crossed, contemplating how to address the celestial dragon known as Lilia-Pallas. He had nearly offended her beyond repair, and it was likely she would retaliate come nightfall. Should matters spiral out of control, it would ultimately depend on the esteem the elders held for him. If they favored Lilia-Pallas, there would be little recourse but to brace for a storm. Suddenly, Qianhe felt a soft pressure against his back as a pair of delicate arms encircled his waist. Turning around, he beheld his secretary, Califa. At that moment, Califa had never experienced such warmth as she did today. Having been sent by her father to the world government for training as a spy, her childhood had been a cold one, surrounded by equally cold-hearted individuals, with no one to aid her. Growing up in such an environment, she had become nearly mechanical in her existence, observing Qianhe's every move. Yet, throughout their interactions, she found the ice encasing her heart gradually melting, having been rescued by Qianhe from the clutches of Rayleigh. The Dark King, a battle that could have led to his demise. She had come to rely on him deeply. Now, witnessing Qianhe's indignation towards that man, she felt a surge of admiration as he had acted without regard for the guard station. Just for such a seemingly trivial reason, merely due to her own insignificance, Califa buried her head in Qianhe's back, letting out a laugh that soon turned to tears, noticing the dampness on his back. Qianhe furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. "What troubles you? Is it not satisfying enough? Or are you concerned about Lilia-Pallas's retribution? Fear not, they cannot harm me." His voice carried an air of unwavering confidence. And this very demeanor only intensified Califa's infatuation, lifting her head from his back. Her eyes brimmed with an ocean of tenderness, causing Qianhe's heart to flutter. She stood on her tiptoes, her delicate face inching closer to Qianhe's, pressing her lips against his. Once again witnessing this scene, Modis rolled her eyes, perching herself on Qianhe's shoulder to quietly observe. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Califa gently caressed Qianhe's face, her cheeks glistening with remnants of tears yet radiating an alluring beauty. "Boss, from this day forth, I am yours." Qianhe, still lost in the sensations of the moment, finally regained his composure upon hearing Califa's words. However, his emotional intelligence seemed to have been sapped by that kiss, prompting him to ask a rather deflating question. "Why do you call me boss?" Califa, taken aback by Qianhe's sudden dullness, found him endearingly charming and stifled a giggle, saying, "Because I have been sold to you. You are my boss, are you not?" "Ah, oh, well then, good to be your boss." At last, Qianhe's emotional acuity returned, and he felt somewhat embarrassed by his earlier demeanor, mumbling to cover up his awkwardness. Califa gazed intently at him, as if she could not get enough of his presence. Qianhe, feeling rather unnerved, instinctively touched his face and asked, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Califa squinted, earnestly replying, "Nothing. I merely think my boss is incredibly handsome. I cannot seem to look away." At that moment, Califa's charm was overwhelming, leaving even Qianhe, who had faced the Dark King Rayleigh, momentarily speechless. With Qianhe rendered silent, Califa ceased her advances, gently brushing the dust from his clothing and inquiring, "Boss, how do you plan to handle the meeting with that individual tomorrow night?" Hearing this question, Qianhe felt indifferent. His greater concern lay with Guion. The mere thought of Guion caused him a headache, and his brow furrowed once more. Observing Qianhe's expression, Califa assumed he was troubled by that matter as well, biting her lip as she spoke with concern. "What troubles you, boss? Are you worried about tomorrow's meeting?" "It is all my fault for involving you." Qianhe shot Califa a surprised glance, quickly realizing that she had misunderstood his thoughts. He hastily clarified, "No, those people are of no consequence. What I am pondering is, sigh, I am thinking about Guion. Califa was taken aback, not expecting Qianhe to still be preoccupied with that issue. His seemingly disconnected thoughts elicited a chuckle from her. Qianhe looked at her quizzically, asking, "What are you laughing at?" Califa laughed for a moment before suppressing her amusement, pointing a finger at Qianhe's chin. "What are you worried about? You are my boss, and I am merely your secretary." Qianhe fell into silence, understanding that Califa was encouraging him not to worry, assuring him that she would not jeopardize his relationship with Guion. In other words, she had positioned herself in a subordinate role. Sighing inwardly, Qianhe chided himself. "Oh, my Califa, I truly am a scoundrel. Indeed, this scenario would be a curiosity even within the Uchiha clan. After all, amidst a gathering of pure-hearted warriors, there emerged a scoundrel like Qianhe, a source of both shame and pride." The following evening, Qianhe and Califa arrived at the entrance of a luxurious palace. Dressed in his favorite black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan insignia, Qianhe opted not to wear his navy uniform, ensuring that he could make a swift escape should the need arise. Khalifa, clad primarily in black, nervously grasped Qianhe's hand as he released her grip, patting her back reassuringly, offering a warm smile before turning to enter the palace, prompting Khalifa to hurriedly follow suit. At the entrance, two black-clad guards obstructed their path, demanding, "Who are you? This is the residence of Lady Shayalea Palace, not a place for commoners. Depart at once." Without uttering a word, Qianhe continued forward, seeking death. "Are you?" Suddenly, both guards collapsed, rolling their eyes back, witnessing this scene. Khalifa sighed inwardly. Clearly, her boss had prepared for confrontation. What is happening? True to the reputation of a celestial dragon's palace, the security was indeed formidable, while the two guards had fallen silently as soon as Qianhe stepped inside. Numerous black-clad figures emerged, casting menacing glances at the pair. Qianhe had lost patience with these loyal hounds, narrowing his eyes as an overwhelming aura surged forth. Every black-clad figure present followed the fate of the two fallen guards, leaving only a bewildered, scrawny man standing in place. Khalifa, observing the fallen guards, could not help but recall how she had once lost consciousness to a similar attack from the Dark King. That it was once again this move, referred to by Rayleigh as Conqueror's Haki, and she marveled at how adept her boss had become at wielding it. Qianhe cast a glance at the remaining slender man in black, his tone indifferent as he spoke. "Go inform Xylulia that Uchiha Qianhe has arrived." Without uttering a word, the slender man turned and hurried off to notify his master. After a brief interval, he returned, his face now smeared with blood, as if he had suffered a severe beating. Upon seeing Qianhe, he hastily said, "My lady Xylulia requests your presence. I shall guide you." As he spoke, Qianhe noticed that the man's front teeth were missing, evidently a result of an encounter with Xylulia. Just as the rumors had depicted, she was indeed arrogant and dismissive of others. Nodding slightly, Qianhe followed the slender man, eager to witness this so-called Xylulia. Upon entering a grand hall deep within, a wide crimson carpet stretched before them, leading to the inner sanctum. Under the guidance of the man in black, Qianhe and his companions reached the end of the carpet, where a raised platform awaited. Qianhe lifted his gaze slightly and beheld Xylulia seated atop the platform, flanked by two even more imposing men in black, along with a panting pug. The woman donned the iconic space suit of the celestial dragons, her exaggerated orange hair styled atop her head, and her face obscured by brown sunglasses, beneath which a transparent purple scarf encircled her neck, lending her an air of beauty. At this moment, Xylulia cast her gaze downward, her eyelids lowered, regarding Qianhe and the others as one might observe ants. The slender man before Qianhe displayed a flicker of fear upon encountering Xylulia, yet he stepped forward, prepared to report, "My lady Xylulia, I bring you." Bang! Before he could finish, the sound of a gunshot rang out. The slender man clutched his chest, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed up at Xylulia. He opened his mouth to speak, but a torrent of blood erupted from his lips, and with a final gasp of defiance, he collapsed to the ground. Xylulia held a smoking golden flintlock, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen man. She muttered, "Useless trash." Without a second glance at the fallen figure, Xylulia turned her attention to Qianhe, her voice icy as she inquired, "So you are Uchiha Qianhe? Are you aware that a few days ago, you injured one of my people? Have you forgotten your identity, thinking yourself above reproach simply because of the support of the Gorosei?" Qianhe smirked disdainfully and replied, "I merely disciplined a couple of dogs. Is there a problem with that?" Upon hearing Qianhe's audacity, Xylulia's fury ignited anew, and she raised her pistol once more, aiming it at Qianhe, intent on silencing this disrespectful naval officer. However, Qianhe had no desire to engage in further banter with this woman. In the moment she pointed the gun at him, he had already materialized beside her, seizing her arm with a firm grip. Startled, Xylulia gasped, while the men in black flanking her shrank back in terror, their pupils dilating in fear to them. Qianhe's actions constituted a crime worthy of annihilating entire clans. Regaining their composure, the two men in black did not hesitate and launched their attacks, using their haki to strike at Qianhe from either side. Yet, Qianhe paid them no mind, his indifference evident despite their superior strength compared to the other lackeys. Unmoved, Qianhe unleashed his repulsive force, and before the men's fists could even reach him, they were flung back violently, crashing into the walls of the hall and sliding down like tattered rags, leaving behind streaks of crimson. The fate of the two men sent Xylulia into a complete panic, having been the center of adoration her entire life. She had never encountered such a scene before, rendering her speechless as Qianhe's grip on her arm loosened. He snatched the golden flintlock from her grasp. With the weapon gone, Xyalilia's last shred of confidence evaporated. And genuine fear crept onto her face. Perhaps for the first time in her life, she felt the chill of fear. With a slight exertion, Qianhe crushed the valuable golden flintlock into a heap of fragments within his palm. Releasing his hold above her, the shards cascaded like snowflakes onto her transparent bubble helmet, dusting it with a golden sheen that sparkled appealingly. Xyalilia, her composure faltering, stiffly turned to face Qianhe, forcing a semblance of calm as she declared, "You lowly commoner, do you even know who I am? Are you not afraid that an admiral will obliterate you and everyone connected to you?" Without responding, Qianhe delivered a resounding slap to her helmet. The bubble helmet cracked within seconds, and Qianhe's hand made intimate contact with Xyalilia's face. The resounding sound echoed throughout the vast hall, and Xyalilia was sent tumbling down the stairs from the platform. Rolling to a halt at the feet of Khalifa, who instinctively recoiled as if avoiding a plague, Qianhe had not exerted much force. Rather, Xyalilia's reaction stemmed from her exceptionally frail constitution. Nevertheless, she remained conscious. Struggling to rise with one hand pressed against her swollen cheek, her eyes filled with fear as they fixated on Qianhe above. Observing the once arrogant Xyalilia, now stripped of her bravado, Qianhe scoffed coldly and demanded, "Now, tell me, who are you?" The hall fell into an eerie silence. Khalifa stood silently in a corner, her gaze darting between the two on the platform, contemplating the gravity of her boss's actions. Xyalilia, however, stared blankly at Qianhe above. Confused and disoriented. To her surprise, the sting of Qianhe's slap lingered in her mind, evoking an inexplicable sense of exhilaration, a feeling foreign to her, leaving her bewildered, unaware of Xyalilia's internal turmoil. Qianhe frowned at her stillness. He then turned and seated himself in the chair Xyalilia had previously occupied, addressing her with an authoritative tone. "You, come climb up here. What did you say?" Xyalilia could hardly believe her ears, astonished that Uchiha Qianhe would issue such a demand. Was he truly from this world? Did he possess no understanding of the celestial dragon's weight? Little did she know, Xyalilia had unwittingly stumbled upon the correct answer to her question. Noticing Xyalilia's hesitation, Qianhe grew impatient and raised his voice. "I said to climb up here. Can you not hear? Or do you wish to die?" Xyalilia trembled at the tone of his voice, and to her astonishment, she found herself crawling on the ground. Inching upward, as she ascended, humiliation flooded her heart, mingled with profound confusion. Why was she so obedient all of a sudden? Upon hearing Qianhe's command, an overpowering urge to submit had taken root within her. After what felt like an eternity, Xyalilia finally reached Qianhe's feet. Lifting her gaze to meet the audacious man before her, humiliation etched on her face. Qianhe, equally surprised by her sudden compliance, had merely intended to provoke her. In his mind, how could a pampered celestial dragon genuinely perform such an act? He had even considered that should she refuse, he would simply eliminate her. Yet her behavior left him somewhat bewildered. However, given her newfound obedience, Qianhe decided to momentarily suppress his murderous intent. He extended a finger, lifting Xyalilia's chin. "So, the exalted celestial dragon is capable of such actions." Xyalilia remained silent, allowing him to manipulate her chin, her eyes desperately darting elsewhere, unwilling to meet his gaze. Witnessing the subdued version of Xyalilia, Qianhe felt a sense of uncertainty. Had she truly forgotten her identity as a celestial dragon? Where was her former arrogance? Yet, matters required resolution. Qianhe stood, raising his hand towards the prostrate Xyalilia. At that moment, the previously silent Xyalilia spoke up. "Are you going to kill me?" Qianhe paused momentarily, then nodded, coldly stating, "Whether I kill you or not has become inconsequential. Has it not? You are well aware that everything I have done tonight is unforgivable. If I were to say that I would no longer pursue tonight's events, would you let me go?" Qianhe raised an eyebrow. If what this fellow spoke was indeed true, then sparing her life was certainly feasible. After all, Qianhe initially intended to ascend to the pinnacle of the Navy before orchestrating her subsequent plans. However, betraying the Navy would significantly impact her ambitions. Yet, could she truly place her trust in Xyalilia? The notorious temperament of the celestial dragons offered little reassurance. Using illusionary magic on her, this woman already appeared somewhat foolish. If ensnared by an illusion, she would likely become utterly dim-witted. Would the Gorosei fail to notice? Contemplating this, Qianhe shook her head, a translucent energy beginning to coalesce in her hand. Noticing Qianhe's movements, Xiaoyuolia hastily declared, "Everything I said is true. As long as you agree to protect me when I come to Sabaody, I will act as if nothing happened tonight. I swear." After uttering this, a slight blush crept across Xiaoyuolia's cheeks as she covertly glanced at Qianhe. This situation had grown increasingly peculiar. Qianhe observed Xiaoyuolia's demeanor and found it rather convincing. After some reflection, Qianhe deemed it prudent to proceed with caution. Extending her hand, she seized Xiaoyuolia by the throat. Lifting her effortlessly, Xiaoyuolia gazed at Qianhe in terror, bewildered as to why, despite her apparent sincerity, this man treated her in such a manner. How could he be so heartless? Lost in thought, tears welled in Xiaoyuolia's eyes, and she began to cry in frustration. Irritated by the predicament, Qianhe snapped, "Silence! Look into my eyes!" Oh, after being shouted at again, Xiaoyuolia immediately ceased her weeping, obediently fixing her gaze on Qianhe's eyes, mumbling, "1, 2, 3." Qianhe, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" Xiaoyuolia hastily halted her counting, stammering, "Your eyes are so beautiful. I wanted to count the rings in them." Qianhe found herself at a loss for words yet again that evening, activating her abilities. Hellpath. King Yan's judgment. A terrifying visage emerged from the purple-tinged portal behind her, eliciting a gasp from Xiaoyuolia as she began to flail her legs in panic. "Be still. But the monster behind you is truly terrifying. Enough chatter. You answer my questions. If you dare to lie, this creature will rip out your tongue and devour it. Understood? Was what you said earlier true? Will you truly act as if nothing occurred tonight?" "Indeed. I swear," Xiaoyuolia exclaimed, her voice almost a shout. After a moment's pause, she added meekly, "But you must agree to be my guardian when I visit Sabaody." Ignoring her, Qianhe discerned that the figure of King Yan behind her remained still, indicating Xiaoyuolia spoke the truth, allowing her to relax and dismiss her powers. As the terrifying visage began to fade away, Xiaoyuolia remarked, "Your abilities are truly remarkable. Is it a devil fruit? Do not inquire about what should not be asked." Sensing Qianhe's impatience, Xiaoyuolia finally fell silent. With a disgruntled expression, Qianhe leaped down from the platform and approached Califa, stating simply, "Let's go." As she prepared to leave, seeing Qianhe's intent to depart, Xiaoyuolia called out, "Are you really leaving now?" Without turning back, Qianhe replied impatiently, "What? Am I supposed to stay here?" "Well, that might not be entirely out of the question." Qianhe, thoroughly baffled by Xiaoyuolia's inexplicable behavior, grasped Califa's arm and disappeared in a flash. Xiaoyuolia stood dazed, watching the spot where Qianhe had vanished until the sound of a din-din mushi broke her reverie. Returning to reality, she hastily retrieved a din-din mushi from her pocket and answered. Xiaoyuolia speaking. An elderly voice resonated. "Xiaoyuolia, has Uchiha Qianhe visited? What was his demeanor?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuolia straightened her attire and, standing confidently, replied, "He behaved exceptionally well. I am quite satisfied." Was he not one of the men who tried to kill you?" "Did he not threaten you?" "Not at all. They were merely disobedient dogs." Colonel Qianhe not only expressed his apologies, but also promised to serve as my guardian for my safety. He truly sounds like a commendable individual." "Very well. We are aware." After hanging up the din-din mushi, Xiaoyuolia sighed in relief. Feeling the matter had been settled, though a peculiar sensation lingered in the Sabaody Archipelago's Navy base, Qianhe and Califa materialized in the office. Upon arrival, Qianhe grumbled, "Is Xiaoyuolia unwell? Are all celestial dragons like this?" Califa stood silently behind Qianhe, her gaze somewhat peculiar as she discerned something, yet she remained uncertain, opting for silence. Suddenly, the din-din mushi on the desk began to ring, and Qianhe answered it, hearing Sengoku's voice on the other end. Is that you? "Qianhe, what transpired tonight that the Gorosei specifically inquired about you? They mentioned you have been diligent lately, and that your rank is too low." Qianhe was momentarily taken aback. "Diligent? Are they referring to the destruction of a significant portion of Sabaody with Shinra Tensei or slapping Xiaoyuolia? All I did was meet with a celestial dragon named Xiaoyuolia. Nothing more." "What? Are you speaking of the Xiaoyuolia from the Roseward family?" "Indeed." Sengoku fell silent for a moment, aware of the Roseward family's reputation as quintessential celestial dragons, notorious for their disdain towards other races. As the daughter of Roseward Saint, Xiaoyuolia was known for her contempt. Qianhe's meeting with someone of such stature prompting the Gorosei to commend him raised suspicions in Sengoku's mind. However, the outcome was ultimately favorable. The faster Qianhe rose, the more authority Sengoku could grant him, ensuring a future dominated by young leaders like Qianhe in the Navy. Very well, return to the Navy headquarters tomorrow. I am preparing to promote you to the rank of Brigadier General. Please attend the brief ceremony. Understood. After ending the call, Qianhe noticed Khalifa observing him with an odd expression. Curious, he asked, "What is it? Why do you look at me like that?" Khalifa shook her head in exasperation, conveying that it was nothing. Indeed, my boss, you slapped a celestial dragon and returned only to be rewarded. This is truly a tale from a fantastical realm. Qianhe rubbed his temples, his gaze falling upon a box containing the Asura devil fruit on the desk. Remembering its presence, how could he have left such a beastly fruit here for an entire day and night? He was truly careless. He opened the box, revealing a golden, mushroom-shaped fruit with 3 heads. Looking quite peculiar, Khalifa approached Qianhe, examining the fruit with curiosity. Boss, do you intend to consume this fruit? Qianhe nodded. After all, it was a mythical beast type, perfectly suiting his needs. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the central mushroom cap and activated his hungry ghost path to absorb it. Before long, the absorption was complete, leaving only an ordinary mushroom on the table. Khalifa covered her mouth in awe, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, thinking to herself how remarkable her boss was, always involved in such peculiar events. Qianhe closed his eyes, savoring the newly acquired power. When he opened them again, a 4th tomoe had appeared in his right eye. Khalifa noticed the change and inquired curiously, "Boss, is that symbol in your eye a result of absorbing the devil fruit?" "Ah, my astute secretary, you are indeed perceptive. Boss, does this mean you have absorbed 4 devil fruits, including that gravity fruit?" "Indeed, thus my need for more devil fruits. But rest assured, I will find a suitable fruit for you in the future." Nodding slightly, Khalifa leaned against Chica and fell silent. To be honest, the existence of the devil fruit had become inconsequential to her. She now only wished to serve as an efficient secretary to Chica. The following day, aboard the Admiral's ship, reminiscent of their journey to the Sabaody archipelago, Chica lay back comfortably, resting his head on Guillaume's lap, basking in the sunlight. Guillaume gently caressed Chica's hair, her charming face adorned with a soft smile as she quietly gazed at him. Suddenly, Chica opened his eyes, revealing his Rinnegan, which sparkled with a divine brilliance, leaving Guillaume momentarily entranced. With a slight smile, Chica reached out to pat the spider tattoo on Guillaume's thigh, teasingly asking, "What's wrong? Haven't you had your fill of looking?" "No, I truly wish I could gaze at you like this forever," she replied. Chuckling, Chica stretched and turned, saying, "Once I become an admiral, I'll transfer you to my ship so you can see me every day. Let's see if you ever tire of it." Guillaume also rose, stepping in front of Chica to smooth out the wrinkled fabric of his Navy uniform, smiling as she said, "All right, I'll be waiting for the day you become an admiral. But don't keep me waiting too long. Rest assured, that day is not far off. I in the office of the fleet admiral, a firm knock echoed, followed by the command, "Come in." The door swung open, and Chica strolled in with one hand in his pocket, spotting Sengoku engrossed in paperwork. "Long time no see, Fleet Admiral Sengoku," he greeted, his tone casual, reflecting the close relationship he had developed over his time with the Navy. "Ah, Chica, come here. Here are your Brigadier General insignia and uniform." Sengoku handed Chica a small box containing the insignia, along with a coat emblazoned with the word justice. Chica's gaze was captivated by the coat. As most fans of One Piece would agree that the Navy officers' coats are quite appealing, wearing it felt akin to how the 4th Hokage donned his ceremonial robes. It was simply magnificent. Chica had long admired the coat worn by Zephyr, and now it was finally his to wear. Without hesitation, he grasped the shoulders of the coat and donned it with a flourish. Standing over 2 meters tall with long, flowing black hair, Chica exuded an aura of solemn authority in the Navy coat. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, then shamelessly thought to himself, "He looks quite dashing, though still a tad short of my time. He is at least 10 times more impressive than Garp." Shaking his body, Chica found the coat surprisingly sturdy. No wonder the Navy officers during the Marineford War were able to leap about without their capes flying away. After reveling in the experience, Chica recalled that he should visit Zephyr during this return to headquarters, as he genuinely cared for him, a fact Chica never doubted. With this thought, he inquired, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is Zephyr still at the training camp? I wish to see him." Hearing this, Sengoku looked at Chica with appreciation. This was one of the reasons he held such high hopes for Chica. His gratitude and respect for his mentors made him likable. However, Chica's well-intentioned desire might be thwarted, as Sengoku waved his hand, saying, "No need. This group of trainees has been training diligently, and Zephyr intends to take them out to sea for exercises ahead of schedule. They have already departed. What? Sengoku was puzzled by Chika's strong reaction to the news of Zephyr's departure for sea exercises. After all, it was merely a training outing. Nevertheless, trusting Chika, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with this outing?" "Certainly, there is a significant problem." Chika's mind raced back to the events depicted in the movie Z, where Zephyr, while taking his last group of students on a practice ship, was ambushed by Whitebeard II, leaving only Ein and Binz alive, with Zephyr even losing an arm. Although history had shifted, and Zephyr had set sail earlier, there was no guarantee he wouldn't encounter Whitebeard II again. If the outcome turned out worse, Chika's face paled further as he hastily asked, "Where did Zephyr go?" "I'm not sure of the exact location, but I can ask him using the transponder snail." Sengoku dialed Zephyr's number, yet after a lengthy wait, there was no response. This unusual situation darkened Sengoku's expression as he turned to Chika, asking, "What's going on? Do you know something?" There was no time for extensive explanations. The southeast direction was too vague. Yet, at this moment, Chika could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly opened the window of Sengoku's office, activating his powers, and soared skyward. The documents on Sengoku's desk were scattered by the gust of wind created by Chika's departure. But he paid no heed, summoning Akiji and ordering him to swiftly gather a crew to assist Zephyr. In a stretch of ocean, the calm waters were suddenly disturbed as a colossal head emerged, a serpent-like sea king. Over 100 meters in length, burst forth, clenching a massive whale in its jaws. With a powerful bite, the whale was severed in two, its remains devoured by the sea king, after a hearty meal. The creature was about to submerge when it noticed an expanding black in the distance. Squinting its enormous eyes, it attempted to discern the object. However, the seemingly tiny black spot rapidly enlarged. Revealing itself to be a human, this was the last thought that crossed its mind. Get away. With a resounding thud, Chika collided with the sea king's head, reducing it to a pulp. Blood rained down upon the ocean. Having been delayed, Chika, who had already been flying at high speed, came to a halt, his expression dark with worry. The vastness of the ocean was daunting, even with the perception granted by his Rinnegan and Kenbunchika haki. He could not locate Zephyr's ship. Damn it, is Zephyr and his trainees destined to face this calamity? He cursed himself for not leaving a flying thunder god mark with Zephyr. Had Zephyr's strength lulled him into a false sense of security? Chika struck the surface of the water with a powerful fist, sending hundreds of tons of seawater soaring into the sky, cascading down like a rainstorm as the seawater splashed against his face. A technique he had previously overlooked resurfaced in his mind, the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. This technique, used by Pain and Naruto, involved creating rain clouds with chakra and infusing the falling rain with chakra to sense everything within the vicinity. It was the perfect application for the current situation. Chika closed his eyes, interlocking his fingers, raising his middle and index fingers, and activated the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. As the technique took effect, the previously clear skies transformed into a darkened expanse. Heavy rain pouring down. Calming his mind, Chika focused and sensed a small cluster of life energy at a specific location, one of which was already very faint. Receiving this information, Chika opened his eyes, activating his powers once more, and vanished from the surface of the SEA.I in another area of the ocean. Aboard a lifeboat, a group of Navy soldiers clad in blue and white vests gathered together. Among them were familiar faces, Bridge, Griefus, and Binz. Each bore signs of battle, their bodies stained with blood, clearly having just endured a fierce conflict. Yet, none of them paid attention to their own wounds. Instead, they mournfully watched as a blonde female soldier cradled her sea blue-haired companion. Weeping uncontrollably, the two women were Ein and her roommate, Alice. Ein, held tightly in Alice's arms, was in dire condition, her eyes half closed, long eyelashes quivering from pain, a horrific gash across her abdomen oozing blood. No, Ein, don't sleep. We'll be back at headquarters soon, Alice cried, tears mingling with the rain, desperately attempting to staunch Ein's bleeding, but the wound was simply too extensive. Regardless of how earnestly Alice endeavored, blood continued to seep inexorably between her fingers. Some of the other trainees could scarcely bear to witness the scene, while others turned away, silently weeping. It could be said that the remaining individuals were able to endure thus far largely due to Ein's significant contributions. What was initially merely a maritime exercise, under the guidance of the former Admiral Zephyr, had taken an unforeseen turn as they navigated into a particular maritime zone. They encountered the formidable Edward Weevil. The son of Whitebeard, accompanied by Miss Bakken. Upon sighting the newly enlisted recruits, Weevil, under Miss Bakken's directive, launched an assault, which was intercepted by Zephyr. Yet, owing to his advanced age and deteriorating health, as well as the responsibility of safeguarding the trainees behind him, Zephyr momentarily let his guard down and was injured by Weevil.it was Ein, utilizing her devil fruit powers, who temporarily staunched Zephyr's wounds and even regressed his age by 8 years, having developed her abilities further. Ein's intervention caught Miss Bakken's attention, prompting her to instruct Weevil to endure a blow from Zephyr in order to eliminate this uniquely gifted female Navy officer. In this perilous situation, Ein was grievously wounded by Weevil's blade, falling into a state of unconsciousness. With her incapacitation, Zephyr's powers also waned, placing them at a disadvantage against Weevil once more. However, Ein miraculously regained consciousness, forcefully activated her abilities again to assist Zephyr in regressing 8 years, and managed to sustain her awareness until the remaining Navy personnel brought her to this location. Upon hearing Alice's call, Ein opened her mouth and spat out a copious amount of blood, causing Alice to weep even more fervently. Trembling, Ein reached out her hand towards a parcel beside her and handed it to Alice. As Alice wiped her tears, she inquired, "What is this? You even had Bridge fetch it for you when you departed from the warship. Is it something of great importance?" Seeing Alice accept the parcel brought a sigh of relief to Ein, who weakly replied, "This is the devil fruit I obtained during the assessment. After we return, please hand it over to Chica. It was meant for him all along." Just then, a figure descended onto the ship. It was none other than Chica, who had arrived in haste. With Chica's arrival, the ominous clouds that had blanketed the sky dissipated in an instant, allowing sunlight to cascade upon everyone's faces. It's Uchiha Chica. The crew on board, taken aback by Chica's sudden appearance, quickly recognized him, and his fellow trainees and housemates rushed forward to them. Chica appeared as a beacon of hope. Nevertheless, he waved them aside, making his way to Ein's side. Grasping Ein's already icy hand, Chica spoke gently, "I'm sorry for being late." Ein forced a faint smile, her eyes filled with admiration for Chica. "It's not your fault. I am simply too weak and will never be able to catch up to you." Shaking his head, Chica carefully took Ein from Alice's arms, letting her rest against him. Ein slightly moved her head, her consciousness growing increasingly hazy. She took several deep breaths, trembling as she raised her hand to caress Chica's face, summoning the last vestiges of her strength to utter, fearful that if she did not speak now, it might be too late. "It seems my journey ends here. Chica, that I have always held you in high regard. I do not say any more. I understand your feelings. For now, just look into my eyes." Even as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Ein instinctively obeyed Chica's words, straining to keep her eyes open to gaze at him. In Chica's right eye, tomoe suddenly expanded and contracted, activating a technique, and for a fleeting moment, Ein's eyes mirrored the tomoe. As a refreshing sensation coursed through her body, the other crew members on the ship stood agape, watching in astonishment as Ein's grievous wound on her abdomen visibly healed at an astonishing rate, her pallid complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue. This miraculous scene was nothing short of a divine phenomenon in their eyes. As the party involved, Ein abruptly sat up from Chica's embrace, incredulously gazing down at her abdomen. Although bloodstains remained, the skin beneath appeared flawless. "Very well, save whatever you have to say for when we return to the Navy headquarters." "Understood." Ein stared blankly at Chica, instinctively nodding. Just as she was about to speak, a thunderous roar drew the attention of everyone aboard. Chica turned to face the source of the noise, and Ein anxiously remarked, "It's Teacher Zephyr. He is still battling that pirate. That pirate is incredibly powerful. I wonder how Teacher Zephyr is faring." Hearing this, Chica turned to pat Ein's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. "The upcoming battle may affect this area. You all must leave at once." Before Ein could respond, the others on the ship hastily chimed in. "Chica, that pirate is truly formidable. Even Teacher Zephyr struggles against him. We should seek reinforcements together." "Indeed, Chica. You are Teacher Zephyr's most favorite student. He wouldn't want you to face such peril." With everyone echoing this sentiment, Ein refrained from further protest, simply gazing at Chica with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Having witnessed the clash between Weevil and Zephyr, Ein, possessing a certain understanding of Weevil's strength, was the least inclined to see Chica confront such an opponent. Yet, Chica could not acquiesce to their wishes. Aiding Zephyr through this ordeal had been his objective from the outset. He would never abandon it due to the enemy's might. For the Uchiha clan, who held emotions in the highest regard, such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Chica turned his back to the others, raising a hand to signal for silence. His navy coat billowed in the ocean breeze. The words justice boldly emblazoned upon it, "I'm leaving." With those simple words, Chica propelled himself skyward, racing towards the direction from whence the sound had come. Meanwhile, another thunderous crash reverberated, splitting the sea and creating a deep fissure. As two figures descended onto the deck of a severely damaged warship, Zephyr, panting heavily, regarded the seemingly tireless monster before him with grave concern, his thoughts lingering on Ayn and the others who had departed under his protection. Opposite Zephyr stood Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, who exclaimed in a daze, "Mommy, this guy is incredibly strong. He is quite a handful." On a small boat beside the warship, a diminutive figure clad in a leopard print coat. Miss Bacon scoffed derisively, calling out to Weevil on the warship, "My dear son, he is after all a former admiral of the Navy. But fear not, he is certainly no match for you. You are the son of the world's strongest man." "Whitebeard, indeed. I am Whitebeard's son. I shall surely slay this fellow." Spurred on by Miss Bacon's words, Weevil suddenly surged with newfound vigor, delivering several powerful thumps to his chest with one arm, while his spindly legs propelled him forward with startling speed, vanishing from sight. Observing Weevil's renewed assault, Zephyr quickly steeled himself, maximizing his observation hockey in an attempt to predict Weevil's next move. However, after an extended bout of combat, Zephyr remained burdened by injuries sustained while protecting the trainees. Though bolstered by Ayn's devil fruit abilities, he still found himself somewhat outmatched in the duel against Weevil. Puff. Zephyr ultimately failed to anticipate Weevil's maneuver, receiving a heavy blow to his back that left him severely injured. In the face of his plight, Zephyr dared not hesitate and swiftly used his shaving technique to retreat from the battlefield. He stumbled to a halt in a corner of the deck, nearly collapsing to the ground, as the severity of his wounds began to take a toll on his combat capabilities. Below, Miss Bacon, witnessing this turn of events, rejoiced and shouted for Weevil to take advantage of Zephyr's injury and deliver the finishing blow. Energized by her encouragement, Weevil let out a triumphant roar and raised his weapon to strike at Zephyr once more. With no choice but to drag his wounded body, Zephyr narrowly evaded this attack. However, this time, Weevil appeared to have gained a semblance of cunning. His previous strike had not been executed with full force, resulting in minimal recoil. He understood that given Zephyr's current condition, evading a single blow was already a feat, let alone two in succession. Smoothly transitioning into his second attack, he aimed his blade at Zephyr's right arm, ready to bring it down. Zephyr's pupils dilated in alarm, realizing that he could not evade this strike, but a wave of resignation and regret washed over him. The relief stemmed from the thought that he would finally reunite with his wife and children. Yet, he lamented the missed opportunity to witness his most proud student, Qianhe, ascend to the position of Marine Admiral. Just as Weevil's blade was about to cleave through Zephyr's arm, a laser beam shot in from a distance, striking the blade directly. Weevil's attack was deflected, crashing into the already damaged railings of the warship, creating a massive fissure on its side. Miss Bacon squinted her eyes, contemplating, a laser? Could it be Kizaru? She realized she needed to devise a plan for retreat. Though Weevil was formidable, he would stand no chance against the combined might of Zephyr and Kizaru. She was well aware of her foolish son's limitations. Shortly after the appearance of the laser, a whooshing sound echoed as Qianhe descended from the sky onto the deck. "Qianhe, what are you doing here?" Zephyr felt no joy upon seeing Qianhe. Instead, he was engulfed in dread. Having just risked his life to protect a few students, he questioned whether he could still safeguard Qianhe in his current state. In his mind, although Qianhe had previously injured Rayleigh, that was undoubtedly an exaggeration of the circumstances, and it was merely an injury. The creature before him was undoubtedly less powerful than Rayleigh, yet in some respects, its relentless and pain-immune constitution posed an even greater challenge. Miss Bacon, upon seeing the young Marine, felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a sardonic tone, she addressed Qianhe, "Oh, a mere Marine brat, young yet holding quite a rank. It seems we have a prodigy of the Navy here. You shall remain with Zephyr today, with him by your side. You too shall make a name for yourself across the seas." Qianhe cast a cold glance at Miss Bacon, repulsed by her appearance and demeanor. Raising his hand, he activated the universal pull, causing Miss Bacon to be drawn towards him. In terror, she shouted, "Damn it! A devil fruit user. Son, come save me." Weevil is indeed a devoted son, he thought. As he saw Miss Bacon in danger, disregarding Zephyr, he swiftly appeared in midair, extending his large hand to catch her. After confirming that she was relatively unharmed, a rare expression of anger manifested on his chubby face as he turned to Qianhe, exclaiming, "You dare harm my mother? I will break every bone in your body." Ignoring Weevil's threat, Qianhe assessed the two before him, realizing that this duo resembled Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball, the only difference being that this Weibel was even more foolish and utterly obedient to Bagan. Weibel, unable to fly, had limited time in the air. After delivering his threat, he descended. Qianhe followed suit, as there was still the injured Zephyr on the deck. Upon landing, Qianhe, unperturbed by the martial decorum, unleashed a divine force, sending Weibel flying, and then assisted Zephyr, expressing concern. "Teacher Zephyr, are you all right? I am still standing, though my combat capacity is considerably diminished after that last blow to my back," Zephyr replied. Upon hearing this, Qianhe glanced at the deep wound on Zephyr's back, which was severe enough to expose bone. Fortunately, given that he belonged to the world of One Piece, his constitution was robust. Had it been a typical fragile mage from Naruto, it would be uncertain if they would retain consciousness, let alone survive. Qianhe had already activated his Stone Long Breaker once, but that was to save the critically injured Ein, and he had no regrets about that. After a moment's thought, Qianhe opened the door space, urging Zephyr to rest inside for a while. Zephyr was adamant, unwilling to leave his most cherished student to face such a monster alone while he took refuge. Qianhe shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. "Trust me, Teacher Zephyr. If I cannot handle an enemy of this caliber, how can I ever live up to your expectations? You go rest inside. From there you can observe the situation outside, and should it grow dire, you can emerge once more." Zephyr scrutinized Qianhe, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with his student. It was not an emotional estrangement, but rather a realization that the once Marine cadet had now truly grown into a competent Marine officer. "Very well, I shall trust you. But should the situation turn grim, you must flee swiftly. With your abilities, escaping should be a breeze," Zephyr conceded. Qianhe nodded, and Zephyr patted him on the shoulder before stepping into the door space. "Damn those Marines, how dare they ambush me?" Just as Zephyr departed, Weibel returned, cradling the now unconscious Miss Bagan. He had been inadvertently flung several miles away by Qiange's divine force. However, his constitution was remarkably resilient. Though he had been launched away, he sustained no significant harm. Standing nearly 7 feet tall, coupled with his hefty build, Weibel resembled a mountain of flesh, rendering Qiange, who stood before him, barely reaching his waist due to Weibel's short legs. Now unconcerned, Qiange refrained from engaging in further banter with Weibel, simultaneously activating Sage Mode and Armament Haki, and hurled a punch at Weibel. Weibel reacted swiftly, protecting Bagan with one arm while countering Qiange's strike with the other. Upon impact, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing the warship beneath them to crumble into fragments, scattering across the sea. After a brief stalemate, both fighters separated, with Qiange landing on the water's surface. He shook his arm, which tingled from the previous exchange. It was no wonder that Kizaru had mentioned Weibel possessed the strength of a young Whitebeard. He was indeed a true monster. Qiange, having experienced this firsthand, could attest that Kizaru's words held merit. Meanwhile, Weibel cautiously set Miss Bagan down on a piece of debris before turning to Qiange and exclaiming, "You little brat, you pack quite a punch. However, at this level, you might as well prepare for death." "Little brat?" Qiange raised an eyebrow, considering his height of over 2 meters at his age, which was hardly short. Rather, it was Weibel's grotesque stature that was the issue. Nonetheless, the moniker slightly disgusted Qiange, causing the 4th tomoe in his Rinnegan to tremble. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from him, enveloping his form. The dazzling glow made Weibel squint uncomfortably, instinctively raising a plump arm to shield his eyes. When he lowered it again, the figure before him had transformed, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. Qiange now towered over 20 meters, his justice cape and pants expanding proportionately, the characters for justice glimmering in gold. His upper garments had been torn asunder by the emergence of 4 new arms, revealing golden inscriptions across his body, each arm cloaked in enhanced haki that had also turned golden. Exhaling deeply, Qiange opened his eyes, their Rinnegan swirling with an interplay of light and shadow. This state represented the abilities he had acquired after absorbing the Ashura fruit, which he referred to as Law of Heaven and Earth, marking its inaugural usage. The Ashura fruit granted him the same gigantic capabilities as Sengoku's Buddha fruit, and his current height was a deliberate choice for combat against Weibel. Weibel drooled, a finger resting on his chin as he dazedly inquired, "Who are you? What happened to that guy from before?" No one responded to him. Instead, he was greeted by a colossal shadow of a fist descending from the heavens. Bang! The sea erupted beneath this tremendous blow, creating an unfathomable abyss. As the surrounding waters rushed in, Miss Bajin was instantly reduced to a pile of debris in her unconscious state, and Weibel's form vanished into the gaping chasm. Floating above, in his Ashura form, Qianhe gazed silently at the bottomless black hole beneath him. He would not naively assume that this singular punch had vanquished Weibel, who was said to possess the strength reminiscent of a young whitebeard. Indeed, moments later, two dark figures, one large and one small, burst forth from the abyss, as the void gradually filled with the returning sea, restoring its original visage. Weibel's weapon had long since been lost, and in his grasp was a monstrous sea creature, its eyes rolling back in anguish. Upon surfacing, he hurled the creature aside as a makeshift platform, standing atop it while anxiously scanning his surroundings. "Where is my mother?" "Goodness, what a dutiful son," Qianhe kindly reminded him. "Your mother may have already been swallowed by you." "What?" "Pooh, pooh, pooh." Weibel's intellect seemed insufficient, as he immediately opened his mouth wide and spat, attempting to regurgitate Miss Bajin. Witnessing this scene, Qianhe felt somewhat exasperated and clarified. "No need to spit. Your mother is gone." Weibel froze momentarily, then abruptly lifted his gaze towards Qianhe, gritting his teeth as he declared, "It was you. You killed my mother. I will slay you." Upon uttering this, Weibel's body began to swell. Muscles hidden beneath layers of fat bulged forth, transforming him from a mound of flesh into a towering muscle-bound behemoth, reaching a height level with Qianhe's chest. With this transformation, it seemed that Weibel's intellect also surged, his voice deepening as he uttered, "Die." With slightly bent legs, he suddenly propelled himself towards the airborne Qianhe like a cannonball, crushing the sea creature beneath his feet and creating a massive bloodied crater. Boom! Faced with the wrath of Weibel, Qianhe dared not underestimate him. Channeling strength through all 6 arms, he blocked Weibel's furious strike. The force transmitted through his palms made Qianhe, even in his Azura form, feel a strain. No wonder this fellow could incapacitate Zephyr to such a degree. Although Zephyr's power could not be compared to that of the current 3 admirals, he had once held the rank of admiral. However, Weibel lacked the ability to fly, and in such circumstances, his strength would soon dissipate. Once that happened, no matter how powerful he was, without a point of leverage, the skies would belong to Qianhe. Yet, the next scene caused Qianhe to change his expression. Weibel's small legs began to kick rapidly in the air, producing a series of popping sounds. He was employing the moonwalk technique, with a peculiar grin. Weibel looked at Qianhe and said, surprised, "That guy named Zephyr used this move earlier. Unfortunately for you, I have already mastered it." With that, he harnessed the momentum from the moonwalk and, with a thunderous roar, unleashed a powerful strike, sending Qianhe crashing into the sea, stirring up tumultuous waves. As he watched Qianhe plunge into the ocean, Weibel grinned widely and dove in after him. Qianhe utilized Shinra Tensei to create a spherical space beneath the water. And as Weibel punched the vacuum boundary, the spherical space trembled violently. Rapidly forming several hand seals, Qianhe exclaimed, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." Instantly, 2 water dragons emerged from the surrounding sea, intertwining as they surged towards Weibel. What on earth? Faced with the 2 robust water dragons, Weibel had no choice but to divert his hand to strike one of them. The first water dragon was swiftly obliterated. However, the second water dragon immediately collided with him, sending him tumbling through the ocean. Seizing the opportunity, Qianhe illuminated his 6 arms with a golden glow, launching a relentless barrage upon the rolling Weibel. Wrath of the Azura, 6 arms converged at a single point, delivering a furious onslaught, accompanied by a cacophony of splashes as the surrounding sea evaporated, momentarily creating a vast vacuum. As the assault ceased, Qianhe's 6 fists emitted white smoke, and the golden radiance of his armed state dimmed. Weibel, who had previously sustained little injury, now found blood seeping from his body, staining the surrounding waters crimson, appearing as a sanguine sphere from Qianhe's perspective. After floating for a moment, Weibel, seemingly regaining consciousness, trembled and then righted himself, appearing significantly revitalized. Observing this, Qianhe's expression darkened. This fellow's regenerative abilities were indeed monstrous. Could he be a modified human? Qianhe speculated this due to the stitches visible on Weibel's neck and wrists, particularly the one around his neck, which bore the appearance of having been severed. Weibel shook his head and stated, "You are strong. Just now, you nearly killed me." Without uttering a word, Qianhe charged forward once more to engage Weibel in combat. A tranquil surface of the sea suddenly erupted, launching 2 giants into the air. The 2 titans were Qianhe and Weibel, both adorned with injuries, even Weibel panting heavily. Their battle had followed an explosive trajectory, and by now, both were showing signs of fatigue. Qianhe landed on a patch of water, adjusted his breathing, and his Rinnegan glimmered with purple light as his 6 arms came together, forming a shape that resembled 3 interlocking diamonds from above. Observing Qianhe's peculiar stance, Weibel tilted his head in confusion, unable to discern Qianhe's intentions, and shook off the water from his body, preparing to attack anew. Just then, Qianhe's technique was ready. He slowly parted his 3 pairs of palms, revealing 3 black orbs floating between them. The 4 arms behind him extended towards his chest, merging the 2 black orbs with the original 2 he had conjured. A single, intensely black and larger sphere was held aloft by Qianhe's hand. As he released it, the orb ascended into the sky. Weibel stared in astonishment as the black sphere rose higher, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from it. Without hesitation, he enveloped his right hand in haki and activated the moonwalk to shatter the ominous orb. However, with a resounding clap, Qianhe pressed his hands together once more and shouted, "Heavenly Star of Earth Explosion!" Buzz! An overwhelming gravitational force erupted from the floating black orb, causing Weibel to panic as he struggled to halt his advance. Yet, his body was uncontrollably drawn towards the orb. Countless fragments of warships were extracted from the ocean, adhering to Weibel's form, forming a metallic sphere around him. Subsequently, the ocean surged skyward, compressing and converging until it culminated in a massive water sphere with a diameter of nearly a kilometer. Casting a shadow across the sky, through the sphere, enormous sea creatures could be seen, their bodies compressed and distorted within. Beneath Qianhe, the ocean had formed a deep indentation, revealing patches of soil at the center. Resembling a marine basin, the environment surrounding this earth explosion technique resembled an apocalyptic scene. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed a slight tremor at the center of the water sphere. Albeit faint, it appeared that Weibel still had a breath of life within him. Contemplating this, Qianhe's body radiated golden light once more, his form swelling to an impressive 50 meters, as his 4 arms transformed into formidable cannons, showcasing the power of the Azura path. Aiming at the water sphere above, the 4 cannon mouths emitted blinding rays of light, as terrifying energy coalesced, ultimately forming 4 azure energy spheres. Assault of the Azura, the 4 energy beams shot forth, converging in midair to form a robust beam of light, which pierced through the center of the water sphere, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the colossal water ball began to collapse, unleashing torrents of seawater from the sky. Like a waterfall crashing down from the heavens, it cascaded into the vast ocean below. A rotund figure plummeted from the skies. It was Weibel, his body devoid of any sign of vitality, completely drenched in crimson, a testament to his fatal demise. Meanwhile, the lifeboat carrying Ein and her companions encountered the arriving Aokiji as they made their way back to headquarters. Upon boarding, Ein hastily approached Aokiji, informing him of Chika's deployment to assist Zephyr in his battle against Whitebeard II. Upon hearing this news, Aokiji, who had appeared nonchalant, adopted a serious demeanor. He was aware of Whitebeard II's notorious reputation, a ruthless individual with a bounty soaring to 400 million, and it was likely that his true strength surpassed even that figure. Nodding in understanding, Aokiji inquired about their approximate location before summoning his subordinates, commanding the warship to proceed at full speed. After his subordinates departed, Aokiji pondered the situation, concluding that the ship's pace was still insufficient. He then leapt onto the deck and soared into the air. Emitting a chilling aura, he froze a path upon the sea's surface, transforming himself into a humanoid ice sculpture, seamlessly merging into the icy trail. Swiftly vanishing from the sight of those aboard the vessel, for Aokiji, both his mentor Zephyr and the promising newcomer Chika were individuals of paramount importance. It was often said that Aokiji possessed a heart of warmth, yet consumed the coldest fruits. A sentiment that rings true. Emerging from the dimensional space, Zephyr gazed in astonishment at Weibel's lifeless body, which floated upon the ocean's surface, having witnessed Chika's battle in its entirety within the dimensional realm. He remained momentarily stunned. He recognized Chika's strength but had not anticipated that his student had grown so formidable. Based on Chika's recent display of power, he was already worthy of being considered a candidate for admiral. Chika reverted from his Ashura form, his body returning to its normal size, though his shirt was tattered from the earlier confrontation, leaving him momentarily bare-chested, exhaling a sigh of relief. He acknowledged that this battle had undoubtedly been the most arduous he had faced thus far. Previous opponents had either been too weak and swiftly dispatched, or had yielded to him without fully engaging. This time, however, he had truly fought for his life against a formidable foe, making the encounter exceedingly perilous. In a swift motion, Chika positioned himself on the water's surface beside Weibel's corpse, conjuring black flames in his right hand before striking Weibel's chest. Zephyr observed Chika's actions with curiosity, pondering whether Chika had developed a penchant for desecrating corpses. However, what transpired next sent a chill down Zephyr's spine, prompting him to envelop his forearms in haki and enter a combat-ready stance. The source of his alarm was the sight of Weibel, who appeared to have utterly succumbed to death, suddenly opening his eyes and stiffly turning his neck to regard Chica. Chica, danger! Zephyr disregarded his own injuries and lunged toward Weibel, his hockey-clad fist poised to strike the rotund face of his adversary. With a resounding thud, Chica crossed his arms to block Zephyr's blow. Feeling the pain radiating from his forearm, Chica couldn't help but grimace. Having just emerged from battle, he was still somewhat drained, and this blow had been entirely unnecessary. Zephyr-sensei, you've misunderstood. Weibel is truly dead, he? Chica sighed, rubbing the reddened skin on his forearm, and explained, this is one of my abilities, the power to control corpses. Control corpses? Zephyr was momentarily speechless, bewildered by Chica's diverse array of powers. This ability to manipulate the dead was reminiscent of Mariah, a member of the Seven Warlords. Did you eliminate Mariah? Not quite. Chica clarified that this ability was derived from the fruit he obtained during his assessment. Feeling no need to conceal this from Zephyr, nodding in partial understanding, Zephyr considered the nature of this power, which sounded rather sinister. However, he found it acceptable and justifiable in Chica's hands. Should anyone dare to criticize this ability in the future, Zephyr would be the first to deliver a punch to their face. As they conversed, Weibel's joints began to move with increasing fluidity, prompting Chica to nod in satisfaction before opening the dimensional space and hurling Weibel's massive body inside. Zephyr, witnessing this, inquired, what are your plans for him? I'll set him aside for now. Corpses controlled in this manner possess only 50% of their original strength. Upon returning, I intend to make some modifications. Are you saying Weibel will become your personal weapon? One could say that. Once my power grows further, I plan to integrate him into an organization subordinate to the Navy. Chica, observing the aging Zephyr before him, felt a surge of emotion and patted Zephyr's shoulder, saying, Zephyr-sensei, don't you think the existence of the Seven Warlords is somewhat superfluous? Zephyr paused, taken aback by Chica's words. Having once held the title of Admiral, he quickly grasped Chica's intent. He aimed to establish a powerful armed faction entirely loyal to himself and the Navy. The realization ignited excitement within Zephyr. He had long been dissatisfied with the Seven Warlord system. Yet, even as a former admiral, he had no authority to challenge it. Now that Chica proposed to supplant this system, how could he not feel exhilarated? As for whether Chica's vision would come to fruition, Zephyr had no doubts. It was bound to succeed, simply because Chica was the one advocating it. Without a doubt, Zephyr had become Chica's most ardent supporter within the Navy's upper echelons. Has the battle concluded? It seems I have arrived too late, the languid voice interjected, followed by a path of ice extending to where Chica and Zephyr stood. An ice sculpture gradually materialized, solidifying into Aokiji, having hurriedly made his way to the battlefield. Aokiji found not the chaos of battle but rather the leisurely exchange between Chica and Zephyr. Upon recognizing Aokiji, Chica and Zephyr both relaxed completely, with Zephyr teasing, Kazan, did you slack off again? Arriving only after the battle has ended? Please don't say that, Zephyr-sensei, that I rushed here at full speed. I even skipped the warship and came using my abilities, Aokiji replied, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance, as students often do in the presence of their teachers. Understanding Aokiji's sentiment, Zephyr refrained from further teasing, patting Aokiji on the shoulder. He recognized that Aokiji had indeed exerted himself to arrive swiftly. However, his good mood had compelled him to make a jest. This was particularly true since it was Aokiji, one of the three admirals, who had come. Had it been Kizaru, Zephyr would hardly have greeted him warmly. After exchanging a few words, Aokiji suggested returning to the warship. With the battle concluded, his earlier lethargy resurfaced. He wished for nothing more than to bask in the sun on the deck of the ship. Both Chica and Zephyr, well aware of Aokiji's character, felt a sense of resignation. Zephyr sighed deeply, knowing that his student had not always been this way. Initially, when Aokiji joined the Navy, he embodied the passionate ideal of burning justice. However, following the O'Hara incident, his sense of justice had grown muddled, evolving into this lazy justice. As a teacher, Zephyr wished to counsel him, but his own non-lethal justice had not proven particularly effective either. After much contemplation, he realized that he could only place his hopes in Chica. Seeing Aokiji's eagerness to return, Chica acquiesced to his desire. However, as Zephyr bore injuries, Chica utilized his powers to support Zephyr, moderating their pace as they journeyed back. Chica's actions elicited a subtle nod of approval from Aokiji. Shinji held a deep admiration for Chiwa's actions, yet his similarly reserved nature prevented him from expressing it outwardly. Upon returning to Shinji's warship, a soft figure leaped into Chiwa's embrace. It was Ain. Heaven knows how much she had worried during his absence, and upon witnessing Chihuahua's safe return, she could no longer contain the tumult of emotions within her. Gently patting Ain's back, Chihuahua chose silence, understanding that it was best to allow her to regain her composure first. After a moment, Ain slowly pushed away from him, producing a package from behind her and presenting it to him. It was the unknown devil fruit she had obtained from the assessment. Chihuahua did not decline, accepting the package from Ain's hands before placing it into his spatial door. Seeing Chihuahua accept the fruit, a faint smile graced Ain's lips, reminiscent of a neighborly girl, exuding a natural beauty. She gazed quietly at Chihuahua, but upon observing the upper half of his body, Ain's delicate brows furrowed involuntarily. Faint scars were still visible on him. After all, Weibel's conqueror's haki was formidable. Such power, when cultivated to a certain degree, could inflict hidden injuries that might appear minor at first glance. Yet the body would have sustained significant harm. Chihuahua's recovery rate was already remarkably swift. During the Marineford War, Marco had been left bandaged for several days after being struck by carp, and that was with the advantage of the phoenix fruit. I wanted to reach out and touch those scars but hesitated. Finally asking, "Don't you possess a rapid recovery ability? Why not use it?" Chihuahua shook his head with a smile, leaning closer to Ain's ear and whispering, "Fool, such a power cannot be used continuously. However, if it were for you, it wouldn't matter." Upon hearing this, Ain stood frozen, pondering how such an extraordinary ability must surely have its limitations. Yet, Chihuahua had chosen to expend that precious opportunity on himself. Did she truly deserve it? Tears welled in Ain's eyes as she contemplated this, but she didn't want Chihuahua to witness her vulnerability, so she turned away, hastily wiping away her tears. Indeed, most women are easily moved, and what seemed trivial to Chihuahua carried immense emotional weight for Ain. Rubbing his temples, Chihuahua placed his hands on Ain's shoulders, applying gentle pressure to turn her back towards him, and he tenderly wiped the tears from her face. "All right, relax. We should be attending the graduation ceremony upon our return. Given your accomplishments, you should at least be a colonel now. What do you say, Colonel Ain?" Upon hearing Colonel Ain from Chihuahua's lips, Ain couldn't help but smile, playfully raising her small fist to lightly punch his chest. Chihuahua feigned a pained expression, as though her gentle hit had dealt him a severe blow. Though his acting was lacking, it successfully elicited a response from Ain. She hurriedly leaned in, inspecting the spot she'd just struck, and gently blew on it with her small lips, appearing exceedingly adorable. Witnessing Ain in such a state, Chihuahua couldn't resist leaning down to plant a kiss on her fair forehead. Startled by Chihuahua's attack, Ain jumped up like a frightened rabbit, gazing at him in disbelief. Chihuahua blushed at her stare, but maintained his composure, appearing utterly unfazed by the recent events, as if he were oblivious to what had just transpired. Seeing Chihuahua's somewhat mischievous demeanor, Ain puffed up her cheeks in frustration, making her even cuter to know. "This won't do. If it continues like this, I might lose my resolve," thought Chihuahua, with a dramatic flourish of his justice coat. He turned and strode away, leaving behind the words, "After graduation, come find me. I want you." Ain wanted to retort, questioning how he could simply claim her like that, but the words stuck in her throat. Ultimately, she managed to say, "You better keep your word." Upon returning to headquarters, Zephyr was immediately surrounded by the stretcher team, who had been waiting for some time. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he thought to himself that he had once been a vice admiral. Being placed on a stretcher felt demeaning. However, with several young nurses pulling him along, he didn't dare resist and reluctantly climbed onto the stretcher. The burly men waiting nearby swiftly lifted it and dashed off, leaving no trace behind. With Zephyr taken care of, the remaining stretcher team turned their attention to Chihuahua, who merely shrugged and leapt into the air, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Chihuahua headed to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, Sengoku urgently inquired, "What happened? Is Zephyr and the trainees all right?" "Teacher Zephyr is injured, and the casualty rate among the trainees is approximately 1/3. The attackers were Whitebeard too, Edward Weibel." With a resounding bang, Sengoku stood up, slamming his fist on the table, his forehead veins bulging as he gritted his teeth. "Damn pirates." Chihuahua fell silent, aware that despite his intervention minimizing casualties, it was still far from perfect. This incident served as a reminder that, due to his presence, the timing of certain events had shifted from their original course. Sengoku took a few deep breaths, attempting to quell his anger, before sitting back down and sliding a document across the table to Chihuahua. Chihuahua did not reach for it, but instead asked curiously, "What is this?" "Your appointment as Rear Admiral. Your contributions cannot be overlooked. You have essentially salvaged the future of the Navy. The graduation ceremony for the training camp will be held tomorrow, during which I will conduct your awarding ceremony. Prepare yourself." Incredibly, Qianhe had barely been promoted to brigadier general for a day before being elevated directly to rear admiral. Such a rapid ascent in rank was unprecedented in the Navy, especially before the events at Marineford and the global conscription ERAAT Marine Headquarters. Marineford, the central square buzzed with excitement today. All the officers of the headquarters were present, surrounded by a sea of dark figures. With a den mushy aimed at the central platform, this year's graduation ceremony was set to be the most grandiose in recent history, largely due to Qianhe's extraordinary capabilities, which set him apart from ordinary trainees. Additionally, the number of remaining trainees had diminished significantly after the Whitebeard 2 incident. Thus, the Navy decided to transform this graduation ceremony into a global live broadcast, ensuring Qianhe's emergence into the public eye while also offering encouragement to the remaining trainees. Clad in his justice coat, Sengoku appeared at the pinnacle of the platform, surveying the crowd below before clearing his throat into the microphone and requesting silence. Instantly, the crowd quieted. They were all soldiers, and obedience to orders was ingrained in their very bones. Once order was established, Sengoku spoke briefly before stepping down, entrusting the awarding ceremony to Zephyr. After all, these were his students, and this particular cohort had genuinely experienced life-and-death situations alongside him, making him the most fitting choice for the ceremony. Subsequently, Ein, leading the other trainees, ascended the platform to receive their ranks. Bridge, Griefus, and Binz were awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel, while Ein was promoted to colonel, thanks to her outstanding performance during the battle against Weibel. As recommended by Zephyr, most other trainees received the rank of lieutenant or major, and as the last trainee stepped forward to accept their rank, puzzled expressions spread across the crowd. They were all wondering, where was Uchiha Qianhe? Everyone was well aware that Qianhe was the true star of this ceremony. Given his remarkable achievements of injuring the Dark King Rayleigh and defeating Weibel, surely these feats warranted at least a promotion to Rear Admiral. Many were still unaware that Qianhe had only held the rank of Brigadier General for less than a day. Even if they had known, it wouldn't have surprised them. No one regarded Qianhe as merely a naval trainee any longer. Meanwhile, the person everyone was anticipating, Qianhe, was backstage, being fussed over by Guion. Qianhe helplessly watched as she meticulously adjusted his uniform, saying, "All right, stop it now. You're going to wear it out." Guion shot him an exasperated glance and firmly patted his uniform. "Do you have any idea how many people are watching you today? Your image represents the Navy's image. You cannot afford to be careless." All right, I understand that. I need to go out now. Otherwise, Marshal Sengoku will be anxious." Qianhe replied, before suddenly vanishing from the spot. Guion could only sigh in resignation, wishing she could have made a few more adjustments to his collar. Swish! The figure of Qianhe abruptly materialized beside Zifa, startling everyone present. Regaining his composure, Zifa lowered his voice. "Where have you been? Do you not understand the significance of today's ceremony?" I apologize, Teacher Zifa. I will be more mindful next time." Observing Qianhe's relatively sincere demeanor, Zifa chose not to press the matter further and took a specially crafted naval justice coat from a nearby soldier, draping it over Qianhe. This particular coat was custom-made, while most vice admirals wore coats with deep red cuffs and similar shoulder insignias. Only a select few vice admirals or higher-ranking generals donned such distinguished garments. Qianhe's coat, for instance, featured cuffs in the shade of his signature purple Rinnegan eyes, with shoulder epaulets adorned with a purple border and golden tassels. Those watching via the image snail were taken aback by the coat's design. As members of the naval headquarters, they recognized its uniqueness. It was reserved exclusively for officers of the rank of vice admiral and above. And not just any vice admiral. They harbored a suspicion, yet no one dared to believe it could be true, as it was simply too outrageous. However, Zifa's subsequent pronouncement left them utterly stunned. In light of the strength and accomplishments of Cadet Uchiha Qianhe, the headquarters has decided to confer upon him the rank of vice admiral. The announcement sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, not only the spectators below, but also the three admirals present, including Akainu, were taken aback. This news was unknown even to them. At this moment, it was Sengoku who stepped forward, declaring, "Silence. The matter of Uchiha Qianhe's rank has received the approval of the world government and is entirely legitimate." With even Fleet Admiral Sengoku asserting this, the crowd could only suppress their curiosity and begin to applaud, acknowledging that having a talent like Qianhe within the Navy was undeniably beneficial. The high-ranking officials of the Navy quickly acquiesced to the situation. After all, Qianhe had just saved Zifa, and nearly all the vice admirals and admirals present had once been his students. No one wished for harm to befall their mentor. Thus, regarding Qianhe, even those unfamiliar with him held no ill will. Noticing that no one voiced any objections, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Qianhe's rapid rise was indeed extraordinary, and he worried that it might cause discomfort among some, yet unexpectedly. The proceedings had gone remarkably smoothly. Thus, with all the members of the naval headquarters as witnesses, Qianhe turned around, clad in the specially tailored justice coat, facing everyone present. This scene was simultaneously broadcasted worldwide. Those watching the live stream across the globe were encountering the naval vice admiral named Uchiha Qianhe for the first time through the images. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the image of Qianhe, and in that moment, he truly began to regard this newcomer to the Navy. The perspectives of the other three emperors varied, Big Mom mused. What curious eyes. This young naval lad must belong to some unique race, Mamama. He would make a splendid child. Shanks remarked. So, this is the naval rookie who fought against Vice Admiral Rayleigh. His growth rate is astonishing. Kaido, on the other hand, smashed the image snail in front of him, disdainfully exclaiming, boring. Nico, Robin, and Nami chimed in. Brother Qianhe is so handsome, and Mariewa, Shirulia gazed at the image of Qianhe, her small feet restlessly shifting on the ground. Beside her, Charlos inquired, Sister, what is the matter? Oh, I'm fine, brother. This naval officer named Uchiha Qianhe looks quite admirable, doesn't he? Huh? Isn't he just a naval officer? Upon hearing Charles's dismissive tone, Shirulia felt a twinge of discomfort and angrily stood up, tossing her sleeves aside, leaving a bewildered Charlos sitting there in confusion. As the dust settled, Qianhe flew alongside a military vessel, surveying it with keen interest. The ship appeared even larger than the one commanded by Crane. Its sails emblazoned with a distinct emblem. Crane's vessel displayed her name, while Qianhe's bore the crest of the Uchiha clan, featuring a ping-pong paddle. This was the exclusive warship assigned to Qianhe following his promotion to Vice Admiral. Named the Six Paths of Reincarnation, it was deemed inappropriate to name it Uchiha, as that would overshadow its purpose. After examining it for a moment, Qianhe felt quite pleased. This meant he wouldn't need to fly everywhere personally anymore. Over 1,000 soldiers had lined up neatly at the dock to board the ship. Standing at the front was Ein, who, upon seeing Qianhe's arrival, led the soldiers in a resounding shout, Vice Admiral Qianhe. A year later, on the deck of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, Qianhe lounged on a bench under the sun, wearing a pair of black sunglasses. Ever since acquiring his own warship, he had grown fond of this leisurely pastime. No wonder that fellow Aokiji enjoyed lounging like this. It was indeed comfortable. Ein, clad in a smaller justice coat, a deep blue short-sleeved shirt, denim shorts, and black knee-high socks, stood solemnly beside Qianhe, presenting an image of a competent young guard. Her situation mirrored that of Smoker and Tashigi from the anime, though Ein lacked Tashigi's airhead charm and possessed a more pragmatic demeanor. Qianhe opened his eyes and glanced at Ein, his expression softening as he noticed her serious demeanor. He patted the empty space beside him, saying, You've worked hard. Why not take a break? Ein shook her head, not due to a lack of desire but because many soldiers were still stationed on the deck. Making her reluctant to do so, respecting her decision, Qianhe closed his eyes once more, ready to enjoy the sun. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed as Khalifa approached Qianhe, holding a snail phone, glancing briefly at Ein. Khalifa maintained her composure and leaned in to whisper to Qianhe, Boss, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is looking for you. Qianhe raised an eyebrow. Since acquiring his warship, he had frequently embarked on missions, typically involving patrols or eliminating pirate crews. This was the first instance Sengoku had sought him out directly. It seemed something significant had occurred. Nodding, Qianhe accepted the snail phone from Khalifa. As soon as he connected, Sengoku's urgent voice rang out. Is this Qianhe? Return to headquarters immediately. A major event has occurred that requires your attention. This is Qianhe. What has happened? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The surgery fruit has appeared. This fruit is of utmost importance. I will explain the details when you return. Understood. After hanging up, Qianhe stood, prompting Khalifa to swiftly retrieve his justice coat and drape it over him. I couldn't help but pout slightly at the sight. Qianhe smiled at Khalifa before adopting a serious expression. Raising his hand to command the ship to set sail for home. At the naval headquarters, in the high-level conference room, the three admirals were absent that day, each engaged in their own affairs away from headquarters. To Qianhe, Akaino's absence was somewhat understandable. Aokiji was likely off intimidating young girls again, and Kizaru was probably off goofing around. Moreover, Gion had not arrived either. Crane had entrusted her with the warship to lead a group of female sailors for training at sea, leaving Gion's desire to board Qianhe's ship temporarily unfulfilled, a fact that had required Qianhe to comfort her for quite some time. Sengoku sat at the head of the conference table, his expression grave. Once most of the other commanders had gathered, he began, I assume you all know why I have called you here today. The surgery fruit is highly unusual. The world government has issued a directive that the Navy must acquire this fruit, which is currently in the possession of the Barrel's pirate crew. Crane nodded in agreement and asked, So, what is your plan? Are you considering dispatching troops to eliminate this pirate crew directly? That seems rather risky. Perhaps we could adopt a more diplomatic approach. Sengoku concurred with Crane's suggestion as it aligned with his own thoughts. Indeed, the captain of this pirate crew, Barrels, was once a member of the Navy and has established contact through underground intermediaries. He wishes to sell this devil fruit. Very well, that seems to be the most prudent course of action. What price are we prepared to offer? 50 billion berries. What? The moment the staggering figure escaped Sengoku's lips, the assembled commanders could hardly contain themselves. 50 billion berries was an astronomical sum. It was unlikely that any of them would amass such wealth even upon retirement. If Huang Yuan were here, he would surely leap to his feet. With this fruit in hand, why would he bother attending class? He could retire and open a kindergarten, joyfully dancing to PPAP with the children. How delightful that would be. I digress. Even Carp, who had not been paying much attention, widened his eyes in astonishment. What? 5 billion berries? How many packs of senbei can that buy? Among those present, the only ones maintaining their composure were Crane and Chika. Chika understood the value of this fruit. Not only could a doctor who consumed it instantly become a world-class physician, but the abilities of the surgery fruit could also be deemed extraordinary in combat. Moreover, there was the rumored immortality surgery. To Chika, 5 billion berries seemed rather insufficient. In other words, the value of this fruit transcended mere monetary assessment. The world government was indeed stingy. Chika shook his head slightly while seated. Crane pondered for a moment before stating, This price does not exceed expectations. I find it acceptable. Carp turned his head in disbelief, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how many senbei he could buy with 5 billion berries. To him, Crane's words felt as if she was giving away senbei for the price of cabbage. With Crane's endorsement, Sengoku solidified his thoughts and finalized the plan, proceeding to dispatch personnel to ensure the safety of the transaction. As for the selection of individuals for this mission, Sengoku's gaze swept across the room before settling on Chika. In Sengoku's view, Chika was the only one who met both criteria of formidable strength and reliable character. Despite the simplicity of those two conditions, few could satisfy both simultaneously. It's akin to the rarity of someone being both handsome and wealthy. In reality, only a select few, like the majority of readers of a certain eggplant-themed story and a certain author whose name begins with Bei, truly embody such traits. Don't hit me. Chika noticed Sengoku's gaze and stood up, raising an arm to signify his acceptance of the task. Seeing Chika take the initiative brought a fatherly smile to Sengoku's face. Look, this is the person we hold in high regard. Meanwhile, Carp, appearing somewhat dazed, was left to ponder his own thoughts. Chika resumed his seat, beginning to contemplate the details of the upcoming event. He had already intended to participate in this mission. He needed to rescue Corazon, acquire the surgery fruit, and avoid taking the blame in the end. Ultimately, the meeting concluded with Chika leading the team, accompanied by Crane, Mongoose, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider. As they exited the conference room, Crane called out to Chika. Chika felt a bit anxious, suspecting that Guion might have informed Crane about his secretary and guards, but he maintained a neutral expression and inquired, Is there something you need, Vice Admiral Crane? Crane glanced around, confirming that everyone else had departed, before stepping closer to Chika and whispering, I heard from Guion that you have a keen interest in devil fruits. Do you have any thoughts regarding the surgery fruit? Upon hearing Crane's words, Chika found himself slightly bewildered. What was the meaning behind this? Was Crane testing him, or did she have other intentions? Noticing Chika's silence, Crane guessed his thoughts and produced a small den mushy, explaining, I know what you're thinking. Everything I say next will be recorded by this den mushy, so rest assured. True to her title as the Marine Grand Advisor, Crane discerned Chika's intentions with ease and had prepared a backup. Chika nodded, eager to hear what Crane had to say. Chika, do you know why the celestial dragons are so eager to obtain this surgery fruit? Chika shook his head. He understood the reason, but deemed it best to remain silent in this moment. Firstly, because he was unaware of the secret behind it, and secondly, the den mushy was still recording. Observing Chika's reaction, Crane mentally commended him. She did not resent his cautious demeanor, as such wariness was indeed prudent. With utmost seriousness, Crane continued, It is said that once the surgery fruit is developed to a profound extent, it can grant others the ability to undergo an immortality surgery at the cost of the user's life. Chica was already aware of this, yet he feigned astonishment in light of the current circumstances. Anticipating Chica's reaction, Crane elaborated, "I suspect the rumors may hold truth, for even I do not know how long the Gorosei have been alive. If these individuals continue to exist indefinitely, along with the celestial dragons, it could only become an increasingly heavy burden for the world. At this point, Chica could no longer contain himself. What on earth did I just hear? Is this something one can openly discuss? And to hear it from Crane, no less. After uttering this, Crane switched off the Den Den Mushi and handed it to Chica. He accepted it silently and turned to Crane, eager to understand her true intentions. Seeing Chica take the Den Den Mushi, Crane's expression relaxed, and she said, "All right. I simply wanted to convey that this fruit is of immense significance. You must ensure its protection." When she emphasized the word protection, her tone carried an unmistakable implication. With that, she circled around Chica and departed. Left standing there, Chica organized the information he had just received in his mind. To be honest, this revelation exceeded his expectations significantly. He ultimately concluded that there were indeed many in the Navy with rebellious sentiments towards the celestial dragons. Carp was overtly one of them, and now it appeared that others were emerging from the shadows as well. Meanwhile, Sengoku returned to his office, only for the Den Den Mushi on his desk to ring unexpectedly. Upon connecting, a voice emerged. "This is Xiaomi Gua from Great Senbei." Hearing this voice softened Sengoku's expression. This was the signal he shared with his adopted son, Corazon. Following this, Corazon informed Sengoku that Don Quixote da Flamingo was already aware of the surgery fruit and was preparing to seize it. Sengoku also relayed the transaction location to Corazon. However, before concluding the call, Sengoku cautioned Corazon, "The one responsible for coordinating with the bearer's pirates is Vice Admiral Chica. You can fully trust Chica. Do not act recklessly." Vice Admiral Chica, upon hearing this name, Corazon's mind immediately conjured memories of the world broadcast from a year ago, where the figure of Chica, with his Rinnegan, left a profound impression. Furthermore, Chica had an impressive record of injuring Rayleigh and defeating Weevil. Nonetheless, this did not provide Corazon with a sense of security, as he needed that fruit to treat Law's lead poisoning. It seemed he would need to act preemptively, at least well before the transaction took place. At that moment, Chica remained unaware that his mere presence had altered the course of history once again. He was mobilizing troops and preparing to set off for the transaction site ahead of schedule. Upon arriving at the location where the warships were docked, Chica surveyed the 5 vessels involved in the mission, with his ship positioned in the center. Truth be told, this arrangement was almost reminiscent of a demon-slaying decree. Crane's ship was temporarily assigned to Guion, so she was given another vessel. Mongoose, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider were already waiting there, greeting Chica as he approached. After exchanging pleasantries, they each proceeded to their respective ships. Chica squinted, analyzing the 3 vice admirals' figures as he reflected on the information he had gleaned from the anime. Mongoose was a commendable individual, deeply caring for the lives of his subordinates. In the anime, when he went to summon the Empress, his entire crew perished, yet he protected his subordinates for days and still remembered to ask the Empress to lift the petrification when he witnessed Zephyr's demise in Z. He even shed tears, indicating that he was a passionate and principled soldier at AS for Fire Mountain. He always wore a smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. The manga portrayed him as possessing a strong sense of justice. Albeit somewhat lecherous, he had a notorious blemish regarding the incident where he ended up petrifying during an encirclement of the Empress. In summary, Mongoose and Fire Mountain were relatively easy to get along with and would not obstruct Chica's actions too much. The real concern lay with Ghost Spider. This individual had an extremely extreme personality and could even harm his own subordinates in battle, making him a staunch supporter of Akainu. 1 could not analyze the thinking of such a person with common sense. If he were to sense something amiss, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, among the other 4 individuals involved in this operation, Ghost Spider was the only one to watch out for, should he truly become an obstacle to Chica's endeavors. Chica would have no choice but to resort to unconventional methods. Of course, he had no intention of killing him. After all, Ghost Spider was still a member of the Navy. However, it would be quite reasonable for him to sustain an inexplicable injury or perhaps faint during the battle. After all, in the heat of battle, a fist lacks discernment. The reasons for combat and the identity of one's adversary remain shrouded in mystery. Aboard the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Qianhe stood at the bow of the ship with his arms crossed, a furrowed brow suggesting deep contemplation. Observing his demeanor, Caliphus softly inquired. What's troubling you, boss? Are you concerned about this matter? Yes. I can't shake the feeling that things are still precarious. Never mind. I shall take my leave for now. You and I should inform Vice Admiral Crane. Having learned from the past missteps surrounding the Zephyr incident, Qianhe realized he could no longer rely solely on the information gleaned from the anime. His presence had already significantly altered the trajectory of this narrative. With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards Sea Swallow Island. On a nearby warship, Crane squinted at the receding figure of Qianhe. Murmuring to himself, I hope you succeed. Qianhe at Sea Swallow Island, Corazon, brimming with excitement, presented a heart-shaped fruit to LAW. It was evident that Corazon was in high spirits as events were unfolding smoothly. At least he had not sustained injuries during the theft of the fruit. La. This is the tomoe. The Navy is about to arrive. Quickly consume it. By doing so, you will cure yourself of the amber lead disease, Trafalgar Law, a future bounty of 3 billion berries. Renowned for his victories over Kaido and Blackbeard, was still merely a diminutive boy of less than 12, his face marred with white patches. Gazing at the exuberant Corazon, Law could not help but feel a swell of emotion. Yet, in his current state, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings and silently extended his hands, ready to accept the fruit that represented a chance at life, just as Law's fingers were about to graze the fruit. An unseen attack sliced through the air, striking a nearby rock and cleaving it in two with a smooth, mirror-like surface. The sudden assault startled both Corazon and Law, who quickly turned to see a tall figure clad in a pink feather coat approaching with hands in pockets. It was Corazon's brother. Don Quixote Doflamingo'd at that moment. Doflamingo's demeanor was still within the bounds of normality, lacking the dispassionate detachment he would later exhibit. Accompanying him were 9 officers from the Don Quixote family, including the youthful baby 5. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with pulsing veins, and his typically mischievous grin was replaced by a menacing scowl. It was evident that he had not felt such fury in a long time. Corazon had just mentioned that the Navy was on its way. How did he know of their early departure? Doflamingo himself had learned of it through the existence of the undercover agent Virgo. Thus, Corazon's identity as a spy was now glaringly apparent. Indeed, Qianhe's oversight lay in forgetting Virgo's role within the Navy. For a significant amount of time had elapsed since he last watched the anime, leading to inevitable lapses in memory. While Virgo had yet to arrive at Sea Swallow Island, he had already relayed the news of the Navy's early approach to Doflamingo. Doflamingo could overlook Corazon handing the tomoe to Law. If Law were to consume the fruit, he would merely reprimand Corazon and brainwash Law into becoming his puppet. However, if Corazon were indeed an agent of the Navy, the implications would be entirely different, an outright betrayal. With this realization, Doflamingo's hands clenched tightly in his pockets. Law, consume that fruit at once. Corazon urgently grasped the tomoe, attempting to thrust it into Law's mouth. However, in the next instant, Doflamingo's foot descended upon Corazon, pinning him to the ground, while he seized the fruit for himself. Corazon, upon witnessing his brother fall, Law charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches against Doflamingo's shins with all his might. Do not disturb the young master. Law. A mass of slime erupted beneath Law's feet, ensnaring him and creeping up to his mouth, causing him to topple. This was the work of Treble, employing his sticky fruit abilities to restrain Law. Doflamingo, indifferent to Law's plight, coldly regarded his brother beneath his heel. So, you truly are a spy for the Navy, my foolish brother. Do you comprehend the consequences of betraying me? In the face of Doflamingo's wrath, Corazon remained undaunted. You have completely lost your humanity. Those who follow you will meet a grim fate. At these words, Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly frigid, eschewing the anime's tendency for his subordinates to torment Corazon. He drew a pistol, aiming it at his brother's head, eager to erase his existence swiftly. Wait, Law, desperate, yearned to intervene. Yet, ensnared by the slime, he could do little more than writhe on the ground. Corazon glanced at Law, his eyes reflecting reluctance, for he had yet to allow Law to ingest the tomoe. He could only hope that, in the event of his demise, Doflamingo would permit Law to consume it. However, after a prolonged silence, Corazon observed Law staring vacantly above him and instinctively looked up. What met Corazon's gaze was a naval officer clad in a justice coat, standing behind Doflamingo with a hand pressed against his back. It was none other than Qianhe. Regarding the flamboyantly dressed figure before him, Qianhe remarked coolly, "You would do well not to move." Doflamingo, sensing the presence behind him, responded without looking. Navy? Qianhe remained silent. Doflamingo, with a dismissive smirk, prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force erupted from Doflamingo's back, propelling him away and out of sight, leaving only the no me in Qianhe's grasp. As Qianhe scrutinized the fruit in his hand. He mused, I told you not to move. Controlling power can be quite troublesome. The remaining officers of the Don Quixote family stood in stunned silence, unsure of their master's sudden disappearance. Treble, closest to Qianhe, regained his senses and shouted in alarm. You're that Vice Admiral Qianhe. Qianhe cast a cold glance at the repugnant figure of Treble, then vanished from sight, reappearing above him, delivering a forceful punch that crushed Treble's head. Under the weight of that blow, Treble could not even utter a scream before his form shrank to a fraction of its original size, resembling a mere trash bin. How irritating. Upon landing, Qianhe disdainfully regarded the misshapen Treble, launching a kick that sent both Treble and Doflamingo into oblivion. In a matter of moments, another member of the Don Quixote family had vanished, causing the remaining officers to lose their composure and rush toward Qianhe. Even the youthful baby, Five, transformed an arm into a firearm, aiming it at Qianhe. Faced with the onslaught of diverse attacks, Qianhe remained unmoved, emanating an overwhelming aura that rendered the advancing family members unconscious, collapsing to the ground. In truth, Qianhe possessed the power to obliterate them all with a single technique. However, some among them wielded valuable abilities. Even if he did not absorb them himself, he could reserve them for those beside him. His spatial door was always stocked with an array of fruits. On the ground, Corazon and Law were left in stunned silence, particularly Corazon. This was his first close encounter with the newly appointed Vice Admiral. Previously, he had only gleaned knowledge from newspaper images. The sheer magnitude of Qianhe's strength was beyond his comprehension. Having dispatched all foes, Qianhe approached Corazon, crouching to assess his injuries. Finding him largely unharmed, he felt a wave of relief. Extending a hand, Qianhe smiled and said, A pleasure to meet you, Lieutenant Commander Corazon. Actually, you can call me Razanani. Qianhe paused, then recalled that Corazon was his code name within the Don Quixote family, his true name being Razanani. My apologies. That was indeed my oversight, he chuckled. No, it's just that if you wish to reclaim your naval identity, I would prefer to use that name. Please do not take offense. As Corazon lay on the ground, flailing his arms in a state of panic, he realized that Chica was indeed the savior of Law, and his previous behavior had been utterly disrespectful. At times, Corazon could be rather straightforward, or as some might say, a fool. After expressing his thoughts, Corazon grasped Chica's hand and rose to his feet, gazing at the surgical fruit in Chica's possession. A deep yearning filled Corazon's eyes. After all, it was the key to saving Law. Noticing the intensity of Corazon's gaze, Chica smiled gently and placed the surgical fruit into the dimensional space, saying, Stop looking at it. This fruit is a critical item mandated by higher-ups. Do not make things difficult for me. Upon hearing this, Corazon's spirits sank, and he lowered his head in disappointment. It seemed he would have to seek alternative solutions. But did Law truly have time to spare? Chica reached out and patted Corazon on the back. He then moved closer to Law, carefully removing the slime clinging to him, before turning back to Corazon with a reassuring smile. Do not lose hope. I have a way to cure Law. You need not dwell on the surgical fruit any longer. Nanny? Corazon exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Chica. It was hard to believe that Chica, a vice admiral, could resolve such matters. Yet, a phrase from Sengoku echoed in his mind. You can place your complete trust in Chica. Indeed, like Sengoku had suggested, it seemed best to entrust everything to Vice Admiral Chica, who appeared to be a figure of reliability. As Corazon began to calm down, Chica smiled knowingly, preparing to leave with Corazon and Law. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from a distance. Damn Navy! What have you done? Both Corazon and Law shivered at the sound. It was the voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Moments later, Doflamingo charged back. However, upon seeing him, Corazon and Law felt a significant reduction in their fear. The reason for this was clear. Doflamingo did not seem to be in good shape. The most apparent sign was the pink feather coat on his back, which bore a large circular tear, exposing bruised skin underneath. His glasses were shattered on one side, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As soon as he landed, Doflamingo panted heavily, casting wary glances at Chica. He had been sent flying thousands of meters away by Chica's heavenly punishment, and his insides had nearly ruptured from the impact. Had he not used his fruit's abilities to stitch himself up from within, he would likely have perished by now. Yet, with the surgical fruit and some of his key subordinates still at large, he had no choice but to return as soon as his injuries stabilized. However, upon his return, he was greeted by the sight of his fallen subordinates sprawled across the ground and the surgical fruit that had vanished. The unfolding events nearly drove Doflamingo to madness as he glared at Chika, gritting his teeth. That you're the youngest vice admiral of the headquarters, Uchiha Chika, aren't you? I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Chika remained silent, raising his hand to unleash a universal pull. Damn it, not again. Doflamingo was yanked toward Chika at an alarming speed. Just as he was about to reach Chika, another heavenly punishment struck him. Doflamingo's body crumpled to the ground like a severed kite, spewing blood and fragments of his insides. This time, his injuries were far more severe than before. He could not stand up, as he was not like Luffy. Incapable of performing sit-ups, with a swift motion, Chika appeared before Doflamingo, looking down at the barely conscious figure and calmly stating, I merely controlled my strength to protect the surgical fruit. How can I commend you for daring to return? Doflamingo, still defiant, glared at Chika with a fierce gaze, weakly murmuring, Do you know who I am? Killing me will not end well for you. Heh. Chika scoffed at the remark, fully aware of what Doflamingo implied. He was insinuating his lineage as a celestial dragon. That I care not who you are. All I know is that you are a criminal. After that, Chika ceased to engage in further conversation, his fists enveloped in haki as he prepared to strike Doflamingo down. Wait, Vice Admiral Chika, his identity is special. It's best not to execute him on the spot. Chika raised an eyebrow at the voice that interrupted him. Behind him, Corazone's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the newcomer, Don Quixote family's first-generation Corazon. Virgo, what are you doing here? You actually joined the Navy. Virgo, rushing toward them, was taken aback upon spotting Corazon behind Chika. Realizing the precarious situation, he tore through his clothes, enveloping himself in a layer of black haki. Ready for battle. He had seen Chika leave the warship and had stealthily followed him, relying solely on his physical prowess to swim faster than the vessel itself. Seeing Virgo's appearance, Chika finally recalled the oversight he had made in forgetting about the undercover agent within the Navy. However, Chika paid Virgo no mind. His fists surged with haki as he charged at Virgo. Their fists collided, and Virgo could barely endure even a second before hastily retreating from the fight, clutching the arm he had just used to strike. Virgo looked at Chika in terror. His arm hung limply, evidently rendered useless. I nearly forgot about you, rat. You may stay as well. Chika's voice was devoid of emotion, followed by a dull thud as he kicked Virgo in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. Having dealt with Virgo, Chika returned to Doflamingo and remarked, The annoying pest is gone. Now it's your turn. That moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire area, causing both Corazon and Law to faint. What is this? Halting his movements, Chika looked up at the sky. The heavens had turned completely dark, and a colossal figure loomed within, resembling a serpentine creature. Chika's expression grew grave as he muttered softly, The Yonko, Kaido of the beasts. The clouds above churned violently, revealing a massive azure dragon head. You Navy brats are a tad too arrogant, aren't you? Heh, a mere pirate, and you dare speak to a Navy officer like that. Kaido's enormous dragon visage furrowed its brow, his fiery temperament flared, and without further ado, he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of dragon fire from the sky, deliberately avoiding Doflamingo on the ground while engulfing Chika and Corazon in the inferno. Virgo was not within Kaido's considerations, reduced to a charred husk in an instant. Chika's pupils dilated. He could certainly evade such an attack. However, extracting the unconscious Corazon and Law within such a brief span seemed beyond his capabilities. There's no choice left. Chika sighed softly, appearing beside Corazon and Law, his Sharingan fixed on the approaching dragon fire. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as flames engulfed the ground, consuming Chika, Corazon, and the others within. Overestimating yourselves, Kaido snorted, steam billowing from his nostrils, holding Doflamingo in one of his claws, his colossal body twisting as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, leaving just like that felt rather inappropriate, did it not? Huh? Kaido, taken aback, glanced at the ground, where a slash suddenly extinguished the flames within the inferno. As the fire dissipated, a colossal figure, standing a staggering 60 meters tall and clad in deep purple armor, emerged from the blaze. What on earth is that? Before the eyes of the seasoned Kaido, who had roamed the seas for countless years, a colossal purple giant appeared, something he had never encountered before, prompting him to voice his astonishment. At that moment, Chika was situated within the interior of the purple giant, accompanied by Corazon and Law, both of whom had just awakened from the recent shock, curiously surveying their unusual purple surroundings. This extraordinary ability was none other than Chika's Susanoo in its third form, akin to the one unleashed by Itachi and Sasuke during their climactic battle, albeit in a deeper shade of purple. During his year of confinement as a Navy Vice Admiral, Chika had once again summoned the guardian spirit of the Uchiha clan. Marking the first appearance of Susanoo in the pirate world, it was unexpected that this initial manifestation would be against Kaido. Nevertheless, this adversary was indeed worthy of such a formidable form. Without responding to Kaido's curiosity, Chika's expression darkened as he raised one hand to his chest, extending his index and middle fingers, and uttering a low command. Instantly, the purple giant began to swell in size. Corazon and Law, inside the giant, were utterly bewildered, watching in a comically fearful embrace as their bodies distanced themselves from the ground. At last, Susanoo sprouted legs. Stabilizing at approximately 200 meters in height, closely resembling the stature of Uchiha Madara, massive wings unfurled from its back, folding together, while a long string of prayer beads adorned its neck and a sheathed longsword hung at its waist. All encased in ancient armor that enveloped Susanoo entirely. With a slight sigh of relief, Chika stood within the diamond-shaped space of Susanoo's head, feeling immensely satisfied with its current form. He dared not compare it to the nearly 10-tailed Susanoo of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet its size was certainly on par with Madara's. What is that? On the warship nearing the shore, all eyes were drawn to the giant dragon hovering above Haiyan Island, alongside the towering purple giant below, eliciting terrified shouts from the crew. Even the usually composed Crane's expression changed drastically. She recognized the dragon in the sky as Kaido, but the sudden appearance of the giant left her pondering. With only one name surfacing in her mind, Chika, gazing at the imposing purple giant that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure even from a distance, Crane murmured, "Chika, what manner of existence is your Uchiha clan?" She then commanded her fleet to hasten their approach, vowing to reach Haiyan Island in the shortest time possible, even at the risk of the ship's destruction, observing Susanoo's increasing size. Kaido grew genuinely serious, scrutinizing Chika who stood atop Susanoo's head. Having only glanced at the newspapers and broadcasts previously, he found Chika's visage somewhat familiar and inquired, "Kid, I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. What's your name?" With arms crossed, Chika regarded Kaido coolly and replied, "Vice Admiral of the Navy, Uchiha Chika. So he was the infamous Navy newcomer who had stirred such commotion. Excellent, with that skill of yours. You qualify to be my opponent. Come, let me see what you're capable of." With that, Kaido's dragon form soared higher into the sky, while Chika smirked below. Susanoo's wings unfurled, crouching slightly before taking flight, pursuing Kaido into the heavens. Corazon and Law clung tightly to one another, tears and snot adorning their faces, while Chika stood before them, exasperated. There was no choice. He must protect these two comedic treasures. It must be said that Kaido's dragon form was even more massive compared to Susanoo. As Chika's Susanoo soared to Kaido's head, it appeared to be merely twice its size. However, size alone does not dictate the outcome. Kaido coldly regarded Susanoo, contemplating that he should transform into his most combat-appropriate half-dragon form. Yet, like Chika who was protecting Corazon and Law, he still clutched Don Quixote Doflamingo in his grasp. Despite his disdain for Doflamingo, he recognized that the latter could provide some interesting insights, thus he could not afford to let him perish at the hands of this Navy officer just yet. With that thought, Kaido struck first, his dragon body spinning in place, generating a fierce tempest that dispersed the clouds surrounding Susanoo, which remained steadfast in the air. Noticing that this tactic bore no fruit, Kaido quickly shifted his form, unleashing a barrage of slicing wind blades. In response, Susanoo crossed its arms to shield the diamond-shaped space at its forehead, absorbing the onslaught of wind blades with unwavering resilience. Kaido's interest peaked further as he remarked, "Oh, your defensive capabilities are rather impressive, but what of your offensive strength?" Upon hearing this, Susanoo slowly lowered its arms, extending its right arm towards its left side. Retrieving a 100-meter longsword that gleamed with a blinding aura, gripping the longsword firmly, Chika fixed his gaze upon Kaido, enunciating deliberately, "Today, this blade shall sever your dragon." With a hum, Susanoo wielded the longsword and executed a swift upward arc, causing everything around to momentarily freeze in time as a diagonal slash of sword light cleaved through the sky. The very air seemed to rend as the blade struck Kaido, leaving a grievous wound that revealed bone beneath. The residual force of the strike cascaded into the ocean behind, cleaving the sea surface, with a warship precariously positioned at the edge of the fissure, teetering on the brink of sinking. Three figures materialized beside the warship. Vice Admirals Gecko Moria, Squirrel, and Fire Mountain, who, with flushed faces, employed the moonwalk technique to stabilize the ship just in time. Meanwhile, Crane aboard another vessel exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression turning tense as she gazed towards the skies above Haiyan Island. Concerned for Chika's well-being, knowing he represented not only hope for the Navy, but also a potential brother-in-law from the Uchiha clan. Growing increasingly anxious, she summoned the other three vice admirals, and without waiting for the ship to dock, they dashed towards Haiyan Island at full speed. Above Haiyan Island, Kaido's dragon form writhed violently, the earlier strike from Susanoo having inflicted a terrifying wound, blood streaming down and drenching the ground below, causing a rain of crimson to fall. Yet, even in the face of such injury, Kaido remained unfazed. Instead, his thoughts were consumed by Chika's extraordinary capabilities. Glancing at his wound, Kaido bellowed, "Uchiha Chika, those eyes of yours, surely. You are no ordinary human." Kaido's inquiry stemmed from his own lineage as a member of a peculiar race known as the Oni. Given Kaido's stature, this race was undeniably formidable. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such attention from Big Mom during their time aboard the rock ship. He pondered whether they had offspring, perhaps Yamato, within the diamond-shaped space of Susanoo's head. Corazon and Law, having settled into silence, exchanged curious glances at Chika's back, clearly sharing the same question as Kaido. Chika sensed their inquisitive stares and subtly rolled his purple eyes, yet he took a moment to clarify their confusion. "You wouldn't have heard of it. I hail from the Uchiha clan." The Uchiha clan, Kaido ruminated, scouring his memories of the seas for any mention of the Uchiha clan, only to conclude that it was indeed a name he had never encountered. Perhaps it is a rare and reclusive tribe. Yet, he could not deny that the abilities Chika had just demonstrated suggested that the Uchiha clan was a formidable lineage. Kaido, being a discerning individual with a keen eye for talent, found himself compelled to approach Chika, saying, "You possess considerable potential. How about joining my ranks? I assure you, your standing here would surpass that of the Navy." Upon hearing this, Chika let out a derisive snort, retorting, "Don't be absurd. Even if you offered me your position, it would be of no more worth than serving as a soldier in the Navy." "Well said," a resounding female voice echoed, prompting Kaido and Chika to turn in the direction of the sound. Emerging was Crane, who had arrived with remarkable speed, flanked by Squirrel and the others. One could not overlook Crane's formidable strength, as her swiftness alone spoke volumes. Humph! Upon witnessing the arrival of Crane and her companions, Kaido let out a cold snort, feeling a twinge of retreat in his heart. This was not born out of fear. In his eyes, even if two more admirals were to join, he would not be intimidated by them. However, as he had previously stated, the current circumstances of time and place were irrelevant. The most unbearable aspect was the discord among people. Indeed, this individual he referred to as none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, who lay ensnared in Kaido's dragon claw, exhaling more than he inhaled. Recognizing that further combat was unnecessary, Kaido resolved to cease wasting time in this place. He unleashed a breath of dragon fire and declared ominously, "Uchiha Chika, I shall remember you. When we meet again, you had best be stronger than you are now." With that, his colossal dragon form surged and vanished into the clouds, faced with Kaido's departing attack. Crane and the other three vice admirals wore solemn expressions. Evading such a vast assault in midair was impossible, and they could only brace themselves to endure it. Among them, the most composed were Chika, along with Corazon and Law, as Chika treated the dragon's breath with utter indifference, while Corazon and Law were thoroughly awed by Chika's might. Particularly, Corazon had come to regard Sengoku's assertion that one could wholly trust Chika as a fundamental truth. Next, as Crane and the others beheld the imposing purple giant wielding a sword with a singular hand, it brought down a fierce slash against the advancing dragon breath. Under this strike, Kaido's breath dispersed into two streams, vanishing in opposite directions. With the threat abated, Crane and her companions stared at the towering purple giant, their astonishment lingering for a considerable time, especially for Crane, though she had previously surmised that Chika was the one summoning the purple giant. The sight of them standing atop Susanoo's head filled her with incredulity. At this moment, Chika spoke. "All right, everyone, the mission is complete. Let us descend." With that, Susanoo took the lead, descending toward the ground, while Crane and the others subdued their tumultuous emotions and followed suit. Upon landing, Chika dispelled his powers, and Susanoo transformed into an ephemeral shadow, ultimately dissipating without a trace. Chika held Corazon with one hand, while Corazon cradled Law as they gently descended to the earth. Crane approached, glancing at Corazon and the boy in his arms, then turned to Chika with a hint of awe. I never imagined that the purple giant was indeed summoned by you. It is truly astonishing. Even the usually stoic Jew could not help but nod in agreement, for in his mind, Chika's Susanoo had reached the same echelon as Akainu's devastating magma powers. He had not forgotten the struggle he and the others had endured merely to protect the warship just moments ago. The most terrifying aspect was that the strike which had repelled the dragon breath had merely been a remnant wave of Susanoo's attack. Chika smiled and casually remarked, "That is called Susanoo. It can be described as an unyielding god of destruction. Yet, for our Uchiha clan, it serves as our guardian deity. Does that mean every member of your clan can wield such power? Not quite. Even among the Uchiha, those capable of manifesting Susanoo to such an extent are exceedingly rare. I see. Then I shall refrain from." Chika looked at Crane, somewhat exasperated, as if to say, "It's too late." "I already understand your implication." Crane awkwardly chuckled, leaving Corazon, Law, and the others in a state of bewilderment. It must be noted that such an expression on Crane's face was indeed a rare occurrence. She felt a bit embarrassed, turning to shoot a glare at Corazon and the others before returning her gaze to Corazon and Law. "This must be the Lieutenant Commander Razananti that Sengoku spoke of. And who is this child?" Upon being addressed, Corazon promptly stepped forward to respond. "Yes, Vice Admiral Crane. I am Razananti. I have been executing undercover missions within the Don Quixote family under Admiral Sengoku's directive. This is Law, the sole survivor of the lead poisoning epidemic in Flevence." Crane cast a glance at Law, her eyes revealing a trace of sympathy. She had heard of what Corazon mentioned and could only deem it yet another tragedy. Noticing the white spots on Law's face, she couldn't help but sigh. Alas, in light of this, Chika refrained from mentioning his ability to cure lead poisoning, having already instructed Corazon and Law to keep that information to themselves. Should it be disclosed, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. Pointing at a charred humanoid figure, Chika addressed Crane. "That is Virgo, an undercover agent planted by Doflamingo within the Navy. He has already been slain by Kaido during the recent battle." Corazon hurriedly stepped forward to corroborate Chika's claim. In truth, Crane, Jew, and Fire Mountain would not doubt the veracity of Chika's words. Yet they had to contend with the somewhat eccentric Giu. It was not that he was overly suspicious, but rather that his nature tended to overanalyze situations, so a clear explanation was prudent. After introducing Virgo, Chika gestured toward the members of the Don Quixote family who lay in a concentrated area. He had made a point to protect them as well. Amidst the flames unleashed by Kaido's dragon breath, they had all awakened to varying degrees, only to be knocked unconscious again by Susanoo's partial manifestation. Moreover, rescuing them was not a display of Chika's benevolence. Regardless of whether he possessed such a trait, they were merely valuable devil fruits to him. Those individuals belonged to the Don Quixote family. Once the other soldiers disembark, "We shall take them aboard the ship," Crane stated. She did not inquire why Chika, who typically favored leaving no survivors, had chosen a path of mercy this time. She simply nodded in agreement, noticing Crane had no further questions. Chika opted not to elaborate, preparing to depart. However, he seemed to falter, nearly collapsing to the ground. Crane quickly stepped forward to support him, allowing him to lean on her shoulder, while the others hurried to his side. Observing Chika's pallid complexion, Crane inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Did you sustain injuries during your battle with Kaido?" Chika shook his head, weakly replying, "No, it's merely a matter of exhaustion. By the way, this is the objective of our mission, the Opopnomi. Given my current state, I am not fit to safeguard it, so I shall entrust it to you for the time being." As he spoke, Chika retrieved a box containing the Opopnomi from his dimensional space and handed it over. At that moment, Ju suddenly stepped forward, asserting his willingness to take responsibility for safeguarding the fruit. In his view, this was a crucial mission from above, and with Chika in a weakened condition, it was better for him to oversee its protection personally. Crane furrowed her brow, reluctant to allow the celestial dragons to acquire the fruit. She believed that Chika must have his reservations as well. Could entrusting it to Ju affect Chika, just as she opened her mouth to voice her concerns? Chika, leaning against her, interjected, "That would be for the best. I trust that Vice Admiral Ju will certainly safeguard this fruit well." His words seemed imbued with confidence in Ju, causing the latter to shake the navy cloak on his shoulders. Thinking to himself, "See, in the end, it all falls to me." Crane glanced at Chika beside her, sensing that he had more to say. However, since Chika had already spoken, she chose not to press further. After a while, a large group of Navy soldiers arrived, subduing the members of the Don Quixote family on the ground. Under Crane's guidance, they returned to the warship. Crane assisted Chica into a room, carefully laying him down on the bed, and then sat beside him, watching over the reclining Chica as she asked, "Are you feeling any better? I'm still a bit fatigued, but it's all right. I should be fine after a nap. Just hope nothing happens during that time. Then you should rest well. I'm leaving now. Dio, make sure to take care of yourself." With that, Crane cast a deep glance at the weakened Chica on the bed and exited the room. After some time, Chica sensed that there was no longer any activity nearby, likely due to Crane's deliberate removal of the soldiers from the area. With a swift motion, he sprang up from the bed. From this movement alone, who would suspect that Chica had just appeared as a frail figure? In truth, when Chica mentioned his exhaustion, it had been a mere pretense. He was not like Sasuke from Naruto, who always seemed drained. Rising from the bed, Chica clapped his hands together, exclaiming, with style, with clone jutsu. A wooden figure resembling Qianhe gradually emerged from behind him, subsequently being painted by someone, ultimately transforming into a person strikingly identical to Qianhe. After surveying the wooden doppelganger before him, Qianhe nodded in satisfaction. In the world of pirates, he rarely employed the technique of creating clones, for their strength often paled in comparison to that of the original, rendering them somewhat impractical in previous battles when his own power was still rather mediocre. However, the timing was perfect now. This was a wooden clone, possessing even greater strength than the original, appearing more lifelike, and proving difficult to dispel upon receiving an attack. Qianhe opened the door space, allowing the wooden clone to step inside, and then controlled it to utilize the Shura Fruit's ability, Heavenly Law, and Earthly Principle. Within the door space, the wooden clone's form began to expand considerably, yet it did not grow any arms. Subsequently, the wooden clone formed a hand seal, and with a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped it. After a while, as the smoke dissipated, Kaido appeared in the spot where the wooden clone had just been. Indeed, Kaido was the scapegoat that Qianhe had designated for this endeavor. Initially, he intended for Don Quixote Doflamingo to take the fall. But that individual was far too cunning and would undoubtedly refuse to suffer such a silent loss. Moreover, his strength relative to top-tier fighters was insufficient, making him vulnerable to exposure if confronted. Kaido, on the other hand, was different. Not that he was foolish, but as a hot-tempered powerhouse, he was prone to losing his composure. Even if he claimed he had nothing to do with it, people would still come looking for him. And given his temperament, he would likely be disinclined to offer further explanations, opting instead for a direct confrontation. Furthermore, his strength was unequivocal, bolstered by the beast pirates behind him. If the surgery fruit were to fall into his hands, even the world government would have to endure this silent loss for a time. With everything prepared, the door space closed, and the wooden clone, now transformed into Kaido, utilized the door fruit's ability to open a portal leading above a warship. Stepping through, emerging from the air, he selected one of the two warships occupied by the Weasel and Fire Mountain as his landing spot. Choosing the warship of Onimaru would be too coincidental. The wooden clone, now Kaido, did not employ any hovering abilities and simply plummeted onto the deck of the Weasel's warship. With a thunderous crash, a large hole was instantaneously created in the deck, prompting the Weasel and a group of naval soldiers to rush forward to assess the situation. Suddenly, a domineering aura emanated from the hole, causing the soldiers beside the Weasel to roll their eyes and collapse to the ground. The Weasel's pupils contracted upon sensing this aura. This was Conqueror's Haki. Before he could finish his thought, a colossal figure leaped from the hole, bellowing, "Hand over the surgery fruit." What was happening? Whoosh, whoosh, 3 figures simultaneously arrived on the Weasel's warship. The other 3 vice admirals involved in this mission, Fire Mountain and Onimaru's eyes widened upon seeing Kaido leap from the hole, realizing they were in deep trouble. Meanwhile, Crane wore a contemplative expression. Sensing something amiss, she had just left Qianhe's chamber not long ago, where he had mentioned needing to sleep for a while, and now Kaido happened to appear. At this moment, the wooden clone transformed into Kaido wasted no time, enveloping his fist with Haki and striking the nearest Weasel. Faced with Kaido's attack, the Weasel dared not be careless, swiftly drawing his sword to block the assault. However, the power augmented by the Shura fruit was evidently beyond his capacity to withstand. The instant his sword met Kaido's fist, it shattered, sending the Weasel crashing against the ship's railing. Witnessing their comrade being so easily overwhelmed, Fire Mountain and Onimaru exchanged glances and unleashed a combined shave towards Kaido. Kaido let out a hearty laugh, his right arm bulging with muscle as he swung it forcefully to the side. With a resounding impact, Fire Mountain met the same fate as the Weasel. Meanwhile, Onimaru seized the opportunity, his hair, in its life-returned state, grasping 6 swords along with the 2 in his hands, slashing down at Kaido's back. Clang! A metallic sound echoed as Onimaru, drenched in cold sweat, stared at the 8 swords lodged against Kaido's back, astonished to find that his attack had inflicted not even a scratch upon this monster. In truth, the wooden clone transformed into Kaido was not as effortlessly resilient as it appeared, for it possessed only half the strength of the original. The ease with which it had blocked the attack was a result of the formidable physique granted by the Shura fruit's ability and the temporary mechanization of the Shura path. Kaido narrowed his eyes, gripping Onimaru's sword-wielding hand as if it were a mere chick. Yanking him forward, Onimaru's eyes widened in terror as Kaido exerted force, pulling him down and slamming him into the ground. With a thunderous crash, another human-shaped crater with 8 arms appeared on the deck of the Weasel's warship. Kaido lifted the incapacitated Onimaru and scrutinized him closely. At this moment, Onimaru appeared rather pitiful, his nose resembling a crushed pear, blood streaming from his head. His arm, previously gripped by Kaido, seemed limp and likely broken, though he still retained some semblance of consciousness. Did I go too hard on him? The wooden clone, now Kaido, twitched the corner of his mouth, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Although this individual had questionable conduct, he was still a vice admiral of the Navy. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable to have reduced him to such a state. However, seizing the moment while Onimaru's consciousness was hazy, Kaido placed his large hand upon his head and utilized the human path's ability to extract his memories, thereby discovering the location of the surgery fruit. Meanwhile, the Weasel and Fire Mountain, after a brief respite, charged forward once more, with Crane crossing her arms before her chest, seemingly preparing to unleash her Wash fruit's ability. Given the situation, if they did not act swiftly, Onimaru would surely perish. Kaido was also reluctant to prolong this conflict. Even with only half the strength of the original, he could easily inflict severe harm upon the Weasel and Fire Mountain. While Crane's strength remained uncertain, Qianhe could never be permitted to harm her, regardless of her capabilities. With this thought, Kaido bellowed, "You're too weak. Get lost." With that, he flung Onimaru towards the warship, following suit with a leap. The Weasel and Fire Mountain trembled at Kaido's actions, fully aware that the surgery fruit still resided on Onimaru's warship. Yet, given the current circumstances, their combat power was severely limited, making it exceedingly difficult to intercept Kaido. Their only recourse now was to head to the west, to awaken Qianhe on his warship. With this in mind, the Weasel hastily conveyed this thought to Crane, while Fire Mountain nodded earnestly beside him. Crane furrowed her brow. To be honest, she was increasingly convinced that this Kaido was likely a product of Qianhe's machinations, although she was unsure of the method he employed to create such a convincing Kaido. With his myriad of abilities, it was hardly surprising that he could conjure another transformation. Furthermore, did this Kaido harbor a grudge against Onimaru? Goodness, although the Weasel and Fire Mountain had also sustained some degree of attack, they appeared to be in decent condition now. As for herself, this Kaido seemed entirely disinterested in attacking her. When did Kaido learn to respect the elderly and cherish the young, or perhaps exhibit gentlemanly conduct by refraining from striking a woman? Yet, if this Kaido was indeed a creation of Qianhe, it implied that Qianhe was no longer aboard his warship. Such a departure would surely expose the ruse. Crane, what's wrong? We don't have time to ponder. We know Qianhe's current condition is dire, but he is the only one who can stop this monster Kaido. But, I'm fine. Let me handle this. Just as Crane was about to say something further, a voice rang out, prompting Crane, the Weasel, and Fire Mountain to turn towards the direction of Qianhe's warship. Qianhe's ship was situated on the left side of the Weasel's warship, not far apart. Upon witnessing Qianhe's current state, the Weasel and Fire Mountain could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Due to Qianhe's current appearance, he seems to be as feeble as he can possibly be. At the bow of the Qianhe warship, Khalifa and Ain are supporting him on either side. Qianhe's complexion appears even more pallid, likely due to the shout from the Weasel just moments ago. Ain's expression is somewhat ambiguous, as if she is suppressing a laugh. When she first beheld Qianhe in his weakened state, it frightened her considerably, causing her to forget that he possessed the ability to recover instantaneously. She had already manifested purple flames in her hands, ready to press them against Qianhe. Alarmed, he hastily intervened, fearing that Ain's emotional upheaval might trigger an awakening, reverting him to an infantile state. Subsequently, he painstakingly explained to Ain that he was merely feigning weakness, which finally calmed her down. Hence, now that she knew Qianhe was unharmed, witnessing his theatrical performance made Ain struggle to contain her laughter. Qianhe shot her a discreet glare, prompting Ain to pout and behave herself. Sigh, Khalifa truly is a source of reassurance. Qianhe thought with a grateful glance at Khalifa, who stood expressionless. Was she unaware of her boss's true character? Not only was she privy to the truth, but she also understood that Qianhe possessed a hint of machismo that in other words, he would never present himself in such a pitiful manner. Kong, without uttering a word, merely narrowed his eyes, scanning Khalifa and Ayn before finally fixing his gaze on Qianhe's face, his expression rather unkind. Noticing Kong's stare, Qianhe felt puzzled. Was his act not convincing enough? Was Kong dissatisfied with his performance? That couldn't he be. He believed his portrayal was no less skillful than that of Kizuru. No matter how he pondered, Qianhe would never suspect that Kong was actually defending his sister. Nevertheless, since he was already out in the open, he might as well commit fully to his performance. Qianhe removed his hands from Khalifa and Ayn's shoulders, activating his powers and staggering towards Kong's warship. This sight made Weasel and Fire Mountain consider using Moonwalk to catch him, fearing Qianhe might plummet into the sea at any moment. Observing Qianhe in such a state, Weasel lamented. Perhaps we should just hand over the surgery fruit. After all, even Kaido is involved, which far exceeds the difficulty of our mission. A thunderous sound echoed across the sky as Kaido once again descended upon the Ghost Spider's warship. Ghost Spider, having just been hurled by him, likely lay unconscious in the cabin. The soldiers aboard Ghost Spider surrounded Kaido with weapons drawn, but he paid them no mind. With a single use of Conqueror's Haki, he incapacitated them. Scanning his surroundings, Kaido sought the location of Ghost Spider's quarters, having learned from Ghost Spider's memories that the surgery fruit was stored in a cabinet in his office. At that moment, Qianhe and the others arrived on the Ghost Spider's ship. Kaido raised an eyebrow. Addressing Qianhe, "It's you again. Your strength is commendable, but you seem rather worse for wear. What? Do you wish to challenge me?" Without further ado, Qianhe stepped forward, activating his advanced armament Haki, and charged at Kaido. Kaido snorted, enveloping his hand in Haki as well, and their fists collided. A powerful shockwave erupted from their contact, creating a spider web of cracks across the deck of Ghost Spider's warship. Behind them, Weasel and Fire Mountain initially intended to assist, but were repelled by the shockwave, retreating instead while watching Qianhe confront Kaido with a mixture of awe and concern. Weasel couldn't help but remark, "Is this truly the strength of Rear Admiral Qianhe? His body appears so weakened." Fire Mountain nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "With his current strength, I doubt he can hold onto the rank of Rear Admiral for long." Upon hearing this, Weasel fell silent. What lay above Rear Admiral? Admiral, it represented the pinnacle of the Marine Headquarters combat power, the very backbone of the Navy. The number of Rear Admirals was limited, but compared to Admirals, they were numerous. After all, there had always been only a handful of Admirals, each a well-known figure. With their talents, even at their relatively young age, reaching the rank of Admiral seemed utterly impossible. They were acutely aware of this reality. Considering Qianhe's age, they could only exclaim, "Heaven, is it fair to be this biased?" Kong stood beside them, arms crossed, observing the clash between Qianhe and Kaido. Suddenly, he called out, "Qianhe, take care of yourself." Mid-fight, Qianhe paused for a moment. Surprisingly, this sensation of battling oneself was rather intriguing. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, but if this continued, his avatar, which possessed only half his strength, would soon find itself at a disadvantage. Realizing this, Qianhe silently commended Kong, then feigned a vulnerability, allowing Kaido to strike him backward, propelling him back to Kong and the others. Before Kong could react, Weasel and Fire Mountain hurriedly supported Qianhe. In their eyes, Qianhe's willingness to protect the mission objective despite his frail state was truly commendable. Observing the concern on Weasel and Fire Mountain's faces, Qianhe felt a flush of warmth. He could only reassure himself. The surgery fruit must not fall into the hands of those in Marie Joy's my apologies. Weasel and Fire Mountain, let this be for the sake of justice. Seeing this, Weasel mistakenly believed Qianhe had suffered an internal injury from overexertion and quickly inquired, "Rear Admiral Qianhe, are you all right?" Coughing slightly, Qianhe replied, "I'm fine. It seems we're in real trouble this time." He then cast a grave look toward Kaido. Kaido let out a boisterous laugh, his form flickering as he reappeared at the spot where he had previously thrown Ghost Spider. He paid no attention to the now unconscious Ghost Spider, merely surveying his surroundings. Indeed, a cabinet with a crack appeared in his line of sight, revealing the box that contained the surgery fruit. Upon seeing the surgery fruit, Kaido sighed in relief that he had intentionally tossed Ghost Spider toward his office. But the precise location had remained somewhat vague. Expecting to expend considerable effort, he was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things had proceeded. Had he been unable to locate it, Kaido would have resorted to threatening the lives of those aboard to compel Qianhe and the others to surrender the surgery fruit. However, Such actions would likely implicate everyone present in the aftermath. It could be said that the mission had been successfully accomplished, and Kaido nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the visibly distressed Qianhe and his companions. He boasted, "I've taken the surgery fruit. If you wish to reclaim it, come find me on Onigashima." With that, he discreetly activated his powers, leaping into the clouds and vanishing from sight. Qianhe and the others stood in silence, watching Kaido disappear before them. After a moment, Kong spoke, "The situation has changed. I hadn't anticipated that Kaido would also learn of the surgery fruit. It must have been disclosed to him by Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon returning to headquarters, I will inform Sengoku of the circumstances here." Qianhe and the others nodded in agreement. Just then, a naval soldier rushed up from below deck, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, "Officers, 5 members of the Don Quixote family have lost all vital signs." "What?" Weasel and Fire Mountain stared incredulously at the approaching sailor, bewildered by this turn of events. Kong remained relatively calm, dismissing the matter with indifference. "Well, they are merely a group of criminals. They likely succumbed to internal injuries from Rear Admiral Qianhe's previous assault. If they're dead, so be it. Those still alive are that little girl named Baby 5 and Senior Pink. Understood. Please ensure the remaining 2 are secured." "Yes." After the departure of the Marine, Crane cast a glance at Chica, contemplating that this matter was likely orchestrated by him. Without a shadow of a doubt, Crane's suspicions were correct. If she were to open Chica's spatial door, she would discover 4 devil fruits quietly resting within: the Tunton, the Suna, the Bomu, and the Art fruit. The previous owners of these 4 fruits had evidently met their demise. Diamante's Flap fruit was beneath Chica's notice, and having dealt with him, he chose to move on. Baby 5 was still merely a forsaken little girl sold to the Don Quixote family, her transgressions not warranting a death sentence. Thus Chica refrained from taking action against her. As for Pika, the user of the Suna fruit, it was not just that his fruit was rather unimpressive. Despite being named the Suna fruit, it would be more aptly titled the swimming fruit, as it allowed him to swim anywhere except in water, a rather peculiar trait. Moreover, this individual was a pure-hearted warrior. Chica had harbored some fondness for this character while watching anime, hence he spared him. Nevertheless, he was still a criminal. While he could escape the death penalty, he could not evade a prison sentence, so it was best to send him to the deep-sea prison, where perhaps he might one day earn his freedom. Upon returning to headquarters, Crane reported the mission's details to Sengoku. Upon hearing that Kaido had also been involved in this incident, Sengoku broke out in a cold sweat, fully aware of Kaido's formidable strength. Encountering Kaido even once was a perilous affair. For the Navy to survive such an encounter was already a cause for celebration. Fortunately, Chica was present during this mission. Otherwise, a calamity might have ensued. It is worth noting that both the Weasel and the Burning Mountain ranked among the most powerful vice-admirals, and losing them would undoubtedly represent a significant blow to the Navy. Crane, being a pillar of the Navy, if anything were to happen to her during this mission, Sengoku was uncertain whether he could maintain his composure. Fearing that Garp might recklessly charge into Onigashima seeking vengeance. It was a relief that they all returned safely. The surgical fruit paled in significance when weighed against their lives. Contemplating this, Sengoku found solace in the fact that the mission's failure was not so grave, considering that Chica had fought until exhaustion. However, he still needed to have a word with the Gorosei. Conversely, Crane expressed concern, inquiring about the reaction from Mariawa. "You need not worry. I shall clarify the reasons behind the mission's failure to them. You and Chica should focus on resting," Sengoku reassured. "Very well, I shall take my leave, and I will leave the matter of communicating with those individuals to you." Sengoku. "Understood." With that, Crane exited Sengoku's office, and Sengoku proceeded to contact the Gorosei. Naturally, upon learning of the mission's failure, the Gorosei were incensed. However, it was clear that the blame could not solely rest upon Sengoku and the Navy. Firstly, the mission had encountered an exceedingly difficult figure, Kaido. Moreover, the intelligence regarding the surgical fruit had likely been divulged to Kaido by Doflamingo. It was reasonable to presume that Doflamingo had informed Kaido of the secret behind the surgical fruit's immortality. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Kaido to take matters into his own hands. Doflamingo's knowledge of such confidential information was undoubtedly tied to his former celestial dragon status. Thus, the root of the issue lay here after all. However, it was improbable that they would ever admit to their faults. Consequently, the failure of this mission would not be met with excessive reproach, and it would eventually fade into obscurity. As for Chica, Sengoku had already granted him a week's leave. Everyone was aware that it was Chica who had thwarted Kaido's plans. and even the weasel and others hoped to extend Chica's leave for him to recuperate properly. In response, Chica insisted that it was unnecessary. Accompanied by Califa and Ein, Chica returned to his office, retrieving the 4 devil fruits from his spatial door and placing them on the desk. The sudden appearance of the 4 devil fruits left Califa and Ein momentarily stunned. Evoking a sensation akin to witnessing a grand harvest. In truth, there was also a fruit gifted to him by Ein nestled within Chica's spatial door, but he had yet to determine its nature. He intended to test it on a pirate lackey at a later date. Chica gestured towards the fruits on the desk, introducing their names and abilities to the 2 women, before turning to Califa to inquire if any of them caught her interest. Having previously consumed a devil fruit, Ein was primarily invited to avoid feeling excluded. Califa hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, admitting that she was not particularly fond of any of these fruits. Although these 4 fruits significantly enhanced combat prowess, she no longer desired fruits inclined towards battle. Instead, she sought one with unique supportive capabilities. After all, with her boss around, she felt like the safest person in the world. Noticing Califa's disinterest in the fruits, Chica chose not to press the matter further, acknowledging that opportunities to acquire devil fruits would abound in the future, and he was in no rush. However, among the 4 fruits, he did find one that piqued his interest, the bomu fruit. As its name suggests, its ability revolved around explosions, a rather straightforward and unrefined power. Setting aside the self-destructive capability, the real allure lay in its potential to detonate inorganic matter. The destructive and lethal power it wielded was truly formidable. Unlike Mr. 5, who employed explosive boogers as seen with crocodile subordinates, the distinction lay in that the bomu fruit was a superpower, while the explosive fruit was a superhuman trait. On the subject of explosive boogers, Chica's mischievous mind wandered to Garp, who was notorious for his penchant for picking his nose, particularly in Sengoku's office. The thought of him consuming this fruit sent a shiver down Chica's spine. The imagery was simply too grotesque to contemplate. Shaking off these increasingly erratic thoughts, Chica's gaze fixed upon the bomu fruit. Its appearance resembled a rotund black watermelon adorned with a vine that resembled a fuse. Placing his hand upon it, he closed his eyes and activated the Hungry Ghost Path ability. Moments later, a regular watermelon appeared on the desk. Califa, producing a small knife from seemingly nowhere, sliced the watermelon in half and offered Chica 1/2. She then took a piece from the remaining watermelon and handed it to Ein, while she herself indulged in a slice. Thus, Califa and Ein stood in the office, each holding a watermelon, gazing eagerly at Chica, who had absorbed the powers of the bomu fruit. As Chica opened his eyes, the sight before him was that of the 2 onlookers, their expressions filled with anticipation. Blinking in surprise, Chica found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Califa suddenly approached him, her charming face drawing near. This unexpected behavior left Chica bewildered. What was happening? What was she trying to do? Ein was right there. Califa scrutinized Chica's right eye, nodding pensively before exclaiming, "Indeed, another tomoe has manifested. How fascinating." Is that it?" Chica replied, gazing at his secretary with a hint of disappointment. "What else did you expect? Boss, what were you thinking?" Califa tilted her head in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Chica's sentiments, while Ein stifled a laugh nearby. How infuriating. This secretary was becoming increasingly audacious. Chica inwardly grumbled, then centered his thoughts to sense the newly acquired ability. After a brief moment, he extended a finger and pointed at a cup, which suddenly swelled with force before shattering into a myriad of fragments, startling both Califa and Ein. Casting a glance at them, a smirk crept onto Chica's lips. "See, this is what happens when you become too familiar." He then surveyed the remnants of the cup on the desk, nodding in satisfaction. In terms of control over his abilities and the explosive power he could wield, he had far surpassed that antiquated gladiolus. He could effortlessly compress the blast radius while amplifying its potency. Otherwise, it would not be merely a cup that exploded. After the detonation, what remained should have been fragments rather than mere debris. Once the powers of the surgery fruit were fully absorbed, Qianhe retrieved the remaining 3 fruits from the table back into his door space, and then took out a singular box. Upon opening the box, a heart-shaped red surgery fruit was revealed. Upon sighting this fruit, Califa and Ein halted their leisurely consumption of snacks, leaning in to scrutinize the surgery fruit, which was priced at a staggering 50 billion berries. It must be said that the exterior of the surgery fruit is indeed quite beautiful, a finely crafted red heart, prompting even the typically composed Califa to steal an extra glance and curiously inquire, "Boss, is this the fruit you mentioned that can perform the ageless surgery?" Qianhe nodded, carefully extracting the surgery fruit from the box. examining it closely while recalling information about this fruit from the anime. To begin with, utilizing the abilities of the surgery fruit demands a significant expenditure of physical strength, to the extent that it could even drain one's life force if overused. However, this concern is negligible for Qianhe, as he possesses Hashirama cells, granting him formidable recovery and vitality. Furthermore, his right eye, with its Sharingan, possesses an unparalleled regenerative ability, making it feasible for him to maintain a room for an entire day without issue. It is also worth noting that the surgery fruit is most suited for doctors. It is not that non-doctors cannot perform the ageless surgery. This brings to mind the tale of Qianhe and Orochimaru in the world of Naruto. During his time outside Konoha, Qianhe resided within Orochimaru's laboratory, participating in various experiments, including the treatment of bloodline diseases. Having witnessed countless dissection scenes in his pursuit of transplanting Hashirama cells, Qianhe learned much from Orochimaru. Acquiring surgical skills along the way. In the original narrative, Law is essentially a surgeon, leaning towards Western medicine, which stands in contrast to Chopper's more traditional Eastern medical approach. Regardless, the identity of a doctor poses no obstacle for Qianhe. Especially under the mentorship of Orochimaru, the Bijapnik of the ninja world, his medical expertise is undoubtedly exceptional. Qianhe is confident that he will ultimately unravel the secrets of the ageless surgery. And with the Rinnegan at his disposal, he is unperturbed by the notion of sacrificing his life. After all, the Rinnegan, known for its mastery over life and death, is hardly a hollow reputation. However, after absorbing the powers of the surgery fruit, it would be prudent to employ this ability discreetly. While he can utilize other abilities without concern, as others are already aware of his diverse capabilities, the surgery fruit's powers, once revealed, could easily attract the attention of the world government spies, as they pertain to the fundamental interests of the celestial dragons, an asset that could indeed provoke the Gorosei into a confrontation to acquire it. In fact, it is not particularly challenging, provided one does not engage in a battle. Upon arriving at the battlefield, simply activating a large room in advance will suffice. The fluctuations of the room space are only pronounced during its expansion. Once established, it becomes exceedingly difficult for those within to perceive the room. Lastly, let us discuss the combat capabilities of the surgery fruit. It can be said that its potential in battle is exceptionally formidable, both in terms of range and the peculiarity of its abilities. It ranks among the elite. The surgery fruit can also be understood as a spatial fruit. Within the room it creates, everything is under the control of the user, even allowing for the bizarre manipulation of redistributing the physical and mental states of multiple individuals, an exceedingly perverse ability. Reflecting on this, Qianhe couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment, exclaiming, "What a remarkable fruit this is!" Without further hesitation, Qianhe once again employed the hungry ghost path to absorb the powers of the surgery fruit. Mere seconds later, the sixth tomoe appeared in his right eye. The instant the sixth tomoe manifested, a palpable aura of pressure erupted from Qianhe's right eye, causing the walls and floor of the office to fracture, prompting Khalifa and Ain to emit a muffled groan as they dropped to one knee. Some high-ranking Navy officials still present at the headquarters sensed this unusual pressure as well. Sengoku abruptly rose from his chair, directing his gaze towards Qianhe's office, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "This pressure, is it Conqueror's Haki?" After a moment, he shook his head. As a fellow wielder of Conqueror's Haki, he could ascertain that this was not the case. Yet he could not articulate what it truly was, ultimately only able to lament, "Qianhe's strength has indeed increased." Returning to Qianhe, noticing that Khalifa and Ain were struggling to endure, he promptly closed his right eye, allowing the terrifying pressure permeating the Navy headquarters to gradually dissipate. Khalifa and Ain rose from the ground, their expressions betraying their discomfort, and shot Qianhe a resentful glance, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, this incident was indeed his fault for failing to control the power of the Rinnegan. However, absorbing two fruits at once had propelled his right eye into a fully charged sixth tomoe state. And even Qianhe now felt a sense of impending loss of control over his strength. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Qianhe slowly opened his right eye. Observing his movement, Ain and Khalifa instinctively stepped back. As if trying to evade a plague, Qianhe looked at the two women with some exasperation, indicating that he could now manage the power of his right eye. Upon reopening his right eye, the sixth tomoe, resembling those of Sasuke's Rinnegan, glimmered with an eerie radiance. After a brief pause, Qianhe snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Room!" With a hum, a small cyclone manifested at the point where Qianhe had snapped his fingers, swirling for a moment before dramatically expanding, creating a semicircular transparent space that enveloped Qianhe, Khalifa, and Ain. The two women surveyed their surroundings with curiosity, and Ayn even prodded the boundary of the room with her finger. Naturally, her finger passed through the boundary without any resistance. Retrieving her finger, she examined it in front of her eyes, finding no change, and promptly asked Qianhe, "Qianhe, what exactly is the use of this ability?" With a slight smile, Qianhe extended his palm towards Ayn and Khalifa, gradually sliding it to the right in the air. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing Qianhe's actions, Ayn and Khalifa suddenly felt a peculiar discomfort. Prompting Ayn to inquire once more, "Qianhe, what are you doing? I can't shake off this unsettling feeling." Khalifa nodded in agreement, her expression equally perplexed. Qianhe shrugged, responding, "Did you not ask me what abilities the surgery fruit possesses? Just now, I utilized a scanning capability to assess your physical conditions, and according to my diagnosis, you both are in perfect health." Upon hearing Qianhe's words, both Khalifa and Ayn's faces flushed crimson, with Khalifa almost instinctively beginning to retort. "Boss, you, hold on." Qianhe interrupted, swiftly gesturing for silence. "I swear, I merely performed a room scan. It was as straightforward as getting an X-ray at the hospital, nothing more." Qianhe utilized the powers of the surgery fruit to conduct an X-ray examination on Khalifa and Ayn. Locking his gaze onto the two women before softly stating, "Swap." With a swish, Khalifa and Ayn's positions were instantly exchanged, leaving both women in a state of bewilderment as they stared at one another. Momentarily unable to comprehend what had transpired, since Qianhe's surgery fruit abilities are activated through his Rinnegan, he does not require any specific gestures, merely locking his gaze on a target suffices, making it exceedingly convenient. The earlier gestures during the room scan were merely an expression of curiosity and a playful tease towards Khalifa and Ayn. As strength grew, Qianhe's mischievous nature became increasingly difficult to conceal. Enjoying the dazed expressions of the two women, he activated the surgery fruit's abilities once more, suddenly teleporting from his chair to stand beside Khalifa the moment she regained her composure. Khalifa looked at Qianhe with a weary expression and remarked, "Boss, have you had your fill of playing? The abilities of the surgery fruit are truly bizarre. Ayn and I have already experienced it firsthand, so please spare us any further experiments." Qianhe glanced at Ayn, shrugging his shoulders innocently, as if to say that it was Ayn's curiosity that had prompted the earlier antics, not his own. Ayn sensed the teasing gaze of Qianhe and rolled her eyes, pulling Khalifa away from Qianhe's office. After the two women departed, Qianhe continued to use teleportation and replacement multiple times within the room, his figure flitting about like a ghost, appearing in various positions. Eventually, after rearranging all the furnishings in the office, Qianhe settled into his own chair. Observing the transformed office, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, his mirth growing louder until it reached Khalifa and Ayn next door. They exchanged glances, and Ayn remarked, "Being Qianhe's secretary must be quite a challenge, right?" "Not really." Khalifa replied, "That I've heard the boss mention that it's a tradition among the Uchiha clan. The stronger they are, the more they enjoy laughing like this." "Is there really such a tradition?" Ayn pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Thus, the reason for Qianhe's manic laughter became apparent. Within their clan, it served as proof of strength. Returning to Qianhe, he had calmed down, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. Evidently in high spirits, the ability of the surgical fruit to manipulate objects freely within the room, along with teleportation, reminded Qianhe of Sasuke's Rinnegan's exclusive ocular technique, the heavenly hand power. This technique allows for the forced exchange of positions of objects or individuals within the user's line of sight. However, based on the battle with Madara, it has limitations in distance and a cooldown period, the specifics of which remain unclear. Yet, within the room created by the surgical fruit, those drawbacks cease to exist. Firstly, as long as the room is sufficiently expansive, Qianhe can appear at any position within it or swap the locations of all objects inside. However, as observed during the battle on Onigashima, if the creature being swapped possesses strong haki, it can resist the surgical fruit's forced replacement. Regarding the cooldown issue, as long as Qianhe's stamina suffices, he can manipulate the room as he pleases, which is quite extravagant. Thus, with the surgical fruit, Qianhe effectively gained an enhanced version of heavenly hand power, which could be termed as truly heavenly hand power. How could he not feel exhilarated? Furthermore, when it comes to the exclusive ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, Qianhe was even more satisfied. He fixed his gaze on a potted plant in the office, and a gray vortex suddenly enveloped it, spinning clockwise. As the vortex rotated, the plant's green leaves began to wither and fall, ultimately reducing the entire plant to a pile of lifeless remnants. As the gray vortex dissipated, Qianhe approached the remnants, crouched down, and pinched a bit between his fingers, examining it. The once vibrant plant had now become this lifeless residue in his hand. With a gentle breath, he dispersed the remnants into the air. Indeed, this bizarre ability is the exclusive ocular technique activated in Qianhe's right eye after gathering 6 tomoe. This power, known as the Year God power, manifests by creating a clockwise rotating time vortex in the user's line of sight, accelerating the flow of time for objects or beings inside it, with the speed contingent upon Qianhe's ocular power and the strength of the target. Given Qianhe's current ocular power, taking Doflamingo as an example. Once locked by the Year God power and fully activated, Qianhe could cause Doflamingo's life to wither away entirely within 5 seconds. In fact, Qianhe's Year God power is akin to the awakened kaleidoscope ocular technique, suggesting that it was already gestating at the moment his Rinnegan was activated. Qianhe speculated that his regression to his 6-year-old state upon arriving in the pirate world was due to the frantic activation of his Rinnegan's capabilities during a crisis, triggering the Year God power. However, as it stands, the Year God power can only accelerate the passage of time and not reverse it, likely because the left eye's ocular power has yet to be fully realized. The Rinnegan, like the kaleidoscope, can only unleash its maximum potential when both eyes are fully empowered. For instance, Uchiha Madara's limbo, border jail. A single Rinnegan can produce only 1 shadow, but upon reclaiming the second Rinnegan, the number of shadows increased to 4, a significant enhancement. Therefore, based on Madara's case, once Qianhe's left eye achieves full ocular power, the Year God power will likely see further amplification. Whether a second exclusive ocular technique of the Rinnegan can be birthed remains uncertain. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, Qianhe is already exceedingly content. His journey to Heian Island has been immensely fruitful. He absorbed both the bomb fruit and the surgical fruit in one go, elevating his right Rinnegan to a state of 6 tomoe and unlocking his own exclusive ocular technique. What more could he ask for? Feeling the oceanic depth of power within his right eye, Qianhe clenched his fist. With his current strength, should he encounter Kaido again, he is confident he could engage him in a genuine battle, perhaps even seize victory with his ever-expanding abilities. This is merely the state of a single 6 tomoe. Qianhe mused about the possibility of unlocking the 6-path mode and employing the truth-seeking balls to sweep away all obstacles. However, he must not let his guard down. After all, the story of One Piece is not yet concluded, and the secrets of Mariewa and M's true strength remain unknown. Thus, Qianhe's next objective is to gather powerful devil fruits, unlock the 6 tomoe in his left eye, and create 6-path puppets to expand his influence. These are fundamental pursuits. Regardless of the time in the marshal's office, Sengoku looked kindly at Corazon, who stood before him, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Welcome back to the Navy, Razanani." Corazon felt deeply moved. This time, he had truly escaped the jaws of death. Ever since his father was shot dead by his brother, he had become an orphan, and it was Sengoku who took him in, becoming his adoptive father. In Corazon's heart, Sengoku had become akin to a biological father, teaching him how to navigate life, imparting the essence of justice, and guiding him to join the Navy, granting him extraordinary combat abilities. It could be said that Sengoku helped him rediscover the meaning of existence. With this thought, Corazon found it difficult to speak, trembling as he uttered, "It's been a long time, Admiral Sengoku. I'm back." In truth, he yearned to call Sengoku father, but the weight of that title was too heavy for him. Whenever he uttered it, the haunting image of his father's death would flood his mind, leaving him in anguish. It's good to be back, truly good. This time, it's all thanks to Qianhe. He is your benefactor, as well as mine. Sengoku, overcome with emotion, watched as Corazon could no longer contain his tears, which flowed freely. In a short while, Corazon's face was drenched in tears, and Sengoku himself was moved, his eyes glistening. Just then, the door swung open with a bang. "Sengoku, bring me some senbei." "Huh?" Carp poked his head into the office, and upon seeing the scene inside, he froze, maintaining his position. "Vice Admiral Carp, long time no see." Heh. Corazon quickly wiped his face and feigned nonchalance as he greeted Carp, though his expression bore a hint of embarrassment. A large vein bulged on Sengoku's forehead, his fist clenched tightly. In an instant, he appeared next to Carp's head. "You insolent rascal, there are no senbei. How many times must I tell you to knock before entering my office?" With that, he delivered a solid punch to Carp's forehead, producing a dull thud. It was evident that Sengoku harbored deep-seated grievances against Carp. This punch was perhaps the most forceful he had thrown without utilizing his devil fruit abilities or haki. One wonders how it would compare to the punch he would later deliver to Luffy during the Marineford War. Carp, clutching his head and crouching on the floor, contorted his features in pain. Looking utterly miserable, Sengoku stood over Carp, gazing down at him in his disheveled state, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. as if rejuvenated by 10 years. Thus, he pondered. Should he deliver a punch to Carp before every battle to warm up? Holding up the fist he used to strike Carp, Sengoku wore a contemplative expression. You bastard. Sengoku, how dare you hit me? After all these years, this is the first time you've hit me with such force. Very well. I'll remember this. Carp sprang to his feet, a face full of indignation, his eyes reflecting a mixture of grievance, anger, and disbelief, unmistakably resembling an old fan-shaped chart. Consider this a lesson learned. With a disdainful snort, Sengoku returned to his seat, only to lift his gaze and encounter Corazon, who was regarding him with an odd expression. This was troublesome, having been driven to the brink of losing control by Carp's earlier outburst. He had hardly behaved in a manner befitting an admiral of the Navy. What a disgrace to the dignified image I have cultivated over the years, he thought to himself, his face flushing with embarrassment. Clearing his throat vigorously, Sengoku adopted a serious demeanor and said, in any case, you must forever remember the life-saving grace of Vice Admiral Qianhe. Not only did he save you, but he also rescued that child who holds great significance for you. Such a debt of gratitude is one that you will find difficult to repay throughout your lifetime. Upon hearing this, Corazon responded with utmost sincerity. I understand, Admiral Sengoku. Although my strength is lacking, I will not hesitate to give my life if Vice Admiral Qianhe ever requires it. There's no need to go that far. Even Qianhe himself wouldn't be able to handle such a situation. Even if you were to sacrifice your life, it would be of no avail. Corazon felt a twinge of awkwardness. He recognized Sengoku's concern for him, yet the words sounded rather peculiar. Well then, your undercover mission has come to an end, and you have performed your duties commendably. Following this, I shall promote you to the rank of colonel. You may now take your leave. Yes, sir. After saluting, Corazon turned and exited the office, casting a furtive glance at Carp, who remained in a state of existential contemplation, cradling his head in his hands. Once Corazon had departed, Carp could no longer contain himself and asked, what has Qianhe been up to this time? Do tell? Nothing much. He certainly wasn't in the office enjoying tea and senbei. I'm out of senbei. Could you spare some of yours? Get lost. I've already told you. There isn't even a wrapper left. The following day, in a desolate area, Corazon clasped his fingers anxiously, watching the distant figure of Qianhe. Before Qianhe stood the diminutive Law, who shifted nervously. Unable to meet Qianhe's gaze. On Hyoko Island, Law had witnessed firsthand how effortlessly Qianhe dealt with Doflamingo and the members of the Don Quixote family, while Virgo, arriving later, had not even managed to land a single blow. His presence was akin to a mere offering for slaughter. Though rendered unconscious by Kaido's conqueror's haki, Law eventually regained consciousness, bearing witness to a spectacle that would forever leave him in awe. The towering purple giant against the backdrop of the azure dragon soaring through the skies. Everything Qianhe exhibited was a vision beyond Law's wildest dreams, elevating Qianhe to a near-divine status in Law's heart. Now, standing alone before this figure of reverence, it was impossible for Law not to feel a surge of anxiety. Qianhe looked down at Law, who had been fidgeting nervously since earlier, and chuckled softly. Am I truly so fearsome that I have frightened a child to this extent? Shaking his head, Qianhe bent down and gently ruffled Law's hair, causing Law to tremble slightly in response. Qianhe, feeling somewhat exasperated, used his softest tone to reassure him. Fear not. Trust me, the process of healing will be entirely painless. It will be over in an instant. Why yes, room. With a hum, a small semicircular space enveloped Qianhe and LAW.I in the distance. Corazon watched curiously. Entirely unaware of the connection between this ability and the Op no Mi, he only knew that the fruit could heal. But the specifics of its use and manifestation were entirely foreign to him. Scanning Law's body, Qianhe perceived that the small figure was akin to a human-shaped outline, marred by irregular patches of white. It appeared that these white spots were the root of the amber lead syndrome. Having identified the source, Qianhe wasted no time. With a fierce gaze, he extracted the white patches from Law's body. Producing a test tube, he transferred the extracted white substance into it, forming a small, white, paste-like mass. This ailment was indeed quite fearsome. Caution was certainly warranted. After all, good health is the most precious treasure one possesses. With the treatment complete, Qianhe dispelled the room space and gestured towards Corazon, signaling him to approach. Upon seeing Qianhe's signal, Corazon hurriedly jogged over to Law's side, lifting him up for a thorough examination. Seeing that the white patches on Law's face had vanished, Corazon could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming aloud, Law, you were cured. Your fate has changed. At that moment, Law was in a daze, having witnessed Qianhe conjure a mysterious space to envelop him, followed by a fierce glance, and then Corazon rushing over, brimming with excitement to inform him of his recovery. Not glancing at Corazon, Law turned his head stiffly towards Qianhe, his eyes filled with confusion. To which Qianhe responded with a gentle nod and a smile. That Law's expression gradually morphed into one of exaggerated disbelief, his entire being overwhelmed by the immense joy that rendered him somewhat dazed. Corazon embraced Law tightly, and the two knelt on the ground, weeping freely. Qianhe silently observed the scene, recalling how deeply he had resonated with the story of Corazon and Law during his anime-watching days. The characters had been exquisitely crafted, leaving a profound impression. This time, he had fundamentally altered their destinies. Corazon had survived, and Law would undoubtedly join the Navy under Corazon's guidance, potentially becoming a skilled military doctor in the future. On the path to greatness, mending the regrets of piracy, what could be more rewarding? Choosing not to intrude upon the emotionally charged moment, Qianhe vanished in an instant. With a swish, Qianhe reappeared in his office, where Califa merely cast a glance his way before resuming her work. She had long grown accustomed to her employer's sudden appearances and disappearances. Qianhe studied Califa for a moment before curiously asking, "Califa, do you find joy in following me?" Taken aback by Qianhe's inquiry, Califa sensed something unusual about him today, but still replied earnestly, "Yes, and what brings you joy? Because you were here. Ah, very well." Califa's ability to handle Qianhe's peculiarities remained formidable. Just as he was about to continue, Qianhe fell silent. After a brief pause, the phone bug on the desk began to ring. The moment it made a sound, Qianhe promptly answered, but before he could speak, a gruff voice emerged. "Moshi Moshi, is this Qianhe? This is Carp. Do you have some time to spare?" Startled to hear Carp's voice, Qianhe paused. Carp typically shared an office with Sengoku and often received information before anyone else. Was there something of great importance at hand? With this thought, Qianhe adopted a serious tone. "This is Qianhe. I have nothing pressing at the moment." "What is it, Vice Admiral Carp?" "Well, could you make a trip to the East Blue?" "The East Blue? Has a particularly powerful pirate surfaced?" Qianhe's mind immediately conjured the name Shanks, yet Shanks had already become one of the 4 emperors, indicating he had ventured to the East Blue before. Could it be that history had shifted and Shanks was making a return? No. What I meant is, I would like you to visit Windmill Village in the East Blue and help me educate my grandson. His name is Luffy. Oh, I won't be going. Come on, Qianhe. I heard Sengoku say you have a unique understanding of child rearing. That introverted little brat behaves like a lamb in your presence. Introverted brat? Are you referring to Law? Qianhe thought to himself, recalling how he had given Law a taste of the exhilaration of piloting a Gundam. Did Carp even possess a Gundam? Realizing the absurdity of Carp's request, Qianhe felt exasperated and was about to hang up. Noticing the prolonged silence on the other end, Carp quickly interjected, "Don't hang up. That little brat Luffy has been brainwashed by that scoundrel Shanks, constantly proclaiming he wants to become the Pirate King. I've tried to educate him with love a few times, but it hasn't worked. Could you just consider it a vacation to the East Blue?" Carp's tone was uncharacteristically sincere, almost as if he were willing to bow in supplication. At that moment, another voice chimed in. "Qianhe, this is Sengoku. We have received reports that the Golden Lion has recently been spotted in the East Blue. If possible, you should definitely make the trip. The Golden Lion severed his own legs to escape from impel down, and his strength is likely diminished. If you can either defeat him or capture him, it would significantly benefit your future endeavors. The significance of the Warring States period is quite apparent. It involves entrusting the Golden Lion to Chica, thus allowing him to achieve a significant milestone on his path to becoming a Vice Admiral. As for whether Chica can indeed triumph over the Golden Lion, the Warring States has not given this matter much thought. Based on Chica's previous victories and the formidable aura he exuded just days ago, the Warring States is entirely confident in Chica's capability to contend with the Golden Lion at this stage. Of course, one might speculate that the Warring States' encouragement for Chica to venture to the East Sea carries a hint of goodwill towards his old comrade, Carp. After all, the Warring States was rather proud during his tenure as Fleet Admiral. The Warring States' words prompted Chica to seriously contemplate this journey to the East Sea. He recognized that his ascent within the Navy has indeed been remarkably swift. However, achieving another promotion in such a brief period remains a considerable challenge. The primary hurdle lies in Chica's age. He is undeniably quite young. This is not the era of global conscription following the Summit War, where exceptional talent could soar to prominence upon joining the Navy. Even those like Fujitora and Green Bull, who directly ascended to the rank of Admiral, are not exactly youthful. Fujitora is in his 50s, while Green Bull, despite appearing younger, is not significantly so. Moreover, the Golden Lion represents more than just an accomplishment for Chica. He is also an exceptional material. To elaborate on the Golden Lion's float fruit, this fruit grants the user the ability to fly and enables objects to levitate. from the portrayal in the film. It is evident that the golden lion can manipulate floating objects with remarkable dexterity. However, Chika believes that the impressive display of the float fruit is attributable, in part, to its appearance in the movie and, more importantly, to the strength of its owner. The golden lion has undoubtedly developed the fruit's abilities to an awakened state. In terms of capability, Chika's gravity fruit combined with his heavenly path abilities would surpass that of the float fruit. Therefore, he has no intention of absorbing this fruit. Nonetheless, he will not let it go to waste. The golden lion, endowed with the powers of the float fruit, serves as a perfect material for a heavenly path puppet. Should he succeed in vanquishing the golden lion, it would be prudent to leave the fruit within the golden lion's body and project his heavenly path abilities onto him. The resultant puppet may potentially match or even exceed the golden lion's strength in his prime, representing a formidable power on par with that of the four emperors. One should not be swayed by the sight of the golden lion being easily defeated by Luffy's Gear Third. It is crucial to remember that this occurred in the film. In that cinematic realm, even if Roger were to resurrect, he would likely receive a couple of slaps before obediently returning to his coffin. In the East Sea, aboard the Six Paths ship, Chika ultimately resolves to embark on this journey, aiming to obtain his heavenly path puppet material while also taking the opportunity to educate Luffy. Naturally, Chika does not harbor any illusions about being able to persuade Luffy to change his ways. The most suitable candidate for that task would likely be Naruto, another protagonist from a different anime, who possesses the skill of verbal persuasion. Unfortunately, it is impossible to bring Naruto here, as he was merely a few years old when Chika traversed worlds, and one can only speculate about the current state of affairs in the Naruto universe. The mention of Naruto brings to mind a similarly golden-haired figure, the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Chika's presence has had a limited impact on the events of the Naruto world. Minato still met his demise during the Ninetales incident. Reflecting on his past in the Naruto universe, Chika cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow. He has altered the fates of many within the pirate world. Yet he could not change the destiny of his dear friend. Although Chika is aware of the future events that will unfold in the Naruto world, he cannot divulge all of this information to Minato. It is uncertain whether Minato would believe him, and given his character, he might inadvertently reveal it to the third Hokage and others. It is worth noting that Minato held a great deal of respect for the third Hokage at that time. If the third Hokage learns of this, how long would it be before Danzo finds out? Danzo, who harbored intentions to eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely, would certainly seize the opportunity to arrest Chika under the pretext of harboring ulterior motives. In the Naruto universe, Chika lacks any system or extraordinary abilities. He can only rely on knowledge of the future. How could someone so vulnerable assist Minato? The best he can do is to subtly advise Minato in certain aspects. But even that feels like a drop in the ocean. During the Ninetales incident, Chika had already acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet he dared not reveal it by the time he reached Minato's side. The couple had already perished. Even with the abilities he possessed, Chika was powerless to turn back time. Chika can never forget the night he stood helplessly beside the bodies of Minato and Kushina, with only Naruto's cries echoing in his ears. It was from that moment that he resolutely decided to leave Konoha. If only he could possess the ability to traverse worlds once more. To return to the Naruto universe, with this thought, a sigh escaped him. Standing beside Chika, both Califa and Ain turned to him upon hearing his sigh. When they noticed the sorrow etched on Chika's face, they were momentarily taken aback. This was the first time they had seen such a side of Chika to them. Chika, who possessed countless abilities, seemed capable of anything. What could possibly bring him to such a state? Califa and Ain hurriedly approached Chika, each taking hold of one of his hands. Feeling the warmth emanating from their grasp, Chika glanced at Califa and Ain, seeing the concern and worry in their eyes. Suppressing his sorrow, Chika offered them a reassuring smile and said, "What's the matter? Are you starting to care about me? Boss, were you thinking of something sorrowful? Is it about your family?" Califa could only think of matters concerning Chika's family. She had learned from him that he was the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan in this world. She could not fathom what had led to such a powerful lineage being reduced to just Chika, and thus could only speculate about the reasons behind his sadness. Waving his hand dismissively, Chika remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I'm fine, just reminiscing about a friend. Is he gone? Yes, but perhaps there will be a chance to meet again." Can someone who is gone truly be met again? Califa did not fully grasp Chika's meaning, but considering his myriad abilities, she nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Ain, who had remained silent, pointed towards a direction and exclaimed, "Chika, look, there's a small island over there." Chica and Califa turned to Ein simultaneously, gazing at her as if she were a simpleton. Since departing from the headquarters, they had passed countless small islands. Ein's declaration was akin to exclaiming, "Look, there's a car," while walking down the street. Upon sensing the gazes from Chica and Califa, Ein's face flushed with embarrassment. She realized her behavior might have been a bit foolish. However, her intention was merely to divert Chica's attention. Unlike Califa, who always seemed to understand Chica's thoughts, Ein felt rather inept in this regard. Thus, she sought to alleviate Chica's sorrow in her own way, only to end up making a fool of herself. Standing there awkwardly, Ein murmured, "I just wanted to help you take your mind off things." Hearing Ein's soft murmurs, Chica and Califa couldn't help but laugh. Califa immediately embraced Ein, speaking to her in a tone reminiscent of a mother comforting her daughter. "Ein, you are just too adorable." Chica stood to the side, witnessing this heartwarming scene, and felt the shadows in his heart dissipate that he realized that he had acquired many things he once deemed unattainable in the pirate world. And the regrets of the past did not equate to irreparable losses due to his Rinnegan. Thus, it was best to cherish those present. At that moment, a navigator from the warship suddenly rushed over. Pointing towards the small island Ein had just mentioned, his expression frantic as he said, "Deputy Admiral Chica, there are strange currents appearing near that island. The ship has been caught in them and is at risk of being swept away at any moment." Upon hearing the navigator's words, Chica furrowed his brow. Only upon arriving nearby did they notice the currents. Wasn't this realization a tad too late? It is not entirely fair to blame this navigator. The personnel aboard the Qianhe warship were meticulously selected based on the highest standards of excellence during the Warring States period, ensuring their professional competence was beyond reproach. The perilous situation they now faced arose from the abrupt emergence of treacherous sea currents. Nevertheless, Qianhe harbored a desire for a top-tier navigator, one who could ensure a smoother journey at sea, minimizing complications. He did not press the navigator further, but simply stated, "I understand. You may go now. Do not worry, we will anchor the warship nearby, and I shall investigate any anomalies on that island." "Yes, sir." The navigator departed, and Qianhe took a moment to scrutinize the island that Ein had pointed out earlier. Noting its distinctly unusual features. As the warship was drawn closer to the isle by the formidable currents, he observed a multitude of massive birds circling ominously above. Moreover, the waters surrounding the island were becoming increasingly turbulent, with the very currents that had ensnared his ship now pulling it dangerously toward the shore. Feeling the ship sway more violently beneath him, Qianhe emitted a soft grunt, levitating into the air and gliding to the side of the vessel, where he pressed one hand against the hull. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted from his palm, enveloping the warship and propelling it beyond the grasp of the menacing currents. Shinra's mastery over Shinra Tensei had become exquisitely refined. This application left the ship's structure entirely unharmed. Having steered the vessel away from danger, Qianhe turned midair and launched himself toward the mysterious island, eager to uncover its hidden secrets. Upon landing gracefully on the peculiar isle, Qianhe surveyed his surroundings. Scattered about were the remnants of shipwrecks, likely remnants of merchant vessels or pirate ships that had been caught in the island's treacherous currents. The convergence of currents, colossal birds, and shipwrecks evoked a sense of familiarity within him. He felt he had heard tales of this place before, yet the details eluded him. Shaking his head, Qianhe wandered the island for a time but ultimately found little of substance. Returning to the shore, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated discovering some hidden quest, yet it appeared to be but a slightly perilous ordinary isle. However, since he was already there, he refused to give up hope. With so many shipwrecks strewn about, it was likely that treasures lay hidden within. In a certain sense, he could hardly be considered wealthy, so why not scour the area and seize whatever riches he could find? With this thought in mind, Qianhe snapped his fingers. Room. The air shimmered as the room space expanded, enveloping the entire island within its confines. Scan. Moments later, the forms of all objects aboard the vessels appeared vividly in Qianhe's mind. To his surprise, the quantity of treasure was astonishing. Opening a portal in the air with a flick of his hand, he concentrated, and in an instant, all the treasures from the ships were transferred into the room space. The space became a dazzling spectacle of gold and glittering riches. Satisfied with the mountainous pile of treasures amassed within, Qianhe mused, if there were no hidden wealthy individuals within the Navy, he might very well become its wealthiest member. He wondered about the financial standing of that fellow, Kizu. Once he ascended to the rank of marshal, perhaps he could consider raising Kizuru's salary, testing the adage that a well-paid soldier can take down the 4 emperors. After collecting the treasures, Qianhe did not depart but instead employed room swap once more. During his scan of the ships, he had detected a life form within the hold of one vessel, which appeared to be a gigantic bird. With a swish, a colossal bird materialized before Qianhe, its size nearly rivaling that of a ship. How it had managed to squeeze itself into the hold remained a mystery. The bird stood there dazed, having consumed a considerable amount of decayed food and inadvertently swallowed some treasures. When everything in the hold suddenly vanished, it was left utterly bewildered. Moments later, it found itself inexplicably transported to this new location. A series of strange occurrences far beyond its comprehension. The giant bird shook its massive head vigorously, scanning its surroundings until its gaze finally settled on Qianhe, who stood at its feet. A fresh morsel. The bird recognized humans, viewing the vessels along the shore as a form of takeout. Every time a new ship appeared, it anticipated the emergence of little morsels like Qianhe. Squawk. The giant bird squawked excitedly, relishing the scent of this little morsel, especially since it had been quite some time since it had encountered one. Qianhe regarded the foolish creature with exasperation, dispelling the room's space and delivering a light punch to the bird's belly. The force akin to a human swatting a mosquito. Bam. Squawk, squawk. The bird yelped in pain, tears streaming from its eyes as it expelled a variety of items from its beak, among them a beautifully adorned small chest. Once it had finished, the bird gazed fearfully at the little morsel below. Most of the previous little morsels had been half dead, devoured in a manner akin to a buffet. Encountering a forceful little morsel like Qianhe was an entirely new experience for it. Deciding that it would rather flee than face Qianhe's wrath, the giant bird unfurled its wings and prepared to take flight. Noticing the bird's intent to escape, Qianhe shot at a glare, and as his eyes locked onto the creature, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on its massive head. Silently, it tucked its wings away and curled its body into a defensive ball, its eyes pleadingly gazing up at Qianhe, ignoring the foolish bird. Qianhe shifted his focus to the small chest that had been expelled from the bird's beak, muttering to himself. Could this be an explosive equipment? He raised his hand, drawing the chest closer, and employed a water technique to cleanse it. Considering it had emerged from the bird's mouth, holding the box, Qianhe did not use room to scan it first. He was unafraid of any potential explosions or toxic gas attacks. Instead, he wished to savor the joy of opening the box. With a touch of excitement, he slowly lifted the lid, revealing a fiery red fruit nestled within. Upon seeing the fruit, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qianhe's eyes. He recognized it immediately. It resembled a dragon fruit, adorned with flame-like skin, a clear indication that it was the infamous Paramecia-type, a fruit said to be unpalatable even to dogs. In no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon arriving at the island. This was indeed the ant nest hell mentioned in the novel about Ace. It was here that Ace had consumed the Paramecia-type, splitting the fruit with another individual due to hunger. Ace had swallowed his half first, thus gaining its powers. Clearly, this was a simple side quest, and given the low level of the creatures here, the rewards were not to be overly anticipated. With this realization, Qianhe shot another glare at the cowering giant bird, which flinched and shrank its head down, nearly burying it in its own belly. Having intimidated the bird to vent his frustration, Qianhe turned back to the Paramecia-type in his hand. Feeling somewhat bemused, it must be said that Qianhe was somewhat oblivious to the plight of the hungry. The Paramecia-type was, after all, a Logia-type devil fruit, offering substantial damage potential, despite its reputation for being unpalatable. That was primarily in high-level context. In fact, Doflamingo later used it as a prize in a competition, attracting many formidable foes, a testament to its value. Yet for Qianhe, the Paramecia-type was simply too lackluster. He had no intention of wasting a slot to absorb this fruit. Moreover, it was countered by Akainu. While the debate over whether magma counteracts fire was contentious, Oda had made his stance clear, and the ultimate authority rested with him. After pondering for a moment, Qianhe realized that none of his close companions were suited for this fruit. However, since he had acquired it, he had no intention of passing it on to Ace. There was little connection between them. Should Ace choose to become a pirate in the future and cross paths with him, there would be no need for Blackbeard to intervene. Suddenly, an evil smile crept across Qianhe's face as a rather wicked idea took root in his mind. Pressing his hand against the ground, he shouted, "Summoning technique." Boom! A canine creature, slightly larger than the colossal bird beside it, and adorned with 3 heads, emerged as the most formidable spirit beast in the realm of beasts. Second only to Metis, the splitting hound. Chica hurled a burning fruit toward the central head of the splitting hound, which effortlessly slid into its MAW. In no time, flames erupted from the 3 heads, transforming them into 3 blazing orbs. Chica observed his creation with satisfaction. The splitting hound, having consumed the burning fruit, had undeniably become the veritable Cerberus, who said dogs couldn't eat the burning fruit. After retracting the splitting hound into the spirit space of the beast realm, Chika cast a glance at the trembling giant bird nearby, pondering how to deal with it. Although there was also a bird spirit in the beast realm, it was not as grand as this one. And judging by its previous attack on Chika, it possessed considerable strength, perhaps due to its encounter with the pirates. The giant bird seemed to sense its fate hinged on Chika's whim. And a servile grin appeared on its avian face as it elongated its neck and lowered its head to the ground, seemingly indicating submission. Finding the giant bird unexpectedly astute, Chika deemed it amusing. Stroking his chin and deciding to accept it as his spirit beast, approaching the giant bird, he assessed its stature and addressed it. You appear rather clumsy. Henceforth, you shall be called Rookie. The Rookie emitted a couple of sounds, indicating no objections to its new name. Chika gazed into the Rookie's eyes and activated the abilities of the beast realm, causing the Rookie's enormous eyes to morph into the shape of the Rinnegan. From this moment onward, it had officially become Chika's spirit beast. After patting the Rookie on its head, Chika commanded it to ascend into the skies while he remained grounded, casting one last look at the small island. Chika bent down and pressed his hand against the earth, deeming it best that such a place ceased to exist. No sooner had he spoken than the entire island trembled violently, and the ground began to fracture. Blinding white light emanating from the crevices, with a resounding explosion, the island erupted like a balloon, vanishing entirely from the sea. Having obliterated the island, Chika ascended, seating himself upon the circling Rookie. The Rookie screeched and flew toward the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Upon spotting the colossal bird approaching, the Navy soldiers on the deck hurriedly reported to Khalifa and Ayn, for in Chika's absence, the 2 women were the highest-ranking officers aboard the warship. When Khalifa and Ayn reached the deck, the giant bird was already perilously close, and Ayn stepped forward, preparing to use the moonwalk to eliminate the bird. However, Khalifa halted Ayn, shaking her head. She had a premonition that this bird was somehow connected to their boss. Indeed, as the giant bird soared above the warship, it dissipated into a cloud of smoke, from which Chika descended onto the deck. Upon seeing him, Khalifa and Ayn sighed in relief, then instinctively turned away to attend to their own matters, not inquiring about the peculiar bird's origins. After all, as long as it was related to Chika, it couldn't be too strange. Inside a bar in Windmill Village, Makino stood behind the counter, absent-mindedly polishing a glass. Not long ago, Sabo's small boat had been destroyed by the celestial dragons, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Luffy and Ace were deeply affected, their spirits low for days, and Makino felt a profound concern for the 2 boys. After a moment, she paused her actions, sighed, and thought, poor Sabo, I wonder if Luffy and Ace are feeling any better. They must still be training in the forest, right? Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. Excuse me. Miss, I'd like a glass of orange juice. I'm terribly sorry for zoning out. I'll get that for you right away. Snapping back to reality, Makino quickly gathered her thoughts and looked up at the newcomer. However, upon seeing him, she paused in surprise, captivated by his eyes. They were a pair of violet orbs, each encircled by intricate black patterns, with 6 mysterious symbols in the right eye. Just gazing into those eyes made Makino feel as if she were being drawn in. The newcomer was none other than Chika, who had anchored the warship at the shore, changed his attire, and made his way to Windmill Village alone. Noticing Makino still staring at him, Chika offered a polite smile and inquired, "What's the matter? Do I appear frightening?" Returning to her senses, Makino realized her earlier behavior had been quite rude. She shook her head vigorously. "I'm so sorry. It's just that your eyes are truly remarkable. I couldn't help but look a bit longer. Once again, I apologize. Your orange juice is on the house. Haha, it's no trouble at all. You needn't waive the charge. Please, go ahead and prepare it." Of course, Makino turned to get to work. After a short while, she placed a large glass of orange juice before Chika. Observing the sizable glass that nearly resembled a bucket, Chika smiled and expressed his gratitude. Taking a few sips and discovering it tasted unexpectedly delightful, "Your craftsmanship is truly impressive." As Makino wiped the counter, a smile spread across her face upon receiving the compliment, and her initial apprehension toward Chika dissipated. Her voice became more natural as she replied, "Thank you for the compliment. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Is this your first visit here?" "Yes, I've come at the behest of someone to look after his grandson." "Oh, may I ask who that is?" "I'm acquainted with most of the children here." "Certainly. His name is Monkey D. Luffy." Upon hearing Luffy's name, Makino halted her actions, astonished as she asked, "Then you must know Mr. Garp, are you part of the Navy? Indeed. May I ask for your name? Of course, Uchiha Qianhe. Uchiha Qianhe. Upon hearing his name, Makino instinctively covered her mouth. She had heard of this name. It was well known across the seas. This was the youngest vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, possessing an unimaginably terrifying strength, rumored to be on the path to becoming an admiral. Other patrons in the bar, upon hearing this name, turned to observe Qianhe, eager to witness such a prominent figure. Qianhe, however, was taken aback by Makino's reaction to his name. After all, she had already met Shanks, who had become one of the 4 emperors. While he was still merely a vice admiral, contemplating this, Qianhe tentatively asked, "Are you familiar with Shanks? Has he visited here?" Yet, upon hearing Shanks' name, Makino's reaction exceeded his expectations once more. Her face contorted with disdain as she exclaimed, "Of course I know him. That red-haired scoundrel influenced Luffy, pushing him to pursue the title of Pirate King." Qianhe recalled that in the anime, Makino had a good relationship with Shanks, even having a child with him. What was going on now? Was history altering yet again? This was troubling. It seemed his advantage of foreseeing the future was diminishing. Qianhe raised his hand to his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "All right, could you please tell me where Luffy is now? I'd like to check on him. Luffy should still be in the forest to the east. He has been quite down lately. I hope you can help him, Mr. Qianhe, and perhaps educate him not to pursue becoming a pirate king any longer. I'll do my best." Before departing, Qianhe couldn't help but inquire, "Did Shanks and Luffy come here?" "Yes, a band of mountain bandits came one day and attacked Luffy." "That's just it. What do you mean?" I meant, what happened to that band of mountain bandits in the end?" "Oh, they were captured by Mr. Garp, of course." "Garp? Wait, should he have been there at that time?" Qianhe felt utterly confused and continued, "How did Vice Admiral Garp happen to return that day? I heard he was coming back to fetch a newcomer to enlist at the headquarters, so he decided to check on Luffy first." At this, Makino lightly thumped her palm with a fist, realizing, "That newcomer must be you, Mr. Qianhe. What a coincidence. Both Luffy and I owe you our gratitude. Without you, Mr. Garp wouldn't have been able to return." "Is it really related to myself?" Qianhe's truly at a loss this time. Isn't Garp usually free to go wherever he pleases? Did Sengoku not grant him leave during that particular incident in the original story? With his hand pressed against his forehead, Qianhe weakly inquired, "And then what? When Admiral Garp encountered Shanks, he couldn't have simply done nothing, could he?" Mr. Garp ended up in a confrontation with Shanks, causing quite a bit of damage here. Was it merely property damage? It seems those two managed to exercise some restraint. Otherwise, the existence of this village would have been uncertain. So what happened in the end? Did Shanks still manage to escape? Yes, but Admiral Garp mentioned he was in a hurry to fetch you, leaving abruptly. Shortly after he departed, Shanks returned, spending some time with Luffy. After Shanks left, Luffy began incessantly shouting about wanting to become the Pirate King. By the way, Luffy's body has also become quite peculiar, resembling rubber. After hearing the account of events, Qianhe nodded thoughtfully. He too felt that Shanks becoming one of the 4 emperors was somewhat premature, likely triggered by the series of chain reactions resulting from his arrival. With that thought, Qianhe lifted his head, smiled at Makino, and said, "All right, I understand that I shall go check on Luffy now." Yes. Remember to come back for a drink once you're done. I will cover all your expenses here." "Ha. Then I shall not be polite. Farewell." With that, Qianhe downed a glass of orange juice, squinting slightly as he activated the room space, sensing the general direction of the forest to the east. With a flicker of thought, Qianhe's figure vanished from his seat. Makino stared blankly at the spot where Qianhe had just sat, bewildered by how the person who had just been there had suddenly disappeared. Once she regained her senses, she looked down to find a pile of belly left on the counter. Furrowing her brow, she grabbed the money and dashed out of the store, calling out, "Mr. Qianhe, I told you. There's no need to pay." After shouting, Makino stood at the door with her hands on her hips, fuming. After a moment, she burst into laughter, shaking her head slightly. What a peculiar person, in a forest to the east of Windmill Village. Little Ace was watching the small Luffy lying on the ground, a mocking expression on his face. "Is this all you've got? Luffy, you should just stay put in the village for now," provoked by Ace's words. Luffy shouted furiously, "I will definitely get stronger. I will carry on Sabo's will and become the Pirate King." Upon hearing Sabo's name, Ace fell silent. Sabo's death had become an inescapable nightmare for both him and Luffy. Over the past few days, he had been training vigorously with Luffy, hoping to vent his feelings through their fists, but he never expected it to be brought up again. What a fool Luffy was. With that thought, Ace clenched his fists, about to say something, when he was interrupted by another voice. "Hey kid, what did you just say you wanted to become?" Ace's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had been enveloped by a shadow without noticing. A cold sweat broke out on his body as he stiffly turned around, only to see Chica's face. A layer of shadow obscured Chica's features, with only a pair of reincarnation eyes glimmering with a purple glow. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth, causing Ace to freeze in place, his mouth opening in an attempt to speak, only to be interrupted once more by the single-minded Luffy. "I said I want to become the Pirate King." Oh no. Ace immediately sensed danger and raised his hand to initiate an attack. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with Chica's body, an invisible force erupted. Boom! Ace was sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree, then slowly sliding down to the ground, sitting there in a daze. Yet he still mustered all his strength to shout towards Luffy, "I can't move. Luffy, you need to run." Casting a glance at Ace, who still had the strength to shout, Chica was somewhat surprised. Although the power of the Shinra Tensei he had just used was minimal, even an adult would likely be bedridden for days after experiencing it. The fact that Ace hadn't passed out was understandable. After all, he was Roger's bloodline. Regardless of his thoughts, Chica maintained a stoic expression, simply stating, "If you dare to attack me again, you will no longer have the chance to speak." Damn it, who are you? A Marine. Upon hearing that Chica was a Marine, Ace momentarily found himself at a loss for words. It was well known that pirates and Marines were natural enemies. Thus, this Marine's reaction was quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Luffy had also gotten back on his feet, and upon seeing Ace unable to move, a furious expression crossed his face. He swung his arm in a circular motion, muttering, "Rubber," realizing Luffy's intent and recalling Chica's previous warning. Ace, disregarding his own situation, shouted again, "Stop, Luffy. Doing this will get you killed." "Huh? But Ace, you..." Luffy looked at Ace in confusion, yet his movements did not cease. Observing Luffy's intent to attack, Ace felt a surge of urgency, an inexplicable power welling up inside him. He shouted, "I said stop. Do you hear me?" With a surge of intense emotion, a domineering aura erupted from his small frame, causing the wind to rustle Chica's dark cloak. Luffy's rubbery face was also distorted by the gust, creating a rather comical sight. The impact of this aura persisted for a moment before dissipating. Ace fainted, and Luffy's face returned to normal, looking bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. Huh, it seems like something significant just happened. What was it? Only Chica remained standing with his arms crossed, his lips twitching. He certainly understood what had just transpired. Ace had inadvertently released his Conqueror's Haki. However, among those present, aside from Chica, Luffy also possessed this quality, and thus the Conqueror's Haki had no impact on either of them. It appeared as if nothing had occurred at all. Whether this was Ace's first awakening of Conqueror's Haki was uncertain. If so, what did that make Chica? A master. However, according to the usual narrative, he should have been the one to strike Luffy first, prompting Ace to unleash his Conqueror's Haki. Now it had turned into Ace inadvertently releasing it in a fit of anger at Luffy. One could only say that everything had become completely chaotic. Where am I? Luffy, uncertain how much time had passed. Night had fallen when Ace groggily opened his eyes. Luffy's face appeared before him. Yes, he took in the scene. A rush of blood surged to his head, and his entire body trembled violently. At that moment, Luffy was reduced to only a head, eyes tightly shut, his limbs and body bound together and placed beside Ace. Luffy. Ace's eyes widened in fury as he struggled to rise and approach. Suddenly, Luffy's head, hearing Ace's voice, opened his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Ace, you're awake." "Nanny." Ace halted in disbelief, staring at Luffy's head in shock, trembling as he pointed a finger. "Luffy, you, calm down, that guy's fine." It was the voice of that Marine. Ace whipped around to see Chica sitting by the fire, roasting a large piece of meat. Seeing that Ace had woken up, Chica stood, clapped his hands, and addressed Ace. That guy was just too unruly, so Chica made a slashing motion with his hand, then took the meat off the fire and bit into it, commenting that it tasted pretty good. Ace swallowed hard, speaking somewhat stiffly. "So, can Luffy return to normal? Who knows, maybe once I'm done eating." Hearing Chica's words, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could return to normal, that was good. However, before he could relax for long, Chica added, "But there's also a chance he might never return to normal, considering he's a hyperactive one." Luffy, indignant, shouted, "Damn it. Once I recover, I'll definitely show you my..." With a thud, Ace's fist struck Luffy's face, causing Luffy's head to deflate like a balloon. Upon retracting his fist, Luffy's face bounced back, returning to its original shape. He looked at Ace with a wronged expression, mumbling, "Ace, why did you hit me?" You fool! Do you intend to live like this forever? Do you still want to set sail, or not? Upon hearing these words, Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was already unfortunate enough to have consumed a devil fruit and become a landlubber. If his body were to transform in such a manner, what use would there be in sailing the seas? It must be said that Luffy's thought process often left much to be desired, especially in the case of the young Luffy. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath, thereafter tightly closing it, transforming his head into a round, inflated ball. Ace, covering his face, gazed at this fool before him and helplessly inquired, "What are you doing? Speak." With a puff, Luffy expelled the air from his mouth and looked at Ace with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, "Ace, are you an idiot? I'm not speaking or moving, am I? Who's the real fool here?" Ace, suppressing the impulse to punch Luffy, walked over to Chica and silently stood beside him, observing as Chica savored his grilled meat. Ace, having not eaten all day, felt his stomach grumble in response to the sight of Chica enjoying his meal. Casting a glance at Ace, who was still shorter than himself, Chica tore off a large piece of meat from the grill and offered it to Ace, before continuing to eat from his own portion. Ace gratefully accepted the meat, muttering a quick thank you as he devoured it ravenously. Luffy, unable to contain himself, gulped down a few times and shouted, "I'm so hungry. Can I have some too?" Upon hearing Luffy's plea, Ace paused and looked towards Chica. Before he could speak, Chica waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "If you want to share with him, go ahead. Thank you." Ace felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He was genuinely fearful of this enigmatic Navy officer, worried that if Chica were displeased, he might neglect Luffy entirely. Rushing over to Luffy's side, Ace promptly stuffed a generous portion of grilled meat into Luffy's mouth. Thanks to Luffy's rubbery nature, he was able to stretch his mouth wide. After all, he was the one who had invented the art of devouring large amounts. Delicious," Luffy exclaimed. "That guy with the circular eyes is truly a good person." Hearing Luffy's words directed at Chica, Ace felt a chill run down his spine, not daring to glance back at Chica, and without regard for Luffy's grease-covered face, he hastily covered Luffy's mouth. However, Chica's voice, cold as ice, drifted from behind Ace. "No need to cover it. I've already heard." Ace spun around abruptly, executing a deep bow. "I sincerely apologize. Luffy is just a simpleton. Please do not take it to heart." Chica walked past Ace to stand directly before Luffy, gazing into his eyes. Luffy, under the intense scrutiny of Chica's Rinnegan, felt an uncharacteristic shiver run down his spine, a sensation he had never experienced even in the presence of Garp. This was not to imply that Chica's power surpassed Garp's. Rather, it was the blood relation that rendered Garp a figure of limited fear for Luffy. Room. With a hum, the room space unfolded. Ace, believing that Chica intended to harm Luffy, shouted in alarm, "Don't, splice." Huh. Luffy blinked, vigorously shaking his arms and hopping in place. A look of surprise blossomed on his face as he embraced Ace. "Ace, I'm back to normal. I've recovered." Ace, still bewildered, could hardly comprehend how Luffy's body had returned to its original state without Chica even lifting a finger. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Have you consumed a devil fruit as well?" "No, don't ask so many questions. You too, come with me." With Chica's directive, Ace fell silent, and Luffy, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further antics as they followed Chica back to the campfire. Chica seated himself upon the ground. Turning to see Ace and Luffy still standing foolishly by his side, he couldn't help but chuckle, patting the ground beside him. "What's the matter? You were so lively during the day." "Sit down." "Sure." Ace and Luffy hastily settled beside Chica, exhaling deeply. Having been put through the ringer by Chica all day, they were utterly exhausted and welcomed the chance to rest, especially Ace, who had endured a direct hit from the divine punishment, his strength being the only reason he remained conscious. Not to mention, he had been thoroughly frightened by Luffy the night before. If given the choice, he would gladly lie down for a deep, restful sleep. As he pondered this, Ace felt his eyelids grow heavy, the weariness creeping in. However, Chica's next words jolted his nerves back to full alertness, dispelling any trace of drowsiness. "Do you know who Roger is to you?" "I don't know what he is to me. All I know is he is a scoundrel." Ace's reaction to Roger's name was explosive, akin to a startled animal. Chica, unfazed by Ace's outburst, merely nodded in agreement, casually remarking, "He is indeed a scoundrel. The so-called Great Pirate Era is largely his doing. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry aspires to become a pirate. You can imagine how many homes have been ravaged by these sea scum." Chica's words pierced Ace's heart like a dagger. He had long harbored disdain for the bloodline of Roger, and now an inexplicable sense of guilt surfaced within him. although Luffy could be somewhat scatterbrained. His heart remained pure. After a moment of silence in response to Chika's words, he mumbled, "But pirates are the most free people on this ocean. I still want to be a pirate. I'm definitely going to become the Pirate King." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he felt an uncontrollable force pulling him towards Chika. As he neared, Chika's hand clamped around Luffy's neck, causing his face to flush red. "Let me go." Ace rushed forward, intent on rescuing Luffy, but a single glare from Chika froze him in his tracks. He realized that intervening in Chika's actions was utterly futile. Chika's icy gaze bore into Luffy, laced with menace. "If you dare to utter the words Pirate King again, you shall remain here forever." Luffy, recognizing the seriousness in Chika's eyes, fell silent, understanding that Chika was not jesting. Turning away from Luffy, Chika directed his attention to Ace. "And you, despite your resentment towards Roger, still wish to follow in his footsteps and become a pirate?" Ace hesitated. Truthfully, his desire to become a pirate stemmed partly from the influence of Luffy and Sabo, who viewed pirates as embodiments of freedom. He yearned for that freedom. Moreover, he sought to prove himself by becoming the Pirate King, determined not to exist forever in the shadow of Roger. However, after being reprimanded by Chika and hearing his words, he admitted to himself that he was beginning to waver. Ace understood why many harbored animosity towards his father. Over the years, through news and discussions with those around him, he had learned that the majority of pirates committed heinous acts, their crimes so egregious that merely hearing about them filled him with rage. Seeing Ace stammering, Chika subtly nodded, recognizing an opportunity. Ace and Luffy were markedly different in temperament. Ace, due to Roger's influence, had lacked a sense of identity and belonging since childhood, a fact evident since his enlistment in the Whitebeard Pirates. While Ace's resolve to become the Pirate King could not be deemed weak, it paled in comparison to Luffy's unwavering determination. Luffy would rather die than agree to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Could Chika truly sway Ace? Contemplating this, he continued, "If you wish to prove you are stronger than your father and aim to entirely usurp his legacy by becoming a pirate, I must say you are quite naive and rather foolish." The harshness of his words caused Ace's expression to darken. Chika remained unfazed by Ace's emotions, continuing unabated, "You find it hard to accept, don't you, to pursue such a trivial ambition while transforming into the very person you once despised. Do you not think you are being utterly foolish?" Chika's words struck Ace repeatedly at the core of his being, causing tears to stream down his face as he could no longer contain his anguish. "What do you suggest I do? I want a life of freedom. I don't want to live in that man's shadow. What else can I do besides becoming a pirate?" Luffy stared blankly at his emotionally charged brother. Ace, sensing that something significant was about to transpire within him, yet unable to articulate what that change might be. Meanwhile, Qianhe remained composed, as if he were not the catalyst for Ace's agitation. "Excellent. This is precisely the reaction I sought." Qianhe's heart swelled with delight as he stoked the flames in the fire pit, while simultaneously fanning the flames of Ace's turmoil with his words. "When did freedom become synonymous with piracy? The lawless freedom you seek will ultimately lead you to a desolate emptiness. So what am I to do? Should I join the Navy?" Qianhe merely shook his head. It would be best to abandon that notion. Ace joining the Navy would be the worst possible choice, akin to walking into a trap. With Ace's prodigious talents, he would certainly not remain unnoticed within the Navy. Once he began to shine, official scrutiny would inevitably follow. Furthermore, being almost like a grandson to Garp, his enlistment would not go unrecognized, given Garp's character. This would only serve to heighten Ace's visibility. If Ace were to truly join the Navy, he would become a ticking time bomb. When it detonated, the repercussions would not only ensnare him, but also involve Garp and Qianhe, who had led him to the Navy. Thus, joining the Navy was unequivocally not a viable option for Ace. That was far too idealistic. However, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, but that would have to wait until Qianhe had dealt with Mariewa. Upon witnessing Qianhe's response, Ace's gaze dimmed once more. Was it truly impossible for him to find a place within this vast ocean? Was he destined to live perpetually in the shadow of Roger, just as Ace's spirits sank to their nadir? Qianhe posed a seemingly unrelated question. "Do you have a brother named Sabo?" The mention of Sabo only deepened Ace's anguish. He clenched his fists and vehemently declared, "He is dead, slain by the hands of the celestial dragons." "Is that so? Have you seen his body?" "No. His ship was destroyed, and he vanished into the sea. Then do you suppose there is a possibility that he is still alive?" At this, both Ace and Luffy widened their eyes in disbelief. Ace, momentarily forgetting Qianhe's fearsome presence, rushed forward, seizing Qianhe's sleeve, and fervently exclaimed, "Why do you say that? Do you have information about Sabo? A person as formidable as you would not jest about such matters." Would you? Please, tell me. If you share his news with me, I swear I will abandon any thoughts of becoming a pirate. I would even agree to remain in Windmill Village for the rest of my life. I beg you. Luffy also rushed over, his eyes pleading as he looked at Qianhe. Torn between his aspirations and his brother, he found himself at a loss. Qianhe did not continue to address Ace's query. He simply gestured for Ace to release him. The fabric of his sleeve had begun to tear, and if Ace did not let go soon, it would become a sleeveless vest. Yet, it was clear how deeply agitated Ace was. Ace quickly relinquished his grip, repeatedly apologizing. He then stood alongside Luffy, both gazing at Qianhe with hopeful expressions. Qianhe offered little explanation, merely suggesting, perhaps you could seek out the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Ace regarded Qianhe with confusion. As he had not yet familiarized himself with this organization, unaware of the significance behind Qianhe's mention. Without elaborating on what the organization entailed, Qianhe glanced at Luffy and stated, Sabo has already been rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army. A man named Monkey D. Dragon, who happens to be this fellow's father. Luffy's father. Ace turned in astonishment to look at Luffy, only to find Luffy equally bewildered. He, too, was unaware of the identity of his father. Having only learned of it when he encountered Garp after setting sail. It must be noted that Luffy's thought process is rather peculiar. He has grown up without ever feeling curiosity about his father's identity, which is indeed quite unusual. However, Ace had no time to ponder Luffy's paternal identity. What mattered most to him was the monumental revelation he had gleaned from Qianhe's words. Sabo was still alive. He harbored no doubts about the veracity of Qianhe's statement, for in his view, someone as powerful as Qianhe had no reason to deceive two mere children like himself and Luffy. Ace turned and embraced Luffy tightly, tears streaming down his face as he cried, Luffy, did you hear that? Sabo is alive. He did not perish. He was saved by your father. Luffy, still in a daze, snapped back to reality as Ace enveloped him in an embrace. And in an instant, tears and snot flowed freely as they both wept inconsolably. Whoa, my father is indeed quite a remarkable person.